Chapter 1 Super Rich System. Summer. Dongyang University of Finance and Economics.
On both sides of the main road of the campus, there are many makeshift stalls set up by students.
Shall we? How come you have time to come here today?
Chu Yang, who was setting up a stall with his roommate, looked at the person in front of him.
The expression on his face looked very gentle.
He and Zhao Hui met at a basketball game in their sophomore year. But Chu Yang fell in love with her at first sight.
Then he mobilized the entire dormitory to find Zhao Hui's contact information.
Then I pursued her desperately for several months.
Only then did he finally get the beauty. The two of them were very affectionate during their time at school.
But Zhao Hui went out for an internship 2 months ago.
So the two people haven't seen each other for a long time.
At most we chat on WeChat or something.
Chu Yang, I came here today to break up with you. Compared to Chu Yang's enthusiasm, Zhao Hui's attitude became a little cold. Even the tone of his voice was a little cold. Wow!
As soon as Zhao Hui said this,
the faces of several people in Chu Yang's dormitory changed instantly. Chu Yang's originally gentle smile instantly froze. The atmosphere fell into silence.
A few seconds later, Chu Yang forced a smile and looked at Zhao Hui and said,
"Shall we? Did I do something wrong? Why are you suddenly talking about breaking up? Please don't joke around." "I'm not kidding." Seeing Chu Yang's attitude, Zhao Hui's voice became even colder. "You didn't do anything wrong. I just simply don't like you anymore. So, let's break up."
As soon as Zhao Hui said this,
the last trace of smile on Chu Yang's face also disappeared. He asked with a trembling voice, "Are you serious?" "Certainly."
Zhao Hui raised her neck like a proud white swan, looked at Chu Yang in front of her coldly and said, "We have been boyfriend and girlfriend for 2 years, and I don't want to make this matter awkward, so I want to come here and talk to you face to face. Also, I hope you won't come to me after we break up.
Let's part ways amicably. What do you think?" Chu Yang was silent.
The second and youngest in his dormitory were about to speak up to help Chu Yang.
But at this time,
however, Zhang Lei, the leader of their dormitory, simply stopped the two of them with his eyes.
Sleeping together for 4 years. Everyone basically knows what's going on as soon as the other party makes a move. See here.
Although they felt helpless and unhappy. But in the end, there was nothing more to say.
Zhang Lei's meaning is very simple. Let Chu Yang handle this matter. Even though they are all his good brothers. But when dealing with his personal emotional issues. After all, I am still an outsider. Moreover, he believed that Chu Yang could handle this matter.
A few seconds later,
the silent Chu Yang finally spoke.
There was no trace of sadness or joy on his face, and he looked at Zhao Hui in a calm tone and said, "Although I don't know what happened in the past 2 months, I respect your choice."
"Then it's as you wish. Let's part ways in peace." From beginning to end, Chu Yang's tone was very calm. However, probably only a few of Chu Yang's roommates knew about it. Chu Yang is a very talkative and steady person. The more silent and calm he appears in front of others. On the contrary, at this time, this is when he feels the most uncomfortable. Just at this moment,
a BMW 3 Series suddenly drove slowly to the stall where Lu Yang and his team were standing.
After parking, the car window slowly dropped down.
A younger man's face appeared in front of them.
He turned his head and looked at Chu Yang and Zhao Hui, then slowly said, "How's it going? Have you finished your work? We have a lunch party to attend at noon. Who are you?"
Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of me,
Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. There were a few bloodshot eyes in an instant. And looking at Chu Yang's expression, the man sitting in the driver's seat of the BMW immediately laughed contemptuously and said, "Obviously, I'm Shelwy's boyfriend now."
As he said that, he opened the car door and slowly walked in front of Chu Yang and the others. Zhao Hui looked at the person in front of her.
I was a little nervous at first.
Then he smiled and walked up to the man. She held his arm obediently.
He looked at Chu Yang proudly and said, "Let me introduce him to you. His name is Wang Lei, and he's my current boyfriend." "So, you chose to break up with me because of him?"
If Chu Yang's expression was still very calm before,
then at this time, Chu Yang's tone became a little ferocious. "What else?
Without waiting for Zhao Hui to continue speaking, Wang Lei looked at Chu Yang with disdain and laughed. Do I have to follow a poor boy like you and set up a stall here? Xiao Hui is a very good person. It's really unfair for her to be with you. If you know what's best for you, don't bother her anymore. I will give her a better life. As for you. Wang Lei raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Chu Yang, then said with disdain. Forget it, let's not talk about it. In his opinion, Chu Yang is just a poor student. I was already giving him face by getting out of the car and talking to him. What do you mean by that? Hearing what Wang Lei said, Zhang Lei, the dormitory boss standing next to Chu Yang, couldn't help himself. He walked directly to the man and said coldly. After poaching someone else, you come here to show off your presence. Do you think I'm giving you face? Don't be angry, college student. Wang Lei looked at Zhang Lei, who suddenly rushed in front of him. He hesitated slightly at first. Then he looked at him with a smile on his face and said, I am just stating an objective fact. People go to higher places, water flows to lower places. Don't you understand this simple truth? As he said that, Wang Lei pushed Zhang Lei away. He slowly walked in front of Chu Yang. With a sneer, he leaned close to his ear and said, Don't worry, I will take good care of your ex-girlfriend for you in the future. I will make her a big internet celebrity with millions of fans. And you are just a small black spot in her past history. So, if you really want to do good for her, just pretend that what happened between you two in the past 2 years never happened. Having said this, Wang Lei suddenly paused, looked at Chu Yang and smiled. But, no matter what, I still have to thank you. Thank you for not touching her after being together for 2 years. I got this bargain. As he spoke, an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. That night was wonderful. Then he changed the subject and said sarcastically, What a pity, you definitely can't experience it. Boy, you must always remember one sentence. Poor bastard, don't have any illusions about people who don't belong to you. After all, for someone like you, it's good enough to be able to make a good living. After hearing what Wang Lei said, Chu Yang just felt nauseous. Get lost. A wild rage surged up in his heart. Then he pushed Wang Lei away. He stared at Zhao Hui not far away and said, So, you broke up with me because of him? Just so he can make you a so-called internet celebrity? Seeing Chu Yang's face was torn apart immediately. Zhao Hui's face turned pale instantly. Finally, she gritted her teeth in anger, looked at Chu Yang coldly and said, So what? You are nothing but a poor student with nothing to offer. Even after graduation, can you afford to buy me brand name bags and cosmetics? Not to mention the luxury cars and mansions. I just want a better life. What's wrong with that? Zhao Hui almost roared out the last sentence. Boom! This is exactly the sentence. It hit Chu Yang's heart hard. Is there anything wrong with what she said? It seems wrong. The values are clearly wrong. But it seemed like she said nothing wrong. Because this is a society whose values have long been distorted. She just laid the cruel reality nakedly in front of her. It's only been a 2-year relationship. Is it still not as good as these material possessions? Thinking and thinking, Chu Yang suddenly laughed. Then, he suddenly figured out a lot of problems. He had tried to be intimate with Zhao Hui before. But she always refused, saying she wanted to wait until she got married. And she always respected Zhao Hui's decision. It seems now, she at that time, it's just to wait for the price to rise. From beginning to end, the clown is himself. At this time, Chu Yang was extremely angry. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, a suitable match was detected. Super rich system binding. System binding successful. Chapter 2 Conflict. The rich man as solution. The last system prompt sound disappeared. A virtual screen appeared in front of Chu Yang that only he could see. Host, Chu Yang. Super rich system. As the master of the system, the host can sign in once a day, and the system will randomly reward money or other items. The system will issue tasks from time to time. Completing the tasks will earn you system rewards and a chance to win a prize. The source of funds is absolutely safe, and the funds can be withdrawn and credited to your account in seconds.
Now, start your journey to becoming a super rich man.
After Liu Yang finished reading all the words on the screen, soon, another virtual screen appeared in front of him.
The novice mission has been issued. The rich cannot be insulted. Is a BMW worth over 300,000 considered a luxury car?
Please slap the face of this woman who betrayed her feelings and this man who pretends to be cool in front of you in a super rich way. Rewards for completing the mission: a customized Koenigsegg CCXR supercar worth 50 million, 1 million in cash, and a chance to win a lucky draw in the Godly Rich system.
Young man, please be as wild as you can. System? Xu Yang's personal ability to accept is still very strong.
He has also read a lot of novels. Generally, after the protagonist is cheated on, there is a high probability that a super rich system will appear.
So, I am also the protagonist?
After his chest rose and fell rapidly and violently several times, he digested the news.
Sign in daily to get rewards. It sounds pretty good. Moreover, the reward for this novice mission: Koenigsegg is a super sports car called Ghost. Not to mention the custom-made model worth 50 million. In comparison,
this 1 million in cash is just a foil.
Indeed.
The relationship of more than 2 years ended in an instant. It was impossible for him not to feel resentful. Especially what Zhao Hui just said to him.
And there was Wang Lei's arrogant face in front of him.
It made him feel even more disgusted.
He was still thinking about it before. Let's just part ways amicably. It was also the last bit of dignity he left between Zhao Hui and himself. But now, I'm really sorry.
What the couple in front of me did before was really too much.
And given by the system, there are simply too many. I'm afraid this matter today won't end well. After thinking it through, Xu Yang asked the system in his heart, can this million cash reward be used in advance?
Yes, but if the mission fails, the system will directly unbind the host. After erasing any memory related to the host and the system, the host will also be burdened with a debt of 1 million.
Hearing this,
Xu Yang felt a little conflicted.
But in the end, he still gritted his teeth. Let us bet. If you succeed, everything will be fine.
As for failure,
could it be as bad as it is now?
What's more, he didn't think he would fail.
The next second, a message appeared on his mobile banking.
Huaxia Agricultural Bank, the transaction amount of your account ending in 050 is 100,000.00 yuan, and the current balance is...
Wow, 1 million actually came into my account. Xu Yang picked up the phone. After looking at the bank account arrival information on the mobile phone, I breathed a sigh of relief. Then he put away his phone.
He sneered at Zhao Hui and Wang Lei standing in front of him and said,
since when can a shabby 3 Series be called a luxury car? Break the 3 systems? Xu Yang's tone was already mocking. Wang Lei's expression suddenly turned ugly.
He is 25 years old this year. 3 years after graduating from college, I finally worked hard and made a name for myself. This car was purchased with a full payment of more than 300,000 yuan. How dare this stupid poor boy in front of me say that he is a broken third-level player?
I really don't know what to make of it.
Then he looked at Xu Yang with some anger and disdain and said,
you poor bastard, do you know how much this car costs? With your poor looks, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it even if you work hard for 10 years.
Xu Yang sneered, give me your bank card number.
Wang Lei snorted coldly and asked, what do you want to do?
Xu Yang sneered and curled his lips.
Because soon, this car will no longer belong to you.
As he said this, he turned around and looked at Zhang Lei and the others. Brothers, lend a hand and help me dismantle this broken car.
After saying, Xu Yang was the first to pick up an arm trainer on the street that Zhang Lei used for fitness in the dormitory. He walked straight towards Wang Lei's BMW 3 Series. When passing by Wang Lei,
he also whispered in front of him,
I'll transfer 500,000 to you later.
300,000 of it will be used to buy your car, and the remaining 200,000 will be used as your medical expenses.
You remember this too. My Xu Yang's girlfriend is not so easy to dig. Since you have made a move, you will have to pay the price.
After saying that, he picked up the arm strengthener. He smashed the window of the BMW 3 Series viciously.
Fuck, when did the third brother become so powerful? Fuck, it's really broken, this car must be worth more than $30. Why are you still standing there? It's just a broken car, just smash it. The last sentence was said by Zhang Lei.
After saying that, he directly picked up other suitable fitness equipment on the stall.
Follow Chu Yang.
He started smashing the car madly.
The two people left in the other dormitory looked at each other. Do you want to do it? Done. When we are young, who doesn't have a little bit of passion?
Without the slightest hesitation, the two men immediately picked up their weapons and rushed over.
What the hell are you doing? Stop it, stop it.
Wang Lei was stunned when he saw this brutal scene. People around also gathered around to watch.
What's worse? I just picked up my phone and started taking pictures.
Zhao Hui also stood there in a daze.
How dare he? She knew Chu Yang's family background. Grew up in an orphanage. The tuition fees for university are all loans taken out from the school. While at school, I am either studying or working part-time.
Such a poor student.
How dare you smash a BMW worth more than 300,000? Crazy. He must be crazy.
Then, the look in her eyes when she looked towards Chu Yang became more and more contemptuous.
Is this his final madness? Are you starting to do things without thinking?
In the past, she actually admired Chu Yang very much.
As for now, in her opinion, Chu Yang now,
he is nothing more than a complete loser. This also made her even more glad that she and Chu Yang broke up. She really couldn't believe she was with someone like this.
What kind of future can you get? Chapter 3. You are not the lover of yesterday, and I am not the boy of yesterday. Wang Lei's shouting had no effect. Each of the four people was holding a piece of extremely lethal fitness equipment. Especially Zhang Lei.
It was smashed so hard. I didn't notice this when I was using these things for fitness. It feels so good to smash a car with this thing.
Less than 10 minutes.
This BMW 3 Series, which originally looked brand new, was destroyed by 4 people.
I was sweating all over.
Chu Yang casually threw away the arm strengthener in his hand.
Then,
he slowly turned his gaze towards Wang Lei, who had been standing beside him and shouting anxiously.
Fuck, third brother, you don't really want to do it. See this scene. Zhang Lei also recovered at this time, and quickly looked at Chu Yang and said,
Third brother, I can help you get the money for smashing the car.
But if someone gets hurt,
then this matter will be difficult to resolve.
Hearing this,
Chu Yang felt warm in his heart. Then he looked at Zhang Lei and said with a smile,
Lazy, don't worry about the money. I have a way to solve it.
If you treat me as your buddy, then come and lend a hand. As long as you can't kill him, I'll take care of the rest. He also knew that Zhang Lei was doing this for his own good. I also believe that what Zhang Lei said is true.
Because this kid is originally a rich second generation. Of course, this matter was only known to a few people in their dormitory. As for now. Anyway, that's what has happened.
It doesn't really matter whether you fight or not.
But, I feel this way in my heart. I have to find a place to go.
Without the slightest hesitation,
Chu Yang rushed directly in front of Wang Lei. A quick punch went by. It hit him hard on the nose. See here.
Zhao Hui screamed and rushed to Chu Yang, shouting.
Chu Yang, what are you doing? Stop it.
Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Wang Lei.
Considering our previous relationship, I can ask him to let you go. Apologize? Chu Yang sneered. Zhao Hui, who are you to me now? Do you still want to boss me around?
I said I would beat him today, so I beat him.
What's it got to do with you? If you know what's best for you, get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll beat you up too.
After saying that, Chu Yang ignored Zhao Hui in front of him and started attacking Wang Lei.
Of course, Wang Lei couldn't just let Chu Yang do it. Start counterattacking immediately. Seeing this, several people standing in Chu Yang's dormitory on the other side looked at Zhang Lei anxiously and said, Boss, what should we do?
Zhang Lei frowned slightly, and finally waved his hand and said,
Forget it, never mind.
You two don't get involved in this matter.
Chu Yang and I will do it.
After saying that, he rushed over to help Chu Yang.
Fuck, you don't consider us brothers.
See Zhang Lei's expression.
The two remaining people in their dormitory instantly cursed.
Then he rushed over with Zhang Lei. As for how to solve it afterwards, To hell with this. We'll talk about it when the time comes.
Originally, Chu Yang fought Wang Lei alone. Wang Lei was a little overwhelmed. Not to mention that there are 4 of us together now. Almost instantly, Wang Lei was knocked to the ground by Chu Yang and his men. Just a few minutes.
He was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and swollen.
Stop it, stop it.
Zhao Hui, who was standing aside and didn't dare to go over, had already cried until her eyes were red.
She never expected it. Come and talk about breaking up. How could such a thing happen?
If she had known, she wouldn't have come today. But there is no regret medicine in this world.
At last.
When she was almost hoarse from shouting, Chu Yang and the others stopped. The 4 of them separated.
He was beaten like a dead dog.
Wang Lei, who was lying on the ground wailing, appeared in front of everyone. Then, Chu Yang slowly turned his gaze towards Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui subconsciously took a step back.
Chu Yang looked at her expressionlessly and said,
"You are his girlfriend now, you should know where his wallet is, find his bank card."
"What do you want to do?" Zhao Hui was still a little nervous. Chu Yang laughed coldly. "Transfer the money."
"I said I would transfer 500,000 to him, so I will transfer 500,000. Wang Lei, who was lying on the ground, also widened his eyes.
How is it possible?" Zhao Hui told him.
Her ex-boyfriend was just a poor student with no money or power.
How come he can easily come up with 500,000 in the blink of an eye? Impossible. Joke. He must be joking.
At this time, Chu Yang quickly smiled at the people in his dormitory and said,
"Boss, although my family is indeed not that well off, but you can still trust my ability to make money. 500,000 is a small amount of money, I can still come up with it." Zhang Lei and others. 500,000? Small money? Wow, he was the one who installed this thing? At this time,
Chu Yang looked at Zhao Hui calmly again and said,
"What are you still standing there for? Go get your bank card.
After I transfer the money, you can take your boyfriend to the hospital. He made $500,000 on this trip, so he didn't lose anything."
Zhao Hui. What a pity. If you hadn't broken up with me, maybe the situation today will be different. The luxury car and mansion you want, I can give you everything now. But you are no longer worthy. You are not the man you were yesterday.
I am no longer the boy I was yesterday. From then on, they parted ways and parted ways.
See you someday. I must have never met you. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
At this moment, the exquisite makeup on Zhao Hui's face had already been ruined by her tears.
Listen to Chu Yang's words again.
His lips suddenly began to tremble and he began to mutter.
This is absolutely impossible.
She and Chu Yang have been together for so long. There's no way you can tell he's ever been rich.
How is it possible to spend 500,000 at one go now? If he really had 500,000, would I break up with him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Afterwards, she walked towards the BMW that was smashed to pieces by Chu Yang and his men in a daze. He opened the car door that had been bent and deformed by what they had smashed.
After taking out Wang Lei's wallet, he casually took out a bank card from his wallet. Immediately following,
she tremblingly handed the bank card in her hand to Chu Yang.
After Chu Yang took the bank card, open your mobile banking. After entering Wang Lei's bank card,
then he directly transferred the amount of 500,000 yuan. Zhao Hui's eyes were fixed on Chu Yang's mobile phone screen the whole time. She would never believe that Chu Yang could come up with 500,000 at once.
But when she saw the successful transfer message on Chu Yang's mobile phone page,
the whole person suddenly felt weak all over.
A dizziness ensued. Success! Chu Yang actually succeeded in transferring the money. Fall.
Zhao Hui collapsed to the ground. Then she came directly in front of Chu Yang, hugged his thighs tightly and cried. Chu Yang, I was wrong, please forgive me. I was forced by him. He forced me to be with him. Will you please forgive me? We're not breaking up anymore. Chapter 4 The farce ends. Zhao Hui suddenly felt her world grow dark.
Wang Lei is indeed amazing. At the age of 25, he built a decent-sized company. Personal assets are nearly 1 million.
In her eyes, he is already a successful entrepreneur. She joined his media company for her internship after graduation. After hearing him say that he wanted to make himself an internet celebrity with millions of fans, she threw herself directly into his arms.
But there's a reason why she did it.
It's just for a better future for myself.
But now,
the reality before her was telling her. The good-for-nothing boyfriend she dumped.
In front of her. He transferred out $500,000 without even blinking an eye. So how much is his personal assets?
If she and Chu Yang hadn't broken up.
As for Chu Yang's feelings for her, after graduation, there is a high probability that she will be able to live the life she wants. But now, no more. Everything is gone.
She ruined them all with her own hands.
Ha!
Looking at Zhao Hui crying in front of me. Chu Yang, who was standing in place, immediately sneered. He squatted directly in front of her and said,
Zhao Hui, you'd better stop being so hypocritical here. Think about it carefully. If I were the person today who was humiliated by that guy and dared not to fight back,
it's just like what he said, the words of a poor student with nothing.
Then, will you regret it? You've never loved anyone, have you? The only person you love most is yourself. After saying, Chu Yang immediately pulled away.
He turned around and returned to Zhang Lei and the others.
That's when it happened.
Several security guards in the school finally arrived in the school patrol car and arrived at the scene of the incident.
After seeing this scene,
a mid-aged security captain looked at Chu Yang and the others and said,
What's going on with you guys?
Seeing this, Chu Yang looked at the security guard and said with a smile,
We were just joking.
This gentleman fell when he got off the bus just now, but we didn't do anything to him.
We didn't do anything to him.
That's right, security guard, we are all good students.
There is no way we would do something like fighting.
Zhang Lei also reacted quickly,
while talking and laughing. I just took out the things I just bought. The box of Huazi cigarettes that I haven't smoked 2 cigarettes yet.
It was naturally stuffed into the hands of the security captain.
However, the other party didn't answer.
The security captain stared at Wang Lei, who was still lying on the ground struggling in pain, and said,
Sir, what is going on? At this time, Wang Lei just endured the pain, holding his phone with a broken screen.
I saw the 500,000 that Chu Yang transferred over. While feeling regretful in his heart, he quickly apologized with a smile.
Sorry, I fell down when I got off the car. I'm sorry for causing you trouble.
The security captain raised his eyebrows slightly.
Fell? Good man, you can just lie to the devil. How many kinds of falls must it take to end up in this state? What about this car? I crashed the car accidentally. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. That's all I have to say.
The security captain also breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, be careful next time. If you fall like this, go to the hospital right away. After giving Wang Lei a warning,
he took the cigarette that Zhang Lei handed over to him. Then he looked at them and scolded them. You guys are all about to graduate, remember, don't cause trouble in school.
Okay. Several people smiled apologetically. Immediately following,
the security captain turned around and left with his men, smashing cars and beating people.
They really didn't handle this matter well. At this time, the people involved didn't say anything. They just turned a blind eye. This is the best way to deal with it. Just don't delay his salary and bonus. Wait until the school security leaves. Wang Lei couldn't help but take a breath. Damn, these little bastards are so cruel. However, just when he looked up, he saw Chu Yang and his companions walking up to him with a smile, saying with satisfaction, You are quite good at handling things. Let's forget about this matter today. However, if you want to retaliate afterwards, I'll take over at any time. Remember my name is Chu Yang.
After saying that, Chu Yang turned around with Zhang Lei and the others and returned to their stall to pack up.
This posture today. It's definitely impossible to set up a stall.
In fact, it is estimated that their matter has already become a hot topic on various forums in the school.
Besides,
he still has to wait for his luxury car to be delivered.
That's right.
Just now, the sound of the system completing the task appeared in his mind. The custom-made Koenigsegg Ghost sports car is on the way and is expected to be delivered to their school gate within 2 hours. There is also an additional chance to win the prize.
He will go back to the dormitory and try it later. As for the 1 million, there are still 500,000 left in the bank card. There is no shortage of money for setting up a stall.
Wang Lei, who was lying on the ground watching Chu Yang and the others packing up, saw this. He also climbed up from the ground with difficulty.
I made a phone call and asked someone to pick me up.
I made another call to ask the insurance company to tow the car. He didn't care about Zhao Hui, who was still sitting on the roadside crying. He just sat down on the side of the road and took a rest.
And at this time, Zhao Hui quickly ran to her. With a crying voice. Brother Wang, are you okay? Are you okay? Get lost.
Seeing this, Wan Lei immediately pushed her aside impatiently.
Don't come to me again, you bitch. Now he gets angry when he looks at Zhao Hui. If it weren't for her. Can I come to school today?
As for Chu Yang, the poor boy in Zhao Hui's words.
Have you ever seen a poor boy casually throw out 500,000 yuan to hit someone?
And he also said that he was unknown in the school.
It's so obscure. This kind of person.
Each of them has an unfathomable background.
It just looks low-key on the surface. This is why he didn't dare to say anything in front of the security guard just now.
He is from a small family.
It is enough to bully ordinary college students who have just graduated.
For a rich second generation of this level.
Even for those who may not know the rich second generation. His assets. It's not even good enough for others to see. He just wanted to leave quickly now.
And let Chu Yang forget himself smoothly.
Otherwise, one day when this person is in a bad mood, he will remember it.
The beating he received today was in vain.
Think of this. He would rather not have the 200,000 yuan medical expenses. Chapter 5, The Opportunity of Winning a Prize. After returning to the dormitory. Turn on the air conditioner in the dormitory. A cool breeze was blowing.
The other 3 people in the dormitory immediately surrounded Chu Yang.
They looked like judges.
Looking at Chu Yang, he quickly asked.
I say, third brother, you are so dishonest. Where did you get so much money, you little brat?
Tell me, how many meals did you eat for free during these 4 years of college?
And now you're telling me you're rich? Don't just stand there, third brother, explain what's going on.
Zhang Lei and the other 2 people in the dormitory were talking to each other. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise.
It's really incredible. This is 500,000. Not 5 or 50 bucks.
Chu Yang actually transferred 500,000 to that idiot without even blinking an eye.
Just to vent your anger?
How much money does this cost?
And looking at the questions asked by several people in the dormitory.
Chu Yang had already thought of the answer in his mind.
He immediately looked at them and said with a smile. Well, I can only say that I'm lucky. Do you believe it?
What is good luck? Zhang Lei and others asked hurriedly.
Isn't virtual currency popular recently? Chu Yang smiled and said slowly. When I was in middle school, I was ignorant. I was surfing the internet in an internet cafe. Bitcoin had just come out, so I bought some bitcoins. Then I forgot about it. Bitcoin skyrocketed a while ago, and I just remembered this, so I just sold some. Fuck. Hearing Chu Yang's words,
the way Zhang Lei and the others looked at him changed. When I was in junior high school, Bitcoin had just come out.
How much was Bitcoin worth at that time? How much is it worth now? Chu Yang actually bought Bitcoin when he was in junior high school. What luck! I really can't envy you enough. How many did you buy then? Zhang Lei said with a trembling voice. Not many, only about 1,000.
Chu Yang smiled faintly. He also decided on this number after careful consideration.
1,000 bitcoins. When the price of Bitcoin was at its highest, it was about $60,000 per coin. Converted into Chinese currency. If you sell all of them, that is 400 million. He already has 400 million. It shouldn't be too much to spend 50 million to buy a Koenigsegg, right? Fuck, more than 1,000 bitcoins? After hearing Chu Yang's words, the other 3 people in their dormitory took out their mobile phones and started counting. First, check the recent average price of Bitcoin.
Then use a computer to convert the exchange rate to US dollars and multiply it.
Then, the scene in the dormitory became like this.
Several people started counting the numbers on their phones.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, brother, father, grandfather, ancestor.
Finally, the three of them looked at Chu Yang in unison.
400 million. Holy shit, more than 400 million. That is to say, Chu Yang bought some Bitcoin casually when he was in junior high school. Now all sold out. He made at least 400 million. Zhang Lei felt a little dizzy. He really had a good luck. However, the market value of my family's company is only over 1 billion. And these are just market values. There are other shareholders in the company. And now,
the shares his family owns still belong to his father.
I am just a rich second generation. And Chu Yang. Do nothing. It's easy to become a first generation rich. Straight to the peak of life. No, please treat me. Finally, Zhang Lei hurriedly said loudly in the dormitory.
Old third, you have to treat us tonight.
Let's go to the bar and drink.
I'll book the place and call the girls.
Old third, you just need to pay. How do you think?
That's right, third brother, you have to treat us.
Today we have to fight the local tyrants together. The other two people in the dormitory also echoed. It is definitely true that I envy them. But it's not really jealousy. On the contrary, I am very happy. We have been brothers for several years. Go out and brag about it later. When I was in college, my roommate, my brother, made hundreds of millions from Bitcoin. How damn impressive it would be to say this out loud. What else could Chu Yang say? Naturally, he nodded and smiled. No problem. Master Chu will pay for all your expenses tonight. Don't even mention drinking in the bar, even if it's the young models in the club, I'll take care of it all for you. 4 years of college. These sons in front of him all take good care of him. Now, it is also time for him, as a father, to give back to his sons. Awesome, I've been waiting for you to say that. When I heard Chu Yang's words, everyone in the dormitory burst into laughter immediately. After laughing, everyone stopped worrying about it. Instead, they started discussing which bar to go to tonight to have a good time. See if I can pick up a girl at the bar tonight. Chu Yang also smiled. Among their dormitory, only the eldest brother Zhang Lei goes to the bar most often. And every time I go to a bar, when I returned to the dormitory the next morning, I would definitely complain of back pain. As for the remaining three of them, first, there is no capital for consumption. Second, he is indeed timid. He is the type who has the desire but not the courage to do it. Zhang Lei took me to the bar several times. I just know how to drink alone in the bar. Of course, this is already a thing of the past for Chu Yang. Money is the courage of a hero. With money in my pocket, I feel more confident. Go to the bar again. For him. Maybe it's another feeling. After this topic came to an end, Chu Yang shifted his attention to the system. The host has one chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to draw a lottery? Yes. After hearing the system prompt sound coming from his mind, Chu Yang nodded quickly. Soon, a virtual disc appeared in front of him that only he could see. There are 10 options written above. Cash reward of 1 million. 70% of the shares of Dongyang Roman Hotel Group. Personalized Ferrari LaFerrari. Full health resurrection card. Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series 300300000 P8200 watch. Cash reward of 5 million. Cash reward of 100 million. Random rebate card for consumption. Cash reward of 1 billion. A box of ultra-modern male contraceptive pills. Along with this disc appeared. Next to the 10 areas of the disc, there is also a dedicated explanation of each lottery reward. 70% of the shares of Dongyang Roman Hotel Group. The group is valued at 2 billion Chinese yuan. After obtaining the shares, you can directly cash out 1.4 billion Chinese yuan through the system, or manage it under your own name. All operating procedures are compliant and legal. Private Ferrari, a privately made sports car worth 30 million yuan. Full health resurrection card, a special card that can make a person enter a state of full energy after use.
The duration is 12 hours, and the cooldown time is 12 hours. Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series 300300000 P8200 Vacheron Constantin Watch King worth tens of millions.
Random Consumption Rebate Card, a special card.
When used in the process of spending for girls, you can get a random consumption rebate of at least 10 times and up to 100 times. It can be used 3 times a day, and the number of uses cannot be accumulated. A box of ultra-modern male contraceptive pills contains 12 contraceptive pills for internal use. Each pill can guarantee effective contraception for 1 month without any side effects.
Chapter 6 Consumer Rebate Card. Good job. Is this going to make me become a scumbag?
After seeing the various options in the lottery here,
Xu Yang's expression suddenly became strange. Male contraceptive pills are here.
Also a box of 12 pills. 1 pill can ensure effective contraception for 1 month.
That's what you tell yourself. Own this. Can we applaud for love anytime and anywhere throughout the year?
Or you don't need to wear a small umbrella. The others are even more powerful.
Consumption rebate.
You can get rebates if you spend money on girls.
Although the number of times is limited. But it's also pretty awesome. This is clearly what is being said. Even if it means spending money to pick up girls. This is definitely a way to make money for yourself. Full Health Resurrection Card. This effect is rather vague though. However, Xu Yang could probably guess it. For men anyway. This is definitely a good thing. Very, very good stuff. The benefits of this system are really good.
Xu Yang sighed sincerely in his heart. Among the 10 lottery options, 3 of these absolutely awesome rewards came out.
In comparison, whether it is a custom-made sports car, it is still a watch worth tens of millions. Even a cash reward of 1 billion.
None of this is worth mentioning.
Because of these,
he estimated that he had completed the system task.
Or daily check-in. One day you will have it. But these things, maybe it's something you can only encounter by chance. Should we start the lottery?
After Xu Yang finished reading the reward information,
the system's voice appeared in his ears. Start the lottery.
Xu Yang started the lottery without hesitation. His eyes were immediately fixed on the area of the Full Health Resurrection Card. This card is really good for girls to get cash back on their spending. It would be nice to have a contraceptive pill that allows you to not have to use an umbrella for a year.
But which man doesn't want to have a strong body? So he chose the Full Health Resurrection Card. But the protagonist's halo sometimes fails. Obviously, the system did not go as he wished.
Finally, the pointer on the disc turned quickly a few times.
The speed of the pointer slowly decreased. Finally, it settled on the consumption rebate card.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the consumer rebate card. The rebate card has been successfully loaded and the host can use it at any time. Accompanied by the disappearance of the system prompt sound.
Soon, a virtual electronic screen appeared in front of Xu Yang. Host, Xu Yang. Special card, consumption rebate card 33. In a single system interface.
Suddenly a column for special cards appeared.
Well, although I didn't get what I wanted, this is not bad at all. After seeing this,
Xu Yang silently comforted himself in his heart.
If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, it's my fate.
There is no Full Health Resurrection Card.
It's also okay to have a consumer rebate card. There's still a lot of time anyway. As long as it exists in the system. One day it will come into his hands. Just leave it all to time.
This was the only way he could comfort himself.
Don't be too greedy. Own the system. That in itself is a miracle. Only when you are content can you be happy. After the draw is over,
Xu Yang stood up from his seat.
I went to the bathroom in the dormitory and started washing up. Shave. Wash your face. By the way, I took a comfortable cold shower. After changing into a set of decent casual clothes, soon, a handsome young man appeared in the mirror.
Xu Yang is actually a very handsome little brother.
It's just because my part-time job is very hard. I don't have much time to take care of myself. So it looks a bit ordinary. But now after just a little tinkering, The temperament from the inside out came out instantly. His eyes are full of confidence. These are the balances in the bank card. And there is also the super rich system given to him. Not long after that. A little after 4 in the afternoon. Chu Yang was playing games on his mobile phone with 3 other people in the dormitory. His cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Shit, I'm dead again. As soon as the phone rang, the phone got stuck. The hero controlled by Chu Yang instantly rushed into the opposing group of heroes. Just sent a head over. Afterwards, Chu Yang answered the phone with some helplessness. Before he could speak, a gentle female voice came from the phone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chu Yang? I am the sales agent for Koenigsegg in the Greater China region. We have delivered your Koenigsegg CCXR, the private customized model officially customized by Koenigsegg, to the entrance of Dongyang University of Finance and Economics. Is it convenient for you to pick up the car now? It was delivered so quickly. When Lu Yang heard this, he was obviously stunned. I didn't expect the system to be so efficient. It took him just over an hour to get back to the dormitory. The car was delivered so quickly. Is it really within 2 hours? Yes. The woman on the other end of the phone was very respectful. After hearing Chu Yang's words, he quickly spoke again. Is it inconvenient for you now? If it is inconvenient for you, I can ask someone to find a parking lot first and arrange for someone to wait for you in the parking lot. You can pick it up when you have time. A super sports car like Koenigsegg is not something that ordinary people can buy. Not to mention the custom-made ones. This is not the broad sense of the service that is available on all Volkswagen supercars, where supercar seats are tailor-made for the car owner. But it's real. For Chu Yang alone. A specially customized supercar. Specially customized and modified bodywork. Reinforced bulletproof glass. There is also superb internal comfort. Basically all aspects have been taken into consideration. Absolutely one piece in the world. Want to do this? In addition to having money, you also need power. In her heart, Chu Yang had already been linked to the super second generation who were super rich and powerful. No, just wait at the door, I'll be there soon. Chu Yang replied repeatedly. After hanging up the phone, the other 3 people in the dormitory looked at Chu Yang and asked, Old 3, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Nothing, the car I ordered has arrived. Is anyone interested in going with me to pick it up? Chu Yang smiled casually. Did you buy a car? After hearing Chu Yang's words, several people in the dormitory suddenly became curious. What car did you buy? You'll know when the time comes. It's just a car for fun. It doesn't cost much. Chu Yang kept it a secret for now. Get up directly from your seat. Are you not going to play this one? The youngest in the dormitory asked, still sitting in his seat. Zhang Lei stood up quickly. Exit the game. After putting the phone in his pocket, he quickly said, What the hell, let's go and see what car the third brother picked up. Chapter 7 Supercar. Koenigsegg CCXR. Yes. The second child in the dormitory also stood up quickly. That's all. The 4 people in the dormitory simply hung up and exited the game. Then he followed Chu Yang to the school gate. Just when I arrived at the door, Zhang Lei asked curiously, What kind of car did you order? They even sent it to the school gate for you? He was in his sophomore year. His family spent 1.5 million to buy him a Porsche Panamera for fun. But he didn't park the car at school. Instead, it was parked in a parking lot near the school. Only open it when you go out for fun. That's just the way it is. He also has to go to the 4S store to pick up the car in person. What price range is this car? Only then can they deliver the goods directly to your door. However, wait until he finished speaking. I looked up and saw the pure black Koenigsegg CCXR, like a ghost in the dark night, slowly driving down from a large truck in front of the school gate. I couldn't help but exclaimed. Fuck, this is Koenigsegg. It's a custom-made model, the price must be at least 40 to 50 million. I have to say, Zhang Lei is a person who knows what he is talking about. You can tell the origin of the Koenigsegg at a glance. This car costs nearly 500 million yuan. The other 2 people in the dormitory were different. After everyone said fuck. I just froze there. Especially after hearing Jean Lay say 400 to 500 million. That would be even more confusing. Oh my god. Not to mention 40 or 50 million.
They have never even touched a luxury car worth 4 or 5 million. Now it is a super sports car worth 40 or 50 million. It appeared in front of them so easily.
And the most important thing is, the owner of the car turned out to be their roommate. This is simply too dreamy. Then, the three of them turned to look at Chu Yang and said, "Is this the car you said you had to drive for fun without much money? Good job. Spend 40 to 50 million to buy a car for fun. This pussy really lets you pretend to be round."
Of course, except for these people who were shocked. A group of students entering and leaving the gate of Dongyang University of Finance and Economics also stopped. Everyone took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures frantically.
Luxury supercar unloading video. If this is put on the internet, it will definitely be a hit. And the most important thing is, the owner of this car. It could be from your own school. That would be even more exciting. The female sales agent at Koenigsegg had obviously done her homework. After seeing Chu Yang and others walking to the school gate, he immediately led his company's people to trot in front of Chu Yang and said respectfully, "Mr. Chu Yang, we have delivered your Koenigsegg CCXR supercar to you. Please sign for it." The words fell. The woman placed a form written in English in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang quickly signed his name in front. Then he handed the signed form to the woman and chuckled. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard." The woman laughed and said, "It is our honor to serve you." Then, she continued to look at Chu Yang and said, "Do you want to take a test drive? We can contact a professional test drive location right away to let you get familiar with the performance of this car. The operating methods of supercars and ordinary vehicles are somewhat different. If it was Chu Yang's first time driving a supercar, you may still need a professional to practice with you for a while." At this time, a system prompt sounded in Chu Yang's mind. It is detected that the host's driving skills are not enough to easily drive a super luxury sports car. The system will give you a free mastery level driving skill. I wish the host a happy life. Wow, this comes with after-sales service? Listen to the prompt sound in your mind. And then there are the memories of the increasing number of supercar driving skills. Chu Yang looked at the woman and smiled. "No need, just help me unload this car." "Okay." The woman nodded repeatedly after hearing this. There was nothing more to say after that. It probably took another 10 minutes. There were already quite a few people gathered at the school gate. Among them were many of Chu Yang's classmates. There were still some passers-by who knew Chu Yang through the stall incident at noon today. After seeing Chu Yang and others standing next to the truck and watching the supercar get off, suddenly someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Fuck, isn't this Chu Yang from our class? Is this the guy who spent $500,000 to smash up a car this afternoon? Oh my god, I just checked, Koenigsegg CCXR, the cheapest one is probably around 30 or 40 million. Oh my goodness, another day of envying other people's lives. Come on, third brother, take us for a ride." Wait until the ghostly supercar slowly drove from the truck to them. Jean Lay, who was standing next to Chu Yang, suddenly became excited. Although he comes from a good family. But he had never ridden in such a super luxury supercar that was half the size of a small goal. "That's fine." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. But then he smiled helplessly and said, "But don't forget, boss, this car only has 2 seats. There are 4 of us in the dormitory, how can we fit them all in?" Having said this, the second and youngest in the dormitory quickly smiled and shook their heads. "You two can just go up, forget about the 2 of us. The third one won't run away anyway, so we have plenty of time to take his car." "No problem, haha." Zhang Lei laughed. Without any hesitation, he pulled Lu Yang into the car. The configuration of the luxury car is indeed beyond words. Plus a specially customized sports car interior. The space inside the car does not seem particularly crowded but is also slightly comfortable. After getting on the bus, Chu Yang let out a long sigh of satisfaction. If there is no system, this level of car, I guess he'll never have it in his lifetime. Immediately following,
when his hand touched the steering wheel of the sports car. A lot of supercar driving techniques immediately emerged in my mind. It seemed as if he had been driving for a long time.
After easy ignition, accompanied by the roar of the sports car engine,
Xu Yang just drove the car,
wandering around in the school. If one does not return home in splendor, it is like walking in splendor at night.
But he was an orphan. There is no such thing as returning home in glory.
I'll have a little more money later. Just donate to the orphanage that raised him since he was a child.
Now the most important thing.
Just drive around the school. This is what we call high-spirited and vigorous.
Fuck, Koenigsegg. I never thought I'd get to ride in a car like this in my lifetime. Zhang Lei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, shouted excitedly.
A rich second generation like him.
The limit is almost reached when you can afford a sports car worth millions. A supercar of this level.
If the family does not have a certain level of strength, not many people can afford it.
Then he prepared to take off his clothes.
Pretend to do it.
While looking at Xu Yang, he smiled evilly. Third brother, your car's air conditioning system is not working.
Why do I feel a little hot? Chapter 8: The Happiness of the Rich. Get lost.
Looking at Zhang Lei like this.
If Xu Yang wasn't driving,
he just kicked him directly. I like girls, I don't have any special preference for boys. I don't know how many years this joke about getting hot as soon as you get in the car has been played.
This brat is actually having so much fun. But thinking about it, Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh.
Although I don't have the heroic figure to drive a Ferrari with one hand now.
But
it shouldn't be bad to drive a Koenigsegg with one hand.
Certainly. This is still in school after all.
Xu Yang was still driving very slowly.
Plus, there were just too many people watching around. This feeling of being the center of attention is really nice. But there were just too many people watching. So, after driving around the school quickly,
Xu Yang drove away from the school directly.
After going up to the main road of the city, the ghost beast under Xu Yang's seat finally fully demonstrated its super performance. And
perhaps it's the automatic avoidance function that comes with luxury cars.
Along the way,
on his left and right sides, no car dared to overtake his car.
The car in front of him
also tried to avoid it as much as possible.
At last, the supercar drove all the way onto a nearby highway.
Xu Yang increased the speed to over 100 miles per hour in a second. As for the damage this will cause to the supercar,
feel sorry. Having money really can do whatever you want.
He really doesn't care about the wear and tear on the car. Besides, he doesn't need to consider selling the car now.
The car is bought to be driven. It's not like you're worshipping an ancestor. There is nothing that can't be opened. Step on the accelerator and turn on the music.
It's all done once you get dry.
At last, on the way back to school, Zhang Lei asked Xu Yang to lower the car window. Put your hands outside the car to let the wind blow.
Suddenly, he looked at Xu Yang with a relieved look and said,
I say, third brother, if Zhao Hui knew your current situation, would she be so angry that she would spit out blood?
In pursuit of what she called a better life. Betrayed by my boyfriend of 2 years. In the end, I found out that the poor boyfriend I thought he was actually a billionaire.
This kind of plot. Even a TV drama wouldn't dare to shoot like this. Everyone should pay the price for her choice. Xu Yang was silent for a few seconds before he slowly spoke.
But in the final analysis, I have to thank that guy. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't be able to see Zhao Hui's true face.
But in the end, Xu Yang still silently added, of course, everyone wants to pursue a better life, and there is nothing wrong with that.
In this materialistic society,
someone who can always keep his true self. Not much actually. Even if it's him. Just when I first got the system,
my mood also began to drift slightly.
After you have the system, even if he eats and drinks a lot every day, probably can live well. But just now,
only then did he gradually calm his restless heart.
Because if he really were allowed to live according to his previous ideas, is he still himself? Or rather, it's just a puppet at the mercy of the system. After all, the system is just an auxiliary.
The most important thing is to practice yourself.
Those I overcome are wealth.
Something that he personally has complete control over. Only then can it be considered the wealth he can truly possess. Otherwise, even if the system can continue to give him money, he simply could not accumulate anything that belonged entirely to him.
Instead, he became a person completely dominated by money. His path to becoming a wealthy man. You still need to practice well. He didn't have a choice before. Now, he wants to be a better person. Rather than just a worm that only depends on the system. Okay, sit tight, I'm going back to school. Think of this. Chu Yang chuckled.
Then he stepped on the accelerator. He drove the Koenigsegg quickly towards the school. The day was getting darker. The golden sunlight shone on Chu Yang's profile.
This man. It began to transform gradually. Back to school.
After parking the car steadily in a temporary parking space on the roadside in front of the school gate,
Chu Yang took Jean Lei back to the dormitory.
Third brother, you guys are finally back, hurry up and go check out the school's confession wall.
Wait until the two of them return to the dormitory.
The second and youngest in the dormitory quickly waved their phones and smiled at Chu Yang.
What happened to the confession wall?
Chu Yang smiled and sat down in his seat, then took out his cell phone and clicked on the school's confession wall.
This is an account operated by the school. It often posts information about people looking for someone to confess their love to at school, or lost and found information. But it's obvious. Today's school confession wall. Chu Yang dominated the screen alone. Hey guys, may I ask which family this young man is from? He is here to experience life at our school. I want all the information about this boy within 3 minutes. Please help me edit my profile picture. Accompanied by this copy. The accompanying picture is a photo of Chu Yang and several people in the dormitory picking up the car. He also deliberately circled Lu Yang's presence with a red marker. Oh my god, is this how the rich second generation solves their problems? This is too cruel, but so handsome, I like it. Sisters, I'm going to take action first. The accompanying picture was taken after Chu Yang and Zhang Lei beat up Wan Lei. Then I packed up and went back to the dormitory. And so on. Most of them were confession messages asking for Chu Yang's personal information on the confession wall. Certainly. Besides, there were also many people secretly mocking Chu Yang on the confession wall for being too high profile and overbearing, and having the air of a nouveau riche. A sarcastic message with a strong sour taste. To this, Chu Yang glanced at the information casually. Then I returned to my mobile phone interface. Then, he looked at his WeChat and Penguin account with a headache and saw 99 plus friend addition messages. All of them are profile pictures of young ladies. There were even many people who sent him explicit photos privately through various school group chats, intending to make friends with him. Is this what it means that even if you are rich in the mountains, you still have distant relatives, but if you are poor in the city, no one will care about you? After casually rejecting these friend invitations, Chu Yang deleted all these through Penguin account. The chat box for those girls who sent private personal photos to him. Although some of the girls' photos are really impressive. But he still suppressed his slightly excited mood. Get rich overnight. It is very important to have the right mindset. At least, there are some things he can't control now. Now, he needs to be quiet. Didn't he see it? Didn't he see it? I didn't see anything. After deleting this information, Chu Yang sat in his seat again and couldn't help laughing. Really? The happiness of rich people is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if you are not happy now. However, there will always be someone who will do everything they can to make you happy. If not done, that only means that the money is not enough. Chapter 9: The beginning of Nightlife. Late at night. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening. When Donyang City's nightlife officially begins. The roar of the supercar engine instantly resounded throughout the campus. Chu Yang drove a supercar to pick up the youngest kid in the dormitory. Zhang Lei also drove out his Porsche Panamera, carrying the second child in the dormitory. We walked quickly towards the bar street in the center of Donyang City. At last, the car drove directly to the center of the bar street. The fascinating engine sound of the Koenigsegg supercar instantly attracted a lot of people's attention, regardless of gender.
Everyone looked at the Koenigsegg that Chu Yang was driving with great surprise. Although Donyang is a first-tier city. However, there are only a handful of luxury cars that can be counted. Except for the Lamborghini supercars that are often parked in front of several bars. There are also some ordinary sports cars worth over $1 million. It is rare to see a supercar worth nearly $10 million appear in front of a bar. Not to mention the T0 level supercars like Koenigsegg. I've never seen this before. Zhang Lei is also an old acquaintance of the bar. However, at this time, the better parking spaces in front of the bar had already been occupied by other people. So he could only park reluctantly on a small open space in front of the bar. As for Chu Yang, he doesn't even have to look for a parking space. The security guard at the door of the bar greeted Chu Yang directly. Chu Yang easily parked the car in the open space in front of the bar where customers came in and out. Normally, parking is strictly prohibited in this area. However, this also depends on what kind of car is parked. These people have been working as security guard at the bar entrance for quite some time. I am familiar with various luxury car brands. Even if you don't know Koenigsegg, it is also absolutely clear. This is the type of car. The minimum value is over 10 million. Can drive this kind of car to the bar. They are all big brothers. Not to mention parking the car at the door. Even if they ask the bar owner to come and drink with them, that would be fine. As for renting a car, if you can rent a car of this level, then you are awesome too. The bar absolutely treats you like a god. After Chu Yang parked his Koenigsegg, the people hanging around the bar door turned their attention to the driver's seat of the supercar. Then, the doors on both sides opened at the same time. When he saw Chu Yang getting down from the driver's seat, many young ladies around with heavy makeup on their faces had shining eyes. Especially when I saw that the person getting out of Chu Yang's passenger seat was also a boy. That's even more exciting. No female companion. Driving a luxury car. This is definitely the perfect target customer in their minds. Some boys were a little disappointed. The sister who was supposed to be in the passenger seat of the luxury car would not disappoint us. Why is there a big brother coming down now? Isn't this a waste of their expressions? As for Chu Yang's identity, that has nothing to do with them. This thing is either born with it or not. Or maybe never in your lifetime. They are not on the same level. There's no use in being envious. It's better to just live your life honestly. After getting off the bus, Chu Yang met up with Zhang Lei. Master Chu, Master Zhang, this way please. A marketing man in a suit quickly walked up to the two of them, while leading the four people. He started asking questions, saying, "What kind of show are you planning to open today? Tell me and I'll make sure to arrange it for you." While speaking, this marketing is also shining. He is not familiar with Chu Yang, but he is familiar with Zhang Lei. This guy is definitely a rich second generation. Not to mention Chu Yang, who drove over here today in a sports car worth tens of millions. He is definitely the big brother among the rich second generation. It would be good to make friends with such people. For him, that is definitely a promising future. Lazy, where is the girl you called? While listening to the bar marketing, Chu Yang turned his gaze towards Zhang Lei, who was walking beside him, with a smile on his face. They are nearby. As long as the stage is set, I will call them and they will come over. Zhang Lei smiled and nodded, then looked at the second and youngest children beside him and said with a smile, "Let me tell you, the girls I'm dating this time are all high-ranking. Whether you can take them away tonight depends on your ability." Chu Yang also added, 5,000 per person for picking up girls, no need to save for me. I just have one request, no matter how you spend it, not a penny of this money can be left over tonight. Hearing Chu Yang's words, the three people in the dormitory burst into laughter. He looked at Chu Yang and said in a marketing tone, "Ha, then we would like to thank Master Chu first. Walk all the way inside the bar." There were already quite a few people in the bar at this time. Bright lights, wine, and DJ dance music. Girls dressed brightly or innocently sat in every corner of the bar. Same. There were also many boys drinking with their arms around each other. There were also many people standing in the middle of the dance floor, dancing non-stop. It looks like this is a paradise for young people. Of course, the consumption in this bar is not low.
Xu Yang had asked Zheng Lei on the way here.
Minimum consumption, 2888. Even if 7 or 8 ordinary students go out to spend the money, they may still feel the pain.
After looking around, Xu Yang looked directly at the marketing person standing next to him and said, "Just open the best station here." "Are you sure?" After hearing Xu Yang's words,
a hint of ecstasy suddenly flashed in the marketing man's eyes. Then he suppressed his excitement.
Looking at Xu Yang, he slowly explained, "The biggest table in our bar is table 88 in the middle. Let me tell you, the minimum consumption for this station is 88,888. Of course, if you need to open this table, we will also give you an additional VIP gold card for our bar. There is a consumption amount of 66,666 in it.
Also, from now on, when you use this card to consume at our bar, you can get 20% off on all drinks except for the dragon set.
Are you sure you want to start the show? If you're sure, I'll find someone to prescribe it for you." "No problem." Xu Yang nodded casually.
The system rewards another 500,000.
One drink tonight should be enough. Besides, there's still an opportunity to get rebates on purchases 3 times a day?
Later, I can also get some money from the girls that Zhang Lei called over.
Okay, I'll take you there first. After hearing Xu Yang's confirmation,
the smile on the marketing guy's face became even bigger.
He took Xu Yang and a few others through the crowd and sat in the center seat. You're not even to mention. It is expensive for a reason. There is only one path leading to this stage. The area above is also wide.
And it also occupies the highest position in the center of the bar.
There is no need to worry about people from other places coming to disturb you while you are drinking. Other light, other vision. It can definitely be said to be the best location in the bar. Chapter 10, Master Chu will pay for the meal tonight. Have you guys made appointments with female companions?
After bringing Xu Yang and others to the stage, the marketing manager then smiled at Xu Yang and the others and said,
"I have a lot of high-quality girls here, too. If you need them, I can call them over right away."
4 grown men came to the bar to drink.
It is definitely unrealistic to just drink alcohol.
These guys wouldn't have come here if their female companions weren't still on the way.
Then there is a high probability that he is here to hunt for beauties. Not for now. Xu Yang smiled and shook his head. "We have an appointment, we will call you if there is anything later." This marketing is quite clever. Sure enough, any line. Someone who can eat this meal. But they are not simple characters. Look at this arrangement. How thoughtful. Okay. Marketing smiled and nodded repeatedly.
He handed the tablet computer in his hand that was used to take orders to Xu Yang and said with a smile,
"Then just wait and I'll go through the formalities for you.
You only need to swipe your card when the time comes."
"No problem, go ahead." Xu Yang nodded. "Wait until marketing is gone."
Xu Yang and the other 3 sat on the sofa and said with a relaxed look,
"Fuck, only rich people know how to enjoy themselves. This leather sofa is much more comfortable than the booths we sat in before, and it's also spacious." Zheng Lei also laughed and looked at Xu Yang and said, "Don't we have to thank our rich man Chu? We brothers must leave in a good way later, ha ha ha. We are all brothers, so let's not be so formal." Xu Yang laughed repeatedly. The second and youngest looked at Zheng Lei and asked, "Boss, the venue has been arranged, why hasn't the young lady you arranged come yet?" Zheng Lei hurriedly said, "I'm coming, I'll be there soon. It wasn't long after that. At Zhang Lei's call, several girls whose looks scored at least 85 points came to Xu Yang's stage.
One is wearing a white long dress and has long straight black hair, looking pure and innocent.
Another one is wearing a low-cut vest and denim hot pants, which is very sexy. There are 2 more. A dignified and generous woman with a royal sister demeanor. The last one is even more amazing. She is wearing a JK suit, definitely a JK beauty. It's like 4 female fairies with completely different styles.
I don't know where Zhang Lei came from.
Oh my god, Zhang Lei, this is a really big place. I heard the minimum consumption for this place is 88,000 yuan. Wait until you get on stage."
The leading lady among them shook her hair.
He looked at Zhang Lei, who was sitting next to him, with a smile. "Don't look at me." Zhang Lei laughed immediately and said to Xu Yang beside him,
"Today is our Master Chu's place, and he also opened this stage. By the way, I'd like to mention that our Master Chu is still single, so sisters who are attracted to him can take action now. As soon as Zhang Lei said this, the expressions of these four girls changed instantly when they looked at Chu Yang. The more you laugh, the happier you are. Each of them has been hanging out in the bar for quite a while. However, it is rare to meet a rich second generation who can spend more than 80,000 yuan at one time to open a TV station. Most of them are ordinary students who follow the AA system. I didn't expect to meet a real god today. You must seize this opportunity. The four girls looked at each other secretly. Sisters, let's see who can win. Today it all depends on your own abilities. In an instant, the sisterhood of those who just came to the bar together. It suddenly became a bit plastic. Chu Yang also laughed. He looked directly at the four people and said, "You four are late. Each of you will have to drink 3 cups as punishment." If it were the past, met these girls together, he probably just hid in the corner of the sofa and didn't dare to speak at all. The example of Wu Daolong is still vivid in our minds. If you don't have money, don't play with high-end products. As for now, the thing that Buddy has the most is money. All expenses tonight will be paid for by Master Chu. No problem. As long as young Master Chu is happy today, let us sisters drink as many cups as we want. The one who spoke was the tall lady. While talking and laughing, she sat next to Chu Yang, took his arm, and said with a smile, "I'll drink with you tonight." Look at that expression, so enthusiastic. It was as if it wasn't the first time the two of them met. Instead, they acted as natural and proper as old friends who have known each other for many years. Chu Yang smiled, although he is confident in his appearance. But the most important thing is, or is it the money ability that's awesome? In the past, when Zhang Lei and I went to bars, we had encountered people who tried to strike up a conversation with us. But it wasn't as enthusiastic as it is now. But don't tell me yet. If you play it, I want to play with this kind of girl. She is beautiful and speaks nicely. He deserves to be so successful in this circle. And the other 3 girls. Seeing that the queen got there first, I felt a little distressed, but not angry. Instead, they sat down next to Zhang Lei and the others. Anyway, this stage is big, but also quite small. Several people gathered together. When we drink later, we'll see whose skills are more impressive. Let us see who has the last laugh. At this time, the bar marketing also started serving wine, Jägermeister, champagne, and some cocktails. In addition, there are also extra large fruit plates and snacks. Chu Yang had never seen such a person. Instead, he deliberately moved closer to this royal sister and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Yang. Once you know each other's name, you know each other. Swipe some money, no problem?" The royal sister didn't shy away and smiled directly. "Li Qian. You can just call me Qian Qian. It's a good name. I'll remember it." Chu Yang smiled. Then he looked up at the marketing staff who came to him with the card machine and said with a smile, "Okay, give me another set of Shenlong suit, and then let's swipe the card together." Okay. Hearing Chu Yang's words, the smile on the marketing person's face became even bigger. He was almost treated as his own father. A set of Shenlong suit costs 88,888. This wave is coming. Chu Yang has spent more than 100,000 yuan today. You may get a lot of commission. After Chu Yang swiped the card, the marketing officer looked at him and smiled kindly. "Mr. Chu, please leave your phone number. When you come to play, just tell us the last digit of your phone number and you will be treated as a VIP. Apply for a card?" Chu Yang smiled. Then he turned around and looked at Li Qian beside him and said with a smile, "I don't go out much, so I'll leave you my phone number. I can use this card when I go out to play in the future." Chapter 11, A Small Profit of 17 Million. Chu Yang said this. Zhang Lei and the others looked towards Chu Yang. Damn, what a rich dog owner. To pick up girls. A card with more than 60,000 consumption coupons on it was just given away. This is too wasteful. At this time, the girls' expressions turned envious when they looked at Li Qian. I hate it so much. They often hang out in bars, so they naturally know. This VIP card contains at least 60,000 yuan worth of consumption coupons. Xu Yang actually sent her away so casually.
This is all hard-earned money. And also, just a blink of an eye,
he casually spent another 88,000.
How rich is this?
They have been roaming the bar street for quite some time, but they have never seen such a big deal. Afterwards, they looked at each other tacitly.
This is definitely a big guy. Friendship is friendship, and men are men. Today, I have to show off all my skills. We must not let this big fish get away.
Li Qian was also frightened by Xu Yang's action. Then he quickly stood up, looked at Xu Yang and smiled gently.
Mr. Chu, actually, that's not necessary.
I don't go out often, so just leave your number.
Hearing this,
the remaining 3 girls rolled their eyes.
You rarely go out to play? Don't make others laugh to death. Xu Yang smiled faintly and said, It's okay. I told you I'd give it to you. Tell me the number. Good job. If you don't accept it, where can I use the rebate money? All right. Look at Xu Yang's persistence. Li Qian was struggling for a few seconds. So I didn't refuse anymore.
He silently gave out his cell phone number.
Became a VIP guest of this bar. And it was at this time Xu Yang activated the consumer rebate card. Soon, a system prompt sounded in his ears.
Congratulations to the host for successfully using the consumer rebate card and obtaining a 100-fold consumer rebate. The system rewards 17,777,600 yuan in cash.
100 times the price. Net profit of more than 17 million. Good job. It's so cool.
After Xu Yang listened to the wonderful system prompt sound in his mind, he felt comfortable all over. Fortunately, I had bought that 50 million Koenigsegg supercar as a precaution. Now it's more than 10 million.
It's not particularly scary.
The bar marketing officer directly picked up the bottle of beer given to him, looked at Xu Yang and said with a smile,
Mr. Chu is so generous. I'll give you a bottle. After prying open the bottle cap,
he just gulped down a large bottle of beer.
Ah, you can drink quite a lot. Look at this marketing attitude. Xu Yang also laughed. He raised his glass and clinked it with his, saying with a smile, If you're free later, you can come over and have a few more drinks. Others respect me. I respect him a lot. Respect is mutual. People give me so much face.
Naturally, he would not lose face for others.
Mr. Chu, I want to toast you too. And watching Xu Yang drinking.
Li Qian, who was sitting next to him, also held his arm tightly. He picked up a wine glass in front of him.
The whole person pressed directly against Xu Yang. Ha ha ha, drink, drink, ha ha ha. Xu Yang smiled and nodded, then drank another glass. Not long after that,
the spotlights in the entire venue were all on Xu Yang's stage.
The DJ screamed from the DJ booth.
Thank you to Mr. Chu from Station 88 for ordering a set of Shenlong suits.
Let's have fun, everyone. Accompanied by heavy DJ music.
A large amount of dry ice suddenly sprayed out next to Xu Yang and his team's stage.
The lights around are twinkling like stars.
The one-stop service staff brought bottle after bottle of sparkling wine to Xu Yang and his team's table.
Looks very classy.
The girl sitting in the booth screamed even more. Countless girls on the surrounding tables also turned their eyes towards Xu Yang. Able to open the dragon set in the bar.
They are not ordinary people. Definitely a big boss level. Xu Yang sat on the sofa, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention.
Then he smiled at the waiter who was serving the wine.
Open all these bottles.
Compared to the previous 20 years of his life, tonight could be said to be particularly unbridled. In that case, let's be more unrestrained.
This is what financial freedom feels like. Mr. Chu, I salute you. Mr. Chu, I want to toast you too. After opening the wine, almost at the same time,
these girls came to Xu Yang with their cups in hand. Brothers, come together. Xu Yang is not a person who eats alone. He noticed that all the girls' eyes were on him. He immediately called Zheng Lei and the others to join him.
Zheng Lei and the others were not annoyed. He raised his glass and started drinking with Xu Yang. A few drinks. Dark bar environment. The delicate makeup of the woman in front of me.
Plus the catalysis of alcohol. Everyone on the stage was getting a little restless.
It can be said that I gradually and completely let myself go.
Xu Yang was relatively sober. Coming to the bar to pick up girls was not his main purpose.
It's men's nature to be lustful. But he was not so hungry that he couldn't walk when he met a woman. He came over today. Just think about it and try it out. This is one of them.
A person suddenly becomes rich.
There has to be a process of adaptation. Adapt to the convenience brought by wealth. Get used to the heat and attention that wealth brings.
And adapt to the huge influence that wealth brings.
It's the same old saying. Only those who I conquer are my wealth. He has to get used to wealth first. And then go on to control wealth. Then to the second one.
It is a physiological need.
It's a small bonus. If everything goes smoothly. He also doesn't mind finding a young lady to indulge himself with. Life is short, so enjoy it while you can.
At this stage, he can see clearly.
There will definitely be a lot of girls around him in the future. They may even be more enthusiastic than each other. One more enthusiastic than the other. Degenerate a little. I can be just like Principal Wang. One girlfriend per week. There are no repetitions. Just be a good teddy bear. Love everyone I meet. I don't love anyone. Of course, this is not his style.
Flirt with the young lady or something. In fact, his purpose is quite clear. Just make sure he can earn the 3 consumption rebate opportunities every day.
As for having to have something deeper happen with someone, this just needs to be left to nature.
Like the young lady who just plays around in the bar.
The money has been spent, so you won't lose anything anyway. What he wanted to do. Just make money through the system. Wait till you get the money. The individual level is different.
The women you come into contact with will naturally be different.
Sometimes girls' thoughts are similar to boys. Most people like to talk about money with poor people. Talk about love with rich people.
And he was just dating a nice girl. The other girls are just friends.
Everyone gets what they need, and there's nothing wrong with that. Even if something really happened during this process,
then he still knows clearly.
A baby is a baby. A wife is a wife. A girlfriend is a girlfriend. There is no conflict between these.
Thinking of this, Xu Yang suddenly laughed again. As expected, having money can make people arrogant.
Who dared to think so before? Now, he seems to be able to do whatever he wants without breaking the rules. That's a good thing. It's not a good thing either. Between good and bad.
It all depends on how to grasp the scale.
Chapter 12, The Cultivation Path of the Super Rich. Certainly.
Xu Yang is a novice after all. The number of times I've been to the bar can probably be counted on one finger.
But who are these monsters on the stage now?
He is a regular customer at the bar every day.
Various dice rolling in tricks. Xu Yang and his team.
Only Zhang Lei can play with them.
Fortunately, Xu Yang's identity is different now.
It doesn't matter if you can't play.
This is due to the halo of a financial sponsor. No matter what you say or do at the dinner table.
In front of these stinky sisters, it seems and sounds.
It will definitely be automatically beautified. It even makes Xu Yang's personal image appear a bit taller. However, even so,
the atmosphere on the field gradually changed.
After all, everyone would still toast Xu Yang.
However, the attitude also changed from enthusiastic and respectful at the beginning.
Gradually it became a little casual.
In the end, even Li Qian. They all started drinking with Zhang Lei and the others, leaving Xu Yang aside.
It contains alcohol. There is also a psychological component at play.
Of course, Xu Yang probably also knew the reason.
To put it bluntly, it's like getting rich overnight.
Maybe my mentality has gradually become correct.
But I still don't really possess the temperament of those rich people. Or rather, magnanimity. Whether in the nightclub. Still in the area of women. He is a novice. Otherwise, it's not possible that I haven't seen Zhao Hui's true face after being with her for 2 years.
Thinking mode or method of doing things.
It's still a little difficult to correct it for a while. Even while drinking. You may also be led by them.
These are the smart guys who have been hanging out in bars for a long time.
You can probably tell with just a quick glance. This obviously makes him think of himself as a rich and honest person who only has money. To put it bluntly, he's a sucker. Now it's your place. I will still drink with you and smile at you. Play is play, make noise is noise. But in my heart, each of them has a clearer plan. Shu Yang could see through it. But he didn't say it. If you can't stand this level, what's the point of cultivation? This is just the first step. Rich people have the temperament and skills to always be the focus of attention. You still need to practice well. If you rely solely on external things, that's just outward strength but inward weakness. Moreover, this also made him understand something. Having money is really just the first step. Haven't you seen those wealthy people and celebrities? Are many people being manipulated by the socialites who come out of various training institutions? Having money really does allow you to do whatever you want. But these are just the surface. If you look at the essence through the phenomenon, all they care about is your money. I don't know what he's thinking behind my back. Isn't Wu Dalong rich? Everyone saw what happened next. The main issue is the individual's overall quality. Certainly. Shu Yan was not in a hurry at all. Money accompanies you. As for the rest, practice slowly. His journey to becoming the richest man has just begun. No more drinking, let's go out and dance for a while. Halfway through drinking, the alcohol started to get to my head. Shu Yang put down the wine glass in his hand. Slowly walked towards the disco stage. Seeing this, Zhang Lei and several people in the dormitory stood up one after another, looked at him and said, "Don't be in a hurry, let's go together, let's go together." As he spoke, he looked at the girls sitting on the sofa drinking and taking pictures and asked, "Do you want to go over and play?" Several girls rolled their eyes. Then they laughed in unison. "You guys go ahead, we'll be here soon." Seeing this, Zhang Lei frowned slightly. But it didn't happen. He could also see the attitudes of these girls before and after. However, today is not mainly his scene. Shu Yang is the master in everything. Besides, we're all here to have fun. It's not appropriate to make things too awkward. After waving his hand casually, he didn't say anything else. However, his impression of these girls still dropped a lot. They all came out to have fun. How come this was suddenly installed? What? I was having a lot of fun playing with others before. Are you not giving them face now? Come to the disco stage. No wonder so many white-collar workers and students like to hang out in bars whenever they have time. The stimulation of alcohol. Dim environment. There is also exciting DJ music. All the unhappiness, all the pressure, etc., quickly disappeared without a trace along with the crazy venting on the stage. After jumping for a while, I sweated a little. Shu Yang had almost vented out the frustration that had been pent up in his heart. I had a great time partying with some brothers in the dormitory for a while. After being tired, Shu Yan left the stage. Just stepped down. The marketing person who had greeted them at the bar door walked up to him with a smile. Shu Yang was not surprised either. Ever since he left his table, a waiter has been following him. It is normal for this marketing to find itself. "Mr. Chu, did you have fun?" After seeing Chu Yang, the marketing officer smiled and looked at Chu Yang. "Good." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, "It's just that some people don't give face." Then, he looked at the marketing and said, "Didn't you just say you have girls? Help me find a few sensible girls who will play with me, and then give me a dragon suit." To put it bluntly, he has two goals today. One is cultivation. But the other one still brought his roommates out to have fun. Why should you make yourself unhappy because of a few ungrateful girls? He doesn't care. The second and youngest children in the dormitory rarely come out to play. They all came out to celebrate for him. Shouldn't we just have fun? Besides, I've already made up my mind to play. Then play big. What's the big deal about king meeting king? If it really turns into a Shura field, it will be more interesting to watch the show then. You can also make some money by the way. This is also the process of cultivation. I see. Looking at Chu Yang's attitude, he instantly understood the marketing. This is a case of being bullied on stage. Come on, those women are really tactless. This kind of great God is not easy to grasp.
It's really like you have high expectations but low skills. He could also see that Chu Yang seldom went to bars. But you can't help but feel that they are rich.
If you have money, you are the boss.
He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Master Chu. I promise to make all the arrangements for you within 20 minutes so that you and your brothers can have fun."
That's fine.
Chu Yang smiled and patted the marketing manager on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work."
It's not hard, it's not hard. The marketing guy kept shaking his head. Finally, I watched Chu Yang's figure gradually return to platform 88. Chapter 13. The hunter and the prey exchanged their identities. "Brother, is this your friend?"
Seeing this, a young marketing person in the bar quickly walked up to the marketing person and asked curiously,
"Am I worthy?"
The smiling marketing man's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the little marketing man and said,
"Brother, people are born into different classes. When you're in this place, you have to remember that some guests can be your friends, but some can't. Like the big brother just now, if you can get to know him and talk to him, it's already very good. They are not the same kind of people as us, why should we be friends with them? But if you knew."
As long as you know this person, you can get a lot of things, such as opportunities, help, or many other things. Sometimes, people like us are only short of a noble person and an opportunity like this to turn our lives around. You are still young and have a lot to learn." Having said that, the marketer turned around and walked outside the bar, took out his cell phone and started calling people.
And Chu Yang?
He did not return directly to his stage. Instead, he went to the bar's bathroom and washed his face with cold water. Just now he had experienced what it was like to live a life of luxury and extravagance.
I also have a fuller understanding of the power and authority of money.
After casually straightening his collar, which was a little messy from dancing, he straightened his back and strode out of the bathroom.
There are all kinds of people in the bar. Each of them is a smart person. In comparison,
he seemed like a little white rabbit among a group of lions. Of course, he is always ready.
It's just like playing a game. In this nightclub full of debauchery. Constantly upgrade and fight monsters.
Eventually, from a little white rabbit, I became a member of this huge group of lions.
The hunter with the gun. Back to channel 88. Zhang Lei and a few others were already sitting on the sofa. But he doesn't seem to be in a particularly high spirit.
Chu Yang looked up and saw Li Chen and 3 other girls.
There were 2 boys sitting in the car at this moment. Everyone has makeup on their face and lipstick on. He looks like a decent human being. See here. Chu Yang's brows slightly frowned. In the originally calm eyes,
there was a hint of ferocious and cruel expression.
"On my stage, drinking my wine and hooking up with other men? Do you really think you are a fool?"
Then, Chu Yang walked directly to Li Qian's side and patted her thigh.
Li Qian saw Chu Yang appear.
His eyes trembled slightly. Then she obediently made way for Chu Yang to sit next to her.
At this time,
Chu Yang raised his head and glanced at the girl in the white dress. The 2 boys sitting next to him who were playing finger-guessing games with her and drinking laughed.
"Friend?"
This girl seemed relatively calm.
He smiled without feeling any embarrassment.
"Yes, we also met at the bar and drank together a few times. We just happened to run into each other, so I asked them to come over for a couple of drinks." As she spoke, she showed a smile that she thought was very sweet, and looked at Chu Yang and said,
"You wouldn't mind, would you?" "Certainly."
Chu Yang smiled calmly and continued,
"We met at the bar, so we are drinking buddies?" Boom. After hearing Chu Yang's words,
everyone on the stage was stunned for a moment.
Immediately following, Zhang Lei and the others showed a playful expression on their faces. Good job. There is something interesting to watch.
When you meet an acquaintance in a bar, he or she will come to the booth and drink for free.
Most people might just bear with it. But who is Chu Yang? This afternoon, the 4 of them beat up Wang Lei in school. They are still vivid in my mind. This guy is obviously not as easy to bully as he looks.
The expressions of those girls also became a little embarrassed.
Don't break up when things are tough. The thing about drinking buddies. You know what, it does seem to be the case. But everyone is out here to have fun. Don't laugh at others when you are only 50 steps away. Who here doesn't have a few drinking buddies? Plus I drank some wine. If Chu Yang was an ordinary student, I guess this matter is not over today. But these people also understand it clearly.
The wine they were drinking now was Chu Yang's, and the table they were sitting at was also opened by Chu Yang. This person can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in the blink of an eye. After Chu Yang finished speaking,
the girls woke up instantly. It doesn't matter whether Chu Yang is an honest man. It doesn't matter if he is a local tycoon. They are people that people like them cannot afford to offend. But
among these two boys, there is one with good emotional intelligence.
When everyone in the audience was embarrassed, he quickly poured a glass of wine, looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, "Brother, you are really good at joking. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Ming. I am honored to be here with you. I offer you a toast." Chu Yang raised his head slightly. He glanced at the man, was silent for a few seconds, and then smiled. "Ha ha ha, welcome new friends, welcome new friends."
Then he picked up the wine glass in front of him. He clinked glasses with Lu Ming.
After moistening his lips slightly with the wine, he put the glass aside. "Want to drink with me? Are you worthy?" But everyone selectively ignored this small detail. See here. The atmosphere on the field then became slightly relaxed. At this time,
Chu Yang suddenly looked at Li Qian beside him and asked with a smile,
"You know him too?"
At this time, Li Qian had already been frightened by Chu Yang's erratic behavior. After hearing this, he smiled and said,
"Mr. Chu, these are people Nana and the others who called me here. I don't know them." "Oh, I see."
Chu Yang smiled, picked up his glass again, looked at Li Qian and said with a smile,
"It's okay, I'm just asking casually, don't be nervous, come on, let's have a drink together."
Just now, he was forced to drink a lot of wine by Li Qian and her friends. Fortunately, he can drink quite well.
But now, the identities of hunter and prey will gradually be reversed. "No problem, I toast to you." Looking at Chu Yang's expression, Li Qian dared not say anything.
He picked up the wine glass directly.
"Drink all the wine in the glass. You can drink quite well," Chu Yang commented with a smile. Then he looked at the two boys who came over to them and said, "You two, meeting is fate. Don't just drink with the beauties. Come on, let us toast you one by one."
As he spoke, Chu Yang glanced at Zhang Lei and the others.
Been together for 4 years.
Several people understood Chu Yang's thoughts in an instant, picked up their wine glasses and smiled.
Come on, buddy, let's drink to our heart's content. Come on, let's toast to you."
The two boys were stunned for a moment. But he quickly picked up the wine glass in front of him and responded with a smile.
No, it should be us who respect all of you. We respect you." At this time,
Chu Yang suddenly raised his hand to stop them and said with a smile,
"That won't do. We agreed that we will toast you, so we have to go round. Don't think about drinking less. And that's it. This wine glass is too small. It's not sincere. Well, I'll pour you some wine." After saying that, Chu Yang directly picked up the big cup on the table. He poured a full glass for each of them. Then he picked up his small cup, looked at the two of them and smiled. "Come on, I'll do it first."
Afterwards, Chu Yang drank the wine in front of him in one gulp. The two men were obviously stunned.
"You use a shot glass. Give us 2 large glasses of wine. It's still so full? We have to play another round. Isn't this just an attempt to get us drunk?" Wait until Chu Yang finishes drinking. Looking at the two people who were still standing there motionless, he suddenly laughed and snorted. "Why, are you two not going to give me, Chu, some face today?" Chapter 14, Chu Yang's Edge. The same thing. Money is the courage of a hero. Especially when the anger in my heart came up. Chu Yang's aura at this time was still very intimidating. Although these two people also came out to play. But after all, she is still a student. I've never seen such a scene before. Finally, you look at me and I look at you. I had no choice but to drink it. Certainly. This is just the first round. Next is Zhang Lei. Then came the second child in their dormitory. Finally, it was the youngest in their dormitory. Play a circle down. The 4 of them. Each person just had a small drink. As for the other 2, That's 4 cups of wine without stopping. At least half a pound. The last glass of wine was drunk.
The two men were drenched in sweat. They also wanted to refuse to drink.
But who dares?
They had heard about it before they came. He's a big shot who can swipe his credit card to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars without blinking an eye.
Can they afford to offend? Besides, just that scene. That momentum. Who said this big guy is easy to bully? I'll give you a hand out of the blue. I almost scared these two people just now. After drinking.
There was some silence on the stage again.
This time,
Shu Yang finally saw a look of awe in these people's eyes.
He didn't want to be like those nouveau riches who got rich overnight and bullied others by taking advantage of their money. But he can be extremely kind. But it doesn't mean that he has no edge at all. To do otherwise would be cowardice. And cowardly people. The final result. You can only be slaughtered at will. He was very satisfied with the result just now. After this round,
everyone on the field could see his fangs clearly.
Or rather, a sharp edge that only rich people have. You try it if you have no money? See if others criticize you or not, and you're done. Certainly.
The silence on the stage did not last long. It was soon broken with the arrival of marketing and several girls.
There is also a dragon suit that comes with it. Shu Yang swiped another 88,888 without blinking. Then, a system prompt sound appeared in his mind.
Congratulations to the host for successfully using the consumer rebate card and obtaining a 20x consumer crit, cash reward, 1,777,760 yuan.
A small profit of 1.7 million.
Although not as shocking as the previous 17 million.
But it's still a lot.
The girls who came over were equally as attractive as the girls who were originally on the stage. Even her appearance and temperament are slightly better.
See these girls coming.
The faces of Li Qian and others on the stage suddenly turned ugly.
We have it, and we also call others to come. What's the meaning? But they really don't know what to say. You want to call someone over.
It seemed that it was the man they called first.
Talk about drinking.
This wine was opened by Chu Yang.
You want to talk about the table. This one is also owned by someone else. Especially Li Qian.
You, Li Qian, are still holding a VIP card worth more than 60,000 yuan that was given to you by someone. As for throwing the cup and leaving.
Please.
The money people spent in the bar in one night was almost over 300,000.
Do you dare to leave? He didn't dare to overturn the table, nor did he dare to leave. What else can I say?
Even if your teeth are broken, you can only swallow them.
After all,
they brought this upon themselves.
Let me introduce you. These are my friends, Xiaoli, Xiaona, Xiaowang, and Xiaoye.
After the bar marketing brought these 4 girls over, he quickly poured himself a glass of wine.
Walked in front of Chu Yang.
She looked at him and smiled in a tone that was almost flattering.
Mr. Chu, look, are you satisfied? If you don't think it's good enough, I can call someone else. These are pretty good.
Chu Yang casually picked up his glass and clinked it with the bartender, then said with a smile.
Thank you for your hard work. This is a toast to you. I salute you, I salute you. Marketing nodded repeatedly.
Then he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp.
Then put the glass aside. He stood up and prepared to leave. Then Mr. Chu, you guys go ahead and play. I'll be waiting nearby. Just call me if you need anything. No problem.
Chu Yang smiled slightly and nodded. When he looked up at the several new girls standing in front of him, each with their own characteristics,
I couldn't help but take a deep breath. TSK, what a life of extravagance and decadence. There would be too many days like this. I guess it's really easy to get addicted. Then, Xu Yang smiled and looked at them and said, Why are you all standing there? Find a place to sit. Now that you're here, let's play together.
Then, he poured himself another glass of wine, looked at the people on the stage and said with a smile,
What are you all standing there for? Come on, pour some wine for our new friend, and then let's go together. Welcome, welcome, new friend. Welcome, welcome. Zhang Lei and his companions were naturally very happy about this. Lian picked up the wine glass and went over to greet him.
As for Li Qian and her daughters,
there are two boys standing next to them. Although it's a bit embarrassing.
However, he still gritted his teeth and drank with Chu Yang and the others.
After drinking, we played dice. He casually asked a young lady with long legs to sit next to him. He just held the wine glass.
Looking at the long legs next to him, he smiled.
We were drunk by them just now. Come, help us drink some? No problem, Master Chu, come as you please today.
Those who were called over by the bar marketing are all people who know what is going on. Compared to Li Qian and other girls,
they are the kings of this bar street. It is basically related to the marketing of each bar. Just to get into this kind of situation, the person in front of you is definitely a rich sponsor. This is if you hold on to the thigh well. Forget about climbing into someone's bed.
Even if you can just become familiar with him and establish a friendship,
that's a very good thing. Come on, let's do it together.
The other girls are also sensible.
Upon hearing this,
he took the initiative to invite Li Qian and a few other girls to start rolling the dice.
These women were also holding their breath. Although I am extremely unhappy about it,
but I still forced myself to smile and play along.
We are all human. Who doesn't want to save face? Playing dice, huh? Let us play and see who can beat whom.
However, facing veterans in the circle, little sisters like Li Qian are not even worth mentioning.
After a few rounds,
each of them was treated to a few drinks. As for the two boys who came over at the beginning, they were simply ignored by these people.
Neither is sitting. Standing is not the right option either. I don't even dare to leave. This platform is really big. But there is really no place for them.
Finally, the two of them discussed it. After gritting their teeth, they all walked in front of Chu Yang.
One of them even took out a cigarette.
He took out one and handed it to Chu Yang and said with a smile,
Mr. Chu, have a cigarette.
Something is going on at our table, so we'll go over there first. Chu Yang looked up with a smile. After taking a look at Zheng Lei and the others who were having fun with the girls, only then did he turn around and look at the two people in front of him. He did not take the cigarettes from the two men, but just smiled in a casual manner.
Why, are you planning to leave now? Why don't you stay and have a couple more drinks? You're welcome. Next time, I'll definitely have a chance next time.
The two boys shook their heads repeatedly.
I took a deep breath. You are killing people and destroying their hearts. Still drinking. I just drank those 4 cups.
They felt their stomachs churning.
I just held it in and didn't dare go to the toilet. This needs to be drunk. I guess I'll have to explain it here today. Chapter 15. Still too young. Okay then, you guys go first. The anger was also relieved. Chu Yang was still very easy to talk to at this time. After waving his hand casually, just let these two people leave first. Immediately following, he also joined Zheng Lei and others in the dice-rolling army. Compared to when I first met Li Qian and other girls, the appearances those people showed, the girls brought by the bar marketing obviously behaved more sensibly. It can set the mood. Will set the pace. I also drink. The most important thing is to know how to bring others to play together. The other two in the dormitory don't hang out in bars very often. There is also Chu Yang, who rarely appears in bars. Let these girls play together happily. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 12 o'clock in the evening. Everyone had almost finished drinking. One of the girls was even drunk. Like a dead fish lying on the sofa, motionless. There are no dead fish left. However, the women who had been forced to drink a lot of alcohol also felt very uncomfortable sitting on the sofa. Ever since a few other girls came, they have never stopped. It was embarrassing and uncomfortable. This is simply torture. It seems that the time is almost up. Several people looked at each other. In the end, it was Li Qian who looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, Mr. Chu, it's getting late. We have to leave first. It's past 12 o'clock. Chu Yang casually picked up the phone he had placed aside. After taking a look at the time above, he looked at the girls and smiled. Okay, let's stop here for today. Anyway, Chu Yang has no interest in these women. The other 3 people in the dormitory probably had the same idea as him.
It just so happened that he had experienced a lot today.
It would be better to end it sooner. I need to fully appreciate everything that happened today.
And heard Chu Yang say this. Whether it is Li Qian. They were the same three girls who had come before.
There was a look of complexity and regret on everyone's face. Obviously.
They all made mistakes. Chu Yang was obviously not the kind of stupid and rich guy they thought he was.
It is true that there is a lot of money.
But he is not the richest man.
Most likely he is just a newbie in nightclubs. If only one of the four of them could seize the opportunity.
If you hold Chu Yang's thigh,
life will definitely be countless times better than the life they are living now. But it's a pity. There is no regret medicine in this world. When they make this choice,
you should have thought of all the possible consequences.
Then we'll leave first. Finally, Li Qian took the lead. Take your own bag.
Slowly left the stage. The women who came before saw this. Although I'm still a little reluctant to get up.
But in the end, they all left one by one. Today's game. They messed it up themselves. The most important thing now is to leave here. Otherwise, it won't be long. They had to lie down too. Until then. This is when things get really awkward. And wait until these people leave. Chu Yang looked at the other women and said, "There are a few unopened bottles of wine on the table. I'll give them to you. If you want to drink, you can open it today. If you can't finish it, keep it for yourself."
While speaking, he pulled out his cell phone again.
Because we all added each other on WeChat when we were drinking before.
He transferred 10,000 yuan to each person's WeChat account and said with a smile,
"Thank you for your hard work today. We are about to leave, so this little token of my appreciation will be a midnight snack for you all." After looking at Zhang Lei and others, Chu Yang and the other three all stood up from the sofa at the same time. As for what these girls thought afterwards, that's none of his business. Although he knew that if he wanted to, there must be some of these young ladies who are willing to leave with him. But, as a little virgin with a little mental misophobia,
I still attach great importance to my first time. Besides, if someone was willing to follow him, he wouldn't dare to do that.
Today is you. By tomorrow it will be someone else's turn. Besides, what if I'm sick?
You should not have the intention to harm others.
It's always good to be on guard against others. Let us just forget it. Watching Chu Yang lead his men away,
the women who were still sitting on the sofa looked up one after another after checking the transfer information on their mobile phones.
Looking at the people next to him, he smiled and asked, "How many turns did you make?" 10,000. 10,000. After sharing what we have. One of the girls suddenly laughed.
I didn't think Chu Yang's behavior of just leaving after saying something was rude at all.
Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "This little brother has quite a personality." For them, it can be said that there is no loss tonight.
I enjoyed a table full of good wine.
I had fun and had a lot of fun.
In the end, he earned 10,000 yuan in hard work fees.
It's not a loss no matter how you look at it. Chu Yang sighed. After leaving the bar,
the bartender who had been accompanying them today immediately walked up to Chu Yang and Zhang Lei and said with a smile,
"Master Zhang, Master Chu, you've been drinking, so you can't drive. Where are you going? I'll ask someone to drive you there." I have to say, this person's service is very considerate. Zhang Lei glanced at Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled and said, "At this time, I definitely can't go back to the dormitory. Guys, the nightlife isn't over yet.
I'll book a few hotel rooms later and find a place to eat skewers to sober up."
Hearing this, Zhang Lei and the others nodded repeatedly. I agree. I'm fine. I can do anything.
Seeing this, Chu Yang turned around and looked at the bar marketing and said with a smile,
"Wait for me here." After saying that,
he simply took out the Koenigsegg key from his body. He walked slowly towards his car. But he had only taken 2 steps. Chu Yang saw Li Qian and others still trying to stop a car at the door of the bar. The dead fish was gradually awakened by the cold wind outside.
After seeing the 4 people, Chu Yang didn't go over to say hello either.
He opened the door of the Koenigsegg directly.
He bent down and took out his wallet.
Then he closed the car door casually.
But
after the car door is closed, Li Qian and others who had been drinking in the bar before suddenly appeared in front of him. One of them was a little shocked and said,
"Mr. Chu, this car is yours?"
Xu Yang had already gone in when they arrived at the bar,
so I didn't see who the owner of this luxury car was. But I also searched secretly on my phone. Koenigsegg CCXR.
A super sports car with an official retail price of at least 30 million. When they passed by here just now, they were still wondering whose car it was.
Now I hear the sound of the car door opening.
That's why I was attracted by the sound. I didn't expect that the person who opened the car door was Chu Ran.
That moment,
everyone felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a dead fly.
This is not an ordinary rich second generation. This is simply an invincible thigh.
Someone who can afford a luxury supercar worth tens of millions.
What an amazing fortune this must be.
A few of them had just left him aside.
How many years of cerebral thrombosis would it take to do something like this? Yes, it's mine.
After seeing the shocked expressions of the few people, Xu Yang immediately chuckled and asked,
"What's up?" "Have. Something big is happening. Can I have a baby with you?"
Several girls screamed wildly in their hearts.
But
after all, they are still children who have not entered society. Maybe a little greedy for money, materialistic and powerful.
But this is human nature. But they just treated others like this. Now I naturally can't bring myself to say anything. They shook their heads one by one. It's okay, it's just a little unexpected. What an unexpected thing. Xu Yang smiled thoughtfully after hearing this. It's true. They are all a group of children.
If it were someone who had worked hard in society for 2 years,
someone with stronger mental qualities, maybe now he will come up to me on his own initiative. After all, still too young.
Chapter 16. Everything has changed, and nothing has changed.
There wasn't much chatting either.
Xu Yang then looked at the girls and said,
"Okay, go home and be safe. It would be best if you could report your safety when you get home.
I have something else to do here, so I'll leave first."
Just like those girls.
When they first started drinking, they also added each other on WeChat.
And without exception,
all of these people took the initiative to add Xu Yang.
Not challenging at all.
After saying that, Xu Yang turned around and slowly walked in front of Zhang Lei and the others.
Finally, look at the bar's marketing.
He directly took out the wallet he got from the car.
There is no count after opening it.
He took out a stack of banknotes.
I estimate it to be several thousand. This is the money he withdrew from the bank when he went out today. Although online payment is convenient now.
However, he still has the habit of carrying some cash with him for emergencies.
I used to carry less money. Now that I have money, I naturally bring more with me.
He handed the money directly to the bar marketing and said,
"Our 2 cars will be parked here tonight. We will come back tomorrow when we are free.
Thank you, brothers, for keeping an eye on it for us tonight.
Keep this money. It's for us to treat our brothers to a midnight snack.
Then I will thank Master Chu on behalf of my brothers."
The bar marketing looked at the huge stack of banknotes that Chu Yang threw at him. The whole person smiled instantly and nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Mr. Chu.
I will definitely take good care of your cars.
Just go and have fun. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be there whenever you call. The boss is the boss. Be generous when you act. That's fine.
Thank you for your hard work."
Xu Yang smiled. Afterwards, he took Zhang Lei and a few others away. After leaving the bar, didn't go far.
Xu Yang and Zhang Lei and a few others came to a late-night snack shop next to the bar street.
Because there is a bar street next to it. Business is booming.
But Xu Yang and the others didn't have so many requirements.
Drinking all night. I'm indeed a little hungry.
So I sat directly at a wooden table at the door.
After that, I asked the waiter to order food.
Pork belly skewers, beef skewers, leeks, eggplants, kidneys, etc.
After ordering a lot of dishes. No more beer.
After that, one person came with a bottle of ice water and a bottle of ice coke. A few people waited quietly at the door.
Enjoy the evening breeze. Sober up at the same time. Chu Yang drank less in the second half.
In addition, I had to book a hotel, so after ordering the food, I opened the mobile app directly.
Look around.
Finally, we found a top 5-star hotel.
However, you can only book one room on the software.
So Chu Yang directly booked a presidential suite in this hotel.
The price is not expensive either. 53,888 yuan per room. For Chu Yang now. This $50,000. There is not much difference from the 50 cents before.
Then I looked at the prices of other rooms in this hotel. He then gave 10,000 yuan to each of the people in his dormitory and said with a smile,
I have already booked my room. I'll send the name of the hotel to the dormitory group. You can book any room inside. The extra money is for you guys to have fun tonight.
I've made it clear that I will not be responsible for anything once you get to the hotel.
As he spoke, Chu Yang added jokingly,
I read in the reviews that the massage at the spa on the 18th floor of this hotel is quite comfortable.
I can try it after dinner. The third brother is generous. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhang Lei and his companions immediately burst into laughter.
Afterwards, after searching for the name of this hotel, they all looked at Chu Yang and said,
A 5-star hotel, you're really rich, we won't be polite then. But in the end, a set of operations.
Each person only booked the cheapest small room for a few thousand yuan. Although they are indeed brothers who have lived in the dormitory with Chu Yang for 4 years.
But it would be fine if I followed Chu Yang out to eat, drink, and play for free.
They didn't plan to waste the $10,000.
Just use it to pay the room fee. After all, apart from Zhang Lei.
For those of them who haven't graduated yet,
the room rate is 1,000 yuan a night. That is also a considerable expense. As for the rest of the money,
they all plan to return it to Chu Yang.
Otherwise, even if it's Chu Yang, it doesn't matter. They can't get over it either. Until then. But we really don't even have brothers anymore. Immediately following,
Zhang Lei looked at Chu Yang again and asked with a smile,
Did you, Gujiba, book a presidential suite?
He just looked at the software.
Someone booked a presidential suite 2 minutes ago. This person is most likely Chu Yang. After hearing Zhang Lei's words, Chu Yang burst into laughter. How do you know? See here.
Zhang Lei and the other two looked at Chu Yang in unison, then laughed and scolded him.
Fuck, you, a dog bastard, actually booked a presidential suite. The presidential suite costs more than 50,000 yuan. Just book it as soon as you say it. What a rich dog owner. For a while, several people burst into laughter again. For them now,
it seems like everything has changed. It seems like everything has changed.
What has changed is, the person who used to treat us to dinner was Zhang Lei. Now it has become Chu Yang. What hasn't changed is,
the four of them had a brotherly bond as they had been classmates and roommates for 4 years.
Still as friendly as ever. Not long after booking the room, Chu Yang's cell phone started ringing. It was a call from a landline. After the call is connected,
a woman's quiet voice soon came from the phone.
Hello, are you Mr. Chu Yang? Chu Yang nodded. I am.
What's up? The woman on the other end of the phone said apologetically.
It's like this, we are staff of Roman Hotel. I just saw that you booked the presidential suite of our hotel online.
Because you have booked our hotel's presidential suite, which comes with a private car for transportation.
Plus, it's getting late outside now, so I'm sorry to bother you. Excuse me, do you need our hotel's special car to pick you up later? If necessary.
Anywhere in Dongyang City, as long as you agree on a time, our hotel can send a special car to pick you up.
Hearing this, Chu Yang thought about it for a few seconds. Then he answered. Sure, no problem. About an hour.
Please arrange a special car to pick me up at Xiaoyang Night Snack Shop next to Super Monkey Bar.
There are 4 of us here.
Although he seldom comes to the bar.
However, the situation on this bar street is clear. Don't be fooled by the prosperity of this place. As soon as night comes, you may not be able to get a car even after calling for a long time. Because even the few people who can get a taxi, The taxi they got was stuck in traffic. Even more online taxi drivers don't accept orders from here at all.
As for the occasional taxi that passes through this street, there simply wasn't enough space for so many people coming out of the bars and taking taxis home. It would be best if the hotel has a private car pickup service.
At last. After the phone call was hung up, a faint smile appeared on Chu Yang's face. Can't get a taxi? It's okay. I have a special car to pick me up. Chapter 17, Money is the Key to Freedom. Wait until Chu Yang finishes the call. Looking at his smiling face, the other 3 people in the dormitory smiled and looked at him and asked, "Old 3, what's wrong?" "Fine."
Chu Yang waved his hand casually and said with a smile, "The hotel just called and asked if we needed a special car to pick us up.
I thought it might not be convenient for us to take a taxi here, so I asked them to arrange it." Oh my god, is this the treatment for a wealthy dog owner? Hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhang Lei and his companions immediately sat on their chairs and looked at Chu Yang with envy. Don't say that. A rich second generation like Zhang Lei.
But no one is so extravagant as to spend tens of thousands of dollars to experience the treatment of a presidential suite for a night.
At least that's the case for now.
Not to mention the treatment of being picked up and dropped off by a special car in the presidential suite.
What a joke. Looking at the 3 people's strange expressions, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh and curse. These 3 dog sons teased him a lot tonight, calling him a big dog owner. Although it seems to be true. I looked at the skewers that had just been delivered. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Let's eat first. When we're done, they'll be here to pick us up soon." Yes, eat first. Zhang Lei and others also nodded quickly. After skipping this topic, several people started to have a big fight. Played all night. They were indeed all hungry. An hour later.
As time goes by, more and more people gathered at the late-night snack shop for supper.
Chu Yang and his friends ate and chatted, and time passed quickly. But soon,
the young people who were originally sitting at the small wooden tables at the entrance of the night snack shop, drinking and eating skewers, all turned their eyes to the roadside. Oh my god, a Rolls-Royce and a Maybach, which big shot is traveling again?
Fuck, this is a beautiful housekeeper wearing white gloves? What kind of TV show is this? What's going on? Which Dragon King came out to experience life and was discovered? In their sight, a Mercedes Maybach was driving in the front.
After parking the car steadily on the side of the road, a driver and bodyguard in a black suit got out of the car.
And behind the Maybach, following behind, was a black Rolls-Royce with an elegant and luxurious appearance.
Except for the driver in a black suit who got out of the car.
In the co-pilot's seat, a young woman with a high ponytail and wearing a black professional OL suit also walked down. Her appearance is definitely above 80 points. Wearing white gloves on his hands. Looks very capable. After looking around,
the woman took out her cell phone and called Chu Yang.
Chu Yang also saw these people coming. No more phone calls. He just sat down and waved to the woman. The woman saw this. A bright smile suddenly appeared on his originally calm face. With 2 drivers beside him, he walked quickly towards Chu Yang and the others. After walking in front of Chu Yang, she looked at Chu Yang respectfully and said, "Hello, Mr. Chu.
I am Zhao Lei, the senior private butler of Rumen Hotel.
I am very happy to serve you." "Hello." Chu Yang glanced at Zhao Lei, then nodded silently. It's just a greeting. Zhao Lei saw this. After looking at the barbecue in front of Chu Yang and the others, then he looked at Chu Yang respectfully and said, "Mr. Chu, are we here too early? If so, we can wait for you nearby. You can call us when you are done eating." To be honest, Zhao Lei was still a little surprised. She has also worked as a personal butler in the presidential suite at the Rumen Hotel for several years. The hotel has a private butler. Just as the name suggests, it is specially designed to serve the customers in the presidential suite. In recent years, she has also received many clients who stayed in the presidential suite. But those clients are basically successful people in their 30s or 40s. As young as Chu Yang. It's really rare. No. Chu Yan listened to what Zhao Lei said.
after looking at Zhang Lei and the others.
He looked at Zhao Lei and smiled. We've almost finished eating. Since you're here, let me pay the bill and then we'll go.
Having said that, he stood up with Zhang Lei and a few others.
Okay. Zhao Lei nodded and then stood there.
Xu Yang took out his cell phone. After walking to the cashier counter in the late-night snack shop, I looked at the cashier and asked with a smile.
Hello, how much is our table?
The cashier was a little girl. She saw the whole scene just now.
After a moment of daze. Only then did she react. A sweet smile suddenly appeared on her face. The total is 456 yuan, I'll just charge you 450.
Okay, thank you.
Xu Yang smiled. After taking out the mobile phone to pay,
he returned to Zhang Lei and the others.
Immediately following,
right in front of the eyes of countless people around the night snack stall, Zhao Wei respectfully invited him to get into the Rolls-Royce car at the back.
And Zhang Lei and a few others.
He sat in the Maybach in front very consciously.
Because they all understand. They are just incidental. Of course, Maybach is not bad either. After getting on the bus, Zhao Lei was sitting next to Chu Yang. The two people were sitting not far away.
Plus, the space inside the car is not very large.
Xu Yang could even smell a pleasant fragrance coming from Zhao Wei.
The Rolls-Royce started smoothly.
Then, Zhao Lei, who was sitting in the car, introduced herself to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, are you here to travel in Dongyang?
If you are traveling, our hotel can customize a travel route in Dongyang City for you.
Someone who can afford the presidential suite.
It is basically impossible for locals.
Most of them have their own luxury villas in the local area. Who would go and stay in a hotel for no reason? So,
most of the clients they receive are people who come from other places to travel or on business trips.
And for those who come to Dongyang City for tourism. For presidential suite customers, they are all able to customize exclusive travel trips for individuals. Xu Yan was slightly stunned after hearing what Zhao Lei said. But then he looked at Zhao Lei and smiled. No need, we will study in Dongyang City.
Zhao Lei was suddenly shocked. Of course, according to professional ethics, she should stop asking questions at this point.
However, after seeing Chu Yang's young age,
suddenly, another thought came to her mind. Then he showed an expression of surprise.
He slowly looked at Chu Yang and said, You are studying in Dongyang City? Then why don't you go back to the dormitory tonight and come here to book the presidential suite to rest? You are here to experience life in our hotel. Chu Yang was very pleased with Zhao Lei's surprised expression. Then, he smiled faintly and said, A few of us from the dormitory came out to drink. It's probably closed if we go back to the dormitory at this time. So in the end, we just decided to live outside. Zhao Lei. Good job. What else could she say? Having money means you can do what you want. Just because I can't go back to the dormitory. Just come out and book a presidential suite to stay for one night. How rich is this? 50,000. This is a presidential suite that costs 50,000 a night. Chapter 18 Offending Others' Rights. Zhao Lei can be considered a girl with a strong aura. Even if I do nothing. Just standing on the side of the road. With her appearance that scores above 80 points. It will definitely attract the attention of many boys. But there are probably not many boys who dare to come up and talk to her. If it were the past, Xu Yan definitely didn't dare to talk to Zhao Lei. This is a kind of inferiority complex caused by not having money. But now, everything is different now. After Zhao Lei chatted casually for a few words in the car, he looked at Zhao Lei and smiled. I just read the reviews of your hotel and they said your spa is good, but I'd like to ask, is your spa formal? Or, is there anything irregular? Xu Yang said this. Zhao Lei was obviously stunned for a moment. To be fair, if there was a man next to him now, this question definitely hits the point. But Zhao Lei is a girl. So, the nature of this kind of words. It's basically the same as telling dirty jokes to girls. And this was the first time Chu Yang and Zhao Lei met. The two people are not even familiar with each other. Not good friends at all. So this question is a bit embarrassing and a bit ridiculous. Certainly. Chu Yang did it on purpose. This is also the process of cultivation.
It can be considered as an attempt by him.
Or it could be said to be an exercise of money power.
This is what he just learned in the bar.
Offending others. A lot of times.
It is essentially a manifestation of rights.
You try it if you have no money? I don't have the confidence at all. Certainly. There is another one.
This was indeed the question he really wanted to ask. I have always heard that there are both regular and irregular massages in hotels.
But he hadn't experienced it. So I don't understand either.
In fact, most men probably have this kind of curious idea.
Only.
Few people dare to talk about such things openly. Especially in front of girls. Because they care about face.
Or say,
care about what others think.
But Chu Yang didn't care about this. In the words of the real estate tycoon in Hong Kong Island, he now. You can definitely earn back your face with money. So this thing. For him. It's totally not worth mentioning. Again, the same words. Do whatever you want, but don't go beyond the rules. Do whatever you want within the rules. This is probably his current mentality. This was exactly the question he wanted to ask.
Although it may seem a bit ridiculous to outsiders.
But so what? Just have your own standards.
Others.
Let it be.
Zhao Lei obviously did not expect Chu Yang to suddenly ask such a question.
If it were any other man, he told dirty jokes in front of her without restraint.
Or words spoken with a colored tone.
If there is water around her, it would definitely be thrown directly into that person's face. But now this person is Chu Yang. It's her customer.
One can just casually spend tens of thousands of dollars to rent a presidential suite.
Just for the rich guys who spend a night out. Then at this time,
the identity of the superior naturally changes.
She didn't think there was anything wrong. On the contrary, they would think that Chu Yang is a person of true character. This is probably the special buff effect brought by his current identity. Afterwards, Zhao Lei looked at Chu Yang calmly and said with a smile,
Mr. Chu, our hotel is a formal business place and does not provide the kind of service you mentioned.
But then,
Zhao Lei then changed the subject and looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile,
of course, if you have any needs, I will try my best to satisfy you. Because that's our job. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Zhao Lei's businesslike expression, Chu Yang immediately laughed and said quickly, it's okay, I was just joking.
Zhao Lei felt helpless about this.
But what else can I say?
We can only attribute this to the special tastes of the rich.
Soon, the two cars drove back to Rumen Hotel. Zhao Lei personally took Chu Yang and others to complete the check-in procedures. After getting the room card,
Zhang Lei and his friends went back to their rooms to put their things away and change their shoes.
And Chu Yang, it was led by Zhao Lei, arrived at the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. A large room of nearly 300 square meters. Except for the master bedroom.
There is also a leisure and entertainment hall, a reception room, a cloakroom, a study, a bathroom, a public living room, as well as a kitchen and a dining room.
If necessary,
guests staying in the presidential suite can even have the hotel's 5-star chef come up and prepare a meal for them.
Or rather, you can also bring your own chef to cook in the hotel. Besides, the balcony of the presidential suite also has a small fitness area, a bar, and an open-air swimming pool.
It looks extremely luxurious and high-end.
After introducing Chu Yang to all the facilities in the room, Zhao Lei brought Chu Yang to the living room of the presidential suite. There is also an ice bucket on the dining table in the living room.
There was a bottle of champagne in it.
She picked up the red wine and looked at Chu Yang and said,
Mr. Chu, this is a gift from our hotel, a bottle of 2000 Dom Perignon champagne. I hope you enjoy your stay in our hotel.
I can open it for you right now if you need. If you don't need it for the time being, I can also arrange for someone to keep it for you. Chu Yang looked up and said, let's open it after I get back from the spa.
He never knew much about things like drinks.
But
the wine comes with the presidential suite that costs 50,000 per night.
The taste should be good. I came out today to experience life. Then experience it all. Okay, no problem. Zhao Lei nodded.
After putting down the champagne, he looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, "Then you are busy, I will leave first." After saying that, she took out a business card from her pocket. He held both hands in front of Chu Yang.
This is my business card.
If you need anything, you can call me within 24 hours.
Chu Yang took Zhao Lei's business card. After looking at Zhao Lei's curvy figure,
with a playful smile on his face, he said,
"Can I call you when I can't sleep at night?"
Zhao Lei was slightly stunned. But then he smiled and nodded.
"With pleasure." Chu Yang asked again, "Is it the same for other guests?"
He could probably understand what Zhao Lei meant.
"You can call if you can't sleep." That is to say, is it okay to sleep with me? Of course, except for you.
Zhao Lei smiled playfully, which was rare for her.
Then he quickly turned and left the room. Only a beautiful ponytail was left swaying in front of Chu Yang. Do what they do. I have also met many dignitaries.
Naturally, many people have made similar requests to her.
However, she declined. Or too greasy. Or too old. But Chu Yang is different. His advantage is his youth. He is quite handsome too. If something could really happen between two people, she probably won T-lose. There may be some thoughts of clinging. But isn't that the reality? Chapter 19, The Dragon Slayer Becomes the Dragon. Another lesson. Chu Yang sat on the sofa. After watching Zhao Lei leaving, a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. Students at school,
and those who have been working in society for a few years. Whether it is the style of doing things or the ideas, there are still differences after all.
In comparison, people like Li Qian.
She is not as decisive as Zhao Lei when doing things.
Are you talking about frivolity? Not really. Maybe a little outrageous.
But the scale is just right.
And be open and aboveboard. Thoughts are clear. The purpose is also very clear. Everyone has the need to pursue beautiful things. This is the same principle as a wise bird choosing the right tree to roost in. Really. The adult world is always direct, frank and realistic. If he was just an ordinary college student, maybe I will never see this scene again. Think about yourself again. The words I just said. The essence actually also carries some different thoughts. I am getting braver. What is this? Every dragon slayer eventually becomes a dragon. Have you become the person you hate the most? Chu Yang was still sitting on the sofa, thinking.
Just now when I saw Zhao Lei's look of letting herself be taken, there was a burning feeling in his heart at that moment.
Maybe this is also considered growth?
I saw another side of human nature.
This is a rare experience. Of course, it may become common in the future. But at the end of the day, this is a good thing. This is also an inevitable process. Wait until you see this happen a few more times. His thoughts may be different again. That's also considered growth. But it takes a process. An old worldview. The process of integrating with the new worldview. Wait till the fusion is complete.
Then he is probably almost done with cultivation.
As for him now, I can only say that it is still very tender.
There are so many things to learn, see, and experience. This is probably one of the main reasons why it is difficult for poor families to produce talented children nowadays. The starting lines are not at the same level. Some people may struggle for it throughout their lives.
It's just something people are born with. Courage and insight are all like this. Certainly. This is not a big problem for Chu Yang now. Don't ask. The answer is he has cheated. Rested in the room for a while.
Chu Yang started to invite the other 3 people in the dormitory to go for spa treatments.
He was just having a barbecue. I am very serious about this. For him now. This is a great opportunity to experience it. Not all.
A person's temperament reflects the book she has read, the road she has walked, and the tea she has drunk.
See more of those occasions where there is debauchery and extravagance. It's not a bad thing for him at the moment. Come to the spa. The magnificent decoration appeared before Chu Yang's eyes.
whether it is the layout of various items around or the placement of lights and various lighting shades.
Aromatherapy arrangement.
Then there are the security guards in suits and ties that can be seen everywhere.
A waitress wearing a cheongsam.
In short, it can be summed up in 8 words.
Low-key luxury, elegant and grand. Certainly. This is just a corner of the Rumen Hotel. As the largest hotel group in Dongyang City, the entire hotel is decorated in an extremely sophisticated and luxurious manner. In fact, Chu Yang just followed Zhao Lei into the hotel.
His eyes were still a little frightened.
Or rather, that beating heart is still hanging. Big scene. This is definitely a big scene. In comparison, Chu Yang, who went to the spa this time, it gives people a much more calm feeling. See, this is growth. Zhang Lei and the others came over too.
Compared to the calmness shown by Zhang Lei and Chu Yang, the second and youngest children in the dormitory still felt a little cramped and nervous.
First time here. I have absolutely no experience.
Or, fundamentally, their mentality has not changed yet.
Hello, gentlemen. Would you like to have a spa treatment?
The 2 female waiters welcoming guests at the entrance of the spa looked towards Chu Yang and his companions.
I have to say,
a 5-star hotel still has the style of a 5-star hotel. Even the waitress who welcomes guests,
the appearance scores are all above 75 points.
At least she has a slim figure and delicate features.
Every frown and smile, they can all give people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze.
Yes, 4.
Chu Yang was the first to nod. Then he took Zhang Lei and a few others in.
A waitress who came with them led the way for them.
A project list was delivered quickly.
The service is very attentive and the voice is very gentle.
Certainly. There is a reason for being thoughtful. Because the price is a little expensive. Even the most common massage program starts at 888 yuan. The highest price goes up to 18,888 yuan. It's enough to cover 1/3 of the presidential suite fee. But this is not a big deal for Chu Yang at the moment. I just spent nearly 20 million at the bar. It can be considered as a wealthy person. After asking several people in the dormitory to go to the locker room to change clothes first, Chu Yang directly gave each of them a spa package worth 8,888 yuan. He did not care about their spending in the hotel as he had said before. Instead, they were all posted on the account in his own room. Also, Chu Yang and the others had been drinking. After learning about the situation,
the staff at the spa center recommended a Chinese medicine bath to Chu Yang and his friends.
Then combine it with a palace-style foot massage,
plus a full body massage,
and massage the meridians on the back. Finally, have a facial treatment. The whole operation took an hour and a half. That is to say, it was 3 o'clock in the evening when we were done. However, the spa in the hotel is available 24 hours a day.
Chu Yang and the others were also full of energy at this time.
So there is no problem.
After deciding on the project, Chu Yang was also taken to the dressing room by the waitress. There are special male waiters inside to provide services to Chu Yang and others.
After changing clothes,
Chu Yang and the other 3 were taken to a huge room.
Or say, in the hall. The area is about 300 to 400 square meters. There is a huge medicinal bath in the center. There are also many spa equipments inside. After several people soaked in the bathtub for a while,
a special staff member came up to them.
Hello, I'm technician number 88, I'm happy to serve you.
4 pretty young ladies came over and introduced themselves. He took Chu Yang and the others to start the hydrotherapy.
The first half hour was spent in the bath.
The machine in the bathtub started. The buoyancy of the water, plus the impact of various water currents,
plus the guidance and comfort of the technician next to you, you can relax. Chu Yang and the others soon completely relaxed in the bathtub.
During the meal, a waitress brought snacks, fruit plates, red wine, and other small foods,
all placed next to the bathtub.
As long as Chu Yang and the others want it,
someone will bring it to their mouths. Chapter 20: A Night of Romance. This day is so comfortable. While drinking red wine, while enjoying the spa, several people in Chu Yang's dormitory immediately laughed softly in the bathtub. This is the life of rich people. Extravagant. But it is really comfortable. Half an hour later, Chu Yang and others were invited out of the bathing pool.
Everyone came to their own private room.
Let Chu Yang sit down on the foot massage chair in the private room first. The technician bent down slightly and looked at Chu Yang respectfully and said, "Mr. Chu, I will give you a foot massage next." Speaking of,
She sat on a small chair in front of Chu Yang. First, Chu Yang's feet were bathed in salt water.
after drying with a towel,
Apply the hotel's unique high-grade essential oil on your hands. Then he started giving Chu Yang a foot massage. The technicians in the hotel are all trained top technicians.
regardless of the control of strength, it's still about the control of acupoints. They all have a very deep level of enthusiasm.
Of course, the most crucial point. It also looks more pleasing to the eye than those blind masters out there. After all, they are all young girls. As compared with those informal massage places. Chu Yang is not very clear about this.
Never experienced that. He didn't need that experience.
The spa treatment was very relaxing.
Then to the foot massage. That would be even more comfortable.
Chu Yang also let his mind go at this moment. Continue to feel the sense of relaxation and comfort spreading from the soles of your feet to your whole body. After a 20-minute foot massage,
the technician stood up, looked at Chu Yang and said, "Mr. Chu, the first half of your hydrotherapy foot therapy program has ended. Our other senior technicians will come over to give you a palace-style full-body massage and oil push later. If you need anything else, just press the service bell in the room."
After saying that, the technician turned around.
Be respectful. There was no dragging of feet. Is there such an operation?
Chu Yang, who was having a massage in a high-end hotel for the first time in his life, was stunned for a moment. But to cover up his ignorance,
he didn't say much. Soon,
the next technician who gave him a full-body massage came over.
Still a beautiful lady. Wear professional attire.
With that signature smile on his face.
"Hello, Mr. Chu, I am technician number 105. Please wait a moment. I will give you a palace-style full-body massage. Bring it on." Chu Yang nodded. After getting up from the pedicure chair at the technician's request, I lay down on the foot massage bed at the back. At this time,
there was a sudden knock on the door of the room again. There was no surprise to this technician either.
Opened the door. After receiving a cup of scented tea from outside, she handed the cup of flower tea to Chu Yang and explained with a smile,
"Mr. Chu, after the foot massage, the blood circulation in your body will speed up. If you drink some warm water at this time, it will help the blood circulation in the body and is good for the body.
You can take a break and have some tea. We'll continue the service later." So thoughtful?
Chu Yang took the tea handed over by the technician with a smile.
Then he asked curiously, "Will you change technicians midway through this?" "Yes." The technician chuckled and replied, "To ensure that customers can receive more meticulous and thoughtful service.
The steps of pedicure and massage in our spa are performed by different technicians. The technician has expended a lot of energy after the foot massage.
So, basically a large spa or water club.
Both of these steps are separate."
"Can I have a cigarette?" Chu Yang continued to ask. "He smokes. But I don't have a big addiction to smoking.
But this service is so comfortable.
It makes people want to have one. We recommend that you wait half an hour after the foot treatment and massage before smoking."
The technician quickly smiled and explained to Chu Yang. Because foot massage and reflexology improve your blood circulation, it also increases the vitality of cells throughout your body. If you smoke a cigarette at this time, the effect is probably about the same as smoking half a pack of cigarettes, so we generally don't recommend smoking now.
"Of course, I can get it for you if you need it." "Then forget it." Hearing the technician say this,
Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly.
"I had some ideas originally. This time, I have no ideas at all.
However, this service does work.
Service fee of 8,888 yuan. It seems worth it." After drinking tea, the massage and oil application officially began.
Although Chu Yang has not experienced other massage techniques, but this method is indeed possible. It feels very comfortable to press,
especially lying down. It's more relaxing than a pedicure. Even halfway through,
Xu Yang already felt so comfortable that he wanted to sleep.
At last. And with palace-style massage and oil application, Xu Yang's people soon met again in the spa's bathing hall.
After taking a shower and changing clothes in the locker room,
Whether it was Xu Yang or the other 3 people in the dormitory,
everyone felt refreshed.
no wonder so many people always want to go to the footbath city. This set of down. It really makes people feel comfortable. It was getting late afterwards.
Xu Yang and the others returned to their respective rooms.
Zhao Lei hasn't rested yet either. Why are you here? When Xu Yang returned to the door of his room, at a glance, I saw Zhao Lei waiting at the door.
Just now the staff of the spa informed me that your project is finished, and you said you wanted to open champagne, so I came here.
Zhao Lei acted very calm. Speak neither humbly nor arrogantly. Certainly. Maybe it was taking a bath. The fragrance all over my body became even stronger. Nice smell, and not overpowering. The makeup is also a little different. Black pencil skirt. Pair it with a white shirt. The top 2 buttons of the shirt were also undone.
She also wore a gold necklace with a red gemstone pendant around her neck.
The ruby is placed in the center of the clavicle. It looks very eye-catching.
The less pigmented lipstick was also carefully replaced with the most popular guy-attracting color of the season.
Long black hair shawl.
The ears are also matched with beautiful and fashionable earrings. She seemed to casually lift her hair in front of Xu Yang.
It gives people a feeling of all kinds of charm. Then come in. Xu Yang also discovered something different about Zhao Lei.
After smiling, he invited her into the house.
It looks like Zhao Lei came prepared. But he is not empty either.
Men have a natural advantage in this regard.
No matter what might happen between the 2 of them tonight. After all, he never suffers any loss. Certainly. Xu Yang was not naive enough to think that he had conquered Zhao Lei. Put aside the external factors of spending a lot of money tonight. There is not such great charm yet. Chapter 21 Novice Village Boss. After entering the room,
Xu Yang casually sat on the sofa in the living room.
He looked at Zhao Lei casually and said,
"Open the bar, sit down by the way, stay here and have a drink with me."
That posture. It looks similar to the masters in ancient times. Or say, the stupid son of a landlord. Leisurely and comfortable.
Zhao Lei raised her eyebrows slightly.
To be honest,
Xu Yang still surprised her quite a bit. She studied hotel management in college.
3 years after graduation, she started out as an ordinary little intern.
Now he is a senior private butler of the hotel.
I've basically met all kinds of people. There are wealthy businessmen and also second generation.
His eyesight has been trained quite well. She saw Xu Yang's appearance when he first entered the hotel.
No uneasiness though. But it's still a little cramped. Obviously it was the first time seeing such a scene.
But he didn't have the nouveau riche air that some of the guests she had met before had. So she made a rough guess.
Probably someone like Principal Wang. It was only after many years that I realized my family was rich. Or say,
he should not be just ordinary rich.
But he hasn't adapted well to his new identity yet. Or say, still constrained by the life experiences of the past decade. Lack of thinking and vision. This made him look a little embarrassed. But how long has it been? Less than 2 hours. Xu Yang's aura changed. Yes, it's the aura. This is a very metaphysical thing.
Although it cannot be seen directly. But from the tone of the individual's speech.
Attitude towards doing things. Even the micro-expressions that are revealed inadvertently. They can all reflect a person's aura. Speak casually. Lazy attitude. There is always a gleam of confidence in his eyes. There was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems as if everything is under control. When I was in the car before, she could also see Xu Yang's attempts.
The attempt to become the leader and the superior. However, the means were obviously still a bit crude.
Even stiff. But until now, it looks more natural.
If she had been confident that she could defeat Chu Yang tonight.
The current Chu Yang.
Instead, it made her a little confused.
Think of this.
The smile on Zhao Lei's face became more and more intense.
It's my honor. After smiling and replying to Chu Yang, Zhao Lei took out the wine that was still in the ice bucket. After opening,
Zhao Lei then took out 2 champagne glasses from the wine cabinet in the suite. After elegantly pouring 2 glasses of champagne, she walked in front of Chu Yang with great grace. Before she could determine her distance from Chu Yang
and the scale of what might happen next, Chu Yang patted the seat next to him.
Looking at her, he smiled.
Come sit over here. This moment.
The initiative was instantly in Chu Yang's hands.
Zhao Lei didn't refuse either.
She sat down next to Chu Yang gracefully. After handing a glass of champagne to Chu Yang, he gently shook the champagne in his hand. She looked at Chu Yang with a slight smile and said,
Mr. Chu, I respect you. Good. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. After clinking glasses with Zhao Lei,
after taking a sip of champagne, he placed the champagne glass on the coffee table in front of him.
Relax your whole body.
After finding a comfortable position, he lay down on the sofa.
He looked at Zhao Lei with a smile and said, Is your boyfriend going to be angry if I ask you to drink so late at night? This sentence. It's just a test. It's also an attitude.
He knew that Zhao Lei came for him tonight.
But this does not mean that he will be led by the nose. That might disappoint Mr. Chu. Zhao Lei chuckled. I've never had a boyfriend before. Chu Yang laughed. Ms. Zhao is so beautiful, how could she not have a boyfriend? To be honest,
Zhao Lei is still quite attractive to most men.
The same is true for Chu Yang. Excellent figure. She has a beautiful appearance. The key is still the royal sister temperament. And it is the type that is pleasing to the eye. If we talk about the first time we met,
if Chu Yang could give Zhao Lei a score of around 85 points,
now it's almost 90 points and above. Really? Girls dress up a little. That's a definite plus.
Zhao Lei shook her head.
What about the suitor? Chu Yang continued to ask. That's true, but I'm not interested in them.
Zhao Lei's words were also very straightforward. Then he leaned towards Chu Yang secretly. He turned around and looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile,
I'm actually quite serious about relationships.
Chu Yang did not respond to Zhao Lei's words. With a joking smile on his face, he said,
To put it bluntly, that's the spare tire? I didn't say that.
Zhao Lei shook her head and smiled.
But I can't do anything about it.
They came up to me on their own initiative.
I've clearly rejected them, but they just won't give up. There's nothing I can do about it. Cheap. Chu Yang laughed. The dog liquor will not die well. This is a living example. I think so.
Zhao Lei didn't shy away from it at all. He even agreed with Chu Yang's words and smiled.
Why would a group of grown men like you do something else but revolve around a woman? Isn't there a saying that goes, well, isn't there? If you bloom, butterflies will come.
With this time, I can work hard to make money and pursue my career.
When you have money, will you still be afraid of not having girls? Chu Yang. Good job. He is now sure. The one in front of him. Definitely a seductress. And live transparently.
It sounds like her values are really distorted. But if you think about it carefully,
it seems to be true. No one is always 18. But there is always someone 18 years old. I have money now. Are you still worried about not having a young and beautiful sister? Immediately following,
Chu Yang looked at Zhao Lei and laughed again.
So, in the end, you just don't like them, right? Zhao Lei didn't mention money at all. But every word carries money.
In some ways, she and Zhao Hui are very similar.
But
Zhao Hui is not as smart as her.
Not as high as her rank. No, I just think they deserve better.
Zhao Lei shook her head and laughed.
Chu Yang also laughed.
He could hear another meaning in Zhao Lei's words.
That is to say, she wanted better. A very high EQ conversation. If it was before yesterday,
He met a woman like Zhao Lei. There's a high probability that she will play you around in circles.
As for now, that's all it can be considered. Evenly matched. Where everyone is.
It has already determined their way of thinking and their code of conduct.
The higher you stand, the more you think, the more you will think. The more comprehensive. In other words,
he is the game player who keeps upgrading and fighting monsters. Compare the girls you met in the bar to elite monsters. Then Zhao Lei is his boss in the novice village. Conquered her.
There will be a new and vast world behind. The author has something to say.
Chapter 22. Today's goal: spend 10 million.
Okay, we've had a drink and talked a lot, and I'm a little sleepy, so you should go out today. Xu Yang ended the topic. He knows. If he wants to. There is a high probability that something will happen between the two of them tonight. He just happened to have such an idea. Certainly.
He is not an animal who thinks entirely with his lower body. Zhao Lei is a typical capable female white-collar worker. Although the two people have only been in contact for a short time.
But Xu Yang could probably feel it too. Four-sided motivation, eight-sided consideration. How to deal with people. We have done well in all aspects. But it's just so well done.
Most men don't like girls who are too smart.
Because they can't control it. Xu Yang is also a man.
It's just that he's better than most other men.
Natural has an extra advantage. He has money. Lots and lots of money. And the money comes in quickly. Even faster than robbing a bank. So he will be happy to learn. More willing to take on challenges. This woman Zhao Lei. Although he can't control it at the moment. But this does not mean that it will be the same in the future. One day he will be able to conquer this woman. There is still a long time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no rush. As for today's game, let us just call it a day.
Zhao Lei was obviously a little surprised by Xu Yang's sudden change of expression.
Big brother. I am like this. You have no reaction at all? At least give some reaction. It makes me feel less of a failure. But her powerful life experience helped her calm down quickly.
A smile soon appeared on his face again. She stood up gracefully from beside Xu Yang.
After naturally touching my hair, she looked at Xu Yang and smiled softly. Okay, it's getting late, so I won't bother you anymore. Have a good rest, good night. Then she left. He walked without any delay.
There is no nostalgia either.
She is a bit money-oriented. It may be related to her work experience in recent years. But this is human nature. For a high-quality man like Xu Yang, just be proactive. But let her take off all her clothes and go to the man's bed. Feel sorry. She can't do that yet. It's not yet time to humiliate myself to this extent. Wait until you leave. After walking out of the room, a smile quickly appeared on Zhao Lei's lips. If something happened between the two of them tonight, she may have a high probability of getting something she wants. But in this case,
in her heart, Xu Yang was considered inferior.
Except for being young.
There is no difference between him and those other men who lust after her body.
And now it seems. After the confrontation just now in the room, the impression Xu Yang left in her mind obviously became higher. This is one very funny little man.
It also proves his extraordinariness from the side.
At least I have some concentration. There is also a sense of proportion.
Usually men have both of these characteristics.
None of them are easy to deal with.
But this also shows from another perspective.
She has a good eye. How cold and resolute.
Xu Yang sat on the sofa shaking a champagne glass.
But he likes this feeling of being decisive and swift. Just very free and easy. Soon, Xu Yang stood up from the sofa again, holding a champagne glass,
while walking to the balcony of the living room. I just sat casually on the rattan chair beside the balcony. Placed the champagne glasses on the small wooden table nearby. He lit a cigarette casually, looking at the jagged moonlight in the infinity pool in front of me.
And overlooking The bustling night scene of most of Donyang City. After puffing out smoke for a while,
he took out his cell phone. I took a picture of the champagne glass placed aside and the shimmering surface of the swimming pool.
Last caption. Happiness as you age requires money to maintain.
Attached to the location of the hotel.
Chu Yang casually posted a message on his moments. There are thousands of people showing off their wealth in the circle of friends.
One more of him wouldn't make any difference.
Right. The happiness of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. After posting on moments,
Chu Yang processed the 20 or 30 new friend addition messages that appeared on WeChat at some point in time.
I looked at the WeChat chat interface again.
Zhao Hui sent a lot of messages again.
Chu Yang, where are you? Let's meet and have a good chat. Chu Yang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Can you please forgive me this time?
Chu Yang, you used to reply to me immediately.
I beg you, please don't ignore me. Chu Yang, I really know I was wrong.
I'm sorry, I'm really sorry.
Can you please come out and see me? I promise I won't bother you anymore. I just want to apologize to you in person. Good job.
The number of words in these dozen text messages. It was equal to the number of words Zhao Hui had written in reply to him when they were chatting 2 months ago. How much more even there is?
But what's the use? An infidelity. Not used 100 times.
He did not hate Zhao Hui's materialistic behavior.
He only hates betrayal in relationships.
After closing Zhao Hui's chat box,
Chu Yang entered her personal account page. Just tap your fingers. Then, block him directly.
A qualified predecessor.
It should be the same as death. Do not bother.
It was the last tenderness they showed each other.
At least that's what Chu Yang thought. After finishing these things, he drank up the champagne in his glass. Chu Yang, slightly tipsy, lay down on the big bed in the presidential suite. Then smelled the unique aroma in the room. Plus the relaxation after the massage. He fell asleep quickly. The next morning,
Chu Yang slept in for a rare time.
Wait until you wake up. I didn't have time to check the time on my phone.
A system prompt sounded in his mind.
A new day has begun. Would the host like to sign in? Sign in. Chu Yang chose to sign in without hesitation. Soon.
In his mind, he remembered another system prompt sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have won a Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series watch worth 6.5 million. Please pick it up at the Vacheron Constantin store in the Guojin building in Donyang City today.
Good fellow, do you still need to pick it up yourself?
Chu Yang thought of the supercar that was delivered to his door.
After hearing this news, I feel a little unwell. This is another trip. But if you think about it, this is quite good. If you rely on the system and do nothing every day, it's better to run around like this. Came here today to pick up a car. Go there tomorrow to get a watch. Even more excessive. Build a building. Just learn from the Guangdong guys and collect rent every day by wearing flip-flops.
These days can be considered as fulfilling.
At this time,
suddenly, another system prompt sounded in his mind. It has been detected that the host's personal assets have exceeded 10 million.
The system task is issued.
Those who achieve great things do not care about small details, and those who become wealthy do not care about small money. Host, please spend 10 million within 24 hours. Reward for completing the mission, 1 chance to draw a prize or 1 chance to exchange for a product. Penalty for mission failure, the system will be on standby for 3 days, during which time you will not be able to use any system functions, including daily sign-in, consumer rebate cards, and all other functions.
Goods exchange opportunity?
After listening to the system task, Chu Yang was slightly stunned. That's why we organized a lottery for the rich.
Now there is another rich man coming to exchange? And you have to choose one of 2 opportunities. Interesting. Quite interesting. Spend 10 million in 1 day. Isn't it enough to just have hands? Chapter 23, If you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. After temporarily putting system tasks aside, Chu Yang picked up the phone. Just opened WeChat.
There were nearly 30 comments of various kinds. Among them are many junior high school classmates who I haven't contacted for 5 or 6 years. There are also high school classmates who I have never chatted with since I added them as friends.
Certainly.
Most of the comments are from college classmates.
Fuck, boss, you're awesome. Wow, that's awesome. Student Chu is living a good life.
Senior, your angle for taking photos is not good.
Let me take the photo for you next time. These are all in the university.
And for middle and high school students.
Oh my god, Chu Yang, you become rich. Where did you make your fortune recently? Another day of envying others. Brother Chu, check WeChat, I have something urgent to talk to you about. I read a lot of comments. Basically, they are just compliments or meaningless words. Certainly. There were also many words of congratulations from old acquaintances from high school. However, these are still in the minority. In addition, there are also people who borrow money. It's not just about borrowing money under comments in the circle of friends. Some even sent private messages directly via WeChat.
Basically, we haven't been in touch for several years.
Old classmates who are completely unrelated.
Chu Yang didn't quite understand the train of thought of these people. When we were in high school, our friendship wasn't close enough to the point of borrowing money from each other.
Why would you think that?
We haven't been in touch for so long now.
Will he lend money out?
Chu Yang ignored him.
This kind of thing. It's a tangled mess that can't be sorted out.
The more you pay attention to others, the more excited they may become.
Even though it sounds inhumane. But that's the way it is. Too much concern for others. I won't be able to live a good life.
You have to take the initiative into your own hands. The situation must also be kept within control.
He didn't quite understand this principle before. Not enough has been done.
But now, after going through so much,
I have seen through a lot. After deleting these borrowing information, Chu Yang threw the phone aside.
After picking up the landline phone on the bedside table,
he made a phone call. This is the hotel customer service number. Call Zhao Lei to see me.
After saying this, Chu Yang hung up the phone. Brush teeth and wash face normally.
I washed my hair, by the way.
After Chu Yang finished washing his hair, Zhao Lei came into the room. He walked out of the private bathroom.
After throwing the bath towel used to dry hair on the sofa in the living room,
Chu Yang sat on the sofa in front of Zhao Lei wearing the pajamas he brought from the hotel.
He raised his head slightly and said softly, "Give me your phone and unlock the screen." "What are you going to do?"
Zhao Lei looked at the phone in her hand.
He looked at Chu Yang with some curiosity. "This is inexplicable. Why do you suddenly need your phone? Bring it here when I tell you to." Chu Yang didn't explain much to Zhao Lei.
After taking the phone from Zhao Lei's hand,
"Turn on your phone screen."
After taking a look at the unlock password above, he placed the phone in front of Zhao Lei.
"Unlock." Looking at Chu Yang, who didn't know what he wanted to do, Zhao Lei was suddenly helpless.
But she still unlocked her phone screen for Chu Yang.
"Get an unlocked phone." Chu Yang directly clicked into her WeChat app. "Enter your WeChat ID above." And successfully sent the friend request.
Then he returned the phone to Zhao Lei. "I will not return this room today, so according to the rules, you are still my personal butler. I don't know where I lost your business card last night. I don't have the habit of saving other people's numbers, so I'll just add WeChat. A company need to have breakfast later, and then arrange a car to take me to the entrance of Super Monkey Bar."
Zhao Lei. Just add WeChat. Is it necessary to be so bluffing? Look at Chu Yang's attitude just now. She wondered what he was going to do with her phone.
And then before she could speak, Chu Yang stood up from the sofa again, looked at her and said,
"You can go out now." "Ah?"
Zhao Lei was stunned again. She could hardly keep up with Chu Yang's train of thought.
"Let her have breakfast with me this time. Let her out later. What's going on?" At this time, Chu Yang suddenly took a step forward. The distance between the two people instantly shrank to just a fist's distance.
Chu Yang was almost face to face like this.
He looked at her playfully and smiled. "If you're willing to stay here and watch me change clothes, then you can stay here and not go out?" Speaking of,
he was about to take off his pajamas.
Wait a minute, I'm leaving. Zhao Lei's pretty face blushed, which was rare. He quickly turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Xu Yan looked at her again and said, "Remember to close the door when you leave, and find a place to change into your professional attire. I'll give you half an hour to dress yourself up nicely. After dinner, accompany me to the bar to pick up the car, and then you have to accompany me to go shopping." Zhao Lei felt helpless. "Good job. You're asking for a lot. I have to put on makeup and dress up again. I have to accompany you shopping again. Is she still called a personal butler? The most important thing is, can you put on your makeup for me in half an hour? But, after all, the customer is God. As long as Chu Yang stays in this hotel for one day, he kept the presidential suite for another day. This does not violate personal ethics. Everything is within the rules. She really couldn't refuse. I'm just accompanying you for a walk, not staying with you in bed. No big problem. But, wait until Zhao Lei leaves the suite. After closing the door, the sound of the door clicking woke her up instantly. Think back carefully. It started from meeting Chu Yang in the suite. It seemed as if her every move was guided by Chu Yang. This is not a good sign. Inside the room, Chu Yang looked at Zhao Lei, who was leaving. He slowly stood there and chuckled. This wave, a complete victory. Then he walked slowly towards the bedroom. This is the living room. He's not stupid. The suite is such a big place. Why do you have to change clothes in the living room? Half an hour later, after blowing his hair, styling his hairstyle a little, and changing his clothes, Chu Yang left the room. After pressing the elevator, I walked downstairs to the hotel's buffet restaurant. Although he could have asked the hotel to arrange for the chef to prepare breakfast himself. But there is no need for that. He is not that valuable yet. Besides, even if you invite someone over, when the time comes to eat, don't you have to use your own chopsticks? It's just a waste of time and effort. Although he is rich now. But he's not stupid. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Zhao Lei, who had dressed up, was already waiting at the door. She changed into a white V-neck backless silk dress, slightly permed and dyed blue-brown long hair shawl. It just covers the white part of the backless part. The clavicle chain with a red pendant on her neck last night was also replaced with a natural pearl necklace. She also wore a pair of tassel-style silver earrings on her ears, paired with the particularly whitening lipstick on the lips that attracts men. Look from a distance. It gives people a feeling of desire and purity. This is very royal. It also suits Chu Yang's taste. Chapter 24. The princess belongs to President Chu. How is it, are you satisfied? After looking at Chu Yang, who walked in front of him, Zhao Lei slightly grabbed the hem of her skirt. With a slightly helpless look, she smiled and turned around in front of Chu Yang. Half an hour. Do you know how she spent this half hour? Hurry up or hurry up. She had just prepared this outfit before Chu Yang went out. This is all thanks to the fact that she has to wear light makeup every day when she goes out. Otherwise, don't even think about doing this in half an hour. Nothing else to say. It is quite troublesome for girls to put on makeup. Don't look so bitter and resentful. I just asked you to change your clothes. I didn't bully you. Smile more. Look how beautiful you look when you smile. Chu Yang looked at Zhao Lei with admiration. The effect within half an hour is still very satisfactory. Nothing else to say. This is how Zhao Lei is dressed today. She was easily sent to the segment above 90 points. White long skirt. It feels so ethereal. When I was a child, I thought princesses belonged to princes. But now, the princess belongs to Mr. Chu. Zhao Lei had eaten breakfast. But to avoid embarrassment, he still picked up a smooth porcelain bowl and put some fruit in the bowl. Just think of it as fruit after breakfast. Chu Yang's breakfast was also quite simple. A bowl of hot noodle soup, 2 eggs and a glass of milk. This is already a very comfortable meal. Zhao Lei was sitting opposite Chu Yang, while accompanying Chu Yang to eat breakfast, while eating the fruit with a small fork. But when eating the fruit, her eyes were fixed on Chu Yang's face. The expression was slightly ferocious. It looked like it was going to eat Chu Yang. Zhao Lei didn't notice her current posture. It was completely different from her previous attitude towards Chu Yang. It makes her look more like a little girl. Chu Yang also discovered it. But he didn't say it. Zhao Lei looks quite cute now. It lacks some worldly atmosphere. It has a more innocent feeling. Maybe this is her original background. It's just that after wearing the mask for a long time, even she herself can't tell what is true and what is false. After breakfast, the car arranged by Zhao Lei had already been parked in front of the hotel. It was still that black Rolls-Royce. But this time, Zhang Lei and the others were still playing chess with Zhou Gong in the hotel room. Xu Yang traveled alone with Zhao Lei. After getting in the car, the driver started the vehicle. On the bar street, traffic is obviously better during the day than late at night. In about 20 minutes, the driver took Xu Yang and Zhao Lei to the door of the bar. Just got off the bus. Look up. Zhao Lei saw the dazzling Koenigsegg CCXR at the door of the bar. Then she saw Xu Yang take out the car keys. Is this your car? Zhao Lei was a little surprised. She doesn't know much about cars. But I also know that this car is unlikely to be purchased for less than 10 million yuan. And the license plate on the car is also unusual. Most people's attention yesterday was focused on the car itself. So people ignored the license plate of this car. .ECY001. ISNTCY, the abbreviation of Chu Yang's name? Not to mention the digits following 001. In the country, these numbers all have special meanings. I guess the price of this license plate is quite high. Good job. She was still speculating last night. Chu Yang is someone who can easily come out and live in the presidential suite. The family's assets are at least several hundred million. Now look at it this way. She still underestimated Chu Yang. The license plate plus the price of the car would probably be half of the goal. There is no one with a fortune of tens of billions behind this. Who dares to do this? Let's go, don't be in a daze, get in the car. Chu Yang looked at Zhao Lei, who had a dazed expression. Then he walked to the supercar and opened the door. And the passenger door was opened first. Looking at Zhao Lei, she made a gesture of invitation. Ladies first. Oh, okay. After hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhao Lei finally reacted. Then she got into the car in a somewhat unbelievable manner. A multi-million-dollar supercar. This is the first time in her life. Wait until Chu Yang got in the car. The first thing she asked was, I guess your car must cost a lot of money, right? Not much. Chu Yang laughed casually, it's only tens of millions, not very expensive. The car price is tens of millions, not bad. But he got this car for free directly from the system. So for him, it's really not worth the money. Zhao Lei. Will you die if you don't show off? A few tens of millions of small amounts of money? He is really the stupid son of a landlord. And he is the stupid son of a big landlord. After getting on the bus, the supercar ignites and starts, accompanied by the roar of a supercar engine. Xu Yang drove Zhao Lei directly towards the IFC building. It's okay to spend money today. However, the system's rewards cannot be ignored. First go to the mall to pick up that Patek Philippe watch worth 6.5 million. As for spending 10 million, the matter of spending money. He is really not afraid of not being able to spend the money. The IFC building is not far from the bar. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Xu Yang drove the supercar to the downstairs of IFC building. It is the largest shopping mall in Dongyang City. There are still a lot of people coming and going downstairs of the IFC building. The sound coming from the supercar engine instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. No way. This is a super sports car known as the Ghost Sun. The appearance is also very domineering and beautiful. It is definitely eye-catching when parked in a crowd. After the car stopped, Xu Yang got out of the car with Zhao Lei. Oh my god, the co-pilot of a luxury car never disappoints. Oh my god, these legs are enough for me to play with for 10 years. Brother, I am your long-lost brother, bro. Countless people around looked at him sideways. Everyone looked at Chu Yang with eyes full of envy and jealousy. The matter of reincarnation. It's really a technical job. After what happened yesterday,
Xu Yang had gotten used to the feeling of being the center of attention. Zhao Lei doesn't care at all. After getting off the car, she walked directly to Xu Yang's side. She naturally took his arm. She moved closely to his side. When shopping, you must look like you're shopping. Moreover, she showed a rare quirky smile and said to Xu Yang, Mr. Chu, where shall we go first? Whatever you want to do today, I will accompany you. While talking, Xu Yang could even smell the pleasant fragrance coming from her. This feeling of soft fragrance in my arms. Through thin fabric. He could even feel Zhao Lei's soft skin. Almost instantly, a hot feeling rose in Xu Yang's heart. Certainly. He quickly suppressed this feeling. But I have to say it. This girl. It's really a goblin. Then, Xu Yang went straight to Zhao Lei's ear and bit it. Don't call me Mr. Chu here. It seems too distant. Just call me Chu Yang. Or, Mr. Chu can do it, too. When talking about the two words Mr. Chu, a strange color flashed quickly in Xu Yang's eyes. Calling him Chu Yang sounds more intimate. If you call me Mr. Chu, that obviously has an office feel. Just very happy. The author has something to say. Chapter 25, Old Classmates Whom I Haven't Seen for Many Years. Boss Chu? Zhao Lei didn't understand what Xu Yang meant. But you can also tell something from his weird eyes. Then she smiled and looked at Xu Yang and said, Then I'll still call you Xu Yang. You can call me whatever you want. Xu Yang smiled. After taking Zhao Lei into the mall, they started looking for the Vacheron Constantin store. But just when he took Zhao Lei into the mall and was about to take the escalator upstairs, the figure of a man who was familiar yet a little strange appeared before him. Xu Yang, it's really you. Before Xu Yang could react, the man quickly brought his female companion to Xu Yang. Who are you? Xu Yang was stunned for a moment. After carefully recalling the scenes in my memory, he then looked at the boy with some surprise and said, Sun Bin, it's you. Sun Bin was his classmate in high school. But the two people are not very familiar with each other. There are even festivals. Of course, this is all in the past. If I hadn't met Sun Bin in the mall today. He was almost forgetting this classmate in his memory. Long time no see, long time no see. Sun Bin saw that Xu Yan was still very enthusiastic. Especially after seeing the elegant Zhao Lei standing next to him. The smile on his face grew even wider. After looking at Zhao Lei with a smile, he looked at Xu Yang and asked with a smile. Why, is this your girlfriend? You have made it big, you found such a beautiful girlfriend while studying in college. Xu Yang did not give any further explanation. He just smiled casually and looked at Sun Bin and said, What a coincidence, why are you here today? Sun Bin looked at Xu Yang with a smile on his face and said, I am just accompanying my girlfriend to go shopping. You know that women only have this hobby. But then he changed his tone and said to Xu Yang, You should be graduating soon now, so how's it going? Have you found an internship? Xu Yang still had a smile on his face and said politely, I'm about to graduate and I'm looking for a job. How about you? How have you been lately? I'm okay, but I can't compare to you college students. When Sun Bin heard Xu Yang's words, he immediately smiled modestly. But, although he did sound quite humble, there was no expression of humility on his face. Instead, he looked at Xu Yang with a very boastful smile and said, I graduated after 3 years of college. Now I run a small media company outside. It's just average. I have a few small internet celebrities and my annual income is only about 1 million yuan. Xu Yang. Good job. I just want to ask you how you are doing. You answer this for me? What's more, when saying this, Sun Bin's eyes were always on Zhao Lei who was standing next to him. That's what it means. It seems like the real purpose is not to drink. This is not the end yet. After saying this, Sun Bin looked at Zhao Lei who was standing next to Xu Yang and said with a smile, My beautiful lady, you look so pretty and you should have good conditions in all aspects. How about you, have you ever considered becoming a host here? Don't worry, Xu Yang and I are old classmates, and I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Thank you, but I don't have any idea about being a host. Zhao Lei replied to Sun Bin with an awkward but polite smile. Then he looked at Chu Yan with a strange expression.
You, classmate. Are they all so familiar with each other?
And looking at Sun Bin's appearance, it doesn't seem like he has a very good relationship with Chu Yang.
Even a little bit. He comes with bad intentions.
Of course, she has seen a lot of such things.
Even if it was her.
Every year when I attend class reunions, I encounter a lot of such things.
Most of the leaders are students who have done well after graduation.
To put it bluntly, it's just a group of people sitting together and comparing their wealth. See who does better after graduation.
If you still feel it's not enough after showing off your wealth in front of everyone.
They may even ridicule students who may have had a good time in school but are not doing well after graduation.
She has seen too many things like this.
So she simply decided not to go to any class reunions.
It also allows you to have peace of mind.
As for the Sun Bin in front of him. Although it sounds like an annual income of 1 million is pretty good.
But that has not to mention anything else.
The car parked outside Chu Yang's door alone is equivalent to his total income for 50 or 60 years.
Show off in front of Chu Yang. Does he deserve it? That would be a shame.
Sun Bin was a little disappointed after hearing what Zhao Lei said.
But soon he looked at Zhao Lei again and said, "But we can still add each other as friends, what do you think? Whenever you are interested in this, you can contact me at any time."
That's not necessary. Zhao Lei smiled and glanced at Chu Yang standing next to her. I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand. Anyway, Chu Yang didn't explain her identity just now.
Then she would just be Chu Yang's fake girlfriend. It's not a loss anyway.
As soon as these words came out, Sun Bin's face was a little embarrassed.
Afraid your boyfriend will misunderstand you? This statement can only fool other honest people.
He didn't believe what Zhao Lei said at all.
You just want to be shameless? At this time,
Chu Yang, who had been standing aside without saying anything, finally spoke.
He looked at Sun Bin and smiled. Okay, let's stop here today. Since you still have things to do, we won't bother you anymore. We'll see you again someday. After saying that, Chu Yang didn't want to explain anything anymore. He walked straight forward with Zhao Lei. Hey, why did you leave? Let's talk for a while longer.
And watched Chu Yang leave. A smug smile immediately appeared on Sun Bin's face. Then he looked at Chu Yang's back as he left and laughed. Old classmate, you can keep in touch if you have nothing to do. I'm still short of a driver. If you can't find a job when you graduate, I can consider arranging a driver position for you. The salary is 3,000 per month, I guarantee you won't lose out.
Chu Yang ignored him. He looks normal.
He even continued walking towards the watch shop with Zhao Lei with a smile on his face. It was as if he hadn't heard these words at all.
At this time,
the girl standing next to Sun Bin looked at him and asked,
Mr. Sun, is this your high school classmate? He looks so arrogant, but he just walked away like that. He didn't even give me face. Yeah, it's okay. After showing off in front of Chu Yang,
Sun Bin can be said to be refreshed. Looking at this girl, he said with disdain. He's just a poor bastard from high school. We haven't seen each other for a long time. There's no need to bother with him.
He and I are not from the same world at all.
Chu Yang was very popular in school back then.
Parents like it and teachers like it. Definitely someone else's child. But what's the use? Now I am about to graduate from university. It's different, but you still have to work hard to find a job. Work for someone like him? The author has something to say. The slap in the face is coming soon. Chapter 26, Condescending Tolerance. But soon. After watching Chu Yang and the other two leave, Sun Bin showed an unhappy expression on his face again. But damn, this poor bastard's girlfriend is so beautiful, it's not right. Hearing this, the girl standing next to Sun Bin suddenly became unhappy and said coquettishly, Boss Sun, am I not beautiful?
No, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful. Sun Bin immediately burst into laughter.
He didn't care about the people in public.
He raised his hand and patted the girl on the butt, smiling proudly.
As long as you follow me carefully, I promise to give you everything you want. Come on, let's go shopping. Good. A happy smile immediately appeared on the girl's face. I fell in love with a bag some time ago. Can you come with me to take a look? Okay, all up to you. All up to you.
These two people are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship at all. Rather, superiors and subordinates.
Real superiors and subordinates. Sun Bin is the boss.
And she was just a secretary beside the boss. Just serve the boss well. The boss brought her here to distribute benefits.
Xu Yang, this doesn't seem like your style. Xu Yang sighed.
After walking away, Zhao Lei looked at Xu Yang with some surprise. She also heard what Sun Bin said at the end.
It feels like a villain has succeeded.
I didn't expect Xu Yang to say this. Xu Yang seemed to have heard nothing and his face remained calm.
Aren't you angry about this? There's nothing to be angry about. Xu Yang's expression remained the same. He looked at Zhao Lei and smiled calmly.
As a person, you should be more generous if you can, and be more tolerant to others and yourself.
If you are always fussy about everything, you will only add to your troubles. After Zhao Lei heard this, he rolled his eyes quickly and thought for a few seconds.
Then he nodded, not quite understanding. Then he smiled and looked at Xu Yang and said, "Your words are quite profound and of a very high level.
Where did you learn this from?"
Xu Yang's words seemed calm. However, she could also hear the arrogance in Xu Yang's words.
Yes, it's arrogance.
The pride that comes from the bones. Or it could be said to be a strong sense of tolerance.
A kind of tolerant attitude that is superior and condescending. The tolerance shown by Xu Yang.
He was so tolerant that he even disdained to reason with Sun Bin. So just now when Sun Bin was so arrogant and proud, Xu Yang still stood calmly beside him.
It seems now. It feels like watching a clown perform. This is inclusion.
There is disdain and tolerance.
What is Sun Bin's identity? What is his identity?
Arguing with such people is a very degrading thing in itself. I learned it from a book.
Xu Yang turned his head and glanced at Zhao Lei. Read more books when you have nothing to do. Books contain beautiful women and golden houses.
It was similar to what Zhao Lei thought. Xu Yang's mentality has indeed changed a lot in the past 2 days. When I was with Zhao Lei, it was one thing. When he's with Sun Bin, he shows a completely different side of himself.
Even if you have a system.
He also does not think of himself as a high and mighty god. However, there are still differences after all.
Dragons do not live with snakes. Tigers do not behave like dogs. There is no need for that because of the appearance of someone like Sun Bin. It ruined his good mood today.
Of course he could take out the keys to the sports car and throw them in front of Sun Bin.
Then ask him to check his bank card balance. Finally, tell him loudly how much money you have now.
But, does he deserve it?
He is not worth proving anything to him. This can also be considered a manifestation of one's class. Please don't look so old, okay? I'm actually 2 years older than you.
After Zhao Lei heard Xu Yang's words, she immediately pouted at Xu Yang, which was rare. Yes, 2 years older. Xu Yang is 21 this year.
She is only 23. The age difference between the two people is actually not that far.
But when the two met for the first time yesterday, when Xu Yang faced her,
still at a disadvantage. This is because of the difference in life experiences. But now,
the identities of the two people began to swap.
Today's Xu Yang. Every word in action.
There was a feeling that she couldn't see through him.
Zhao Lei thought about it seriously.
Ultimately, it was attributed to the difference in realm.
The current Xu Yang. My mood is different. Experience can be accumulated over time.
But there is such a thing as realm.
Need to practice. It also depends on money. And Xu Yang in this regard. I think he should be an outstanding student. The cultivation speed is very fast and very rich.
Of course, girls are gossipy by nature.
After saying this, she looked at Xu Yang curiously and asked, "Do you have a feud with your high school classmate?"
You guys don't look like old classmates who haven't seen each other for a long time.
Two old classmates usually meet.
Even if there is one person who really wants to show off his wealth, then maybe they would be a little more careful about the degree of control.
How to get to Xu Yang? It feels like it's being targeted. I guess so. Hearing what Zhao Lei said,
Shu Yang also showed a rare smile on his face.
Seriously.
He and Sun Bin are really not familiar with each other.
When the two were in high school.
He is the study committee member of the class, and Sun Bin is just a poor student at the bottom of the class.
The two of them simply can't play together. As for talking about festivals, that can only mean that they were rivals in love in high school. Chu Yang's deskmate was a famous school beauty goddess in their school. But unfortunately, everyone in the school knows that the school beauty likes Chu Yang.
It's just that Chu Yang was quite inferior when he was in high school. So I didn't dare to agree to it at all.
And Sun Bin back then.
He was also one of the strong suitors of Chu Yang's deskmate.
Certainly. Also one of the losers.
So naturally, he would not get along with Chu Yang, the object of the school belle's admiration. Now that he's rich, he shows off his superiority in front of Chu Yang.
There is a reason for this.
And along the way, after listening to Chu Yang talking about the grudges and entanglements between him and Sun Bin in high school,
Zhao Lei suddenly laughed again and asked, "So what's going on now? Where is your goddess-level deskmate in high school?"
If Chu Yang had failed and felt inferior when he was young, now it can be said that it is a perfect counterattack. It is totally possible to get your old love back.
Now, I don't know.
She transferred to another school in her second year of high school. I heard that she went abroad with her parents. I haven't been in touch with her for a long time. After Chu Yang heard this,
there was an inexplicable complex look in his eyes.
Compared to Zhao Hui, who betrayed him before,
the feeling in high school is actually more pure.
It's a pity that he was a loner and had low self-esteem at that time. It was not until I met people like Zhang Lei in college that I gradually became cheerful.
Having said that, if he had been braver back then, the results may be different now. It's a realistic version. What if I am young and successful and don't feel inferior?
Zhao Lei also heard the loneliness in Chu Yang's voice.
So I was very obedient and didn't talk about this issue anymore.
Chu Yang's ability to self-regulate his emotions is also very strong.
After feeling a little sad, he looked at Zhao Lei and smiled.
"Okay, stop gossiping. First, accompany me to the Vacheron Constantin store to get the watch, and then go shopping with me obediently. I see that you have good taste in clothes, so help me pick out a few more clothes when the time comes."
Zhao Lei smiled.
Okay, you are the boss, whatever you say is right, I am listening obediently.
Can you please stop acting like you're being oppressed by the landlords? Chu Yang also laughed. After what happened in the morning,
he found himself talking to Zhao Lei.
The performance has become more and more comfortable.
And how Zhao Lei behaves in front of him now.
He no longer acted as reserved as he did when we first met.
This shows that the relationship between the two people has become closer.
Moreover, Chu Yang still occupies a dominant position. This is a good thing. Zhao Lei smiled. Isn't it?
When I think about the time in the morning when Chu Yang asked me to put on makeup and change clothes within half an hour to appear in front of him.
She is still a little stingy now. This man. There is no gentlemanly manners at all. No. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. Even if you really want to talk about oppression.
At best, she can only be described as a little girl being teased by the young master.
Landlord and rich man sounds so unfashionable. He is going to be a wealthy man in the future. Not a local tyrant.
Zhao Lei rolled her eyes in response. You're the only one who asks for too much.
Chapter 27, Top Quality Mingqian Longjing. Dongyang City can be regarded as a new first-tier city.
As the iconic IFC building in Dongyang City, the decoration inside can be said to be extremely gorgeous.
The higher the floor, the better. The specifications inside are even more advanced.
Chu Yang had been here several times. But basically they are college students working here part-time.
This is also one side of social reality. If you don't have money, no matter which city you are in,
all that is left for you are endless late shifts, crowded buses and subways, and endless instant noodles takeout.
And once you have money, you can then party every night and live a life of luxury. Between these two,
the former is called for survival.
The latter is what life is.
This world.
She has always been gentle only to rich people. Vacheron Constantin is an internationally renowned top luxury watch brand.
The decoration inside the store is also extremely gorgeous. Inside the huge exhibition hall, various watches with complex designs and luxurious appearances are displayed everywhere. The cheapest one among them costs more than 100,000 yuan.
You too, is there anything I can help you with?
After seeing Chu Yang and Zhao Lei coming,
a clerk standing at the door walked up to the two of them with a very respectful attitude. Top luxury brands like theirs. The invisible threshold is still very high. Unless you are someone who knows nothing about watches. Otherwise, they are generally people who lack confidence. There is no such thing as daring to hang out in their store. So basically it's door-to-door service. Those are probably the customers who have a chance to buy. Especially Zhao Lei, who is dressed brightly and beautifully and standing next to Chu Yang. This will make the salesperson more certain of this fact. There is a good saying. A woman is another mirror of a man. If you want to know how well this man is doing, just look at the women around him.
Although it is not objective. But it is also true.
We're here to pick up our watch.
Chu Yang looked at the clerk and smiled faintly. The watch from the Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series should have arrived this morning. The system only says that it is a watch from the Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series. However, there are still many types of watches in this series.
So he didn't know what specific model the watch was. Are you Mr. Chu?
After hearing Chu Yang's words, the clerk was startled at first. Then the expression on his face became more respectful. Their store manager announced it in the store this morning.
A distinguished guest may come today. It must be the Chu Yang in front of him.
The watch Chu Yang was talking about was the Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series 3003000 P8200 watch.
The official price of the hairstyle in China is 6.5 million. People who can afford this kind of watch. The net worth is definitely very high. In particular, Chu Yang is still so young. Chu Yang nodded, yes, I am.
Please wait for a moment with this lady.
You can rest in the reception area of our store. I will notify the store manager to see you right away.
After looking at Chu Yang respectfully,
the clerk then took Chu Yang and the other person to the reception area of the store.
Then I went to the office in their store and called their store manager.
What kind of watch did you order that made them treat you with such respect that the store manager even asked to come to the store to receive you?
After sitting on the sofa next to Chu Yang, Zhao Lei looked at Chu Yang with some curiosity. Although she has never bought a Vacheron Constantin watch. However, with the salary I earned in the past few years, I have bought several luxury bags.
But the prices are not expensive. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars.
But the attitude of the shop assistants towards her was no different from that towards ordinary customers. As if what she bought was not a luxury item.
As for meeting the store manager, don't even think about it. And on Chu Yang's side, Vacheron Constantin itself is a big brand in the watch industry.
Most of the people who can afford the watches in this store are either rich or noble.
But the watch is generally ordered by customers.
I guess he didn't take it seriously enough to ask the store manager to come and receive him himself.
It's not expensive, about 6 million.
Chu Yang smiled casually, then lay down comfortably on the sofa behind him.
Zhao Lei was speechless. 6 million?
She found that she seemed to have underestimated Chu Yang. This is a watch worth more than 6 million.
Listen to the tone of Chu Yang's voice. It's like buying a $60 watch. Do you think this is where you buy vegetables at the vegetable market? It was at this time.
The store manager, who was sitting in the small office inside the store, walked quickly to Chu Yang under the guidance of the store clerk. The store manager is a middle-aged man in his 30s.
After looking Chu Yang up and down, he looked at Chu Yang respectfully and said, "Hello, Mr. Chu.
I am Chang Rui, the manager of this store."
"Nice to meet you." "Hello, Chu Yang."
Chu Yang stood up from the sofa and shook hands with the store manager with a smile.
Mr. Chu is really younger than I expected. He is young and promising. Chang Rui looked at Chu Yang with some surprise. Look at the age.
I estimate him to be around 21 or 22 years old. She was actually wearing a Vacheron Constantin watch worth more than 6 million.
Whose rich family is this? He has also met many young men from wealthy families in Donyang City. But in his memory, it seemed as if Chu Yang had never appeared before. You flatter me. I am just a young man who is a little bit lucky.
Xu Yang replied with a smile. Be neither humble nor arrogant.
There is no overbearing attitude. Ha, luck is also a kind of strength.
Chang Rui and Xu Yang exchanged a few polite words, and then looked at Xu Yang and said, I didn't know you would come this morning, so the watch is still in the safe in our warehouse for the time being.
Please show me your ID information. I'll check it on the internal network at headquarters. Once it's correct, I'll go get your watch.
A watch worth more than 6 million.
Even if Vacheron Constantine is wealthy. I don't even dare to put it so blatantly in the store.
It was good that Xu Yang called ahead to pick it up.
If you didn't say.
He had no choice but to go to the warehouse and get it from the safe.
No problem. Xu Yang took out his ID card.
The store manager bowed slightly. After taking Xu Yang's ID card with both hands, he took it to his office for verification.
The other side.
A young clerk in the store brought 2 cups of warm water and some snacks and placed them in front of the two of them. Mr. Chu, miss, please take a rest for a while.
Thanks for your hard work. Xu Yang smiled and nodded.
After taking the cup of tea handed to him by the waiter, he slowly began to drink it.
A few minutes later. After verifying Xu Yang's identity, Chang Rui came out of the office. When looking at Xu Yang,
the smile on his face became more and more prosperous.
Mr. Chu, please keep your ID card. I will go get your watch right away.
The warehouse is not far from here, but it will take 10 to 15 minutes.
You and this lady can go to my office and rest for a while. Xu Yang doesn't have so many rules.
He looked at the store manager calmly and said with a smile, It's okay, I'll just sit here and wait. He felt that it was quite comfortable sitting in the reception area here.
There is no need to move. That's fine. Chang Rui smiled and nodded, then looked at the female clerk standing beside him with a little dignity and said,
Go to my office and brew the box of this year's premium Mingxian Longjing tea that I collected for Mr. Chu and you too.
After saying that,
he smiled and looked at Xu Yang again. Bend over, with a very low posture.
Mr. Chu, I'll be over now. Please wait a moment. Chapter 28 Don't be shameless. After saying hello to Xu Yang, Chang Rui left the store. Not long after,
2 figures that Xu Yang was somewhat familiar with just happened to pass by the entrance of Vacheron Constantine's store.
The girl standing next to Sun Bin looked through the transparent glass at the door of the store.
After seeing Xu Yang and Zhao Lei sitting in the Vacheron Constantine store, he quickly shook Sun Bin's arm and said in surprise,
Mr. Sun, look, isn't that the high school classmate you just met? Xu Yang?
When Sun Bin heard the secretary's words, he was stunned for a moment.
To be honest, he was a little skeptical. What kind of watch is Vacheron Constantine? That is an internationally renowned top luxury watch.
Even though he now earns over $1 million a year, the watch he wears is just a green submariner from Rolex. Although the price is also hundreds of thousands. But it still can't be compared with the watches in the Vacheron Constantine counter. Go to Vacheron Constantine for a price of over 100,000 yuan.
Then you can get an entry-level watch.
How dare a poor guy like Xu Yang, who has no money and no background, go to Vacheron Constantine?
But
when he looked carefully, when he noticed Xu Yang wandering around the store with Zhao Lei, his eyes suddenly widened.
Is Xu Yang rich now? Impossible.
Sun Bin immediately threw away the thought that had just appeared in his mind. If Xu Yang had money,
how could he be indifferent when I said that to him just now? As for Xu Yang's previous circle of friends, excuse me, the two people didn't get along. Not to mention adding WeChat friends. So there is only one possibility. Pretend to be cool.
And he even took his girlfriend to this top luxury watch store to show off. It's only been a few years since we last met, and my old classmate has fallen to this level. After snorting coldly, Sun Bin walked into the Vacheron Constantine store with his secretary.
He would like to take a look. How is Xu Yang going to make a fool of himself in this store later? After walking into the store, Sun Bin took the lead and walked in front of Xu Yang. Xu Yang, what a coincidence, we meet again. Sun Bin?
Xu Yang glanced at Sun Bin and asked with a smile.
Why, Mr. Sun, are you planning to come here to buy a watch?
Yes, I'll just take a look. Sun Bin smiled proudly, shook the Rolex green submariner on his hand, looked at Xu Yang and said with a smile. I've worn this watch for a long time and I'm planning to buy a new one, so I came to this store to take a look.
watching Sun Bin's arrival.
A clerk in the store quickly walked up to Sun Bin and said with a smile,
"Excuse me, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" They all knew Chu Yang's identity.
"This is a super boss who casually bought a watch worth more than 6 million. Now Sun Bin is actually called Mr. Sun by Chu Yang.
I guess his worth shouldn't be that different. If only I could sell a watch. The commission is quite considerable."
"It's okay, I'll just take a look around." Sun Bin was not afraid of such a scene. Then he looked up at Chu Yang, who was standing next to him, and then looked at the clerk in the store and said,
"But beautiful lady, do you allow anyone to enter your store now? Is he the only one who can afford the watches in this store?"
If Sun Bin's attitude was slightly better when they met on the first floor before. At this time, what he said was already very outrageous. Of course, he is also fearless. He concluded that Chu Yang definitely couldn't afford the watches in the store. But as soon as he said this,
wow! The store fell into silence in an instant.
Chu Yang still looked calm.
Zhao Lei wanted to laugh.
The other employees in the store looked at each other, not knowing what to do.
Look at this situation. These two people don't know each other, but they have a grudge against each other. And it's obvious.
This so-called Mr. Sun seemed to have no idea how much Chu Yang was worth.
This time,
the clerk who had been planning to get a commission was suddenly dumbfounded. But her little brain was quick, and she quickly looked at Sun Bin and said, "Sir, our store is open for business, so we will not refuse any customer who comes to our store. And Mr. Chu is also a distinguished customer of our store. If you are not here to look at the watch, please leave." A distinguished customer with a transaction value of millions.
One that has not yet been sold. And I don't know if they are potential customers. She still knows how to choose between the two. Distinguished customer? And you want me to leave? Sun Bin smiled.
"My lady, this guy is just a college student who hasn't even graduated yet.
How much money can he have?"
"I estimate that with a few years' salary after graduation plus $1, if he doesn't eat or drink, he can barely buy one."
How did he become a distinguished customer of your store? Hearing this, the clerk's pretty face suddenly glared.
"Sir, if you are here to buy a watch, we welcome you.
But if you come here to cause trouble, I will call security. This is not the place for you to act wild." Good job.
After graduation, I had to save all my salary for several years before I could afford a Vacheron Constantin watch.
Where did Chu Yang get the 6 million to buy the watch? Obviously.
The Sun Bin in front of me is definitely an idiot. But at this time Sun Bin still did not repent. Instead, he looked at Chu Yang unscrupulously and laughed.
"Chu Yang, how can an old classmate like me not know how good you are? You didn't want to tell me that you liked that watch in the store and wanted to pay with a credit card, and you actually let the clerk treat you as a VIP customer. You are really good at pretending."
"Not really." Chu Yang still smiled calmly. "Look, I said yes."
Sun Bin laughed after hearing this. "Beauty, you should just kick them out. I think they can just come here to have a look and learn something new. They don't have the money to buy anything." "Mr. Chu." The clerk glanced at Chu Yang nervously. She was a little confused.
Why didn't Chu Yang say openly that he bought a watch worth more than 6 million?
Fine. Chu Yang gave her a comforting look.
Then he looked at Sun Bin and snorted coldly. "Sun Bin, I just called you Mr. Sun, which was considered as giving you face.
Don't be shameless.
If I were you, I would shut up and leave here quickly instead of standing here and embarrassing myself."
"Yes, you are very good.
I opened my own media company, with an annual income of about 1 million yuan, which is impressive.
But you are just the boss of a small company. People, when you go out, it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, something bad will happen. No one can protect you." The last sentence was said. Chu Yang's eyes instantly became sharp. It's so painful that people dare not look directly at it. The author has something to say. Chapter 29. This slap will make you look down on others. What do you mean?
Sun Bin subconsciously took a step back. It's only been a few years since we last met. Why is the aura of this poor guy so fascinating?
At this time,
Chang Rul, who had gone to get a watch from the warehouse, came back. Without even looking at the surroundings, he quickly walked in front of Chu Yang, holding a luxurious wooden box in his hand, and looked at Chu Yang respectfully.
Mr. Chu, I've brought your watch to you.
If it's convenient, please come to my office and I'll introduce you to the configuration and performance of this watch.
The clerk also saw Chang Rui walking over here. A tangled expression immediately appeared on his face. Manager. What's going on?
At this time, Chang Rui also felt the strange atmosphere in the store. Especially the way Chu Yang and Sun Bin were confronting each other.
No big deal.
Chu Yang's expression changed in an instant. He looked at Chang Rui calmly and said with a smile,
just introduce yourself here.
We have something else to do later, so we won't go to your office. After saying this, he smiled and glanced at Sun Bin, who was standing beside him in a daze, and said slowly, just now, my high school classmate came to your store to look at watches.
If you have time later, can you recommend him a watch that he can use? Chang Rui glanced at Sun Bin.
I have been working in the business world for many years. Although he didn't know what exactly happened at the scene.
But it's obvious.
The Chu Yang in front of him was definitely not the same kind of person as Sun Bin. There was no hesitation either. He looked directly at Chu Yang and said, then please follow me. After bringing Chu Yang to the reception area in the store's lobby, he placed the exquisite wooden box in his hand on the coffee table in the reception area. After taking out a pair of white gloves from his body, he slowly opened the wooden box in front of him.
In an instant, an extremely luxurious watch appeared before everyone's eyes. The complex internal movement structure.
Various precision gears rotate slowly and steadily inside the dial.
The 950 platinum case shines brightly under the lights in the store. After carefully taking out the watch, Chang Rui held the watch in his hand and looked at Chu Yang and introduced.
Mr. Chu, the case of this Heritage Series watch from Vacheron Constantin is made of 950 platinum, the mirror is made of sapphire crystal glass, and the strap is also made of handmade crocodile leather.
30 rubies are inlaid inside, and the completely hollowed-out structure makes this watch extremely ornamental when in use.
Of course, the most important feature of this watch is its internal tourbillon technology, which greatly reduces the error of this watch.
The maximum error in a year does not exceed 1 second. Chang Rui enumerated the advantages of this watch one by one. And every time I hear a word,
Sun Bin, who was still standing there in a daze, could not help but sweat drops from his back.
When Chang Rui appeared, he had almost figured it all out.
This person must be a supervisor at the store owner level. Even the owner of the Vacheron Constantin store had to kowtow to Chu Yang. Then the chance that Chu Yang was swindling in the Vacheron Constantin store was almost zero.
Configuration of 30 gemstones. And a tourbillon.
He also has some knowledge about watches. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Considering the configurations of this watch, its value is definitely over 1 million.
Chu Yang. How can you afford a watch worth millions? Mr. Sun?
The secretary standing next to Sun Bin also noticed something was wrong at this time.
This Chu Yang looks like. It seems that he is not as poor as he said before. Just shut up.
At this time, Sun Bin's legs began to tremble.
That's right. Chu Yang was right. For someone who can easily spend more than 1 million to buy a watch,
his annual income of only 1 or 2 million this year is really not enough.
The most important thing is,
he had previously mocked Chu Yang at the entrance of the mall and told him to become his driver after graduation. He also has to be paid 3,000 yuan a month.
It took a long time. It turns out that the clown is actually himself?
Sun Bin's roar instantly attracted the attention of many store employees, as well as Chu Yang and others.
Chu Yang raised his head slightly.
His face was still full of smiles. However, his smile at this moment seemed so ironic to Sun Bin.
Why, Mr. Sun, aren't you going to buy a watch? Why are you still standing there in a daze? Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu.
Sun Bin was sweating all over at this time.
He walked up to Chu Yang and kowtowed. Mr. Chu, I'm so sorry. I was too short-sighted just now. Please forgive me this time.
For the sake of our high school friendship, please let me go this time. After all, he has been in the business world. Naturally, he knew how much power Chu Yang, who could easily spend millions of dollars to buy a watch, had behind him. As he said before, his internet celebrity media company with an annual income of 1 or 2 million is not even worth mentioning in front of such a big shot.
If Chu Yang wanted to deal with him, I guess it only takes a few finger movements.
His size.
It's not even good enough in front of others. Mr. Sun, are we familiar with each other? Xu Yang sneered. See, this is the nature of people like Sunbin. Certainly. This is also one of the essences of today's cruel society. You are strong and you are right. This is not subject to personal will. If he didn't have a little money today, it is estimated that the person who was humiliated by Sunbin today was himself. Mr. Chu. Seeing Chu Yang's attitude, Sunbin dared not even breathe. He looked at Chu Yang nervously. Even looking like this. As long as Chu Yang said a word, he would kneel down to Chu Yang. Come here. Chu Yang smiled and waved at him. The originally frosty expression on his face gradually melted away. Sunbin was overjoyed. As long as Chu Yang is willing to talk to him, it proves that there is still room for easing the situation. Then he nodded and looked at Chu Yang and said, Mr. Chu, what do you want me to do? Put your face closer. Xu Yang sat on the sofa with no intention of moving and continued to smile at Sunbin. If you have anything to say, please tell me. Sunbin smiled and moved his face closer to Chu Yang. At this time, Xu Yang raised his hand instantly. Bang! The sound of a crisp slap instantly resounded throughout the store. Sunbin covered his face, which was hurt by Chu Yang's beating, and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Zhao Lei was a little stunned. Everyone in the store also looked towards Chu Yang. The atmosphere around them suddenly became quiet. Chu Yang didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. He casually pulled a piece of tissue paper from the coffee table in front of him. After slowly wiping his hand that had slapped Sunbin with a tissue, he looked at Sunbin coldly and said, This slap in the face is a lesson for you. Don't look down on others in the future. Today's events are written off. You can take your people and leave now. Of course, if you're not convinced, you can always come and slap me back. I, Chu Yang, will accompany you to the end. The author has something to say. Chapter 30. Saints are also human beings. Quiet. The entire store was silent and quiet. Sunbin stood there for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. Be reasonable. If he had been humiliated like this in public before, he would have turned hostile no matter what. But now, he didn't dare. That's right, I just don't dare. Although he did not see the hard power displayed by Chu Yang. But he has already seen the soft power. Don't offend. He really couldn't afford to offend Chu Yang. So even if he hated Chu Yang to the point of gritting his teeth in hatred at this moment. But you have to endure the pain and swallow it down. Although he is indeed arrogant and presumptuous. However, he did not miss anything that an adult should know. At this time, face is far less important than your future. I got beaten here today, but it's okay. As long as he can avoid making Chu Yang bear a grudge against him, his future will be secure. In front of many ordinary people, he is still the best. Mr. Chu, I am convinced. I am convinced. You are teaching me that I am shameless and that I look down on others. Without the slightest hesitation, Sunbin continued to nod and bow and smiled at Chu Yang. Let's go, what are you still standing there for? Chu Yang glanced at him again. Although Sunbin acted very mean and shameless at this time. But I have to say it. This is definitely a wise choice. Be able to take it and put it down. He is also a man. He deserves to have achieved such success at such a young age. Even though there may be family elements behind his career. But at this point, Chu Yang is not as good as him. Of course, it's just not as good as it is now. He already has soft power. Hard power is just a matter of time. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving now. Sunbin nodded repeatedly. After giving a wink to the secretary next to him, he quickly turned around and left the scene. It can be said that he fled in panic. Watching Sunbin's back disappear into the store, Xu Yang's face regained its smile, and he looked at Cheng Rui and said with a faint smile, Okay, Manager Chang, please continue. Okay. Cheng Rui is also a man who has seen big scenes. After looking at Xu Yang's expression changing so quickly, he swallowed a little nervously. He introduced it to Chu Yang with more respect and diligence. A person's name. The shadow of the tree. Even though Chu Yang had just behaved extremely arrogantly in the store. But he didn't feel there was anything wrong. And in their hearts,
they will respect and fear Chu Yang even more. Because Chu Yang is really awesome. He even felt that Chu Yang's background was very strong. Otherwise, do you dare to slap someone in public? Whether you dare to take action is still a question. People who have reached this level are not fools. Since you dare to take action, just start trouble. Then naturally you have the ability to pose for photos. People all have greed, anger, and ignorance. It is because of these three things that people are called human beings. Many people want to be an ordinary person. Laugh when you want to laugh. Cry when you want to. You have to brag when you're drunk. If you feel wronged, you should fight for your rights. Whenever you want to travel, you can go on a trip at any time. Live a carefree and free life. Many people think this way when they think about it. But there are people who can really do this. There are only a few. They all ignored the material basis. You must first satisfy your own survival needs before you can pursue your spiritual needs. Otherwise, all fantasies will become castles in the air. There is no way to escape the constraints of the display cage. Throughout history, so many people have wanted to be free. But how many people are truly free? Chu Yang also understood this truth. That's why he slapped Sun Bin. The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. This is one of nature's laws of survival. It is also one of the very important rules of survival. Want to be free? Then you need to have the capital to be free. He could look down upon Sun Bin and tolerate his unreasonableness and ignorance. This is precisely because of his own strength and self-confidence. He didn't need to argue or defend himself with Sun Bin. Because he is awesome. This is an indisputable fact. Certainly. Inclusion is not infinite either. When an ordinary man gets angry, blood can splatter 5 steps away, let alone him. Once you cross the line of tolerance. The rest. The only way he could do that was to fight back with thunderous force. Even a saint. That's also a human being. After Chang Rui finished explaining the configuration and history of this watch, Chu Yang finally put the watch on his hand. He was not as cautious as Chang Rui was when he held the watch just now. On the contrary, it is extremely casual and undisciplined. For Chang Rui, this Heritage Series Vacheron Constantin watch, worth more than 6 million, is definitely a luxury among luxury goods. But for Chu Yang, it's just a decoration. Just look at the time at most. And I can check the time when my phone is out of battery. Otherwise, who still looks at the time on a watch these days? Isn't it interesting to spend time on your phone? Wearing this thing. Its biggest function is to show off. This is also an inevitable process. Because Chu Yang's social status is not enough now. Wait till when? When people hear his name, it feels very cool. He probably doesn't need such external objects to show off. Because at that time, he is the character itself. But now, Chu Yang was quite happy to have a watch worth more than 6 million on his wrist. Certainly. He also did not forget another mission he had come out for today. Except for taking this watch. It's just about making money. He took Xiao Lei to a lady's watch counter in the store. He casually pointed to a lady's watch worth $846,000. Then he looked at Chang Rui, who was beside him, and said, "Take off this lady's watch and put it on this lady." Ah. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Xiao Lei, who was standing next to Chu Yang, was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chu Yang nervously, and was so scared that she even changed the way she addressed Chu Yang. "Mr. Chu, no, this watch is too expensive, I can't have it." "What did you call me?" Chu Yang raised his head and glanced at Xiao Lei. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Xiao Lei was instantly a little discouraged. Chu Yang. When we met yesterday, this little guy was still acting weak and fragile. I didn't expect it to happen in less than a day. A hint of domineering aura suddenly emanated from his whole body. Yes, it's domineering. Just like what Chu Yang just said. Although the tone is bland. But it is full of an irrefutable domineering color. It may be psychological. But now Chu Yang gave her the feeling. That's true. So domineering. Especially the slap Chu Yang gave Sun Bin just now. She is still a little frightened now. Seeing Zhao Lei's weakness, Chu Yang immediately laughed.
When we were looking at watches together just now, you looked like you really liked that watch, didn't you? Since I said I'm giving it to you, just keep it. I told you before that I would give you a reward. This is that reward. Afterwards, without letting Zhao Lei refuse, he looked directly at Cheng Rui and said, Manager Chang, please bring the POS machine over so I can swipe the card now. Chapter 31 The Last Reserve. Zhao Lei stood there, unable to savor the moment for a long time. Is this how rich people live? A watch worth more than 800,000 yuan. I bought it without blinking an eye. Do you think you are buying cabbage? Also, it's ridiculous to just give such an expensive watch to a girl you've only known for less than 2 days. Even the stupid son of a landlord wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Just now I was waiting for Chang Rui to come over. She did accompany Chu Yang to look at other watches in the store. She also really liked the watch Chu Yang bought for her. Vacheron Constantin Métier's Dart Arc Master Series 8255000G9918 mechanical women's watch. The rose pattern on the background of the dial is so beautiful. It completely meets the aesthetic taste of most girls for watches. But this price is really too expensive. A watch worth more than 800,000 yuan. If it weren't for a great opportunity, she might never be able to buy it in her lifetime. So I'm jealous. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang bought it directly for her. Okay, I'll get you the POS machine right away. When Chang Rui heard Chu Yang's words, a smile immediately appeared on his face. If this deal is done. A watch worth more than 800,000 yuan. That is quite a big achievement. Soon he brought the POS machine. Chu Yang also did as he said. I paid by card without any hesitation. But just after he had spent 860,000 yuan. Soon another system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the consumer rebate card and obtaining a 10-fold consumer rebate. The system rewards cash of 8,860,000 yuan. A total of 8.86 million. Not bad. A smile instantly appeared on Chu Yang's face. This is also one of the main purposes of him bringing Zhao Lei out today. It's all consumption anyway. Plus, he now has a consumer rebate card. Just 10 million. Even if you spend it, are you afraid that you won't be able to earn it back? This wave is even after deducting the money used to buy a watch for Zhao Lei. He also made a net profit of almost 8 million. It's not a loss anyway. And after watching Chu Yang successfully swipe the card, the female clerk in the store looked at Zhao Lei with instant envy in her eyes. This is a watch worth more than 800,000 yuan. Chu Yang swiped the card and gave it to her without blinking. It's so enviable. Boss, if she doesn't want it, just give it to me. I would do anything for you. Soon. After watching Chu Yang pay, a female clerk took out the watch from the display case and handed it to Chu Yang respectfully. Chu Yang took it casually. He simply took Zhao Lei's tender little hand, while putting the watch on her. While smiling, he said, When I left the house today, I felt like there was something missing from your hand. Look at it now. Isn't it fixed now? It's true, after you put on this watch, your temperament has improved a lot. This is nonsense. A watch worth more than 800,000. Not to mention people. It also looks very elegant when worn on a dog's legs. Chu Yang. When this watch was really put on her hand, Zhao Lei still felt like she was living in a dream. The whole person was in a daze. It's not like no one has ever given me gifts like luxury bags before. But the prices are all within 100,000. This is also the limit for those rich second generations. They all came out to have fun. No one wants to spend more money on a woman who is just playing around. As for the first generation of rich people, the generation that experienced hardship, I am very shrewd in my calculations. If you don't show some sincerity first, people won't even pay attention to you. So without exception, she rejected them all. This was the first time in her life that someone had given her such an expensive gift. If you missed this time, I guess I'll never meet him again. And she knew it. If she accepts this watch now, it may represent a special meaning. It means her taste in life has changed. After wearing such a watch, other ordinary ones, can she still appreciate the ordinary luxury bags that she used to think were luxurious and beautiful? Besides, After wearing such a watch, don't you have to buy some high-end cosmetics, as well as luxury bags and clothes to match?
She is obviously not suitable for this kind of consumption.
And if she really accepts it, if nothing happened between her and Chu Yang, that really doesn't make sense. Although she admitted it,
she did have the idea of getting close to Chu Yang before. But when this thing really happened to her, she became hesitant again.
Is this really what she wants? Don't tell me you don't want it?
Chu Yang looked at Zhao Lei, who was still hesitating, and took the initiative to look at her and said with a smile,
I paid for this, and it's not refundable or exchangeable.
If you don't want it, just throw it in the trash. Or if you really feel bad about it, then think about how to repay me.
Last word. Even if it's just a little tacit understanding between two people. How to repay. Those who understand will understand. Final. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Lei chose to accept Chu Yang's watch. Judging from Chu Yang's attitude, she obviously couldn't refuse anymore.
So, just accept it passively. This was her own choice. What's more, at least Chu Yang is young.
He is good-looking and generous. If you calculate it this way, it seems like she got the upper hand. Certainly. Anyway,
if everything that happened in the Vacheron Constantin store can be counted as the second confrontation between the two men,
this wave, she was directly crushed by Chu Yang.
In other words, being ruthlessly crushed by money.
And she was also sure of that.
She seemed to be a little attracted to the man in front of her, who was 2 years younger than her. She acknowledged that wealth was a plus, because men do look handsome when they swipe their cards.
But there are also some other things. For example, the personal charm gradually emanated from Chu Yang. This thing is for women. Has a fatal attraction. Welcome to visit us next time.
When Chu Yang and Zhao Lei left the Vacheron Constantin store, Chang Rui brought all the store employees to the door and watched Chu Yang leave.
This is also one of the distinguished treatments for VIPs.
Chu Yang also accepted it with pleasure.
After all, he spent money. Immediately following,
after leaving the watch shop, Chu Yang took Zhao Lei to go shopping in the mall.
Start buying him clothes, shoes, and so on. Not short of money. So just buy the most expensive one.
However, all the brands he bought were domestic brands. As for those top foreign luxury brands and so on, he has no particular interest in this area.
As long as the price is right. Domestic brand clothes are still quite comfortable. In this regard,
Chu Yang still has a bit of angry youth sentiment in him.
And Zhao Lei,
after receiving Chu Yang's watch, his mentality quickly calmed down.
Put down the last bit of airs and reserve.
She began to pick out clothes for Chu Yang with all her heart. In the eyes of outsiders,
it seems like there is no difference between them and ordinary couples. And they are a very wealthy couple. Chapter 32. 10 million is not enough. In a specialty store,
Chu Yang changed into a black short-sleeved shirt, a pair of black cropped pants picked by Zhao Lei for him, a pair of white sneakers, and the low-key and luxurious Vacheron Constantin watch on his arm.
The female clerk standing next to Zhao Lei looked at her and laughed. My beautiful lady, your boyfriend is so handsome.
Chu Yang was not bad looking to begin with. He is about 1.80 meters tall, with sharp facial features.
Now pair it with a decent yet casual and simple outfit.
The whole person's temperament has obviously risen several levels.
Especially that watch. An absolute finishing touch. So noble.
If you pair it with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he looks like a young man from a noble family who walked out of a novel.
And
Zhao Lei was dressed in white and Chu Yang was dressed in black. At first glance, when they stand together, they look like a couple's outfit in disguise.
Zhao Lei's eyes lit up when she saw Chu Yang's makeup. He looked at the female clerk with great approval and said with a smile, Yes, I think so too. How about it?
Chu Yang walked up to Zhao Lei with a smile.
I have to say, there is indeed a difference between clothes in physical stores and clothes bought online.
The material of the clothes that can be seen and touched. You can also choose the size that fits you perfectly. Except for the slightly higher price, other aspects of the clothes were much better than those he had bought online before.
Or it's too small. Or it's just too big. Anyway, there are rarely any that fit just right. Of course, the price will be much cheaper accordingly. It's a mixed bag. The but determines the position. If Chu Yang used to prefer online shopping, now he prefers to buy clothes in physical stores. It doesn't matter if it's a bit expensive. Anyway, I have money in my pocket. And, to put it bluntly, no matter how expensive domestic brand clothes are, they are actually not that expensive. Zhao Lei picked out some casual clothes for him. There are about 4 or 5 pieces, each of which is a set. There are clothes, pants, and matching shoes. But the total price is less than 50,000 yuan. Compared to the 10 million he is going to spend today, it is just a drop in the bucket. Of course, his main spending goal was not on this aspect at all. The fastest thing in the world to spend money. In addition to business investment, there are also things like buying cars and houses. Business investment. Although he studied business management in college, it was all knowledge from books and he had no experience at all. So he can't control this for the time being. Maybe I'll get into it later. But that's a matter for the future. As for now, the only options left for him were buying a car and a house. And housing is a basic need. It is now mid-May. They will officially graduate from college in a month. The dormitory will have to be vacated by then. Anyway, we have to go out and find a house to live in. I happen to be free now. It is quite easy for him to buy a house now, so this is naturally his first choice for spending money. All that's left is the car. Although the customized Koenigsegg supercar is indeed cool to drive. But comfort is indeed like that. It was completely incomparable to the comfort of the Rolls-Royce he had ridden before. So the second factor is the car. As for that Koenigsegg supercar, after this drive, just let it sit in the garage of the villa and collect dust. Certainly. He might take it out and open it when he has time. Even if it's not open. This is a limited edition customized car model worldwide. It is also a good choice to store it in a warehouse. It's free anyway. Don't feel sorry. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, Chu Yang and Zhao Lei walked out of the mall. As for the things bought in the mall, after all, Chu Yang is considered a high-end customer who has spent nearly 1 million in this mall. After storing it in the mall, this afternoon, people in the mall will send all their things to the hotel. But now Chu Yang has changed into the black suit that Zhao Lei picked for him. Because it looks really handsome when worn. The two people had not even taken 2 steps to the entrance of the shopping mall. It may be that Chu Yang and Zhao Lei, both handsome men and beautiful women, attracted more attention on the street. A girl who looked like a reporter walked up to the two of them with a microphone and a cameraman behind her carrying a camera. 2 handsome men and beautiful women, we are doing a Douyin interview. Could you spare a few minutes of your time to do an interview with us? Zhao Lei raised her head and glanced at Chu Yang. In her impression, many rich people don't like being interviewed. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "What do you want to interview?" The female reporter smiled and said, "It's just a small investigation. It will only take you a few minutes. After the interview, we can treat you two to a cup of milk tea. What do you think?" Chu Yang raised his hand and looked at the time on his watch. Then he nodded, looked at the female reporter and said with a smile, "Okay, tell me, how do you want to interview me? The morning's work is almost done. It's still early anyway. It's not impossible to play with them for a while. Because the camera behind you is always in recording mode, there is no need to wait for the camera to start up." After hearing Chu Yang's words, the female reporter raised the microphone in her hand and looked at Chu Yang and said, "We are just doing a simple survey. We would like to ask, if you have 10 million, how would you use it?" Hearing this interview topic, Zhao Lei, who was standing next to Chu Yang, suddenly looked strange. How to use 10 million? Buy a watch, of course. Chu Yang's watch just now, plus hers. The total price of the 2 watches is almost 8 million. Chu Yang also laughed. He had seen similar interviews on TikTok before. I never thought that one day I would encounter such an interview. Moreover, I actually have 10 million. Then he looked at the female reporter tentatively and asked, "Only 10 million? The female reporter was obviously stunned when she heard Chu Yang's words. This guy, why doesn't he follow the routine? The balance in my bank card seems to be more than 10 million. I think 10 million is not enough.
If I just buy a car, a house, or a watch, the 10 million will be gone.
Female reporter. The clown is actually me? Then I leave?
Originally, seeing Chu Yang and Zhao Lei on the street might make them look photogenic. That's why she planned to come here to shoot some video footage.
Listen to Chu Yang's tone. Is this a real big boss?
Looking at the somewhat unbelieving expression of the female reporter, Chu Yang laughed again. He simply took out the key to his Koenigsegg and pressed the button.
With a beep sound. The headlights of the Koenigsegg CCXR not far from them lit up slightly. Sorry for disturbing you, sir. After all, they are not worthy. Koenigsegg supercar. There is also a license plate with the last number 001. Damn. Where did this god come from? They didn't hire any actors. Really not invited. The author has something to say. Chapter 33. The person I like has never sat in my passenger seat. Any questions? Chu Yang smiled and glanced at the two of them again. No more. No more.
In fact, when Chu Yang took out the Koenigsegg car keys.
Their interview today is over.
I originally wanted to find two young men and women who were good looking and photogenic to interview, but I didn't expect to meet this kind of super boss. The Koenigsegg supercar that Chu Yang was driving was estimated to be worth more than 10 million.
I was so foolish as to come over and ask others what I would do if I had 10 million. Is there any need to assume this? He already has 10 million. After hearing what the female reporter said, Chu Yang immediately smiled and said, Okay, now that the interview is over, let's go have some milk tea. Ah.
The female reporter and the cameraman next to her were visibly stunned.
You are such a big boss, and you still need their cup of milk tea? Didn't you say you would treat us to milk tea after the interview? Chu Yang laughed playfully.
Then he turned around slightly, looked at the milk tea shop at the entrance of the shopping mall, and smiled at the female reporter.
Yes, I think the milk tea shop tastes good. The female reporter stood there in a daze for a few seconds. After she reacted quickly, she looked at Chu Yang and said, Okay, no problem.
Originally, after shooting the video, they were going to give some small gifts to the people in the video.
Besides, I can treat a big shot like Chu Yang to a cup of milk tea. That's totally not a loss. She already had a premonition. Today this video just needs to be edited. It will definitely be a big hit if it is posted on the internet. Then let's go.
Chu Yang turned around first and walked towards the milk tea shop with Zhao Lei.
Halfway, Zhao Lei looked at Chu Yang with some surprise and amusement and said, Are you still missing that cup of milk tea? How to say it?
If Chu Yang's performance in the watch shop before gave people a feeling of superiority,
now it seems a lot more down to earth.
Let's ignore the Vacheron Constantin watch worth more than 6 million yuan and the keys to the Koenigsegg car.
That's just an ordinary college student. Such Chu Yang. It looks more real. It's a freeloader, don't miss it. Chu Yang laughed.
Then he continued. Besides, we have also put in some work. When the video is released, we will not be on camera.
We have to ask for some compensation, right?
He is not a god who is detached from the world.
Life is short.
We still have to live a more down-to-earth life.
Okay, you are right anyway.
Zhao Lei probably knew that she would not be able to win over Chu Yang if she just talked nonsense, so she smiled and said nothing more.
Come to the milk tea shop.
The female reporter holding the microphone waved her hand generously, looked at the two of them and smiled.
Two big men, what do you want to drink? Just order whatever you want. It's my treat. You're not even to mention.
When I thought that the person I was going to treat was actually a super rich man with a net worth of at least tens of millions.
The young reporter couldn't help but feel a little excited. People of this level. Ordinary people may never have any contact with such people in their lifetime. What would you like to drink? Ladies first.
Chu Yang very gentlemanly took the lead and glanced at Zhao Lei, who was standing next to him. Zhao Lei casually looked up at the various milk teas on the menu. After thinking for a few seconds, she slowly looked at a waitress at the counter and said,
Give me a cup of orchid latte. After ordering, she looked at Chu Yang and asked with a smile, What do you want to drink? Mango sago.
Chu Yang truly loves this thing.
Basically, whenever you drink milk tea, you must order mango sago. First, the taste of this milk tea is really good. The other one is.
As a person with a slight difficulty in making choices, every time I go to a milk tea shop, I have to think over and over again about what to drink, which is a little uncomfortable.
If there is a fixed must-order milk tea, it can also save you a lot of trouble. Okay, the total is 32 yuan, please pay.
The waiter standing in front of the counter nodded, and after skillfully operating the cash register machine in front of him, a QR code appeared in front of Chu Yang and his companions.
Beauty, pay.
Chu Yang was very tactful and made way for him, looking at the female reporter with a smile.
No problem. There is naturally no problem with the female reporter.
After scanning the code to pay, I quickly received the receipt in the store. It happened to be near noon at this time,
so there weren't a lot of people in the milk tea shop.
After waiting in the store for a while, Chu Yang and the others got their respective milk teas.
Those two, we'll leave first.
After accompanying Chu Yang and the others to get the milk tea, the female reporter and the cameraman were about to leave. They also have to record some other material.
Okay, you guys go now. Thank you for the milk tea. Bye. Chu Yang smiled and waved at them. Finally, he looked up at Zhao Lei and took her back to the car. How is it? Is it hot?
After getting in the car, Chu Yang quickly turned on the car's built-in air conditioner.
But okay.
In order to keep the weight down, the air conditioning in sports cars is relatively simple. Even for a Koenigsegg that costs tens of millions, the power of the built-in compressor of the air conditioner is only average.
Plus, the driving position is close to the engine. The engine has great power and generates more heat. So many people say it's hot when they first get on the bus. It seems that there is still some truth in it. Not to mention it's summer. The temperature around is indeed not low. Chu Yang's Koenigsegg was left in the sun for half a day.
Even when Chu Yang first sat inside, he felt a little hot.
After hearing Chu Yang's words,
Zhao Lei smiled quickly, looked at him and said slowly,
"It's okay. It's not too hot. It's not hot." Hearing what Zhao Lei said, Chu Yang suddenly felt a little disappointed.
What about the supercar girls who were supposed to say, "Oh, it's so hot in your car," and then start taking off their coats when they get in?
This doesn't follow the normal routine. Why, you're not happy? Who is Zhao Lei? She saw through Chu Yang's expression at a glance. Are there many girls who sit on your passenger seat who say they are hot as soon as they get in the car and start taking off their coats? And I suddenly said it wasn't hot, and it made you feel no sense of accomplishment?
She wasn't joking when she said this.
A rich man like Chu Yang.
I don't know how many girls would try their best to get close to him every day.
The co-pilot takes off his clothes. It should be considered the most common one.
Chu Yang smiled and said, "You are the first girl to sit in my passenger seat.
It's really an honor for me." Although judging from what happened last night, Chu Yang's private life should not be particularly chaotic.
But after hearing Chu Yang's words with his own ears, she still felt a little secretly happy in her heart.
And, unexpectedly,
then, she looked at Chu Yang curiously and asked,
"You are so outstanding, but has no girl you like ever ridden in your car?"
This. Chu Yang slowly took a sip of the milk tea in his hand. After swallowing all the mango pulp in your mouth,
suddenly he laughed freely. "I did have someone I liked before. But the person I like has never ridden in my car." The author has something to say. There are at least 5 more chapters today. Chapter 34. I want tea sleep. If I have a pillow, I will use a woman's legs as a pillow, just for fun. From what you said, it seems like there is a story behind this?
Zhao Lei glanced at Chu Yang with interest.
Although the emotion he just showed was very free and easy, she could still faintly sense a trace of sadness in Chu Yang's heart.
After all, they had been in love for nearly 2 years.
And now they are saying we are breaking up, and we are just breaking up like that.
And heard what Zhao Lei said.
A smile instantly appeared on Chu Yang's face again. Yes, it's a long story.
If you'd like to listen, we can find a slightly more private place tonight, drink some wine, and listen to some music.
Then I can tell you slowly. Let's have a deep and simple exchange together. The last sentence Chu Yang said was more ambiguous and playful. I don't believe you, you are not serious. Zhao Lei rolled her eyes at Chu Yang. Private space. A profound and simple communication. It's a good thing he could say that. He seemed quite obedient last night. Now the truth is revealed. You can think whatever you want. I am actually still very pure. Chu Yang laughed. After putting the milk tea in his hand on the tea rack next to him, he quickly started the engine of the supercar, and with a roar, he took Zhao Lei out of the mall and drove towards the hotel. Zhang Lei and his friends woke up relatively early in the hotel. After seeing Chu Yang say that he went shopping with his personal butler, the three of them discussed it together. He didn't wait for Chu Yang either. I checked out directly and took a taxi back to school. Wait until Chu Yang drove to the hotel entrance. As soon as the car stopped, the two doormen standing at the entrance of the hotel hurried to Chu Yang's supercar and respectfully opened the doors on both sides of the Koenigsegg. I'll leave the car to you. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Yang got out of the car. After handing the car keys to one of the doormen, he took Zhao Lei into the hotel. But I spent the whole morning strolling around. Chu Yang also wanted some peace and quiet in his ears. This time will come. The advantages of the presidential suite are reflected. The hotel hired a 3-star Michelin chef to cook the meal. Chu Yang sat in the main seat. Logically, Zhao Lei should not be qualified to sit next to Chu Yang for dinner. But Chu Yang still kept him and sat next to him. The lunch meal was relatively simple. Steamed Australian lobster, salmon sashimi, king crab miso soup, island sushi, and domestic Quanjued roast duck. The first 3 materials were airlifted on the same day. The sushi is also freshly made. The Quanjued roast duck was roasted in the morning by another chef invited from Kyoto. It looks good. Chu Yang sat in the main seat. After looking at the dish in front of him that looked like a work of art, his appetite began to growl. The chef is indeed a chef. Just the aroma and appearance alone had already aroused Chu Yang's appetite. Of course, the price is a little bit higher. The price of these 5 dishes, plus the chef's service fee, has exceeded 10,000 yuan. And this is just the cost of a meal. Put it in the past. This is a life that Chu Yang never dared to imagine. Okay, you can go out first. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhao Lei looked up at the chef and his assistant who were still standing next to her. Okay, enjoy your meal, you too. If you need anything, you can always call us over. The chef who was cooking looked at Zhao Lei and nodded. Then he slowly left the hotel room with his assistant. Let us eat. After watching the last chef in the room leave, Chu Yang picked up his chopsticks and couldn't help but start eating. In comparison, Zhao Lei's eating style is rather gentle. Eat in small bites. From time to time, she would help Chu Yang get tissues to wipe his mouth, or pour him drinks, etc., and was quite gentle and considerate. As for wine, if Chu Yang wanted to buy a car in the afternoon, he would have to go to the 4S store to test drive it, so he didn't drink. After Chu Yang had almost finished eating, Zhao Lei looked at him attentively and asked, "How's it going? Are you full?" "I'm full." Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction. After picking up the tissue beside him and wiping his mouth, he looked at Zhao Lei with a smile on his face and said, "That's good, it's easier to work after eating. Just going out? Don't you plan to take a rest in the hotel?" Zhao Lei thought that the work Chu Yang mentioned was planning to go out and look at houses and cars. But when she noticed Chu Yang's smiling eyes looking at her, she couldn't help but spit lightly. Rogue. What is Chu Yang thinking now? You can see it at a glance. Women don't love bad men. Chu Yang smiled calmly. After getting up from the dining table, he slowly walked to the door of the master bedroom in the presidential suite. After opening the door, he looked at Zhao Lei who was still sitting at the dining table and said, "Come over." Ah. Zhao Lei could probably guess what would happen next. Her cheeks flushed red and she said at a loss, "This is in the middle of the day. Isn't it inappropriate? We have to go out later this afternoon." Chu Yang smiled again. "Come over if I ask you to. What unhealthy things are you thinking about?" "Don't worry, I am still very pure." "I don't trust you." Zhao Lei rolled her eyes in her heart. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly walked towards Chu Yang. Today at the mall. She was already prepared for this. I just didn't expect it. This scene seems to come a little too fast. Come over. After arriving in the room, Chu Yang lay down on the bed and patted the seat next to him. Zhao Lei walked over slowly. Take off your shoes. Oh, okay. Zhao Lei was slightly stunned. The reaction was a bit slow. My heartbeat suddenly started pounding wildly. When she sat in the empty seat next to Chu Yang looked at her and said, "Lie down." After hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhao Lei suddenly became confused. She could probably guess what was going to happen before she even entered the door. But why does this seem a little different from what she imagined? Which step went wrong? Looking at the dazed Zhao Lei, Chu Yang smiled and looked at her again. "What are you doing?" "Lie down." "Oh, okay." Zhao Lei was still a little confused. But he still listened to Chu Yang and did as he was told. "Wait until she lies down." Before she could react, she suddenly felt Chu Yang's head resting on her thigh. In an instant, her heart subconsciously beat wildly. But then, she was still waiting for Chu Yang's next move. Chu Yang didn't move either. Just like that, he rested his head on her thighs and slightly closed his eyes. "I'll take a nap. Wait until 2 p.m. before you wake me up." Zhao Lei. "So you called me to your room in the middle of the day just so you could sleep with your head resting on my thighs? What is this special hobby?" "If I don't sleep with a pillow, I'll sleep with a woman's legs." "Just for fun?" Chapter 35 Buying a car at a 4S store. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Yang woke up from the bed on time. However, it wasn't Zhao Lei who woke him up. It's the hotel's own wake-up service. When he heard the wake-up call and slowly woke up, Zhao Lei was still lying on the bed, sleeping with her eyes closed. See this scene. Chu Yang, who was originally lying on Zhao Lei's thighs, suddenly had a playful smile in his eyes. After getting up from his thighs with a whoosh, Chu Yang slowly moved towards Zhao Lei. His eyes were fixed on her peaceful face. After watching for a while, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile and said, "TSK, I never knew this little girl looked so pretty when she was sleeping quietly." Just after Chu Yang finished saying this, Zhao Lei, who was originally lying on the bed sleeping, suddenly trembled slightly. Maybe he thought of something in his dream. His body suddenly trembled violently, and then he quickly opened his eyes. But when she opened her eyes and saw Chu Yang staring at her with a smile, she subconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, Chu Yang, who was lying next to her, couldn't help laughing. "Am I so scary? Do you just back away when you see me?" Zhao Lei. "Just tell me whether you are scary or not. I just woke up and saw such a big human head. I can't scare you to death." Seeing Zhao Lei's somewhat helpless expression, Chu Yang smiled and slowly climbed up from the bed, looking at her and said, "Okay, now that you're awake, let's get ready. We should go out." "Oh, okay." Seeing Chu Yang, who had been staring at her, suddenly leave, Zhao Lei didn't know why. "Suddenly, I felt a little lost." But he recovered quickly. After quickly getting up from the bed, she ran to the bathroom and the master bedroom and quickly touched up her makeup in front of the mirror, then appeared in front of Chu Yang with renewed energy. After leaving the hotel, Chu Yang drove the new car for convenience. So he left Koenigsegg's car in the hotel library and got in the Rolls-Royce car arranged for him by the hotel. After getting in the car, he looked at Zhao Lei, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "Where are we going next?" Zhao Lei looked down at the schedule on her phone, then looked up at Chu Yang and said, "This is the largest 4S store in Donyang City. Except for supercars like yours, you can basically find all other cars in this store." Chu Yang has 2 goals this afternoon. One buys a car and the other buys a house. So, while Chu Yang was sleeping, she took the time to look up some information. "I investigated some of the more well-known 4S stores in Donyang City, some decent villa areas, and large flat properties. As for small-sized houses," she guessed that Chu Yang wouldn't like it either, so she didn't check it out. "The efficiency is quite high." After hearing what Zhao Lei said, Chu Yang immediately laughed. He just mentioned it casually. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lei had made a plan for him in just one afternoon. "If only I had a woman like this by my side. You know what, it's quite comfortable." Zhao Lei smiled and nodded. "It's my duty to do things for you. You're a bit unfamiliar now." Chu Yang looked at Zhao Lei with a playful smile and continued, "How long will it take to get to the 4S store?" Zhao Lei replied, "I just checked the navigation, and it's estimated to take about 40 minutes. Donyang City is a first-tier city after all. The city is quite large, and a 40-minute journey to the 4S store is considered close." 40 minutes? Okay, help me adjust the angle of this chair so I can lean back and sleep for a while.
After hearing this, Chu Yang lay down on the chair and slowly closed his eyes. As for why not adjust it yourself?
Excuse me.
Although he had also seen in videos on the internet that the rear seats of Rolls-Royce are adjustable.
However, he really didn't know how to adjust it specifically.
Besides, it's a bit regrettable to say the least. This car has a lot of rear space.
However, the seats are separated from each other. Otherwise,
he could also lie on Zhao Lei's calves and relive this wonderful feeling.
Zhao Lei didn't know what Chu Yang was thinking. After hearing what Chu Yang said,
after giving him a helpless look, he slowly pressed the button to adjust the seat angle for Chu Yang.
This button is right next to you, don't you know how to press it?
She didn't think that someone like Chu Yang, who could afford a supercar worth tens of millions, would have never ridden in a Rolls-Royce. So I simply thought that Chu Yang was used to ordering people around.
I'm just too lazy to do it myself.
However, if she knew that Chu Yang had never ridden in a Rolls-Royce before, she wouldn't know what she would think.
40 minutes later,
the Rolls-Royce stopped smoothly in front of a 4S store.
Chu Yang, wake up, we're here.
After waking Chu Yang up in a gentle voice, Zhao Lei slowly walked out of the car with him.
After walking into the 4S store together,
the huge space inside instantly appeared in front of the two of them.
It's more like a 4S store. It is more like a huge workshop with extremely gorgeous decoration. It's like a huge factory.
This is an area for top luxury car brands such as Rolls-Royce and Bentley.
Then there is an area for mid to high-end cars such as high-end Porsche, BMW 7 Series, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Audi A8L, etc. The rest are mid and low-end BBA models.
There are also some other domestic joint venture cars and purely domestic cars.
What do you two plan to watch? Everyone working as a salesperson in this 4S store is a smart person.
There was no series of events like those in online novels where the protagonist goes out to buy a car and then is looked down upon by the salesperson.
Because
the Vacheron Constantin watch on Chu Yang's hand and the Vacheron Constantin watch on Zhao Lei's hand were very eye-catching in front of the sales staff in the store.
As for the possibility that it might be a fake, it depends on your temperament.
At least judging from the temperaments that Chu Yang and Zhao Lei are showing now, the chances of these two watches being fakes are not high.
Take a look at Bentley. Chu Yang's goal was also very clear.
He had already imagined what kind of car he wanted to buy when he bought it before.
Rolls-Royce is definitely not suitable. This car is really eye-catching.
And although it looks solemn and serious, it also has a strong business atmosphere.
It's not very suitable for a young man like him. Porsche or something. It's too ordinary.
Even the so-called Porsche Panamera, the top configuration only costs around 3 million. Although if you start with 3 million, it can also achieve the purpose of spending money, and a lot of money has been spent.
However, he still chose Bentley. Because Bentley is more expensive. Chapter 36, 4.2 million. Bentley Continental GT. There weren't any major complications during the car buying process. Because Chu Yang's attitude towards buying a car was as casual as the time he bought that 800,000 yuan watch for Zhao Lei in the mall this morning. To put it bluntly, it means being rich and powerful. After arriving at the store, I directly found a pretty saleswoman in the store and took me to take a look at the Bentley exhibition area. Chu Yang took a fancy to a Bentley Continental GT at first sight. Convertible version. Peacock blue paint. The final total price was just 4.2 million. When Chu Yang confirmed that he wanted to pay the full amount for the Bentley Continental GT, the entire 4S store was in an uproar. Quick! It's really too fast. All of them have been engaged in the car sales industry for several years. I have met many different kinds of guests.
However, most of them are hesitant when buying a car. They want discounts here, discounts there, and also want test drives, and so on. Even if they encounter some more aggressive customers, these salesmen may have to run around for most of the day.
And in the end, you may not even be able to get the order. But what about Chu Yang? After arriving at the store,
the time spent on choosing and viewing the car did not exceed half an hour. The female salesperson who brought them over just brought a cup of information about the configurations of these Bentley models, and Chu Yang immediately set his eyes on the peacock blue Bentley Continental GT convertible. Then I planned to sign the contract and cash in the car.
Mr. Chu, please wait here for a moment. I will print out the car purchase contract right away.
After bringing Chu Yang and the others to the VIP lounge of the 4S store, the female salesperson quickly left the VIP lounge and went to print the contract for Chu Yang and the others.
Even while walking, her whole body was trembling with excitement. This is an order worth 4.2 million. Although Chu Yang wants to pay the full amount for the car. However, even if she paid in full for the car, she could still get a lot of commission. It's no exaggeration to say. This order alone is enough for her to eat for nearly half a year. Chu Yang, did you really get this money from the wind?
After the female salesperson excitedly left the VIP lounge, Zhao Lei looked at her with surprise again.
This is 4,200,000. Not $42.
Chu Yang spent less than half an hour looking at the car, and there was no bargaining. He just took whatever price the other party asked.
Now we are ready to sign the contract. Damn it! This is buying a car. Not buying groceries.
I'm really not buying groceries. It takes time to choose when buying groceries.
You don't even bother to pick one. Hearing Zhao Lei's words, Chu Yang immediately laughed and said,
Hey, how can you say that?
Whose money can be blown by the wind?
Just look, where can you find 4.2 million?
Then why do you spend so much? Zhao Lei really didn't understand Chu Yang's train of thought.
From the time she knew Chu Yang till now, she found that this person was either in the process of spending money or on the way to spending money.
Moreover, I don't feel bad about spending money at all.
He spent those banknotes as if they were pieces of white paper.
Then there's nothing I can do.
Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. This is a task issued by the system, requiring him to spend 10 million in one day.
What can he do?
Then his eyes suddenly lit up again, and he looked at Zhao Lei and said,
How about you help me spend some? Anyway, it's not a flower no matter how you spend it.
If he spent all his money on Zhao Lei, he would not only be able to complete the system's wasteful task. If you get a wave of rebates from a consumption rebate card,
by then he will be able to make a lot of money again. He is poor.
Adding the money I got from various consumer rebate cards, it was less than 30 million. If you spend 10 million today,
it is estimated that there are less than 20 million left. What can you do with 20 million?
As he said before, just buy a few watches, but if you buy 2 cars, you won't have enough left.
At this time,
Chu Yang has almost discovered the benefits of this consumer rebate card. This thing is totally his magic weapon for restoring health. If the system fails to sign in for cash rewards when signing in daily, this is what he usually does to make money.
In that case,
he also wants to flirt with a few more sisters.
It doesn't matter whether you sleep or not. It would be great if I could get money from them. Zhao Lei didn't know what Chu Yang was thinking. After hearing what he said, I fell into autism. God! Listen to this. Is this human language? While spending money lavishly,
he said that there was nothing he could do.
He even asked me to help him spend money. Is it really that there is too much money and there is no place to put it?
Finally, she couldn't help it anymore and rolled her eyes at Chu Yang.
Are you ill?
After saying that, she quickly turned her head away.
He kept muttering in a low voice. He must be sick. It's still a serious illness. Chu Yang. Did he say something wrong? He didn't say anything. Every word he said is true. How come this is such a nice girl? Suddenly you become stupid?
Chapter 37. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was a hermaphrodite.
Half an hour later,
Chu Yang and Zhao Lei walked to the door of the 4S store accompanied by the general manager of the 4S store. Behind the 3 people, there was a group of salesmen from the 4S store who were seeing them off.
And on the road not far away, the Bentley Continental GT was parked quietly in place, waiting for Chu Yang's favor. Okay, no need to send me off, we'll leave first.
After ignoring the 4S store manager who was standing next to him and chattering non-stop, Chu Yang took Zhao Lei with him and got into his newly bought Continental GT, and quickly drove away from the 4S store. The people in this 4S store are so enthusiastic.
He really can't stand it. After driving onto the main road,
while feeling the comfort of the new car, Chu Yang said with a satisfied look on his face,
This kind of car is still fun to drive. Supercars are cool, but the seating configuration is really not good enough. The seats of a supercar are no matter how well they are customized. That is definitely not as good as the leather sofa under his but now.
Zhao Lei, who was sitting next to him, felt helpless.
My Master Chu, do you know that your words can easily attract hatred?
While driving a luxury car worth millions. At the same time, he was complaining that the seats of the luxury supercar worth tens of millions were uncomfortable.
This person is too Versailles. Chu Yang smiled indifferently. Isn't that the truth? Okay, whatever you say makes sense. Zhao Lei laughed. After nodding repeatedly, he asked curiously. But now that you've bought this car, why don't you consider getting yourself a driver? The configuration of a rich young man like Chu Yang.
Besides driving a supercar to pick up girls.
In this luxury coupe. Don't people usually sit in the back seat, quietly enjoying the scenery outside the window and the wine in the car? I don't have that idea.
Chu Yang shook his head, then turned to look at Zhao Lei and said firmly.
I prefer the feeling of having the steering wheel in my own hands. Then just pretend I didn't say anything.
Zhao Lei stuck out her tongue, looked down at the memo on her phone, then looked at Chu Yang and asked.
Are you planning to buy a large flat or a villa? What's the price range? I'll guide you to the right sales center. Villa. Chu Yang replied without hesitation.
The full price is within 20 million, and it's best to have a single-family house with a private garage, private garden, and swimming pool. After deducting the money I spent on buying a watch for Zhao Lei today and the money I spent on buying a car, he still has about 21 million on him now.
At this price, I should be able to buy a nice villa. How much did you say? Although Zhao Lei was already used to Chu Yang's wealth. But after hearing him say 20 million, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. 20 million.
Chu Yang lives alone, but he still wants to buy a villa worth 2,000.
Is this crazy?
A house under 20 million is fine, and it's best if it's fully furnished and ready for move-in.
Chu Yang said without even turning his head.
This villa will be his main base from now on.
I have money now. Of course, you can buy the best you can. Okay, I'll show you. Zhao Lei nodded.
After quickly looking at the top 10 real estate projects in Dongyang City on his mobile phone, he looked at Chu Yang and said. Then let's go to Jianshui Huating. The villas there are basically around 500 square meters, single family, with gardens and swimming pools, and they are located by the river. The average price is about 15 million.
Chu Yang nodded after hearing this. Okay, give me a navigation and I'll drive over there. It is not far from Jianshui Huating. After driving for half an hour, Chu Yang and his team parked their car in front of the sales office. Jianshui Huating is a real estate brand under a real estate company in Dongyang City.
These include high-end residential areas and high-end villa areas. After getting off the car, Chu Yang took Zhao Lei to the sales office. Among a group of salesmen standing at the door, a young girl who spoke softly walked up to the two of them and asked with a smile.
You two, is there anything I can help you with? Chu Yang nodded slightly. We want to know about the houses in the Jianshui Huating Villa district. Villa? The saleswoman's eyes lit up instantly, and then she looked at Chu Yang and the other two and said. Please follow me. I'll take you to see the sand table of the building first. If you are sure, after the capital verification, I will go to the manager to get the key and take you to the site to see the house. Is that okay? No problem. Chu Yang naturally had no problem with that. When he was in college, he also worked part-time in a real estate company. In such a large real estate company, capital verification is a very important step whether purchasing a house or a villa. Okay, then please follow me. Seeing Chu Yang's calm attitude, the saleswoman smiled even more. She had just graduated from college and was looking for a job. I've been here for more than half a month and haven't made a single order yet. I didn't expect to meet a big shot like Chu Yang on this first order. The cheapest villa costs more than 10 million yuan. According to the commission of 1% of the villa, she will be able to get almost 100,000. There were quite a few people in the sales office. But most of them are looking at high-end residences. After all, the people who look at villas are in the minority. When Chu Yang and his friends walked in front of the sand table, there was no one else around looking at the house. After taking an infrared pen, the saleswoman began to explain to Chu Yang and the others based on the appearance on the sand table. Gentlemen, our Jianshui Huating Villa area is located in Huayang District, Dongyang City. The architectural design of each single-family villa incorporates the essence of French architecture, perfectly blending classical artistic conception with modern style. In addition, the villa area is surrounded by Dongyang Forest Park on 3 sides, so the air quality in the villa area is also very high. There are also famous schools around. If you have children who need to go to school, it is extremely convenient both in terms of transportation and schooling. Chu Yang was not particularly upset by what the saleswoman said. He has done this kind of work before. So I have a general understanding of some of the basic terms used in it. But, I guess you get what you pay for. The villas in Jiangsu Huading are really nice. It is surrounded by mountains and water, and the air is fresh. Even in villas located in high locations, one can see the Shangjiang River not far away from the master bedroom. It's absolutely comfortable to live in. You can say that. Apart from being a bit expensive, there is nothing wrong with it. And just as it happens, the thing Chu Yang lacks the least right now is money. However, just when Chu Yang had his eyes on a single-family villa with a total value of just 20 million and a good location, and was about to verify the capital, he asked the female salesperson to get the key. 2 uninvited guests suddenly appeared in front of them. One of the heavily made-up women smiled and looked at Zhao Lei, who was standing next to him. Looks like he's very enthusiastic. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he became a hermaphrodite. The tone was sarcastic and offensive. Hey, isn't this Zhao Lei? Why, are you here to buy a house too? Chapter 38, Back off, I'm going to start showing off. After looking at the person in front of her, Zhao Lei's eyes instantly flashed with disgust, and she snorted coldly and said, Zhou Feng, why are you here too? Obviously, we're here to buy a house. Zhou Feng looked at Zhao Lei with pride, then looked at the villa sand table that Chu Yang and the others were looking at, and immediately sneered with disdain, saying, Zhao Lei, I didn't expect that you have been doing better and better since I last saw you after graduating from university. You even took a fancy to this villa. I remember the lowest price of a villa here is about 10 million. With your monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, you would probably only be able to afford the cheapest one here if you didn't eat or drink for 100 years. I really want to know who gave you the courage to look at the houses in the villa area. This isn't the end yet. Zhou Feng glanced at the saleswoman standing next to her, who was a little overwhelmed, and laughed jokingly. Beauty, you must have just started working as a salesperson not long ago, right? I'm an experienced person. Let me tell you, when selling a house, you have to choose the right person. Don't bring them along with just anyone. Otherwise, you'll end up wasting your own time. As she spoke, she looked at Zhao Lei with a hint of meaning. Some people probably just walk around the sales office to experience the feeling of being the best, but when they finally pay for the house, they may not have a penny left. Hear this. Zhao Lei, who had been calm and composed till now, suddenly looked a little ugly. But she hasn't even started talking yet. Chu Yang, who was standing next to her, suddenly laughed, took a step forward and walked in front of Zhao Lei, then turned around and looked at her with a smile. Just stand aside and be responsible for your beauty. Let us men handle this kind of thing. Although he didn't know what the conflict was between Zhao Lei and Zhou Feng. But looking at this woman, she looks very sarcastic. I guess he's not a good guy. Then, Chu Yang turned around and gave Zhou Feng a cold look. Sister, whether we can afford to buy a house is our business. What are you doing here, an outsider, pointing fingers? How much money do we have and what kind of house we want to buy is none of your business. I just want to ask, are you worthy? You. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhou Feng instantly became furious, then glared at Zhao Lei coldly and said quickly, Zhao Lei, is this the boyfriend you're looking for? You really are the kind of person that deserves a boyfriend of your size. This sharp-tongued person is comparable to you. And he's just as uncultured as you. Hearing Zhou Feng's words, Zhao Lei couldn't help it immediately. She took a step forward, looked at Zhou Feng and said, Zhou Feng, our grudge is between us and has nothing to do with others. I advise you to be careful with your mouth and don't bring trouble upon yourself. You can scold her. But scolding Chu Yang is absolutely not allowed. Chu Yang's expression suddenly froze. After looking up at Zhou Feng coldly, an aura of majesty without even being angry instantly emanated from his body. Zhou Feng's expression changed instantly. The words she was about to say were swallowed back by her. At this time, after seeing Chu Yang's sharp eyes, a middle-aged man standing next to Zhou Feng finally spoke, looking at Chu Yang coldly and said, It's good for young people to be aggressive, but young man, as a person who has experienced it, I advise you to be careful with your mouth when you go out. Be careful of what you say. None of your business? Chu Yang ignored the middle-aged man's warning and sneered back. Then I would like to give you a piece of advice.
Watch the mouth of this woman next to you, or else her stinky mouth might be torn apart one day.
Hearing Chu Yang's words, the middle-aged man instantly became angry. Although he didn't read many books.
But I have traveled all over the country for many years. He is nearly 40 years old and has accumulated a fortune of tens of millions. He also owns a construction company and a decoration company, and manages hundreds of people.
It is definitely a model of a successful career. How many years?
But it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him so loudly.
I didn't expect this today. I was actually taught a lesson by a young boy. However, at the same time as being angry,
he also remained relatively rational. After looking at Chu Yang coldly, his face was still full of smiles. He looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, "Very good, I haven't seen such a young man with personality for a long time.
Tell me, what is your name?" Chu Yang, an ordinary college student. Chu Yang looked indifferent, looked at the middle-aged man and said coldly, "Why, do you still want to retaliate against me?" He could probably tell that the middle-aged man in front of him should be someone with a certain background in Donyang City. But so what? He also has a system with him. This is his greatest confidence. Good, you're good. Seeing Chu Yang like this, the middle-aged man still smiled instead of getting angry. He looked directly at the saleswoman who was standing next to Chu Yang and was a little overwhelmed. "You, come here." "You, what's wrong with you?" The saleswoman's expression froze, and then she walked up to the middle-aged man with her head held high. "Go find your CEO Ma and tell him I'm Zhou Yukai and ask him to come over." The Mr. Ma he mentioned. He is the deputy general manager of this sales office. A broken face remains a broken face. However, for rich people, when it comes to things like slapping someone in the face, you never have to do it yourself. And see this scene. Many guests who were looking at houses and idle salesmen gathered around Chu Yang and his team. Especially many salespeople who know the inside story. There was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Chu Yang and Zhao Lei. These two are in trouble. I didn't expect that he was Zhou Yukai. I remember that part of the residential buildings in Jianshan Huating were built by his subordinates. Some of the finely decorated houses were also decorated by his company. It is said that Zhou Yukai is worth tens of millions and has hundreds of people under him. These two people will definitely suffer if they offend him. This world is so fucked up. Only rich people can do whatever they want. These two people are in trouble. Xiao Wang is also pitiful. He finally met two customers, but he didn't expect that he would have a grudge against Zhou Yukai. Xiao Zhou was the young female salesperson who received Chu Yang in his group. It is true that Jianshui Huading is a high-end residential brand. However, there is still a big difference between villa areas and residential areas. They live in an upscale neighborhood here. The highest price per square meter is less than 20,000 yuan. As for the villa area, the prices are at least tens of millions. People who can afford such a villa area. I guess there aren't many people in the entire Donyang city. Now it depends on whether Chu Yang and Zhao Lei can really afford to buy a villa. It's okay if you can afford it. At least he is worth a lot of money. Then there is still room for easing this matter. If it is true as Zhou Fang said, the two of them just came here to experience it. That would be terrible. Chapter 39, Fight Between Gods. What's going on? Soon, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked up to Chu Yang and his companions. However, when he saw Zhou Yukai standing opposite Chu Yang, his originally somewhat angry expression suddenly relaxed. He walked up to Zhou Yukai with a smile on his face and said, "Boss Zhou, what brings you here today?" "Manager Ma, is your Jianshui Huating no longer viable? Now they dare to let any kind of guests in here." After seeing the person in front of him, Zhou Yotsai's face darkened instantly. "I originally came here with my wife to buy a house today, but I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. I think you should give me an explanation for this matter, right?" "Don't worry, I promise to give you an explanation." Manager Ma nodded repeatedly. Zhou Yukai has certain connections with the upper echelons of their company, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get their company's construction bid. He can't afford to offend such a person. Then, Manager Ma's face turned serious, and he looked at the saleswoman standing next to him and said coldly, "Tell me, what's going on?" This saleswoman doesn't seem to be particularly courageous.
After being frightened by this manager Ma, his thighs trembled a little, and he looked at him quickly and said, Mr. Chu and his friends came to look at the house, and then they met Mr. Joe and his friends, and then.
After briefly describing what happened, the female salesperson looked at Chu Yang and the others helplessly again.
In fact, in her heart, she still tends to believe that Chu Yang and Zhao Lei can afford this house. After all, she told the two of them at the beginning that they needed to be qualified to buy this house.
If you don't have any strength,
I guess they won T come to see the houses in the villa area. Who would have thought that after hearing what the saleswoman said, Manager Ma's expression changed instantly, and he looked at her coldly and said,
Don't you know you need to verify your capital before you can watch it? Have you verified your capital? I want to buy a villa area here. There must be at least 5 million in liquid funds in the card. The female salesperson immediately shrank her neck, not yet.
But then she looked at Manager Ma and explained,
But I'm ready to take Mr. Chu to verify the capital. You only know about capital verification now, what were you doing before?
Manager Ma glared at the saleswoman, then looked coldly at Chu Yang and Zhao Lei and said,
You two, are you sure there is money in the card?
If there is no money, and you cause trouble in our sales office, I will call the security guards.
It doesn't matter, just test it. Chu Yang sneered. He finally figured it out.
The manager Ma in front of him is definitely in cahoots with Zhou Yukai.
Then he took out his wallet.
After taking out one of the bank cards, he handed it directly to the salesperson in front of him and said with a warm smile, It's okay, don't be nervous, take it and check it to see how much money is inside. See the card in Chu Yang's hand. Zhou Feng, who was standing next to Zhou Yukai, immediately sneered. If there's no money in the card by then, it will be really ridiculous. The card in Chu Yang's hand looked like a very ordinary card. This means that the balance in the card cannot possibly exceed 1 million. Otherwise, the card in his hand will become a Bank-S gold card.
You don't have to worry about that. Chu Yang snorted coldly. Soon, the saleswoman took out a POS machine, inserted Chu Yang's card, and quickly operated it.
Then he quickly walked in front of Chu Yang and said,
Mr. Chu, please enter your bank card password. Chu Yang nodded.
After entering the bank card password, the POS machine was handed over to the female salesperson.
Soon,
after the data inside the POS machine was transmitted, the saleswoman's eyes widened instantly when she saw the balance on it.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Show me.
Before she could finish looking at the numbers on it, Manager Ma, who was standing nearby, took the POS machine from her hand.
After casually glancing at the numbers above,
the contemptuous smile on his face became even more intense, only 2,000.
But he hadn't finished laughing yet.
When he saw the string of numbers after the 2,000, he froze in place.
21 million. How is that possible? Nowadays, who would keep 20 million in cash in their bank card for no reason?
Except for many very rich big guys.
It has something to do with the bank. In order to accumulate enough annual deposit performance for the bank's senior management, hundreds of millions of dollars may be deposited into bank cards. Who would put so much money in a card? Moreover, the Chu Yang in front of him seemed a little too young. Then the meaning is somewhat different. Zhou Yukai is indeed amazing.
It does have a lot to do with the top management of their group. But, to put it bluntly, they are all businessmen.
Zhou Yukai is a businessman.
He is also a businessman.
Businessmen pursue profit.
It is true that Zhou Yukai has assets worth tens of millions, and it can even be considered hundreds of millions.
However, those are fixed assets. Not to mention 20 million.
Even if it is 10 million, I guess Zhou Yukai can't get it out of his bank card now. The young-looking Chu Yang in front of him actually has it.
Where did the second generation come from?
Chu Yang sneered, How about it, is my little money enough to buy your house in Jiangshui Huateng?
Enough is enough. Absolutely enough. Manager Ma nodded repeatedly.
After pulling Chu Yang's bank card out of the POS machine, he hurriedly walked in front of Chu Yang respectfully and handed the bank card to Chu Yang with both hands.
Mr. Chu, please keep this card, please keep it.
Then, cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. This is a fight between gods.
Judging from the current situation,
whether it was Chu Yang or Zhou Yukai, neither of them was someone he could afford to offend. I should have known this would happen. Today, he would rather die than wade into this muddy water.
Wouldn't it be nice to drink tea and enjoy the air conditioning in your own office? 21 million? Zhou Youcai's expression also changed. Zhou Feng is his wife.
Although she was indeed a bit arrogant, but with his support behind her, being a little arrogant was no big problem.
Isn't this what he works so hard to earn money for?
But now comes the problem. If Chu Yang had no money, or had only a little money, he could still easily handle it with his power.
But now,
Chu Yang could actually come up with 21 million at once. This forced him to think carefully about what kind of background Chu Yang had.
Chapter 40 You Don't Deserve to Know. Husband.
When Zhou Feng heard that Chu Yang actually had more than 20 million in savings, her face suddenly became a little nervous. But at the same time, the look he gave Zhao Lei became more and more resentful.
Why?
How come Zhao Lei could find such a young talent? Zhou Youcai glanced at Zhou Feng standing next to him with an uncertain expression, took a few deep breaths, and then said with a forced smile.
Mr. Chu, right? May I ask where Mr. Chu is working now? I haven't graduated yet. I'm an unemployed vagrant.
Chu Yang glanced at Zhou Youcai calmly and said.
What's wrong? Is there a problem? This is a time to sort out your own background.
However, if Zhou Youcai can really find out his background, since he has the system with him,
then he loses. Zhou Youcai remained calm and looked at Chu Yan with a forced smile. Who is your father?
Although he does have tens of millions of assets.
However, that can only be considered upper middle. He couldn't even squeeze into the upper class of Dongyang City.
The reason why he could be so arrogant in Jiangxue Huading was only because he took advantage of the opportunity in his early years to get to know a nobleman in Jiangxue Huading. However, he has been active in Dongyang for more than 10 years. The fact that he can still live safely and securely until now naturally relies on his own ability to judge the situation.
Those young men from the upper class of Dongyang City.
Although he didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with them, he had heard of most of them.
However, there is no big boss with the surname Chu in Dongyang City. There is no young master with the surname Chu.
That can only mean that Chu Yang must be a dragon crossing the river. And he is of considerable background.
We can't afford to offend a small local tyrant like him.
Looking at the frightened Zhou Youcai, Chu Yang snorted coldly.
You don't deserve to know.
Then he continued to sneer at Zhou Youcai and said.
Why, according to what Boss Zhou said, if I, Chu Yang, were a nameless and insignificant pawn today, I would deserve to be humiliated and bullied by you, Boss Zhou?
No, I didn't mean that. After figuring out the whole story, Zhou Youcai began to sweat.
Chu Yang's increasingly fearless behavior. This made him feel that the background behind Chu Yang was unfathomable.
Then, he looked at Chu Yang with an apologetic smile and said. Mr. Chu, today's incident was caused by me, Zhou Youcai, who was blind.
I admit my mistake.
When I am free someday, I will personally host a banquet to make amends for you. I have something else to do at home today, so I will excuse myself first. After saying that, he directly dragged Zhou Feng, who was standing next to him, and quickly left the sales office. Seeing this, Manager Ma didn't bother with Zhou Youcai anymore. He quickly walked up to Chu Yang with an apologetic smile and said with a flattering smile.
Mr. Chu, what kind of house do you want to see?
I'll introduce it to you myself.
What do you think? That attitude was completely different from the domineering look he had at the beginning. No need.
Chu Yang looked coldly at the Manager Ma in front of him and sneered.
Manager Ma is so arrogant, I don't dare ask you to introduce me.
As he spoke, he looked at the saleswoman standing not far away and said slowly.
I'd better introduce me to the original girl. Okay, whatever you say is what I will do. Manager Ma nodded repeatedly.
Then he trotted over to the saleswoman, looked at her nervously and said.
That Xiao Wang, right? I remember you are new here, right?
You must entertain Mr. Chu well today. As for the discounts in the villa area, as long as they are available, give them all to him.
We must make him happy. Do you hear me? If you can accomplish this, I will give you a promotion and a raise. He is feeling scared now.
Zhou Youcai would avoid him whenever he saw him, so how could a small character like him afford to offend him?
Now I just hope to make Chu Yang happy. Otherwise,
there is no need for Chu Yang to cause trouble for him. Some people with ulterior motives in some companies in the sales office would just make a suggestion. His position as deputy general manager has come to an end.
Okay, I understand. The saleswoman nodded repeatedly, and nervously glanced at Chu Yang secretly.
Then she quickly walked in front of Chu Yang and said in an increasingly respectful manner, "Mr. Chu, your capital verification has been passed.
Take a look at the villa you like. I will go and get the key for you to see the house." "Just the same thing." Chu Yang smiled and pointed at the villa he liked in the sand table. "Okay, wait a moment." The female salesperson nodded repeatedly.
After getting the keys from the sales office, she planned to call a special car to take Chu Yang and the others to the villa area to look at houses.
Hearing this, Chu Yang quickly took Zhao Lei to the sales office and said to the female salesperson, "There's no need for a special car or anything like that, can we just drive there ourselves?" The saleswoman opened her mouth slightly. After looking at the Bentley that Chu Yang parked in front of the sales office, there was suddenly a hint of yearning and envy in his eyes. But then she nodded and said, "Then drive safely."
Then she got on the other side, in the special car prepared for her by the sales office. After getting in my own car. After starting the car, Chu Yang looked at Zhao Lei beside him with a smile on his face and asked,
"Tell me, what's the problem between you and Zhou Feng? What else can we celebrate?"
Hearing the teasing tone in Chu Yang's words, Zhao Lei smiled helplessly, and then said,
"We are college classmates and roommates in the dormitory."
But in my junior year, she fell in love with a rich second-generation guy, but she failed to pursue him.
In addition, this rich second-generation guy turned around and pursued me.
Then she always thought that I seduced him, and the grudge between us was formed.
But then she looked at Chu Yang and said, "Don't get me wrong, I promise, I'm not interested in her so-called rich second-generation guy." "I know that." Chu Yang laughed, "Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting next to me now." Then he asked, "Then which guy? I think their age difference seems a bit." "Look at the age difference between the two people. If not 20, then at least 15.
If we calculate that there is a generation gap every 5 years, then there are 3 or 4 generation gaps now."
The mistress is in power.
Zhao Lei did not shy away from talking about these things with Chu Yang. After graduation, Zhou Feng went to work in sales at a real estate group. She met Zhou Yukai when she was working in sales. Zhou Yukai had a wife at that time, but they had no children.
I just happened to meet Zhou Feng. Young, beautiful, and energetic. After a few interactions, the two of them became a couple.
In the end, Zhou Yukai kicked out his original wife and married Zhou Feng. After saying this, Zhao Lei looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Come to think of it, when they got married, they invited me to be a bridesmaid, but I didn't go.
Why not? Asking me to be a bridesmaid is nothing more than showing off how well she is doing now. I have no interest in flattering her. Chapter 41, Taking Over the Villa. Half an hour later.
Chu Yang and Zhao Lei drove to the villa area of Jianshui Huading.
The female salesperson was holding a universal access card for the sales office. After swiping the card, the huge iron gate at the entrance of the villa area was opened.
Then the female salesperson walked to the security booth next to the door first, showed her work ID, and signed her name, which allowed the security guard to open the internal railing and let Chu Yang and the others in.
The interior of the villa area is designed as a garden.
Tall trees can be seen everywhere, rustling in the breeze outside the car.
The distance between each single-family villa is very far.
Moreover, it is surrounded by various green plants, which fully guarantees the privacy of each owner in the villa. The villa that Chu Yang and his friends were looking at was in the middle of the villa area. After driving in the villa area for another 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the door of Chu Yang's single-family villa. French-style iron fence gate. The female salesperson got off the car first. After swiping the card to open the door, Chu Yang and the other person were brought into the villa. There is a huge garden at the entrance. There are also several outdoor parking lots nearby, which are specifically used to provide parking spaces for visitors. After parking the car, the saleswoman quickly got out and walked up to Chu Yang and the others and said respectfully, "Mr. Chu, our villa was specially customized by an internationally renowned smart home company. The whole house is equipped with the most advanced smart home. The door we just entered can record the license plate number of your vehicle, so you don't have to get out of the car to swipe the card to open the door. This is the main garden in front. Next to it are some green plants with high ornamental value. It can also be used to temporarily park the vehicles of some outside guests." After briefly introducing the front yard to Chu Yang, the female salesperson then took Chu Yang and the others into the villa. Completely smart home. Fingerprint unlocked door. The interior decoration is ready, so you can pick up your luggage and check in anytime and anywhere.
Voice-controlled lighting.
There are also sensor-activated balcony curtains. The first floor is a large living room decorated in a minimalist style, and all the furnishings in the house are clearly visible. And it is particularly pleasing to the eye. And the curtains on the living room balcony are sensor-controlled and voice-controlled.
Chu Yang and his friends just entered the villa.
All the lights in the house were turned on, and the sensor-activated curtains were slowly pulled open to the sides.
Sitting on the sofa in the living room, you can see a huge private swimming pool in the backyard. There are also some lounge areas for barbecues and tea. It took another half an hour. Chu Yang and Zhao Lei finally toured the entire villa under the guidance of the female salesperson. To put it simply, the first floor is the living room, dining room, and leisure area. The balcony can also be used for drinking tea, basking in the sun, etc. The second floor is the master bedroom, a children's room and a study.
The third floor has 2 guest bedrooms, a relaxing wine cabinet and a bar. The top floor of the fourth floor is a balcony, which has also been converted into a leisure area. In the evening, you can sit on the rattan chair on the balcony, drink a little wine and watch the sunset. From there, you can directly see the Xiangjiang River not far away.
There is also a basement on the lower level. Private cinema configuration.
A huge place to eat, drink and have fun. And, most importantly, there is an elevator inside.
There is no need to take stairs from the fourth floor to the basement floor. One elevator and that's it. How does this set feel?
After looking at the whole house, Chu Yan looked at Zhao Lei with a smile.
That's good. I think it's okay. What else could Zhao Lei feel was not good about?
A villa of this level can only be described as high-end.
Not to mention the master bedroom and guest bedroom.
Even the nanny room on the underground floor was better equipped than the rental house she was living in now. People who compare themselves to others will die.
Shop around before you shop. Okay, that's it. After listening to Zhao Lei's words, Chu Yang made the decision immediately. He turned to look at the saleswoman and said, "How much is the total price and when can I move in?" Ah. After hearing Chu Yang's words, the female salesperson knew that Chu Yang was rich. But, don't you want to talk about the price? You're going to buy this after just one look? This is not the way to spend money, right?
Then she immediately looked at Chu Yang and said,
"Mr. Chu, the total price of this villa is 23 million.
According to our sales office's 88% discount, it is about 20 million. Add various deed taxes and formalities, and it will be around 21 million.
If you sign the contract today, you will be able to move in that evening once the contract is signed. If you are sure you want it, then let's go to the sales office to sign the contract. You decide whether you want to pay in full or take out a loan, so I can have someone prepare the contract."
Full payment. Chu Yang naturally did not hesitate at all. If the full payment has not come down, then naturally it is the full payment.
Moreover, the budget was just right.
After spending the 21 million, he still had a few $100,000 left.
It's enough to last for a while.
It would be even more comfortable if I could get some money from Zhao Lei. Anyway, just 3 words.
Not short of money. The female salesperson naturally nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's go back first. I'll have someone prepare the contract for you right away.
After we get to the sales office, we can sign the contract directly.
Once the contract is signed, she will get her commission soon. However, when we finally left the villa,
she still looked at the scenery inside the villa with lingering feelings, with a hint of loss in her eyes. Even if she closed the deal with Chu Yang today,
the villa here,
any one of them is a place she would never dare to think of in her life.
Just like a supercar. Either born with it.
Otherwise, you may never be able to touch it in this lifetime.
After returning to the sales office,
many salespeople in the sales office were still discussing what had just happened. Seeing Chu Yang and the others come in, they finally calmed down.
At this time,
a middle-aged man with a relatively elegant appearance quickly walked up to Chu Yang, looked him up and down, then walked up to Chu Yang with a smile on his face and said,
"This must be Mr. Chu. My name is Yi Ming, and I'm the general manager here. I was out for something just now and wasn't here. I'm really sorry that my people have caused you trouble.
We have fired Manager Ma, and we have also prepared a full set of home furnishings for Mr. Chu. The villa has also arranged for a cleaner to come over to ensure that you will have a very good stay experience tonight. Looking at Yiming, who was walking towards him with a smile,
Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, Manager Yi is thoughtful. Don't hit someone who smiles at you.
Although his impression of Manager Ma was indeed average,
but that doesn't mean he has no sense for everyone in the sales office. Chapter 42 Balenciaga and Valentino. After the deal was done,
the rest will fall into place naturally. The contract was also prepared early.
Chu Yang and the other person were invited by Yiming into his office. The staff at the sales office brought Chu Yang and his friends some chilled fruits and snacks.
Yiming personally made a cup of the best fragrant tea for Chu Yang, and did not do anything else.
He simply stayed beside Chu Yang and chatted and laughed. The same thing. Money makes the world go round.
Chu Yang also talked about the house purchase and processing business. Basically, you have to print out the contract, go through various procedures, check the credit report, check the eligibility to buy a house, etc. Even if it is done faster,
it is impossible to complete it in half a day. But now let us go to Chu Yang.
The general manager of the sales office was treated to good cigarettes and tea, while he ate some fruit, with Zhao Lei Xiangyu beside him. I felt very happy for about 30 or 40 minutes.
The sales office has taken care of all the necessary procedures.
Finally, after Chu Yang signed, I got the room key of the villa directly. As for the property ownership certificate and other documents, these are not issued by their sales office.
However, it was the sales office that handled it for Chu Yang. Wait until the documents come down. Someone will be specially assigned to deliver it to the villa.
At this point, Chu Yang had settled down in Dongyang City. Finally, Yiming looked at his watch and found that it was getting late.
He looked at Chu Yang and invited him. Mr. Chu, it's getting late.
If you don't mind, let me treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation. Yiming also had his own little plans in mind. It is rare to meet such big customers in daily life.
If I could establish a good relationship with Chu Yang, if there are other people around him who need to buy a house, he will be the first one to be found. It's not so much about eating. It's better to say that it's about the human relationships in food. Have a meal?
Chu Yang glanced at Zhao Lei, who was still standing next to him, then smiled and refused, saying, Manager Yi, thank you for your invitation, but we have other things to do later, so we'll have to wait until next time for dinner.
Let's see when we can have dinner together again. You have to celebrate after buying a house. There is a hot and beautiful lady standing next to him. Chu Yang is not stupid. Still accompanying you, Yiming, for dinner?
Yiming probably saw Chu Yang's inner thoughts, and without trying to persuade him to stay, he looked at Chu Yang and said,
Okay, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it.
Then he took out his business card from his pocket, handed it to Chu Yang with both hands and said,
This is my business card. If you need anything, please feel free to call me at any time. As long as it is within my ability, just say the word and I will come over. Okay, I'll take the business card.
Chu Yang looked at Yiming's smiling face and quickly took the business card from him with a smile.
It's true. As long as you have money, everyone in this world will be friendly and kind to you. After leaving the sales office,
after getting the access card to the gate of the villa area, Chu Yang took Zhao Lei away.
Sit in the passenger seat.
While feeling the cool air from the air conditioner in the car, Zhao Lei looked at Chu Yang curiously and said,
Do we have anything else planned for today? Don't you know about the warm house feast?
Chu Yang smiled and tilted his head to look at her.
On the first day of moving into a new home, we should find 2 people to have dinner with us. We will have dinner in the villa tonight. We will go to the mall to buy some things first, and then go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. After saying, Chu Yang looked at Zhao Lei again and asked, How is it, can you cook? Meeting. Okay then, you'll cook tonight. Zhao Lei. She was also aware of the Nuanju banquet. However, isn't this usually cooked by the host? What? Do you still want her, the guest, to take action? But for now, Chu Yang is her boss. Although helpless. But what else can we do? Of course the boss has the final say. It's still the familiar shopping mall.
But the time was changed to evening.
The Koenigsegg I drove in the morning was also changed into an ultra-luxurious Bentley.
After parking the car, Chu Yang took Zhao Lei to the 4th floor of the shopping mall.
There are all kinds of luxury women's clothing here. Aren't you shopping at the mall? Why are you here all of a sudden?
After seeing the various luxury women's clothing stores around here, Zhao Lei's expression suddenly became a little strange. She thought Chu Yang went to the mall to buy some daily necessities for the villa. But depending on the situation,
she seemed to have misunderstood. Chu Yang smiled playfully. I'm in a good mood today, can't I bring you over to buy some clothes? Buy me clothes?
Zhao Lei was stunned when she heard this, but then she quickly shook her head and looked at Chu Yang and said,
Why do you suddenly want to buy me clothes? I don't want them. Accepting a watch from Chu Yang was already stressful enough for her. She didn't dare to accept the clothes Chu Yang bought anymore. Did I say I bought it for you?
Seeing Zhao Lei shaking her head desperately, Chu Yang immediately started to smile evilly.
Although you are still the one wearing these clothes, this is mainly for my own convenience. Hearing this,
with a whoosh, Zhao Lei's cheeks instantly turned red.
As an adult,
even if she has never eaten pork, she has seen pigs run.
I've heard that many rich people have special hobbies. Is Chu Yang one of them? Then she secretly spat at Chu Yang and said, Rogue.
Then, she was forced to wander around various women's clothing stores under Chu Yang's guidance. The number of bags carrying various clothes in my hands increased from 1 at the beginning to 6 or 7.
Finally, I couldn't hold it anymore.
After Chu Yang led them to the Valentino shoe store and bought 2 pairs of beautiful high heels, this shopping trip was considered to be over.
To be fair, Zhao Lei was also very happy about shopping in the mall. I'll be happier if I shop more. The only thing that is a bit embarrassing is Chu Yang picked out those luxury clothes from big brands. Without exception, each piece is sexy.
Among them is the black stockings from Balenciaga, the brand that understands men best.
And studded heels by Valentino.
It is definitely one of the most popular men's suits among many men.
Think with your toes. She could guess what Chu Yang was planning. Chapter 43, Transformation from Boy to Man. Finish shopping at the mall.
After finding a supermarket to buy some vegetables and meat for daily consumption, Zhao Lei and Chu Yang returned to the villa together.
The villa has a lot of space. The kitchen is also very large. The sofa is also very comfortable to lie on.
Before sitting down on the sofa to rest, both of them tacitly agreed not to say something.
Until Chu Yang sat on the sofa. After patting the empty seat next to him and asking Zhao Lei to sit over, Zhao Lei looked at Chu Yang nervously and said, Should we have dinner first? Certainly.
Chu Yang smiled and nodded, then patted her thigh and said,
Thank you for your hard work, Chef Xiao. Work hard.
I'm going to take a shower first.
After dinner, I'll accompany you properly.
After saying that, Chu Yang stood up and left with a wicked smile.
The villa has everything.
The bedding and other things were also replaced with new ones.
The bathroom space is extra large. There is also a large bathtub inside.
Not to mention one person taking a bath, even if 2 people are bathing in the bathtub, the extra space inside is enough for people to roll around in it.
Zhao Lei just stood there in a daze.
After a long time, he finally came to his senses with a blush on his face.
Cooking is not difficult.
She often does things like washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, cooking, etc. at home when she is resting alone.
But today, the environment is a little special.
After Chu Yang finished taking a shower, he sat on the sofa to rest and play with his phone.
Zhao Lei tied an apron on.
The open kitchen is bustling with activity.
But don't tell me.
Zhao Lei, who has a good figure and was wearing a white long skirt, looked a little different in her temperament after she tied an apron on.
It brings a little bit of home flavor, but still full of charm. It looks very special.
Chu Yang's mind immediately imagined all kinds of kitchen cases in a folder containing study materials on his dormitory computer.
It's so addictive. Of course, Chu Yang wasn't that impatient yet. Tonight is a long night. There is still plenty of time. Soon,
Zhao Lei prepared 3 dishes and a soup.
The color, aroma, and taste.
The colors and presentation of the dishes are quite pleasing to the eye.
The scent is okay too. But I just don't know how it tastes.
Finally, she opened a bottle of red wine that was given as a gift in the villa's wine cabinet.
After drinking.
After resting for a while, Zhao Lei put on a set of clothes that Chu Yang had just bought while shopping in the mall, as well as a pair of Valentino high heels with heels that looked so sharp that they could kill people.
What's next? It will be a natural thing. After a long time,
Zhao Lei's face was a little flushed and her breath was a little disordered. Various clothes, stockings, and high heels were scattered all over the floor of the master bedroom.
Are you really a newbie?
She looked at Chu Yang, who was lying next to her with a look of despair, with a tired look on her face. Her eyes were seductive and she looked surprised, but her voice was extremely gentle. At first, when Chu Yang told her that he was a novice, she didn't believe it.
But now, after practice, everything was verified. This is totally a rookie.
It seems to be full of theoretical experience, but it is only limited to theory.
Is there anything shameful about this?
Chu Yang wanted to have a cigarette, but it seemed inappropriate in this environment, so he continued to defend himself.
Don't they say it's quick the first time? Yes, it's not shameful, it's not shameful.
Zhao Lei was a little surprised, but she didn't delve into it. Instead, she looked at Chu Yang with a comforting smile and said,
"It's okay. This is everyone's first time. Just get used to it. It's not a big problem. It's not a big problem. I feel like you're gloating?"
Chu Yang tilted his head and glanced at her.
No.
Zhao Lei tried hard to suppress the smile on her face. Then, Chu Yang suddenly raised his hand and lifted the quilt. This damned desire to win. At times like this, you absolutely cannot be laughed at by a woman.
A little after 1 in the morning.
Chu Yang was wearing a bathrobe and casually sitting on the rattan chair on the balcony of the master bedroom. Looking up, there are stars in the sky. Looking ahead, there are shadowy trees and sparkling water reflecting the moonlight.
To use an old saying, that's the unique beauty of the scenery here.
Accompanied by a lonely cigarette.
Absolutely amazing.
About 3 hours ago, he was just a boy. Then, in these short 3 hours, he successfully grew into a man.
Some things.
Indeed, only after experiencing it can you feel the difference and distinction.
Then he laughed. Today should be considered a milestone day in his life. Really growing up.
He also conquered a woman in the true sense.
And she's a very high-scoring woman. This is not something he brags about to the outside world.
However, this will be a kind of confidence for him. Or a kind of self-confidence. And this kind of self-confidence can continue to support him and enable him to go further and further.
That's kind of true.
It was the first day of his official confrontation with the world in the second stage of his life.
What are you thinking about?
Not long after, Zhao Lei, who was still a little uncomfortable, limped to Chu Yang and sat down next to him naturally.
He was also wearing a bathrobe.
There was a glass of red wine in his hand. There was a gleam of light in her eyes, and she looked even more stunning than usual.
What else can I think about? Think about life, and then think about women.
Chu Yang pulled Zhao Lei into his arms.
Zhao Lei smiled and asked, "Which woman are you thinking about?" "You."
Chu Yang laughed, quickly hugged Zhao Lei into his arms, looked at her slowly and said, "How about you change your job, find a job that interests you, or stay in the villa and grow some flowers and grass?
Anyway, I have money and can support you."
Chu Yang's words still had a tone of negotiation. He and Zhao Lei naturally developed some intimate relations.
There is no lack of his lavish spending.
However, he did not think that he was completely in a dominant position in this relationship, and he would not speak to her in a domineering tone. In particular, Zhao Lei was his first woman. Every man always has a special feeling for his first woman. Chu Yang was no exception. Zhao Lei was somewhat surprised by Chu Yang's attitude, but then she looked at him with a smile and said, "Then my Mr. Chu, in what capacity are you speaking to me now?
My boyfriend, lover, bedmate, or something else?" Chapter 44, Morning Conversation, Thorough and Free. Chu Yang directly asked this question to Zhao Lei, "Then what do you think our identity should be now? What if I present myself as your girlfriend?"
Zhao Lei smiled happily. There was a hint of boldness and a hint of temptation in his words.
"Sure, no problem."
Chu Yang nodded naturally.
I have been spending a few days with Zhao Lei.
During this period of time, at least he still recognized Zhao Lei as a person.
She is beautiful. Nice figure too. Both IQ and EQ are also high. Independent and confident.
If this happened in the past,
he couldn't even imagine having a girlfriend like this.
Hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhao Lei immediately laughed, then slowly stood up from Chu Yang's arms, looked at him and smiled. "Although I don't know whether what you said is true or not, I am still very happy."
You've been active for so long, you must be a little hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll make you a midnight snack. Next.
Chu Yang turned around and looked at Zhao Lei and laughed.
Now that you mention it, I'm actually a little hungry.
I remember I bought some noodles, so I'll make a bowl of noodles and add an egg and some chopped green onions.
Zhao Lei smiled and nodded. Got it, Master Chu. The next morning,
Chu Yang was awakened by the sunlight shining in from the window. After slowly waking up from the oversized bed in the master bedroom, the beauty next to him had disappeared. Only a faint scent lingered beside him, announcing the traces left by Zhao Lei last night.
Where is the person? Is he gone?
After seeing the empty seat next to him, Chu Yang frowned slightly. Then he put on his clothes. Inside the room, the bowl of noodle soup left over from last night's meal had disappeared. The messy floor of the room seemed to have been cleaned.
Stockings, high heels, all disappeared.
However, when Chu Yang walked out of the bedroom door and slowly walked towards the living room downstairs, the aroma of food slowly drifted to his mouth.
Soon,
Zhao Lei, wearing another set of clothes and home slippers, appeared in front of him. In her hands were two exquisite porcelain plates. Inside is a well-prepared exquisite breakfast. Fried eggs, bread, grilled sausage, ham, etc.
The fried eggs were also made into the shape of a heart.
On the dining table not far away, there were 2 cups of hot milk. After looking at Chu Yang, who seemed to be still asleep, Zhao Lei looked at him with a smile and said,
You're awake.
Go wash up quickly so you can prepare for breakfast. When seeing this scene, Chu Yang was obviously stunned.
Someone shares the evening with me. Someone asked me whether the porridge can be warm.
This scene, which had appeared in his dream more than once, suddenly appeared before his eyes.
And there doesn't seem to be any sense of incongruity.
Seeing this, Chu Yang suddenly had a smile on his face.
Okay, I'll go right away.
After nodding quickly, he went to the bathroom to wash up.
Finished washing up.
After changing into a set of clothes, Chu Yang slowly sat down in the restaurant. Zhao Lei brought the prepared breakfast to him, then clasped her hands together and looked at him expectantly.
Try it, how does it taste? Why are you up so early?
Chu Yang took the breakfast from Zhao Lei and asked her with a smile.
First taste of forbidden fruit.
Both of them stayed up quite late last night. I didn't expect Zhao Lei to get up so early today. And I still made breakfast for him. From this perspective, he actually saw Zhao Lei's homely side again. If I don't get up, who will make breakfast for you? Zhao Lei smiled and rolled her eyes at Chu Yang. Then the restaurant fell into silence.
But it didn't take long.
After tearing off a piece of bread and swallowing it, she put the bread on the plate and looked at Chu Yang seriously and said,
I've thought about what happened last night. It should be my honor to be your girlfriend, Mr. Chu. But before that, I have to tell you something. It's like giving you a heads up. What vaccination?
Chu Yang laughed when he heard what Zhao Lei said, and slowly said,
Tell me, what's going on? Last night, Zhao Lei didn't clearly agree to be Chu Yang's girlfriend, or anything like that. So this is what happened after Chu Yang got up this morning.
I saw that Zhao Lei was not there. The first thought might be one of the reasons why she left. This feeling of being anxious and worried about gains and losses is quite unpleasant. But now, if Zhao Lei puts this matter out in the open, everything will be easy.
First of all,
Zhao Lei cleared her throat, then looked at Chu Yang seriously and said, Although I don't know what your family background is, but for a family like yours, I guess even if I work hard for most of my life, I won't be able to step into the threshold of a family like yours, and I don't want to suffer this.
Then, I have always been like this.
If it suits me, I will come.
If it doesn't, I will leave.
If one day, you have another woman, or no longer have feelings for me, then you should tell me as soon as possible, and I will leave, quietly, without taking a cloud with me.
Second point. I will probably not leave you, whether it's because of your money or because of you as a person. During this period, whether you give me any gifts or just give me money, I will accept them all. Of course, I won't take the initiative to ask for it. This depends entirely on your mood. Third, I still have a good impression of you now, you can also understand it as love. But if I don't like you anymore in the future, refer to the second point. For the sake of money, I will probably not leave you. At least I won't leave you on my own initiative. As for my job as a hotel butler, if you don't like it, I will quit. How about you give me another $1 million and I will open a coffee shop?
I will give you 70% of the shares and I will own 30%.
During this period, I will have all the operating rights. And you are not allowed to ask me for the money back. Of course, the last point is the most important. You are the first man in my life, Zhao Lei, and you will most likely be the last. So, even if you end up having no money and are penniless, if you don't mind, I can support you. I may not have the good life you have now, but 3 meals a day will still be enough to feed you. Are you planning to sell yourself for $1 million? Xu Yan listened to what Zhao Lei said one by one, and finally looked at her with a smile and said, "And it's a lifetime contract. Just tell me whether you agree or not." A smile appeared on Zhao Lei's face. "I agree. I totally agree." Xu Yang naturally nodded readily. He understood what Zhao Lei meant. To put it simply and clearly, as long as he doesn't abandon her, she will be with him for the rest of her life. And if he abandoned her, she would leave without hesitation. A very clear view of human nature. It also looks very free and easy. Sure enough, being smart does have its advantages. She made this decision. Whether for her or Chu Yang, it is a good decision. Chapter 45, The Dazzling System Mall. After breakfast, Zhao Lei went to clean the table and wash the dishes. Xu Yan lay on the huge sofa in the living room. A system prompt sound soon appeared in my mind. A new day has begun. Would the host like to sign in? Sign in. Xu Yang changed into a comfortable position, lay on the sofa and nodded. Then a system prompt sound appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 20 million. Oh wow, there is actually a cash reward? After hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, a smile suddenly appeared on Xu Yang's lips. 20 million. This should be considered a considerable asset for him at the moment. After all, when I took Zhao Lei to the mall to buy clothes yesterday, I made about 3 million yuan after swiping the rebate card for the last 2 purchases yesterday. There is only a tenfold rebate each time. It can be said that his face is extremely dark. And that's not all. After he received the information on his mobile phone that 20 million yuan had been deposited into his bank account, he soon heard another system notification tone in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task of spending 10 million a day. You have obtained a chance to draw a task reward or a chance to exchange for goods. Would you like to claim the task reward now? Xu Yang thought for a few seconds, then said, "Give me some merchandise to redeem the reward." He had already experienced the chance to win a lottery once. Now let us take a look at what this level redemption reward is. The reward has been issued successfully. Do you want to use it now? Then, along with the system prompt sound, the system's virtual panel appeared in front of Chu Yang again. Host, Chu Yang. Special card, consumption rebate card 33. Special opportunity, 1 chance to redeem goods. Use the merchandise to redeem opportunities. After looking at his panel, Xu Yang chose to use it without hesitation. Next second, the virtual panel in front of him began to change rapidly again, and the 2 big words mall appeared at the top. And inside the panel therein, one by one, the special products were listed in front of him. Super Energy Capsule, a special capsule developed by the top scientists on planet M77. After taking it, it can continuously change the structure of human cells within 3 months, raising the comprehensive data of all aspects of the human body to the peak, and maintaining sufficient body functions until the end of life. The price is 100 million Chinese yuan. Fully Intelligent Robot Group, a strong artificial intelligence group developed by the Chief Research Institute of Future Technology Company, the top technology group of M77 Nebula. It has a good self-intelligence and super computing power. It is one of the necessary intelligent robots for all large group companies in M77 Star. The price is 10 billion Chinese yuan. Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology Research Data. In 2050, the controlled nuclear fusion technology data was researched by Dr. Wei Tianxi, a Chinese scientist from a parallel universe, combining the data of previous researchers. The price is 100 billion Chinese yuan. Quantum lithography technology. The quantum lithography technology created by Dr. Wei Tianxi, a Chinese scientist in the ordinary time and space, in 2030 can use the new quantum technology to manufacture quantum-level electronic chips. The price is 5 billion Chinese yuan. My goodness, if this wasn't the super rich system, which mall would dare to sell such expensive items? After carefully reading the contents above, Xu Yang's expression suddenly became strange. The things in this mall are more expensive than each other.
Even the cheapest item in there starts at 100 million. Of course, the various technologies inside can also be said to be very black technology. Not to mention the super energy capsules.
An absolute elixir of life. This is, of course, an exaggerated interpretation.
After all, this thing can only keep people young forever, but it cannot make people immortal. But just the fact that you can stay young forever is already very awesome. If this thing is released into the outside world,
it will definitely make those wealthy men and women scramble for it.
After all, most of these people use their bodies to work hard to make money when they are young, and then use the money they earn to maintain their broken bodies when they are old. If there were such a super capsule,
it's no exaggeration to say,
even an old man in his 70s or 80s can regain his youth overnight.
Be an awesome one-night trip guy. That's it.
Not to mention 100 million, even if it was 1 billion, there would be many people flocking to it.
As for other things, let alone strong artificial intelligence. This has been a major issue in the technology world right now.
Many people have shouted the slogan of artificial intelligence, but no one has ever been able to create a fully intelligent, strong artificial intelligence.
Quantum lithography machine.
Directly manufacture quantum-level lithography machines. If this thing comes out, it will directly beat all the super chips on the market.
Controlled nuclear fusion technology is even more amazing. This is a clean energy technology.
If this technology is developed, the Earth can really enter the full energy era in one fell swoop, and there will be no shortage of energy.
If that is true.
If you charge patent fees,
Chu Yang will be able to become the richest man in the world. Certainly.
It may be due to reasons within the super rich system.
These things are surprisingly expensive.
Especially controlled nuclear fusion technology.
100 billion Chinese yuan.
Even if he continued to use his consumer rebate card to spend like crazy every day, it would probably take him 2 or 3 months to collect the 100 billion yuan.
And the consequence of this is, he will definitely become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of every country in a minute. 100 billion in assets.
Without a certain asset allocation, even if the system can guarantee that no one can find out the source of his funds,
no one else will believe it.
And every time at this time, the cleaner the source of funds is, the more likely it is that something bad will happen.
Then, after a wave of random thoughts in my mind, Chu Yang's expression became a little distressed. Because he can't redeem many commodities now.
It's not just that there is not enough money, but the system does not give any authority at all, and it's all dark. All the items that can be exchanged are worth 100 million.
Moreover, even if it is something worth 100 million, with his current total assets of no more than 30 million, he can't afford any of them. However, just when Chu Yang was worried, suddenly, another system prompt sounded in his mind. Since this is the first time the host is using the system mall, it is assumed that the host has the right to purchase at a 10% discount. After this product exchange is completed, the 10% discount right will be automatically cancelled. Excuse me, host, would you like to use your 10% discount?
Chapter 46: The Powerful Effects of Super Energy Capsules.
Of course it's used. Chu Yang chose to use the 10% discount purchase right without hesitation. God knows when the next opportunity to open the system mall will be.
And this thing can be used as a novice benefit this time.
It won't be available next time you use it.
Anyone who doesn't use it is an idiot. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the 10% discount purchase privilege. Along with the appearance of a system prompt sound, the system mall interface in front of Chu Yang changed. All the goods are discounted by 10%. But even so, he can only afford the cheapest super energy capsule, which originally cost 100 million and now costs 10 million.
However, this thing is pretty good. As for the rest, still no permission.
Even if the price was reduced to 100 million, he still didn't have the authority to buy it. Afterwards, Chu Yang took the brunt and directly purchased the super energy capsule, which was currently priced at 10 million.
Choose to buy here.
The money in Chu Yang's bank card suddenly dropped by 10 million. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the super energy capsule, accompanied by the system prompt sound. In an instant, Chu Yang felt a blue capsule appear in his hand.
Oh my goodness, why is this thing blue?
After looking at the blue super energy capsule in his hand, Chu Yang's expression suddenly became a little strange.
This thing is different from those blue pills sold on the market. Just from the outside, It cannot be said that there is no difference. It's exactly the same.
The researchers who designed the appearance of this super capsule must have had some special interests.
However, Chu Yang couldn't care less.
Since it is produced by the system, there will naturally be no problems. While Zhao Lei was still cleaning up in the kitchen,
Chu Yang directly swallowed the blue super energy capsule into his mouth.
Then he walked directly to the smart water heater in the living room and poured himself a glass of cold water. Drink directly with cold water.
Gurgle.
He swallowed the blue super power capsule into his stomach.
Next second,
a burning sensation began to erupt from his stomach.
Start from your lower abdomen. It kept spreading all over the body.
After a few seconds, a layer of black oil began to appear on the surface of his skin.
Oh my god, isn't this supposed to take effect slowly over 3 months?
Looking at the oil stains on his body, Chu Yang's expression suddenly became a little strange.
This scene. Why does it look so much like the symptoms that appear after taking those marrow cleansing and bone strengthening pills in online novels? Have I successfully cleansed my marrow and bones and expelled all the impurities from my body? But Chu Yang couldn't care less. I'm going to take a shower.
After saying something to Zhao Lei, who was still washing dishes in the kitchen, Chu Yang quickly ran upstairs.
After quickly rushing into the bathroom in the room, while taking a shower, every minute and every second during this period,
Chu Yang could clearly feel that his physical strength was becoming stronger and stronger.
The first part to feel it is the waist.
After working hard last night, his waist felt a little tired when he got up this morning.
But now,
after taking this super capsule, all the aches and pains in his waist disappeared.
And the black oil stains that come out, in addition to expelling some impurities from his body,
it even seemed to have expelled some of the excess fat from his body.
Anyway, I feel relaxed now.
It feels like there is 1,000 pounds of strength in my hands.
I could even feel a heat rising from my lower abdomen.
The whole person can be said to be 100 times more energetic.
After feeling these changes,
Chu Yang quickly communicated with the system in his mind curiously.
System, why did it suddenly become like this after taking this super energy capsule? Although this ridiculous system doesn't pay any attention to people on weekdays.
However, he spent 10 million yuan to buy this super power capsule from the system mall.
It wouldn't be too much to provide after sales service, right?
Really? After hearing Chu Yang's words, a system prompt sound quickly appeared in his mind. After taking the super energy capsule, it will indeed continuously improve human body functions within 3 months. However, when taking it for the first time, there will be a larger reaction, which will expel all toxins and impurities in human cells, so that there will be a good environment to transform human functions in the remaining 3 months. Also, a warm reminder, during these 3 months, the host's organs will undergo a second development and enhancement.
Please keep exercising to adapt to the changes in the strength of the body. Secondary development?
Chu Yang didn't hear much of the long speech the system said earlier. However, when he heard about secondary development, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Although Chu Yang is confident enough in himself, but what man can resist the benefits of secondary development? As for exercise,
he will naturally exercise more.
You will get good exercise in all aspects. Why do you take so long to shower so early in the morning? Soon.
After finishing her work downstairs, Zhao Lei also walked into the master bedroom. After listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, she immediately asked Chu Yang, who was still taking a bath in the bathroom, with some curiosity. He did it in just a few minutes last night when he was taking a shower.
This time this morning, I've been in the bathroom for almost half an hour.
If she hadn't heard Chu Yang humming a song inside, she would have thought that this guy had suffocated to death in the bathroom.
Then Chu Yang's voice came from the bathroom. I didn't bring a bath towel. Can you bring me one?
Okay, wait.
Zhao Lei simply nodded.
After taking out a clean bath towel from the master bedroom closet and knocking on the bathroom door,
before she could react, Chu Yang pulled the whole person into the bathroom along with the bath towel. Immediately following,
soon a strange noise was heard from inside.
If time could go back,
Zhao Lei probably one tea come upstairs. She would not listen to Chu Yang's lies and get a bath towel. Finally, she was carried from the bathroom to the bed in the bedroom by Chu Yang with a hoarse voice.
The process.
It can be said that it is a mixture of pain and happiness.
To sum up, just a few words. It's quite difficult anyway. after lying on the bed.
Zhao Lei immediately looked at Chu Yang with some fatigue and said,
"Don't move around, let me rest for a while, I'm really tired." "Okay, have a good rest."
Chu Yang felt refreshed after taking a shower. The effect of this super capsule is so powerful that it is beyond words. He is now and he was yesterday.
In terms of physical fitness, they are completely different. This feeling of relaxation all over the body. It's so comfortable. The author has something to say. Chapter 47: Women know how to make women annoyed.
Then, Chu Yang also lay down next to Zhao Lei.
After working hard for a long time, even a strong body needs a little rest.
But just as he raised his hand and opened Douyin, intending to watch the beautiful girls on it to kill time,
the first video to pop up. This is the video of them being interviewed at the entrance of the IFC mall yesterday. "Can you two excuse me for an interview?" After hearing this somewhat familiar opening statement,
Zhao Lei, who was resting nearby, quickly opened her eyes, moved closer to Chu Yang, and said in surprise,
"Isn't this the video of us being interviewed yesterday?
I didn't expect it to be released so quickly." Then she took a look at the data above. There are nearly 100,000 likes. There are nearly 5 or 6,000 comments.
According to the data, this is definitely a very popular video. And the most important thing is,
the video was released this morning, just a few hours ago.
If the platform continues to provide quantity, at least tonight we will be able to get over 300,000 likes.
Then she looked at Chu Yang curiously and said,
"How about reading the reviews?" Chu Yang smiled and nodded. After clicking on the comments on the phone, all kinds of comments instantly appeared in front of the two of them. The sensible girl has already started preparing for pregnancy.
"Good man, he got the fuck out of this guy, guys.
To be honest, this is the Koenigsegg CCXR supercar.
It is said to cost tens of millions of yuan, and there are only a few of them in China. Ha 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 ha, I saw this car in front of the IFC building yesterday."
Some things are something you are born with, and if you don't have them, you will never have them in your lifetime. You're all looking at the car, am I the only one looking at the long legs next to it? Can anyone tell me about the watch this guy is wearing? It looks so high-end. Let me answer.
The watch on the man's hand should be a Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series watch, which is sold for between 6.5 million and 6.8 million in China. The watch on the girl's hand is a Vacheron Constantin Artist Series female watch, which is also priced at around 800,000. The identification is complete, and he is undoubtedly a wealthy man.
It seems like these people are paying more attention to you.
After reading the long string of comments above, Chu Yang, who was lying next to Zhao Lei, looked at her with amusement and laughed. "Maybe there are more young ladies paying attention to you." After hearing this, Zhao Lei rolled her eyes at Chu Yang.
But
just when the two were discussing this matter, a new WeChat notification for adding a friend suddenly appeared on Chu Yang's phone screen.
See this scene.
Zhao Lei turned her head away quickly and didn't look at Chu Yang's phone screen again.
"What are you hiding for? Let's take a look together."
Chu Yang did not shy away from Zhao Lei and directly hugged her into his arms, then opened the WeChat notification on his phone with a playful look. In the past 2 days, he has also rejected many girls who added him on WeChat.
"I finally had some peace and quiet today. Why is it coming again suddenly?" After opening WeChat,
Chu Yang saw the column of new friends.
There is an added note. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Chanshan, a salesperson at the 4S store. Are you a salesperson at a 4S store?"
After seeing this news, Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. He had already added a responsible salesperson when he bought the car at the 4S store.
Why did he add another one today? And seeing Chu Yang's reluctance to agree,
Zhao Lei, who was lying next to him, immediately laughed and said,
"Let's go through it and see what she's going to do." "You said so." Chu Yang looked at Zhao Lei's interest in the female salesperson and nodded his approval. Then, the saleswoman named Chanshan sent several messages directly.
"Mr. Chu, I'm Feng Qian from the 4S store.
My colleague received you at the 4S store yesterday afternoon. I secretly got your phone number from the customer information level. I'm very sorry to bother you."
"Don't worry, I didn't mean to steal my colleague's clients.
I hope you don't misunderstand me.
When I saw you at the 4S store yesterday, I found that you looked a bit like my first love.
Seeing you made my heart beat fast, so after thinking about it all night, I couldn't help but add your WeChat using your mobile number. It may be abrupt. I don't know if I disturb you. If you're willing, I think we could get to know each other and become friends. What do you think? After sending this long paragraph, there is also a cute expression at the end.
No, this is clearly an attempt to poach our employees.
I'll take care of it for you.
After Chu Yang finished reading the information on the phone, he handed the phone directly to Zhao Lei. Then he couldn't help mumbling something and said with a smile,
Are all girls typing so fast these days?
Maybe they have already prepared it and are just waiting for you to contact them through WeChat.
Zhao Lei took the phone from Chu Yang and laughed, then looked at him and said, Are you really going to let me handle this? Certainly. Chu Ran nodded calmly. Okay.
Zhao Lei nodded silently, then directly clicked on Feng Qian's circle of friends.
The contents are visible for 3 days. There is only one circle of friends. It was posted last night.
These are some beautiful selfies, and she looks pretty good.
Pure and innocent. And it also comes with copywriting. Today is beautiful. It looks like they came prepared.
After seeing the photos in the circle of friends, Zhao Lei's expression became a little playful.
While adding WeChat. While posting his latest selfies on WeChat Moments. This is Sima Zhao's intention, and everyone knows it. Afterwards, Zhao Lei still looked at Chu Yang tentatively and asked, Are you really letting me handle it? She was still quite happy with Chu Yang's current performance.
At least from the looks of it now, he still keeps her in his heart.
Yes.
Chu Yang also had a smile on his face. He was not an animal who thought entirely with his lower body.
There is Zhao Lei.
Sometimes, it can also help him block a lot of unwanted romantic opportunities.
Just like the one in front of you. Then you can watch it.
Zhao Lei immediately laughed, picked up Chu Yang's phone and took a photo of herself and Chu Yang kissing. After sending this photo directly, Zhao Lei even deliberately mixed her voice and sent out a voice message in her royal sister's tone.
Hey, sister, we are watching TikTok on the bed right now, and you suddenly sent me a message, which makes me feel embarrassed. Why don't you change someone else? I have already got this one. After hearing what Zhao Lei said,
Chu Yang, who was sitting on the side, suddenly looked a little strange.
Really? Women know better how to make other women angry. This wave of operations.
The damage value is directly maxed out. Chapter 48, Shark Fin coins worth 10 million, and the streamer's offline kill.
As expected.
After Zhao Lei sent this message, Feng Qian on the other side of the chat box seemed to be frightened by the content of the chat.
After about a minute, she then slowly replied with a message. Excuse me for disturbing you.
Then, when Zhao Lei was about to send a message again, what she saw was a red exclamation mark.
He directly deleted and blocked Chu Yang.
Seeing this achievement, Zhao Lei immediately looked at Chu Yang, raised her eyebrows and smiled. How is it?
You are so bad.
Chu Yang immediately hugged Zhao Lei tightly in his arms, then lowered his head to her ear and blew a breath of hot air, grinning.
But I like it.
Feeling the hot breath beside her ear, Zhao Lei's face suddenly turned red, and she quickly returned the phone to Chu Yang.
Okay, I'll return your phone. I'm going to sleep.
After saying that, she lay down on the bed.
Why don't you just not sleep?
Chu Yang threw his phone aside, and when he saw Zhao Lei's lazy face, his mood suddenly surged.
Wouldn't it be nice to sleep with me? 11 o'clock noon.
In the end, Chu Yang did not continue to torture Zhao Lei. She had been bullied badly by him these past 2 days, so he still knew how to be gentle and considerate to her when it was time to do so. After accompanying her to rest on the bed for a while, Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes.
Of course, it's not waking up naturally. Because I didn't sleep deeply. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind, and he woke up.
Congratulations to the host for reaching a reputation value of 100,000. The long-term mission, the world-famous rich man. This mission is a long-term mission. After the host's reputation value reaches a certain level, he will automatically receive a system reward. The first stage has been completed, and the host is rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery.
After Chu Yang finished listening to the system prompt in a daze, he secretly said in his mind, My goodness, system, why did you suddenly appear? Don't you know that disturbing someone's sweet dreams is quite unpleasant? Fortunately, it was daytime. His mental quality is also strong enough. Otherwise, he would definitely think it was haunted late at night. After hearing Chu Yang's slightly complaining words, The system quickly responded. First of all, you are just taking a nap, not a clear dream. Secondly, the system issues tasks randomly. As long as the prerequisites for issuing system tasks are triggered, the system will directly issue the tasks. Third, the system does not exist in time, so there is no concept of time. Hearing what the system said, Xu Yang immediately took a breath of cold air. Wow, it doesn't exist in time. How high a dimension does it have to be? Then he continued to say to the system, next time if there is a similar task issued, can you notify me when I wake up? System, yes. Just one word? Listening to the voice in his mind, the corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched unconsciously. Is this a sign of being frugal with words, or is this just tsundere? Of course, he didn't care about these trivial things. A chance to win a lottery. Another chance to draw a lottery, so cool. He won a consumption rebate card in the first lottery draw last time. What can I draw this time? Then he said directly to the system, let's start the lottery. The lottery begins. A prompt sound flashed by. Then, a familiar large turntable appeared in front of Chu Yang. The same 10 regions. A cash reward of 10 million Chinese yuan. One super energy capsule. A cyborg bodyguard. A cash reward of 1 million Chinese yuan. The cash reward is 100 million Chinese yuan. A Ferrari LaFerrari. 10% of the shares of the Ali Group. Shark lives 70% stake in the group. 10 million worth of shark fin coins. 1 million shark fin coins. Oh my god. This wave is pretty good. After seeing the lottery content on the turntable, Xu Yang's mouth corners suddenly curled up wildly. 10% of the shares of Ali Group. If he gets this, according to the current market value of the Ali Group, it will be about 640 billion US dollars. 10% of the shares is worth about 64 billion. And it's US dollars. This wave takes off directly. Shark Live's market value is a little less. But it is estimated to be several billion, and it is a 70% stake. With these shares, he can completely and directly control the entire Shark Live. There are also cyborg bodyguards. This thing is something that can only appear in science fiction movies. If only I could get a cyborg bodyguard like this from the system. A body full of muscular muscles that will make your eyes explode. Then put on a suit and tie. Finally, wear a pair of big black sunglasses and carry them with you wherever you go. It's so cool. Although no special cards were refreshed this time. But these items aren't too bad. Begin. As soon as the thought came to him, the lottery wheel in front of Chu Yang began to spin rapidly. It's a 1 in 3 chance. You must not be shady. You must not be shady. After watching the rapidly rotating pointer on the turntable, Chu Yang began to pray silently in his heart. Now his standards have become a little higher. After enjoying the feeling of spending money like water, he no longer cares about anything in the system that is worth less than 100 million. Yes, it floats like that. But many things in this world go against our wishes. Even with the halo of the protagonist, you cannot defeat this kind of concept that exists in the dark. Final. After the pointer on the lucky draw wheel spun rapidly for a while, it slowly stopped at one of the areas. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million shark fin coins. The host's Shark Live account has been detected. The shark fin coin has been recharged. The host can use it at will. Fuck. After hearing what the system said, Xu Yang couldn't help but swear. Shark fin coin. What does he want this thing for? If he had 10 million in cash, at least he could spend it freely in the real world. This is 10 million shark fin coins. Then you can only give rewards through the mobile phone screen. Besides being able to sleep. Oh shit. It's not bad. Thinking of this, Xu Yang suddenly became energetic again. 10 million shark fin coins. After giving tips to the female anchor, you can not only receive rebates for your online consumption, can also kill a loan offline. There's nothing wrong. But Xu Yang then smiled and shook his head. What are you thinking about? Is he the kind of person who would give gifts to other people crazily just to kill a female anchor offline? He did it for fame. The 100,000 fame points he has now are most likely the ones he gained after that TikTok video went viral. There are quite a few viewers in the live broadcast room. Isn't this also a good place to gain reputation? Yes, his main purpose is to gain reputation points, and secondly to make money.
As for offline solo kills, it depends on fate.
It's fate. Everything will fall into place naturally. The author has something to say.
As the plot progresses step by step, it will become more and more exciting later.
I hope all readers will support it. Chapter 49. You call this an ordinary senior student? What's wrong?
After hearing Chu Yang scream, Zhao Lei, who was lying next to him, woke up slowly and lay in Chu Yang's arms like a sloth.
It's okay, just continue sleeping.
Chu Yang smiled and rubbed Zhao Lei's head.
Zhao Lei was still a little tired. Although she was a little angry, she still lay on Chu Yang's body and continued to fall asleep. Chu Yang opened the system panel. Host, Chu Yang. Special card, consumption rebate card 3-3. Special opportunities, none.
Long-term mission, the world-famous rich man 100,000 500,000. It seems that the next reward for this stage task will be when the system determines that his popularity has reached 500,000.
But
just when Chu Yang was looking at the system panel,
suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ear.
It has been detected that the host has opened the system mall.
Start the long-term task, opening the mall.
Task completion conditions, have more than 10 billion bank liquid funds.
Task completion reward, a random mall discount coupon. Then, on the panel, click on the long-term tasks column.
After removing the task of becoming the world-famous rich man,
another mall opening task appeared. Is it necessary to have a liquid capital of 10 billion?
Chu Yang asked the system with a smack of his tongue.
There are so many good things in the system mall. Before, he was still wondering when he would be able to exchange items in the mall at will.
I didn't expect that it would require 10 billion in working capital.
This is not a small amount of money.
The system was still very frugal with words. Yes, the requirement of 10 billion must be met.
All right. Chu Yang sighed softly. Fortunately, the hundreds of billions of funds are not a big problem for him now. If done properly, it can even be achieved in just 1 month. However, before reaching tens of billions of liquidity, he needs to make certain asset allocations. After all, 10 billion yuan is a huge amount of funds. Even if the system has all-powerful hands and eyes, it can only ensure that the source of funds cannot be traced. However, as his consumption increased, he spent money faster and faster, and the amount he spent also increased. The flow data of funds can easily attract other people's attention. Why does he have so much money flowing into his account? But if you have multiple companies under your name, the cash flow will not be a problem.
Chu Yang, who had studied business management for 4 years in college, knew a little about the ins and outs of this.
The more water flows, the more complex it is.
At that time, even if some people want to investigate him, they have to think clearly about the pros and cons and whether it is worth spending a lot of energy to investigate this matter. And when the effort and reward of something are not proportional, there is a high probability that this thing cannot be done. Of course, these are things he only needs to consider when he has a net worth of tens of billions. Before the 10 billion. Although tens of millions or hundreds of millions of numbers also sound large.
But never mind putting it in the global market. Even in the entire China, or even the entire Dongyang city's economic market.
As long as it doesn't exceed 10 billion.
There's not much splash at all.
Soon, Chu Yang sorted out the path he would take in the future.
Of course you have to get the money.
The means include but are not limited to the system consumption rebate card 3 times a day consumption rebate opportunities.
There is also the cash or other asset allocation obtained by signing into the system every day. In addition, you can also make some investments as appropriate.
There is some truth to the saying that the poor get poorer and the rich get richer. The poor are poor because they have only enough money to live on. The reason why the rich are rich is that the money in their hands not only allows them to live, but also allows them to make money from it, and then the money gets bigger and bigger like a snowball.
This is a science.
It is also a point of knowledge that he will definitely explore in the future.
Another is the system mall. There is indeed a lot of stuff in there. There are also a lot of black technologies.
If these things could be brought to the table, any one of them is enough to shake the entire world.
Wait until the system mall is opened.
He can make good use of the resources here.
Then set a small goal.
The goal of 100 million is still too small for him.
Then, let us change the world a little bit. 10 years into the future.
Let the whole world change because of these two words, Chu Yang.
In that case. And probably his entire life after owning the system will not be wasted. People live one life. There has to be something left. Around 12 o'clock.
After staying in the villa for a while, Chu Yang planned to leave.
Are you in such a hurry to leave?
Looking at Chu Yang getting up and getting dressed next to her, Zhao Lei's expression suddenly became a little resentful.
I have some things to do at school. I haven't finished my thesis yet and I'll be defending it next week. I'll come and accompany you in a few days. Be good.
Chu Yang smiled, lowered his head and kissed Zhao Lei lightly on the forehead. He actually wanted to stay in the villa with Zhao Lei for 2 more days. But those animals in the school are pushing us too hard. And, the most important thing is that Zhao Wei had actually been waiting at the door of their dormitory for several days, waiting for him to come back.
If he stayed in the villa and didn't go back, others would think he was avoiding Zhao Wei.
So he still has to deal with this matter.
As for the thesis, Chu Yang was not so worried. Although he didn't finish it.
But for him now, this is not a particularly important thing.
He has a better way to solve the problem.
I will make more money during this period, and then when I defend my thesis, I will donate a small amount to the school in one go.
At that time, wasn't it a piece of cake for him to get his diploma? And the school will definitely report this matter extensively when the time comes.
Maybe we'll even give him the title of honorary dean and professor or something.
At that time, your reputation will increase again.
He gained both fame and profit.
Why not? Paper?
Zhao Lei was a little stunned. She has graduated for several years.
However, when she heard Chu Yang say this, she finally realized that Chu Yang was actually still a senior student. Chu Yang laughed. Yes, I am just an ordinary senior student.
I still need to write my thesis.
Zhao Lei.
He carries a watch worth more than 6 million.
Driving a luxury car worth hundreds of millions.
Lives in a big villa worth more than 20 million.
You call this an ordinary senior student? Immediately following.
After changing his clothes, Chu Yang took out a bank card from his wallet and placed it on the bedside table next to Zhao Lei.
He looked at her and smiled. Here's 5 million. If you want to open a cafe, go ahead. You can spend this money as you like. If you don't have enough, come back and ask me for more. Spend it as you like. Don't save money for me. Chapter 50, A Mysterious Background.
Looking at the bank card that Chu Yang threw in front of him. Although Zhao Lei had already prepared herself for this in her heart. However, he was still surprised by Chu Yang's actions.
5 million. Just throw it to yourself like that?
As for saying that Chu Yang lied. Judging from Chu Yang's behavior of spending money like water in the past few days, the probability of him lying is close to 0.
Then she smiled and looked at Chu Yang and said, "Is this what it feels like to be a boss's woman?"
After saying that, she looked at Chu Yang again tentatively and asked curiously.
I'm really curious now, what exactly does your family do, or what do you do?
Chu Yang has spent tens of millions of dollars in the past few days. How fast must he make money to be able to sustain his spending?
Don't ask, it's just an ordinary family. Chu Yang laughed. You can just compare the speed at which I make money to the speed at which I rob a bank, or maybe a little faster than that.
As he spoke, he threatened Zhao Lei. Also, it has a gray nature.
What do you think? Are you afraid? Everyone is yours, what do I have to be afraid of? Zhao Lei also laughed. Even if what you did are all shameful things, I accept it. Don't they say that if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken? If you marry a dog, you follow the dog? Just go for it without worry. If it really doesn't work out, we will run away and go to a place where no one knows us. I will support you. Chu Yang laughed. Then I will be waiting for you to eat my free meal. After putting on his clothes, he smiled and prepared to leave. Let's go, remember to think of me, I'll come to see you in a few days. Zhao Lei nodded, put her hand on her chest and said slowly. Don't worry, I'm always thinking about it. You haven't even left yet, but I already miss you. Then she smiled and waved at Chu Yang. Let's go, and be careful when driving. At last. After the bedroom door was closed, she picked up the bank card that Chu Yang had placed beside her, and murmured with a complicated look in her eyes. 5 million. This little man who spent the night with her last night. She couldn't see through it at all. The water behind is unfathomable. Chu Yang sighed.
After leaving the room, Xu Yang activated the consumption rebate card. But soon, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Consumer rebate card usage failed. Then, the system's friendly reminder came out. Warning: consumer rebate cards are only used for real consumption. Transfers and the like are not included in the scope of use of consumer rebate cards. Please don't make mistakes. Bug? There was a strange expression on Xu Yang's face. Is the system also so trendy? I actually found out there was a bug. But I think so. If money transfers could be counted as consumption rebates, he wouldn't have to do anything every day. Transfer 10 million to Zhao Lei. The rebate for a single consumption is at least 10 times, which is 100 million. Repeat this process several times. It's easy to make 10 billion. Then, after finishing the system conversation, Xu Yang took the car keys and prepared to go out. However, a second before he went out, Xu Yang paused slightly. He seemed to have forgotten one thing. Then he quickly took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhao Lei. The bank card password is. He had prepared this card worth 5 million last night. However, she can't use it without the password. Small mistake, small mistake. After leaving the villa, Xu Yang drove his Bentley towards the school. Halfway, the Bluetooth-connected phone in the car suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Whose phone is this? After frowning slightly, Xu Yang answered the call. Then, Zhou Youcai's somewhat nervous and guilty voice came from the phone. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Zhou Youcai. Zhou Youcai? Hearing Zhou Youcai's voice, Xu Yang was slightly stunned, then he suddenly laughed and said, Mr. Zhou, you took the time out of your busy schedule to call me. What's the matter? His phone number isn't top secret. Given Zhou Youcai's status, it is very easy to get his contact information. No, it's okay. Zhou Youcai on the other end of the phone swallowed nervously, and then said to Chu Yang in an extremely flattering manner. I called this time to apologize to Master Chu. We were wrong yesterday at Jiangshui Huating. I hope you can bear with me. When you are free, I will set up a table for you at Shengshi Haoting. I hope you can do me a favor and give me a chance to apologize to you in person. You can say that. On the phone, Zhou Youcai had already put himself in a very humble position. Absolutely terrified. Set up a wine feast to make amends? Xu Yang listened to Zhou Youcai's words, thought for a few seconds, then smiled and said to Zhou Youcai on the other end of the phone. It seems that Mr. Zhou has investigated me? He had also heard of Shengshi Haoting, the most famous restaurant in Dongyang City. If you want to eat here, you won't be able to get a seat without some connections. Zhou Youcai worked very hard to apologize to him. But if he really wanted to apologize, Zhou Youcai would have called me last night. Wait until now to fight. Apparently there was some investigation going on behind the scenes. Then he silently communicated with the system. System, what kind of background did you arrange for me to scare me like this? If Zhou Youcai really wanted to hold a banquet to apologize, I should have made this call last night. There's no way I could have waited until now. Unless he investigates himself. And after investigating my background, I was shocked. That's when he called quickly to plan a banquet to apologize. However, he knows his own situation best. It was obvious that the system had covered up what Zhou Youcai wanted to investigate. Zhou Youcai is also considered a prominent figure in Dongyang City. He was so scared that he couldn't even breathe when he talked to me on the phone. Obviously, he has a very important background. It's just a permission. After hearing Chu Yang's question, the system silently replied. I just increased your authority within the bank. All other information was left untouched. What authority? Provincial authority. Wow, so awesome. Xu Yang was immediately happy. Provincial authority. In other words, if you want to check his information, you have to do it personally from the Ministry of Finance. Otherwise, no one in the province would be able to find out the source of his funds. And his own background is clean. That being said, you can guess with your toes what level of power is behind him. Don't even mention Zhou Youcai. Even if the richest man in Dongyang City wanted to check his information, he would have to consider whether he could afford to offend the power behind him. Power, money, power, money. Money has never been able to defeat power. It's no exaggeration to say. Now he is in Dongyang City, and just based on his identity and background, he can definitely move around with ease.
Chapter 51 Shocking. A woman waited for several days downstairs of the boys' dormitory. What was the reason?
And heard Chu Yang's words. Zhou Yukai on the other end of the phone suddenly shrank his pupils, cold sweat began to appear on his forehead, and then he quickly explained. No, it's just that Mr. Chu got a new house yesterday, so I didn't dare to come and disturb you.
I hope you can give me a chance to make up for yesterday's mistake. In fact, it was not beyond Chu Yang's expectations. He did ask someone to investigate Chu Yang yesterday.
He has been in Dongyang City for so many years, but he has never seen someone like Chu Yang. It would have been better if this had not been investigated. The investigation almost scared him to death. He asked for help from a business friend. Then this investigation. It was discovered that Chu Yang's identity was ordinary, and his background was clean and innocent. But it is absolutely impossible for such a person to casually take out 20 million to buy a house. Then the investigation naturally led to the bank. Not only did he fail to find out Chu Yang's identity, but he was also warned by an acquaintance at the bank. Chu Yang's authority is too high. Unless there is an order from the top, even the top executives of their bank are not qualified to investigate Chu Yang's authority. Tell him not to seek death. If he has offended someone, he should either find a way to ask for forgiveness from the other party or wait for death. Only then did he stop. Zhou Yukai has been in the business world for many years. After hearing this information, an idea suddenly came to my mind. Gloves. White gloves. He has a clean record, but has unexpected wealth. Except this. He couldn't think of any explanation. Chu Yang also knew it. In his current state, it is said that he is not a spokesperson put forward by the higher-ups. No one would believe this if you said it to others. It can be said that this is an extremely wonderful misunderstanding. It will even greatly facilitate his future actions. This time, the more he put on airs, the higher he became. He smiled directly at Zhou Yukai. There's no need to host a banquet to apologize. I don't have the time, nor do I want to have dinner with you. If you want to apologize, ask your woman to apologize to my girlfriend. Please apologize in person or via video. As long as my girlfriend forgives you, I can stop pursuing what happened yesterday. Otherwise. At this point, Chu Yang's tone suddenly turned cold. Boss Zhou, I don't think I need to bring your little trouble to the table, right? Being a businessman. Especially those who have reached Zhou Yukai's level. If you say he has a clean bottom, Chu Yang would never believe it. Don't worry. Sure enough, after hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhou Yotsai's mouth twitched, and then he quickly said, Mr. Chu, I promise you that I will bring my wife with me to apologize to your girlfriend. I hope you can forgive us for our mistakes and let us go this time. Chu Yang's words only proved his guess. Obviously. It was just like he was investigating Chu Yang. Chu Yang has already found out about himself through the forces behind him. This level of power. If he really wanted to deal with me, it would probably be easier than crushing an ant. Chu Yang nodded, okay, within 3 days, I hope you can solve this matter, otherwise you know the result. Then he hung up the phone with Zhou Yukai. He knew about the grudge between Zhou Feng and Zhao Lei. If Zhou Yukai took Zhou Feng to apologize to Zhao Lei in person. That scene. It must be fun. This is Zhou Yukai. After seeing the hung-up phone, a bitter smile suddenly appeared on his face. Sure enough, I am still not qualified. He didn't believe that Chu Yang didn't even have time to come out and have a meal with him. But he is not worthy yet. He was not even worthy of asking Chu Yang to drink with him in person to apologize. This is damn reality. There is really a clear class distinction. After returning to school, Chu Yang's cool Bentley Continental GT instantly attracted the attention of many students on campus. Fuck, why are there so many luxury cars in the school these days? First it was the Koenigsegg, then the Bentley Continental. These cars must cost at least 3 million. Damn, who is this rich second-generation kid in school? Fuck, this is really cool. I wish I could get a car like this someday. The people on the road had different expressions. But Chu Yang was also used to these surprised looks. After parking the Bentley in the temporary parking space in front of the boys' dormitory, he got out of the car. Oh my god, it's him again. How many cars does this guy have?
Father, isn't this my long-lost father?
After seeing Chu Yang getting out of the car, everyone around was instantly shocked. In the past 2 days, various information about Chu Yang, including photos of his extremely pretentious Koenigsegg CCXR, have been flooding the various media forums in the school.
I didn't expect that it had only been a few days. This guy actually changed his car again? Damn it! Reincarnation is really a technical job. No matter how hard you work all your life, you still can't compare to being born into a good family.
Chu Yang didn't care about the looks of these people.
Go straight back to the dormitory.
After opening the door of the dormitory, Chu Yang casually threw the car keys on his desk and looked at the 3 people in the dormitory and said,
"Sons, Daddy is back. Get out of here."
After hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhang Lei walked up to Chu Yang first, then looked at Chu Yang with a smirk on his face and said, "Master Chu, you have had a great time these past 2 days." The second and youngest students in the dormitory also came over and agreed with a sly smile. "That's right, he went out to pick up girls and left us brothers in the hotel.
He has no humanity when it comes to the opposite sex."
The video of Chu Yang being interviewed had a pretty high click rate.
The number of likes on TikTok is close to 300,000.
When the 3 people in their dormitory were browsing Douyin, they all saw Chu Yang's interview video.
This is something he had to pretend to have. It's really not too round.
It's just so-so, just so-so. Chu Yang smiled and waved his hand, then looked at the 3 people with a serious expression and asked,
"Tell me, what's going on? Why are you calling me back so urgently?"
"What else could it be?" The 3 of them looked at each other.
Then Zhang Lei looked at Chu Yang and said,
"Your ex-girlfriend has been standing outside our dormitory for the past 2 days. Whenever she sees us, she asks us where you've been.
We're all avoiding her now. This woman's perseverance is too strong."
Chu Yang asked, "Why didn't I see it when I came in just now?"
"It must be time to eat it this time."
Zhang Lei continued, "Just wait, she will come over after dinner. If you don't come back, our dormitory will be on the campus news in a few days."
Shocking. A certain woman waited for several days downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Is this the reason?
Listen, I've already picked a title for you.
Chapter 52, You Can Never Fall into the Same Pit Twice.
You are such a cutie. Chu Yang rolled his eyes at Zhang Lei.
The title has also been chosen.
You might as well just go and work in the shock department of a certain corporate group.
Then he asked again, "Ignore her for now, have you eaten?" "No."
Zhang Lei and the others shook their heads. "We are all waiting for you to come back, let's go together."
Chu Yang nodded, "Let's go, I'm starving." Zhang Lei laughed wickedly, "Why, didn't the beautiful Zhao feed you enough?"
They all saw how intimate Chu Yang and Zhao Lei were in the video.
Can this be the same?
Chu Yang didn't say much, he just looked at them playfully and smiled.
Doesn't physical labor consume nutrients? How can I replenish them if I don't eat? Everyone. Son of a bitch. Show off nakedly.
Those who are suffering from drought will die of drought, and those who are suffering from floods will die of floods.
Chu Yang said this.
They were speechless.
Walking into the dormitory corridor, Zhang Lei looked at Chu Yang and asked, "By the way, where's your supercar? Have you brought it back? Can you let us experience it again?"
After riding in Chu Yang's Koenigsegg,
he no longer had any interest in his broken Panamera. This car is better than the car. It must be discarded too. They are totally not on the same level. No. Chu Yang shook his head.
That car is cool to drive, but it's just average in terms of comfort.
I lost my villa. Several people were shocked. You bought a villa?
Yes, a small villa, just for living.
How much?
About 20 million, from Jianshui Huating.
If you have time, we can go over for dinner together. I'm stunned.
Hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhang Lei and the others were stunned.
Your little villa costs 20 million? But then, Zhang Lei asked curiously. You left your car at the villa, so how did you get back today? A full-time driver? Can't I just buy another one?
Chu Yang smiled and glanced at Zhang Lei.
Everyone. Good job. One careless mistake. This guy has been installed again. You think this car is clothes? Want to change it?
A supercar worth tens of millions.
If you say you can't open it, then don't open it. What car is it this time? The other two people in the dormitory also asked curiously. Bentley. Xu Yang did not hide it and looked at Zhang Lei and said, "It's your favorite Continental GT. It's really fun to drive. You are not talking nonsense." Zhang Lei immediately rolled his eyes at Xu Yang. Bentley is a top luxury car. Apart from being expensive, there is basically no other problem. How can it be uncomfortable to drive? He was beginning to have doubts. Now, is he a rich second generation, or is Xu Yang a rich second generation? She lives a more carefree life than him. Lunch was eaten in the cafeteria. It's not expensive, only 12 yuan per portion, and the portion is large and filling. This one still tastes delicious. After taking a quick bite of rice, Xu Yang immediately sat on the chair in the cafeteria with satisfaction and laughed. He has eaten a lot of fish and meat these 2 days. But after returning to normal, the food in the school cafeteria tastes really good. Haha, I still feel very excited. The youngest student in the dormitory sitting opposite Xu Yang immediately laughed. Who would have thought that a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of millions would actually eat a $12 box lunch with a bunch of poor college students like us? It's as if I'm not a college student. After hearing this, Xu Yang rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, "Don't say I'm rich now. Even when I was poor before, I was still your good father. Get lost. Xu Yang, you are drifting." Everyone in the dormitory rolled their eyes at Xu Yang. Zhang Lei even grinned. "If you keep being so arrogant, I will upload the dirty photos of you in the dormitory to the internet and let them see your outstanding demeanor, Boss Chu. That is definitely a dark history. Don't ruin your image as a wise and brave Boss Chu. Get lost. If you dare to pass it on, I will break your third leg tonight." Xu Yang laughed and scolded Zhang Lei. But after laughing, he breathed a long sigh of relief again, feeling refreshed. The changes in 2 days were really too fast. He felt like he had inexplicably started to live his life wearing a mask. "I am quite happy. But you have to tell me when you were happiest." "It was probably still the time when I was in the dormitory, drinking, flirting with girls and bragging without any shame with these cuties in front of me." This is him at his purest. After dinner, Xu Yang and Zhang Lei returned to the dormitory. Those who play games play games. Those who revise the paper should revise the paper. Xu Yang was also happy to have some free time. He turned on the computer on his desk, downloaded a live broadcast software, and entered the Shark Live interface. The system had already transferred 10 million Shark Fin coins into his account early on. There are strings of zeros after the wallet balance. Looking at him was a bit dazzled. Then the first thing Xu Yang did was to change his previously chosen username, which sounded a bit like Zhong. Just 2 simple words. Xu Yang. However, the 2 words Xu Yang have already been taken. Then he communicated with the system, "If I give a tip to the anchor, and others don't know my real identity, can I get fame points?" The system quickly replied, "Yes." Still as cool as ever. Xu Yang curled his lips. But then he started laughing. It doesn't matter whether the system is cool or not. Since you can gain fame points just by giving rewards to increase your fame, it doesn't matter whether it is your real name or not. Then Xu Yang changed his name again. Super Wealthy Mr. Chu. Username changed successfully. Along with the successful name change reminder that popped up on the page, Xu Yang's nickname on Shark Live was changed. But just when Xu Yang was planning to see if there were any pretty girls doing live broadcasts, Zhao Hui's voice came to his ears. "Xu Yang, I know you are back to school, please come down and see me." Hear this sound. Xu Yang immediately asked Zhang Lei next to him with some curiosity. "Lazy, did you hear any sound?" He found out. After taking the super energy capsule, his hearing improved. Zhang Lei was stunned for a moment when he heard Xu Yang's words. After quietly listening to the noise outside, he nodded affirmatively to Xu Yang. "I heard that, too." Then he quickly got up from his seat, ran to the balcony of the dormitory and looked out the window. At a glance, he saw Zhao Hui standing downstairs of their dormitory building. It was a little different from what they encountered at the dormitory door this morning. Zhao Hui changed her clothes and her makeup. She looked as if she had been dressed up carefully. Then Zhang Lei walked up to Xu Yang. "Third brother, Zhao Hui is here, she's downstairs, what are you going to do with her?" Xu Yang frowned slightly, then stood up from his seat. "Since they are here, let's go down and meet them." Zhao Hui's actions. You are really persistent. He wanted to see what she wanted. Zhang Lei was a little nervous. You don't want to rekindle the old relationship, do you? How is that possible? Xu Yang shook his head repeatedly. He didn't go down because of old friendship. I just don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. He's not stupid. People never fall into the same pit twice. The author has something to say. Chapter 53. The world will continue to turn without anyone. Xu Yang. Downstairs in the men's dormitory, Zhao Hui's expression suddenly became complicated when she saw Xu Yang slowly appearing in front of her. Once upon a time, every time the two of them went on a date, Xu Yang would happily wait for her downstairs in her dormitory. But now, the situation has changed. What's up? Xu Yang raised his head slightly, and his eyes were extremely calm when he looked at Zhao Hui. Love? He can only say that he loved it. Hate it? Maybe at the beginning, he did resent Zhao Hui. I hate her for being so realistic and yet so heartless. As for now, he no longer cares. It doesn't matter whether I love her or hate her, and I don't want to have any more entanglement with her. Just treat him as a stranger. Zhao Hui quickly asked, You weren't in school these 2 days, where did you go? But perhaps because she was afraid of misunderstanding, she looked at him with a guilty conscience and said, Don't get me wrong, I don't want to find out where you are, but you blocked me on WeChat and didn't answer my calls, so I'm a little worried about you. Worry? Xu Yang laughed. This scene seems a little familiar. He still remembered that when he had just been together with Zhao Hui, he would reply to her messages within seconds, but she would reply to his messages in a cycle. Or maybe he seemed to have said something similar every time she went out with her roommates at night and he waited for her in the school very late until she came back to call him. At that time, he really liked her. But now, Xu Yang shook his head and said with a mocking smile, Thank you for your concern, but it's unnecessary. We have broken up and we should each have our own lives. I feel fine now, so I hope you should feel the same way. After all, you were the one who broke up in the first place, weren't you? Now that we've broken up, you should be the happiest person. Zhao Hui's tone paused. Xu Yang's words were like the tip of a sharp knife, piercing her heart. They used to be so good. Video. Yes, she also saw the video on TikTok. If she and Xu Yang had not broken up now, she should be the one standing next to him, sitting in the passenger seat of his supercar. Xu Yang looked at Zhao Hui, who was standing there in a daze, and smiled, then continued. You don't have to say sorry to me. I don't need it either. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Thanks to you, I've found a new girlfriend. So let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand me. Girlfriend? Zhao Hui's expression was a bit struggling. The girl in the video? Right. Xu Yang nodded. Her last name is also Zhao, and she is a very good girl. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In fact, when she saw the video on Douyin, she was still conflicted. She didn't want to believe that Xu Yang had a new love so soon. Then her expression became a little ferocious, her face flushed red, and she looked at Xu Yang hysterically and said, That's not right, Xu Yang, you two are just playing around, right? You're with her just to get revenge on me, right? Now that I've admitted my mistake, let's get back together, okay? Let's never separate again. Didn't you say you would love me forever? Does that mean it doesn't count now? As she spoke, she even started crying. At the same time, hatred gradually arose in her heart. When the two were together, Xu Yang kept saying that he would love her forever. But the two broke up. He actually found a new love right away. Betray. This was Xu Yang's betrayal of her. Yes, I did say that. Xu Yang nodded calmly and continued. But what I said about loving you is true. It's just that when you showed up in front of me with that man, everything between us ended. Everything is over. Zhao Hui began to feel resentful. No, you can't do this to me. We've only been apart for a few days and you're already with someone else. After resentment, I began to pray. Xu Yang, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time, okay? Okay? I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will listen to you in the future. Okay? Just let us get back together. I just want us to get back together. Are you reluctant to leave me?
Looking at the somewhat crazy Zhao Hui in front of him, Xu Yang immediately sneered.
Zhao Hui, tell me, what are you reluctant to part with, me or my money, sports cars, and mansions? Who says you can't find a new love after breaking up? If you don't find a girlfriend, are you still single and mourning for your ex? You have to remember that you were the first one to break up, you were the one who betrayed me, and now you are the one who regrets it? Zhao Hui, did we spoil you too much when we were together? Not all good things can be taken by you. There are always people sitting in the empty seats in the internet cafe. You have to know that the world will continue to run the same without anyone. We're done. If you don't want to make each other more embarrassed in the end, then just live your own lives. I won't bother you. I also hope that you can be as free and easy as when you broke up with me. That's all I have to say today. Go back and think about it carefully. We are all adults now and we should be responsible for our own actions.
After saying that, Xu Yang turned around and left without mercy, returning to the dormitory building.
Zhao Hui stood there in a daze.
There was regret, resentment, and unwillingness in his eyes, but more of it was heartache.
Yes, it's heartache.
Although she had been with Xu Yang for 2 years, she did not really take Xu Yang to heart. But people are all made of flesh and blood.
Thinking about what Xu Yang has done to me now.
I also thought about what happened after my graduation internship. Finally, she recalled everything Xu Yang did to her at that time.
She is not stupid.
She can tell who was being nice to her. It's just that she didn't dare to believe it, nor did she want to believe it.
Something. It is only after you lose something that you know how to cherish it. Regret it. She really regretted it.
No matter whether Xu Yang is rich or poor now, she regrets it.
But I will never go back.
She suddenly felt empty inside. This feeling was the first time she had experienced it since she was a child.
At last. Zhao Hui returned to the dormitory in a daze.
After curling up in my bed and crying for a while, I slept in a daze until dark.
Early the next morning,
she took off her heavy makeup, put on simple light makeup, and went out to look for a new job. She knew that she had really lost Xu Yang. Although she deserved it. But life goes on. As for what her future will be like, no one else knew it except her.
The author has something to say.
After this chapter, Xu Yang has officially said goodbye to the past, and a brand new life is waiting for him in the future.
Chapter 54, 500,000 is super popular, adding WeChat is not too much. Night.
Xu Yang and the 3 people in the dormitory came out of the school cafeteria after finishing their meal. After taking a shower in the dormitory, Xu Yang received a call from Zhao Lei, whose tone was full of surprise and excitement.
Xu Yang, did you do something?
Zhou Fang just called me personally and said she wanted to treat me to a meal and apologize to me in person.
You're pretty quick. After hearing what Zhao Lei said, Xu Yang immediately laughed.
In less than half a day, Zhou Yukai took action.
Zhao Lei quickly asked, do you know something?
Yes, Zhou Yukai called me before. Xu Yang did not hide anything and told her truthfully about Zhou Yukai calling him after he left the villa at noon today. After Zhao Lei heard the whole process, she was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, then slowly said to Xu Yang.
Xu Yang, thank you.
The reason why Xu Yang did this was probably because of himself. Otherwise, with Zhou Fang's personality, how could she call her and invite her to dinner to apologize?
Small problem.
Xu Yang smiled and said, if you really want to express your gratitude, please prepare a few more nice clothes for you next time I see you. Zhao Hui's cheeks immediately turned red, and she spat at Xu Yang on the other end of the phone, rogue.
Then she asked again, are you busy? Writing a paper?
Xu Yang looked up at the Shark Live broadcast that had just been opened on the computer screen. On the homepage, a sexy young lady was dancing in the live broadcast room. Then, Xu Yang nodded without hesitation and said with a smile, yes, I'm writing a paper.
It has a headache.
Zhao Lei on the other end of the phone burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, then just go and have a headache. I've also experienced this kind of pain. I won't bother you for now. Go ahead and get busy. Okay. Xu Yang nodded in agreement and hung up the phone. Then,
the 3 animals in his dormitory turned their gazes towards Xu Yang, and said with envy and admiration on their faces. Third brother, you have made great progress. Your ability to lie with open eyes is getting better and better every day. While staring at the beautiful girl's live broadcast on the screen. While talking on the phone for a long time, he also talked about his paper writing.
I'm really impressed by this operation. Isn't this basic operation?
Shu Yang chuckled and waved his hand.
Are you also free? Have you finished your thesis?
You have to submit your thesis for defense next week. If you don't pass the thesis, your advisor will punish you. The three of them looked at each other. Then they all scattered like birds and beasts.
This wave hit the pain point.
After sending Zhang Lei and the others away, Shu Yang casually looked through the shark.
Before, the afternoon was not the prime time for live broadcast.
After broadcasting for a long time, he couldn't find a few good-looking girls. Either the filter was too heavy, or their faces were not shown, or the talents they performed were too vulgar, which made him have no desire to continue watching.
Although he is rich. But I don't plan to spend it recklessly. Don't we have to find a way to make up for the money we spent?
There are still more girls live streaming at night. After casually taking a look at the live broadcast room on the homepage, a smile appeared on Shu Yang's lips.
There are many more girls doing live broadcasts in the evening than in the afternoon. And the quality is not bad.
Even with the beauty filter, her foundation looks pretty good.
Soon.
After casually clicking on the page, Shu Yang entered a live broadcast room.
Not very popular. However, judging from the live broadcast location, the distance is not far.
The most important thing is that there is a small anchor who is broadcasting live here.
Shark's ideas, little Lou who can sing. There weren't many people in the live broadcast room. There are about 300 or 400 of them, and they are still fluctuating. There are even fewer barrages and gifts. Identification completed. He is definitely a new anchor without a doubt.
However, although this new anchor was just sitting on a chair and singing, he also had a way of making people's eyes light up. Shu Yang just entered the live broadcast room. A clear voice came from the live broadcast room. Welcome the super wealthy Mr. Chu to the live broadcast room, welcome, welcome. The sound is very crisp, but also has a soft and sticky feeling.
He is also good looking. She doesn't have the typical internet celebrity face.
Her slightly permed and dyed brown-green long hair falls casually on her shoulders.
His height is estimated to be around 1.7 meters.
She is wearing colored contact lenses and has a small beauty mole at the corner of her eye. If I were to describe her in 4 words, she'd be beautiful and have a sweet voice. And she looks very pretty when she smiles. When Shu Yang saw her smile in the live broadcast room, he felt like laughing too. It was particularly contagious.
This was in high school. I don't know how many young boys' youth this has brought.
Now she is singing a popular song in the live broadcast room.
The tune is beautiful and has a great rhythm.
However, perhaps because he is a newcomer, the live broadcast effect is not very strong and the sense of interaction is just average. Therefore, the popularity of the live broadcast room is not very high.
This is a treasure found. Shu Yang smiled lightly. I have the goal for tonight. Afterwards, Shu Yang directly clicked on the gift sending interface. The gift of 2,000 yuan was so popular that he gave out 500,000 yuan in one go.
Super rich Mr. Chu gave the anchor a super rocket 250. Suddenly, a rocket appeared on the screen, which originally had few comments, making the live broadcast room, which was originally a bit deserted, instantly hot. All kinds of cool special effects and gift packs exploded one after another, filling the entire screen. Lu Yuqing sat in her seat. After looking at the waves of super rockets in front of him, he was completely stunned. The singing stopped abruptly. His face and eyes couldn't help but become excited, and even his voice began to tremble. Thanks to the super rich Mr. Chu for the rocket reward. She has only been doing live broadcasts for less than a month. Because I don't know much about some of the little tricks and lines in live streaming, and I haven't joined a guild yet, I just occasionally stream for fun, so the atmosphere in the live streaming room has always been cold and deserted. It's not that I haven't received any gifts during this period. But they are just small gifts worth a few dollars or $12, and the highest does not exceed $100. This time, Shu Yang directly gave him 250 super fire. A super popular one can earn 2,000 yuan, which is half of what the anchor can get.
250 PCS. That is 500,000. After tax deduction, I will get at least 200,000. Her family is well off. The annual income is about 500,000. My parents give me 5,000 to 6,000 yuan for living expenses every month. When she got to Chu Yang, he actually gave her a reward of 500,000 yuan, so she received nearly 200,000 yuan. Her whole life. But I've never seen so much money falling into my hands. What kind of god is this? She took another look at Chu Yang's level. It seems to be a new user's number. From a level 2 account, I directly rushed to level 67. At this time, a comment from Chu Yang appeared on the barrage. Is the anchor still in college? Lu Yuqing was slightly stunned after taking a look at the barrage. After hesitating for a few seconds, she quickly said, yes, I'm still a junior. Super rich Mr. Chu, which university? Lu Yuqing, Dongyang Normal University. Oh, it's not far. After hearing what Lu Yuqing said in the live broadcast room, Chu Yang immediately laughed. Dongyang Normal University is a first-class university. Moreover, it is not far from their school. Then he quickly sent out a barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Super rich Mr. Chu, I happen to be nearby, how about adding WeChat? The author has something to say. Chapter 56. After the broadcast, come out and have supper with me. Here he comes, the big guy comes with a huge sum of money. Aha, is another goddess level anchor going to fall? Am I the only one who wants to worship the big boss? He gave me 500,000 at a time. What a rich man. Could it be the union? Has the anchor joined the union? After Chu Yang sent out the barrage of comments asking for WeChat, the entire live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Lu Yuqing was also a little confused. Indeed, many trade unions had approached her before, wanting to sign her. But the price is not too high. It was impossible for him to spend 500,000 yuan like Chu Yang did in her live broadcast room. But if it is not a union yet. It was really hard to explain why Chu Yang, a new user, suddenly came to her live broadcast room to give her rewards. This is too weird. But despite her doubts, she still chatted with Chu Yang privately and sent him her personal WeChat. This is the big boss who gave me a reward of 500,000. It's not too much to give a WeChat or something, logically speaking. When Chu Yang saw the WeChat ID sent by Lu Yuqing, a smile immediately appeared on his face. In the past, he often heard his roommates discussing about so-and-so, that famous anchor, who received hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in tips at one time. He is still confused sometimes. Those people have so much money that they have to burn it. Why don't they do anything else with the money? Why do they have to give it to the anchor as a reward? Especially some company executives. Even if it is embezzlement of public funds, you still have to give tips to the anchor. But now Chu Yang seems to have some clarity. It's not that those people are really brainless. But I was really poor at that time. Apart from the rewards given by some unions to their own people, there is indeed no shortage of bigwigs in the live streaming circle who spend lavishly. Those who can do this really have no shortage of money. Just like myself now. There are still 9.5 million worth of shark fin coins in the account. There is also money in my bank card. He really doesn't care about the 500,000 yuan reward. It's not a loss to spend 500,000 for fun. As the old saying goes, money can't buy happiness. He is quite funny now. After getting the WeChat account number, Chu Yang directly added the friend and then threw another 500,000 yuan out. User is super rich and gives Super Rocket 250 to anchor. Accompanied by Rocket special effects. Originally, because of Chu Yang's 500,000 yuan reward, Lu Yuqing's live broadcast room directly attracted many users from the live broadcast platform to flock to his live broadcast room. The popularity in the live broadcast room was once very high. The number of online viewers exceeded 10,000. Now Chu Yang directly threw out another 500,000, and the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck, is this the super rich man taking action again? Is there anything missing on Dad's leg? Father, is it really my father? I am your long-lost son. Lu Yuqing was also stunned. Another 500,000 came. This costs 1 million. She never thought that one day the income from tips in her live broadcast room would exceed 1 million. She suddenly felt a little scared. That was really panic. 1 million, and I got 500,000. This is not a small amount of money, it's already getting hot. During her live broadcast, she actually encountered many bosses who approached her to chat privately. Some wanted to add her on WeChat and asked for her contact information. Once they got it, they would give her some amount of money as a reward in her live broadcast room. Some even directly said that they would give her a certain amount of money every month and wanted to keep her as their own. Of course, most of those people only paid lip service. Without exception, she rejected them all. Because her family background is actually quite good, being a host is just for fun. But now,
Chu Yang directly gave her a reward of 1 million.
That's 1 million.
It's equal to her family's income for 2 years.
What should I do if he makes the same request to me?
But this is still good. If Chu Yang did not make any request and he was still a minor, then the host would have to refund the entire amount if a refund was made for a minor.
Even if she got 500,000. Where is she going to find the remaining 500,000?
In this world, there is no such wonderful thing as pie falling from the sky. Then she immediately said to Chu Yang in the live broadcast room,
Thank you so much, Mr. Chu.
I have been live streaming for almost a month, and this is the first time I have received such a huge reward.
You are so supportive.
But after saying this, she hesitated for a few seconds and continued.
How about you make some requests, ask me to do something? Singing, dancing, that's fine, otherwise, I won't even dare to accept your reward. I'm really panicking now. Lu Yuqing's voice was very soft, completely lacking the crispness that it had when she was singing before. She is completely confused now. Chu Yang smiled and quickly replied, Any request is okay?
Lu Yuqing bit her lip and said hesitantly, Well, you tell me first. Seeing this, Chu Yang immediately laughed and replied directly.
After the show is over, how about going out for a midnight snack together? I'll wait for you at the entrance of your school. Seeing this barrage sent by Chu Yang, Lu Yuqing was stunned. Boy, this is too direct.
She had also met live broadcast room friends who wanted to ask her out before. However, Chu Yang was the first one who dared to ask her out for a midnight snack in the live broadcast room. Then Lu Yuqing said directly, This is not good. If she agreed to Chu Yang in the live broadcast room now,
I guess she will be on the news tomorrow.
During a live broadcast, a certain woman was rewarded over 1 million yuan by her fans, and she immediately went off the air to accompany the big shot. If such news really came out,
that would mean large-scale social death.
Then she forced a smile and said,
How about you order a song and I'll sing it for you?
Chu Yang called up the system panel. In terms of reputation value, it increased from 100,000 to 110,000. It seems that this $1 million did have some effect. He only needs 90,000 reputation points to get another chance to draw a lottery. The goal has been half achieved. Chu Yang also knew that if Lu Yuqing agreed during the live broadcast, he and Lu Yuqing would probably become famous every day. Although there have always been rumors that the number one on the list slept with someone. But no one would really talk about this kind of thing openly. It's an unspoken rule. Then Chu Yang replied, Okay, go ahead and sing your best song. See this sentence. Lu Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then I'll sing a song just for you. Chapter 57, Taking a Walk? Taking a walk? A song called Little Luck is dedicated to you, Mr. Chu. The prelude slowly sounded, she closed her eyes slightly and hummed a tune. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass, and I hear the bell ringing in the distance. Lu Yuqing's voice is sweet with a hint of girlishness, making it easy for people to get into the song.
That's so beautiful. Don't hold me back, I'm going to find my first love right now.
My mother asked me why I was kneeling to listen to the song. Thank you, Brother Taheo, for letting us hear such a beautiful song. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was immediately lifted, and many people were thanking Mr. Chu. The subtitles Mr. Chu was so generous filled the entire live broadcast room. Millions of rockets attracted countless people to the live broadcast room, all attracted by the ID super rich Mr. Chu. But I have lost the right to shed tears for you.
I hope it is out of my sight. You spread your wings, how lucky she must be to meet you.
When the song ended, the whole room was filled with the words tears. Many people sent gifts worth a few cents or dollars to support the anchor.
Lu Yuqing was a little excited.
After live streaming for so long, she had never seen such high popularity. All this was brought about by the man named Mr. Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Chu, thank you for your support, and thank you to all the friends in the live broadcast room. Lu Yuqing said sweetly. What kind of person is it who can easily give a reward of 1 million?
In the dormitory, Chu Yang's finger stopped on the super rocket again and pressed it for nearly a minute. The super rich Mr. Chu gave the anchor a super rocket 250. A line of eye-catching words appeared on the public screens in the live broadcast room and the hall at the same time.
Thank you. Thank you for the rocket, Master Chu. Another 500,000.
This sum of money hit Lu Yuqing's heart like a huge rock.
Her family usually had some money.
But she had never seen such a scene before, where 1,500,000 could be earned by just waving her hand. This time, Lu Yuqing's eyes were completely fixed on that ID.
Damn it! Does Chu Xiao need a boyfriend? Can't he be so rigid about gender?
Mr. Chu, I have a friend who wants to know your contact information. After seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer remain calm and started to comment on the scene with the word grand.
Lu Yuqing felt a little conflicted. Should I go out for a midnight snack with him?
Lu Yuqing was a little afraid of young Master Chu. He could easily give her millions, and she couldn't afford to offend such a man. She wanted to agree, but she was unsure. She was about to say something when she found that the ID had disappeared from the live broadcast room. For a moment, she felt like she had lost something and felt bad. Xu Yang came to the next live broadcast room, looked at the female anchor dancing hotly in front of the screen, and casually sent another million rockets. The female anchor's popularity increased by tens of millions, and those 1 million rockets filled her eyes. Her dance moves became more enchanting, and her shoulders, which were inadvertently exposed, made her even more seductive.
Thanks to the super rich Mr. Chu. Thank you. The female anchor's voice trembled.
As the $1 million rocket was launched, many people rushed over from Lu Yuqing's live broadcast room and just happened to witness this inhumane side of the man.
Damn, another million. Someone come and save me, I feel dizzy. Mr. Chu, brush slower, I can't count anymore.
This was the first time they had seen such a grand scene, and it was a feast for the eyes. The female anchor was about to dance for Mr. Chu, but she found that he had disappeared. Whenever Mr. Chu enters a live broadcast room, he will attract countless viewers to come, and the popularity of the live broadcast room continues to rise.
Master Chu, you are here. Everyone, please pay attention to Master Chu. Mr. Chu, when are you free to have dinner together? The female anchor calls him Mr. Chu all the time.
Her soft and numb voice is so captivating. Coupled with her enchanting dance moves, no man can resist it. Many female anchors sent private messages to Chu Yang, eager to meet him, and the messages also contained a lot of Balenciaga pictures. The male anchor called Dad all the time, and many netizens lamented that Mr. Chu has too many sons today. In this way, more and more netizens followed in the footsteps of Mr. Chu. A level 1 rookie account was now transformed by Chu Yang into a max level emperor account. Every anchor immediately became alert when they saw young Master Chu enter the live broadcast room.
When some anchors wanted to chat with Mr. Chu, they found that he disappeared after giving gifts.
As a result, most of the anchors regard Mr. Chu as a super rich man in their hearts. On the other side, Lu Yuqing's live broadcast room suddenly became cold. Anchor, Master Chu has spent another million in someone else's live broadcast room.
Damn, Master Chu has spent 6 million now.
Looking at the barrage of comments in front of her, Lu Yuqing felt a little conflicted.
Should she send a message to Mr. Chu and ask him out?
This kind of tycoon has millions of dollars on the internet, so in reality, 100 million is probably nothing to him. In comparison, my family's annual earnings of 500,000 or 600,000 is really nothing.
Having a meal with such a big shot will only make you money, not lose money. Just as she was struggling, a chat box popped up on her phone.
What I just said is still valid. A look at the WeChat ID revealed that it was Mr. Chu who had just passed the friend verification.
Looking at the message he sent, Lu Yuqing began to feel conflicted again.
Normally, her family protected her very well, and this was her first time going out for a social event.
Okay, I'll be out in half an hour. Lu Yuqing gritted her teeth.
Being able to establish a relationship with such a person would only benefit her.
He.
Looking at the message sent by Lu Yuqing, Xu Yang was a little surprised. He had wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect it to actually work.
Is this the power of money? He put down his phone, packed up a little, and prepared to go out. Hey, young Master Chu, which concubine are you going to favor?
The third brother said jokingly, but the vulgarity in his eyes could not be hidden.
Go out and get some exercise. Go out for a walk? Exercise your kidneys? This can indeed exercise the body. Zhang Lei echoed, and then his eyes turned evil. Stay aside. After leaving the dormitory, Xu Yang drove to the school where the female anchor was studying. With many people's envious eyes, Xu Yang drove his Bentley and stopped at the gate of Donyang Normal University. Xu Yang looked at the college students coming and going.
It was true that the quality of the girls from this normal university was extraordinary, a whole level higher than those from his school.
Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?
As soon as he rolled down the car window, several sexy and good-looking girls came and surrounded Chu Yang's car. A girl bent down, her deep V neckline revealing her two snow-white breasts, and her eyes looked at Chu Yang lovingly.
Chapter 58, It's all business, not shabby. I don't eat fast food.
Chu Yang waved his hand.
To be honest, if it were in the past, he would have taken a few more glances at this kind of girl.
Now, he is only worthy of a few glances.
You.
When the girl in the lead heard this, her eyes widened. When she thought that the car was a Bentley, she swallowed all the words. She knew how expensive the car was. Perhaps she would never be able to afford it even if she worked hard for several lifetimes. The man in front of her was not someone they could afford to offend.
Sorry, handsome, we'll leave now.
The women nearby were a little surprised. They wanted to say something, but were dragged away by the woman in charge.
School bell, look, isn't that school bell Lu Yuqing?
Wow, I can play with these legs for the rest of my life.
Do goddesses like to exercise at night?
For a moment, the college students at the door all looked in one direction. Lu Yuqing was wearing a light-colored dress, which matched her light makeup. She looked like a lilac flower, with a lingering fragrance.
Mr. Chu, I'm at the door.
She turned on her phone and sent a message.
At the door, Bentley.
Chu Yang's words were brief. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Yuqing trotted to Chu Yang's car. Hello, Mr. Chu, my name is Lu Yuqing.
My name is Chu Yang.
It seems that there is still some gap between you and the live broadcast room. Chu Yang held the steering wheel and joked that the credibility of the beauties on the internet nowadays is really not high.
But Lu Yuqing's appearance could at least score 85 points.
Mr. Chu is as handsome and elegant as I imagined. Lu Yuqing smoothed her hair, bent down and said to Chu Yang.
Get in the car.
Chu Yang glanced at the undulating mountains on Lu Yuqing's chest and said calmly. With the red taillights, the Bentley gradually moved away.
After a while, we arrived at a street of food stalls.
When the owners of the nearby food stalls saw this luxury car stopped, they gathered around the car and shouted loudly, asking Chu Yang to go to their food stalls to eat.
Chu Yang sighed.
It seems that having money is not a good thing. It is so troublesome to eat. After parking the car, Chu Yang found a food stall with good food, ordered a few dishes that suited his taste, and sat down. With the appearance of Lu Yuqing, the people eating at the food stall stared wide-eyed, the men almost drooled, and the women's eyes were like knives.
Lu Yuqing sat next to Chu Yang, not daring to say a word.
She glanced over secretly and was stunned. With a height of 1.8 meters and a delicate and handsome face, he was completely different from the greasy uncle she had imagined.
There is even a feeling of excitement. Take a look and see if you want to order anything else. Chu Yang asked. That's enough, Mr. Chu, just order whatever you want to eat. I'll treat you to dinner today.
Lu Yuqing was rewarded 1.5 million by Chu Yang today, and she received at least 600,000 or 700,000.
It is reasonable to invite Chu Yang to dinner. Can I have something cold?
Chu Yang ignored her. Since she wanted to treat him, he let her do it.
Ha!
This question made Lu Yuqing blush, and she didn't know what to say for a moment.
If I say I can drink it, what if young Master Chu does something?
If I say I can't drink it, I might get into more trouble if I offend young Master Chu.
Wouldn't it be more delicious to have some barbecue and cold beer? Chu Yang looked helpless. He didn't look like a lewd man. Why do women always think too much? Couldn't he just be a wealthy, honest young man? Yes, I didn't react just now and lost my composure.
Lu Yuqing's ears blushed. She didn't expect to be tricked by Mr. Chu. Call me Chu Yang, it sounds awkward to me, Mr. Chu.
Chu Yang wasn't really arrogant, or rather, he hadn't gotten used to being a rich man yet. Brother Chu, I'll toast you a glass. Ha, come on. When clinking glasses, Lu Yuqing deliberately lowered her glass.
Then he drank it all in one gulp.
You are so beautiful, you should have a boyfriend.
Chu Yang said playfully.
Not yet.
Lu Yuqing filled Chu Yang's glass with wine. When she raised her hand, the whiteness of her chest was faintly visible.
Have you ever been asked out by a fan before? For example, about something. Chu Yang took a bite of food and asked. Someone asked me out like this before, but I never came out. Lu Yuqing's answer was also very direct. Then why did you come out today? Chu Yang laughed heartily. You gave me too much.
Lu Yu said honestly, the news of your gift giving has been heard all over the hall today.
You are so generous. It is my honor to have dinner with you. Lu Yuqing had never seen such a wealthy person.
With just a wave of his hand, he was a wealthy man worth nearly tens of millions.
There were only a handful of such people. How can this not be surprising? Good guy, so honest?
Upon hearing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. This is truly a world where money paves the way.
If you are unhappy, it only means that you don't have enough money. Aren't you afraid that I'll ask you out and then kill you offline?
Chu Yang raised his glass and asked. Lu Yuqing was about to pick up the wine glass to toast Chu Yang, but when Chu Yang asked this question, she was so frightened that her face immediately turned pale.
She gasped a little and even spilled the wine. Are you kidding? Lu Yuqing picked up the wine glass and drank it.
The wine flowed from her lips, along her white neck, and dripped onto her white neck.
Chu Yang smiled. He could see that this girl was really simple. This kind of nervousness that comes from the heart cannot be faked. It must be because I am well protected by my family. But it wasn't a blank slate. Although she was nervous, she wasn't panicking. Obviously, he was mentally prepared.
Chu Yang looked at Lu Yuqing's slightly flushed face and a smile appeared on his face.
He also doesn't mind the female anchor being killed by the number one player on the list. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to be beaten. It's all business, not shabby. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Eat more. You're just skin and bones. Humph, what do you straight men know? This is called slim. Ha? How do you know I'm straight?
Chu Yang said teasingly, deliberately dragging out the word straight.
Hateful.
Lu Yuqing thought of something when she heard it, and her face turned even redder. Come, I'll toast you another glass. If someone else had said this, Lu Yuqing would have thrown a glass of wine on her face, but for the person in front of her, she even found it a little humorous. The two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous for a while. After the two of them chatted, Lu Yuqing developed some feelings towards Chu Yang, and she also let down her guard against Chu Yang. You want to repay me with a meal? Chu Yang said playfully, his eyes looking at Lu Yuqing intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Yuqing couldn't help but tremble, muttered something, and then changed the subject. Then come to the live broadcast room, and I will sing more songs for you.
Boss, how much? The total is 220, just give 200. Lu Yuqing transferred the money, turned to Chu Yang and said, Brother Chu, let's go? Good.
Chu Yang stood up, and Lu Yuqing came over and took Chu Yang's arm.
Yuqing, are you really going to eat at this roadside stall with another man?
A sharp voice was heard inside the food stall. Then, a group of 5 or 6 people stood in front of Chu Yang and the other person.
Chapter 59, Arrogant at first and respectful later. If you don't have money, don't follow others and treat others to a meal. And you even want a woman to pay the bill at the end. What the hell? Several others echoed. Zhang Yu, I'm warning you, don't talk to my friend like that. Also, get out of the way.
When Lu Yuqing took a look at these people, she saw that the leader was Zhang Yu, a wealthy second-generation man who had pursued her before, but was rejected by her. I didn't expect that this person has been lingering around and is coming to cause trouble today.
Zhang Yu, right?
First of all, you have no right to tell Yuqing who she eats with.
Chu Yang said contemptuously. Secondly, who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at me? It's so funny. Anyone who pursues Yuqing can beat you by half a block. You are a 3-0 product, so you can only be a little stubborn. Brother Yu, don't waste your words on him. I can beat 10 of these pretty boys.
Behind Zhang Yu, a muscular man rubbed his hands and walked in front of Chu Yang, his pectoral muscles moving up and down, very provocative.
Zhang Yu winked at the muscular man. Boy, let me tell you that there are some people you can't afford to offend.
The muscular man punched Chu Yang.
Noisy.
Chu Yang casually punched the muscular man. The two fists collided. Before the muscular man could react, he flew out and fell heavily to the ground.
This. Lu Yuqing was stunned. Zhang Yu was stunned. What's up with this pretty boy? One punch man? Yuqing, go first. The next scene is too bloody. Zhang Yu said insincerely, boy, if you don't leave one hand behind today, don't even think about leaving. Whatever hand Yuqing was holding just now, we brothers will cripple that one.
Others swarmed over and rushed towards Chu Yang. Xu Yang was not in a hurry. He protected Lu Yuqing and said to her slowly, "If you are afraid, you can close your eyes."
Boom. Boom. Boom.
In an instant, only a few muffled groans were heard, and a group of people were injured and vomiting blood. Especially Zhang Yu, who was hit in the face by a punch. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move, with only his eyes moving.
Not bad, not bad.
After swallowing the blue superpower capsule, his physical fitness was greatly improved. After these punches today, he could feel the surging power in his body like a flood in a beast, flowing endlessly.
Brother Yu.
The muscular man recovered and quickly helped Zhang Yu up.
You bastards, don't leave if you dare. Wait.
Zhang Yu struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said,
If I were you, I'd go to the hospital for emergency treatment. Xu Yang laughed. Fuck. Don't be so arrogant, kid.
Zhang Yu was so angry that his teeth were itching.
He would not be able to swallow this humiliation unless someone crippled one of this bastard's hands today. Brother Chu, let's go quickly. Zhang Yu is not an easy person to deal with.
Although she was surprised to see Xu Yang casually injuring 5 or 6 people, Lu Yuqing was still afraid.
Zhang Yu is doing very well here.
If he calls dozens of people here, Xu Yang won't be able to leave. She didn't want Xu Yang to get into trouble because of her.
What are you afraid of?
Xu Yang immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Lei, asking for the contact information of the bar's marketing.
Mr. Chu. What do you want me to do today? Do you want to reserve a table?
Xu Yang dialed the number, and before he could say anything, the hotel marketing started to flatter him. Obviously, the marketing had saved his number a long time ago. If you want to fight, bring some people to the food stall street of Dongyang Normal University. Do you want to fight?
Okay. Mr. Chu, wait a minute. I'll call someone over right away.
I'll see who dares to touch you. The marketing manager hung up the phone and immediately gathered many people around him. It is definitely a blessing for him to be able to work for Xu Yang.
Come, sit down first.
Xu Yang found a booth and sat down with Lu Yuqing.
Boss, prepare some more wine and barbecue.
Brother Chu, be careful later.
Lu Yuqing was a little nervous.
She was afraid that Xu Yang would get hurt.
Can I understand that you care about me? Xu Yang joked. Lu Yuqing hesitated and didn't answer, silently helping Xu Yang open the wine.
The two had just finished drinking when the rumbling sound of a motorcycle was heard.
7 or 8 motorcycles drove over and surrounded Xu Yang. At a glance, there were about 20 people.
Brothers, come together and help me destroy him. Zhang Yu's face was as swollen as a pig's head and he could hardly speak clearly.
How could a weakling like this beat you like this?
The man called Brother Jun walked forward, waved the iron rod in his hand, and looked Xu Yang up and down.
Why are you so whiny too? Xu Yang picked up a glass of wine and prepared to drink.
Brother Jun immediately swung a stick at him. Xu Yang held the wine glass in his left hand and stretched out his right hand to grab the iron stick tightly.
Jun Ji's veins bulged, but the iron rod couldn't move at all.
Xu Yang slowly finished his drink and said, "Waste." As soon as he moved his hand, the iron rod hit Jun Ji's head directly with a bang, and he screamed in pain.
Fuck. Come on, brothers.
Jungu had never been so embarrassed in school.
He was actually subdued by a young boy. A dozen or so people heard the news and came forward. Squeak.
The sound of several vans braking suddenly was heard, and 20 or 30 people got out of the vehicles. They were all wearing black shirts and holding iron rods in their hands, exuding a strong social atmosphere. I'll see who dares to touch Master Chu's hair.
If Master Chu loses a hair today, each of you will lose a limb.
The bar marketing shouted with a loudspeaker. In an instant, the people surrounding Xu Yang did not dare to take action and made way for him.
Fuck. You are looking for death.
In the van, the bar marketing person ran over and kicked Jungu to the ground.
Who the hell are you? How dare you attack young Master Chu? Jungu was confused. What did he do wrong? He should be the one who got beaten. Are you tired of living?
The bar marketing glared at Jungu viciously.
Then the marketing manager walked up to Xu Yang and flattered him. Mr. Chu, how do you want to arrange these people?
Xu Yang said casually, beat them all, as long as they are not killed. After all, Jungu and Zhang Yu are both students, while the people opposite them are all from society, and there are more than a dozen of them.
they are no match at all.
20 or 30 social people rushed up with iron bars and beat Zhang Yu and others severely. After the fight, a group of people lay on the ground screaming in pain. Seeing that something was not right, Jungo quickly stood up and knelt on the ground, slowly moving in front of Chu Yang, and said timidly, "Chu. Mr. Chu, I didn't recognize the great man, please forgive me. This time it was all Zhang Yu who tricked me into coming here, it really has nothing to do with me.
Call your people and get out." Chu Yang said lightly. "Okay, let's go now." As he said that, Jungo pushed off the ground and rolled out like a ball. Seeing this, the others immediately followed and rolled out. "Mr. Chu, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the Real Master." Seeing that they had all left, Zhang Yu fell to his knees and slapped himself in the face. "What? You want to just give up like that?" Chu Yang didn't look at him straight in the eye. He turned around and said to Lu Yuqing with a smile, "Go buy me a bottle of drink." "Huh?" Lu Yuqing had never seen such a scene before and was frightened. She still hasn't recovered from her shock. "Okay, I'll go now." "Mr. Chu, what do you want?" "I'll listen to you." Zhang Yu no longer had the courage to shout. "You just wanted to cripple one of my hands, but I won't go too far. Let's put it this way. Either you cripple one of your hands, or I'll let them help you." As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, a dozen people behind him walked towards Zhang Yu. "I'll do it, I'll do it." Zhang Yu found a stone and smashed it against his arm. Chapter 60, Reputation Value 200,000, Another Lottery. "Come here." Chu Yang waved to the bar marketing. "Mr. Chu, what do you want?" The bar marketer flatters. "Give me your bank card." The bar marketing quickly handed the bank card to Chu Yang. After a while, Chu Yang said, "I transferred 500,000 yuan. Each of you will get 10,000 yuan. The rest is yours. Also, I've asked the boss to prepare some barbecue here. If you have nothing to do, you can have some barbecue here. I'll treat you." "Thank you, Master Chu. If you need my help in the future, please let me know. I will definitely do it for you." 500,000. Even if everyone gets 10,000, he still has 200,000. He works so hard in marketing, and he doesn't know how long it will take him to earn that much. Mr. Chu is indeed generous. When Lu Yuqing came back after buying drinks, everyone except those who were eating barbecue had left, leaving only Chu Yang standing there. "Here, your drink." Lu Yuqing handed over the drink. "You're not scared, are you?" Chu Yang took it and took a sip. Lu Yuqing looked at Chu Yang's distinct Adam's apple, which gurgled, and for some reason she swallowed. To be honest, she was shocked by the man in front of her. He first faced the siege of 20 people calmly, and then his methods were ruthless and steady. Just ask yourself, which woman doesn't want to be protected by such a man? Lu Yuqing said slowly, "With you here, Brother Chu, how can I be hurt?" That's good, let's go, I'll take you back." Arriving at the car, Chu Yang opened the door. Lu Yuqing was stunned for a moment. To be honest, she didn't seem to want to go back that much. "Why, do you want to find a quiet place to chat with me?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Yuqing jumped into the passenger seat like a frightened deer. On the road, Chu Yang was driving and looking at Lu Yuqing's white thighs. He couldn't help but sigh. When you eat the marrow, you know the taste. But having just slept with Zhao Lei last night, and now sleeping with Lu Yuqing today, it seems like that isn't a good idea. This is probably the scumbag's final bottom line. Anyway, Lu Yuqing is here and can't run away. On the side of the road, Zhang Yu, whose arm was broken, saw Chu Yang driving past him in a Bentley, and his face twisted in pain. He kicked a classmate next to him and cursed, "Fuck. Why did you only say that Lu Yuqing was having dinner with someone else, but not that she was driving a Bentley?" The classmate said innocently, "You didn't ask." Hearing his classmate's answer, Zhang Yu was so angry that he almost fainted. He kicked the man again. "Fuck. You really screwed me this time." Chu Yang parked the car outside Lu Yuqing's dormitory. "Thank you, Brother Chu, for sending me back personally. It's too polite to say this, how about giving me a kiss to express your gratitude?" "No way." Lu Yuqing said coquettishly, and the heart started beating again. Chu Yang got out of the car, walked to the other side, and opened the passenger door. Lu Yuqing stretched out her long white legs and got out from the passenger seat. Chu Yang closed the car door casually and was about to turn around to say goodbye to Lu Yuqing, but his cheek was pressed against something soft and there was a breath. "Bad guy." Are you satisfied? After the kiss, Lu Yuqing left quickly, her face flushed red. She had never kissed anyone in public. The boys passing by were stunned when they saw this scene. That was the cool school beauty Lu Yuqing. She actually took the initiative to kiss this boy. Damn it, I'm going to kill him. Xu Yang laughed, got back into the car, and drove to his dormitory. Crunch! As soon as Chu Yang opened the dormitory door, the three sons stared at his face intently as if they were interrogating a criminal. Damn it! I thought you weren't coming back. Tell me the truth, where did the lip marks on your face come from? Faced with the three people's questioning, Xu Yang just remembered that he had not wiped off the lip print just now. A girl kissed me. Xu Yang wiped the lip marks and said, "Tell the truth about the victim and the crime scene." Zhang Lei became interested, raised his eyebrows again and again, and grabbed Xu Yang. "Behave yourself, you're always there during our crackdowns on pornography." The other two came over and surrounded Xu Yang, looking at him with vulgar intent. "I'll tell you what I'm talking about. It was Lu Yuqing from Dongyang Normal University who did it herself." Xu Yang raised his hands high and said seriously, "Uncle police officers, can you let me go?" "What?" "Lu Yuqing, the campus beauty of East China Normal University." The three of them shouted in unison, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Campus beauty? I think she's just that good looking." Xu Yang disagreed. "So what if she is a school belle? She is still completely tamed by me." "Good boy. Hurry up and teach me some tips on picking up girls." "Yeah, it's only been a few days. And I've got the school beauty. I didn't expect you to have a secret that you didn't tell us." Xu Yang laughed loudly. He really had no way to deal with these three idiots. Then he said, "As long as you have money, you can get any girl. Don't you agree?" The three nodded, then thought about it, shook their heads again, and shouted, "Fuck you. Do you think everyone is like you, spending millions or tens of millions at every turn?" They didn't let Xu Yang leave. They interrogated him until 2 o'clock before letting him go back to bed to sleep. The next day, Xu Yang just got up and found that his roommates had already gone out. Xu Yang, who was in a daze with a big afro, was just about to go wash up. Bite. Host, congratulations on reaching 200,000 reputation and reaching the second stage. The system gives you a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to use it? Yes. Xu Yang muttered to himself that his fame probably increased greatly because of what happened on his Shark Life broadcast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to win the lottery again so soon. God bless us, let's have something substantial this time. The lottery begins. A prompt sound flashed by. Then, a familiar big turntable appeared before his eyes. A cash reward of 10 million Chinese yuan. A pair of glasses for the rich man. An Aston Martin Lagonda. A Nora SA-60L aircraft. Private super diving yacht M7. 10% of the Penguin Group's shares. 10 properties in Dongyang City. 10% of the shares of Pineapple Mobile Group. 1 million shark fins worth. Intelligent AI robots. Star Wars laser swords. Godly glasses? What are those? As long as it's not shark fin, it's acceptable. Oh my god, please pamper me for once. Start the lottery. The pointer slowly turned, and Xu Yang's heart began to beat along with it. Chapter 61, Super Rich Glasses. 100 million sign-in reward. If I win the shark fin lottery, I'll eat shit live. Of all the prizes, this one is the most useless. The pointer slowly stopped and was about to land on the shark fin grid. Huff, huff, huff. Xu Yang blew air at the turntable. He didn't want to eat shit on live broadcast. The pointer moved bit by bit, and finally, it landed on a pair of Shinhao glasses. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of super rich glasses. Host, do you want to use it? Yes. Xu Yang agreed without hesitation, and a pair of glasses appeared in his eye sockets. I have to say, this pair of glasses looks pretty cool when worn by the rich guy. Now I feel like a gentleman versus a beast. System introduction: the godly glasses can increase your own charm by 5 points, and can also detect other people's information, identities, and various values, etc. After seeing this comment, Xu Yang's mouth twitched. System, you are so cute. Do you really want me to go further and further down the path of being a scumbag? Then a system prompt sound appeared in his ear. You can sign in today. Host, do you want to sign in? Sign in. Xu Yang nodded, and then a system prompt sound appeared in his ears. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million Chinese currency. Ding dong. A message immediately came to Xu Yang's phone.
100 million in cash has arrived.
Xu Yang chuckled, Buddy is now a billionaire.
Then he put down his phone and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up and just about to go out for breakfast, the cell phone rang again.
After the call was connected, a deep middle-aged voice came from the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Xu Yang? I am Lu Donglai, the president of Dongyang Bank.
According to our bank's information, your account has been newly increased by 100 million Chinese yuan. As long as you bring your ID card, we can upgrade it to a Supreme Gold card for you and provide you with related financial management projects.
If you need, we can send a special car to pick you up. Wow, this bank information is quite sensitive.
As soon as the money came in, the bank called me.
Xu Yang thought for a few seconds.
Anyway, I have nothing to do today, so it might be okay to apply for a Supreme Gold card.
Then he replied, okay, I'll wait for you at Dongyang University of Finance and Economics.
Not long after he finished his breakfast in the school cafeteria, his cell phone rang.
After the call was connected, Lu Donglai's voice appeared in his ears. Hello, Mr. Chu, we are already waiting outside your dormitory, please come out for a moment. Okay, I'll be right there. Xu Yang hung up the phone and walked out.
As soon as he went out, he saw a Hongqi H9 parked outside the dormitory.
Standing next to the vehicle was a slightly plump middle-aged man and a good-looking woman wearing professional OL attire. When Lu Dong saw a student walking towards them, he quickly stepped forward and asked with a smile, Hello, are you Mr. Xu Yang Chu?
Yeah.
Xu Yang responded with a smile. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Lu Donglai, the president of Dongyang Bank. Nice to meet you.
Lu Donglai shook hands with Xu Yang.
Hello, hello. Xu Yang smiled and nodded. He glanced at Lu Donglai and all the information was displayed. Lu Donglai. Basic information, president of Dongyang Bank. Age, 45. Physical strength, 48,100 is the full score, but the physical strength is weak. Heartbeat value, 60,100 is the full score. Note, heartbeat value is not all about love, but also about respect, admiration, etc. Physical condition, good. Hobbies, Japanese love action movies. Xu Yang was embarrassed.
It turned out that successful people all had some quirks. Even though they were nearly 50 years old, they still liked to watch exciting movies.
Then, the woman also extended her hand and said hello, Mr. Chu, my name is Lu Cece, and I will be your future personal assistant in the bank. Xu Yang nodded, indicating that he understood. Okay, Mr. Chu, it's hot outside, let's go to the bank and discuss it in detail.
As he spoke, Lu Donglai opened the car door for Xu Yang, while Lu Cece put one hand on the doorframe.
Come to Dongyang Bank. After getting out of the car, Lu Donglai opened the door for Xu Yang with a smile. Mr. Chu, let's go in and talk in detail.
Lu Donglai made a gesture to invite Xu Yang in.
Good. I followed Lu Donglai into the president's office. Lu Cece made the tea and handed it over. Mr. Chu, please give me your bank card.
I will help you upgrade it to a Supreme Gold card.
Lu Cece bent down and said respectfully. Xu Yang handed over the bank card. Okay, go and get busy.
Lu Donglai waved his hand and said to Lu Cece.
Lu Dong looked at Xu Yang and said thoughtfully, Mr. Chu, if you invest 100 million in our bank, you can set the interest rate as long as it's not too high. Our bank has a high degree of freedom for big customers like you, and everything can be discussed. You decide. I believe President Lu will not let me suffer any loss.
Xu Yang said with a smile.
To be honest, he is not actually interested in the bank's interest. The interest from a 100 million yuan investment in a bank is only a few million yuan a year. What can it do with it? Don't worry, I promise I won't let you suffer any loss.
Lu Donglai nodded repeatedly and continued.
Then Mr. Chu, are you willing to invest? Our bank has experienced financial planners in the industry who can provide you with services. I do have investment ideas recently. If President Lu has any good projects, please tell me. Xu Yang smiled and nodded. He originally wanted to use investments to cover up his account flows. It would naturally be best if we could use Lu Donglai's resources and connections. Don't worry, I will let you know if there are any good projects. Lu Donglai also laughed. He could understand what Chu Yang meant.
He didn't say it had to be a bank project, but meant other projects would be fine. Then, Chu Yang suddenly changed the subject, looked at Lu Donglai and said with a smile.
But, President Lu, I remember that if you deposit money in the bank, you can get some welfare products, right? For example, rice and oil. Chu Yang suddenly asked.
Lu Donglai was a little surprised and didn't react for a moment.
Then he smiled and said, yes, yes. Don't even mention these things.
Even if Chu Yang wanted to arrange for someone to work in the bank and just get a salary without having to work, that's fine. At this time, Lu Cece also finished her work and walked in.
Mr. Chu, this is your Supreme Gold Card. Lu Cece bent down and handed it to Chu Yang.
Lu Donglai looked at Lu Cece and said, Cece, help me calculate, according to our bank's deposit welfare activities, how much rice and oil can Mr. Chu get?
Lu Cece was a little surprised. Chu Yang already has 100 million in his bank card, but he still cares about these things? Chapter 62. Don't go to bed too early at night. I often suffer from insomnia.
However, Lu Cece still opened the tablet computer she carried with her, converted it, and said seriously, President, Mr. Chu can receive a total of 110 barrels and 120 bags of rice.
Then, bring them all here. Chu Yang looked at the two of them and said, Okay, Mr. Chu, but it seems inconvenient for you to take so many things. Do you want to give me an address and I will send it to you when the time comes?
Lu Donglai was completely confused. He really couldn't imagine what the use of a rich man with 100 million in cash was for oil and rice.
Now, as many as we have, we'll move them to the front of the bank. Chu Yang laughed.
He just saw a lot of cleaners cleaning outside under the scorching sun, so giving them some oil and rice would be a way of giving back to society.
You can also gain some reputation points for yourself.
No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat.
Cece, go and handle this matter. Just follow what Mr. Chu says. Although Lu Donglai didn't understand what Chu Yang was going to do, he still arranged it. Lu Cece nodded and did it immediately. Soon, the bank entrance was filled with oil and rice.
Chu Yang held a loudspeaker with a collection point sign next to him.
He looked at the cleaners who were summoned by the bank employees and shouted, Uncles and aunts, you have worked hard. I am here to give you some oil and rice today. Thank you for your contribution to the environment of this city. Many sanitation workers looked at Chu Yang curiously.
Then a long queue formed in front of the bank.
Lu Cece was also helping to deal with some trivial matters.
She attributed it to the bad taste of rich people.
Thank you, Boss Chu. A good person will have a peaceful life.
After receiving their salaries, many workers kept saying that Boss Chu was such a good man.
Family, what are you doing over there? Let's go take a look. An internet celebrity was live streaming and happened to pass by here.
When he saw this situation, he immediately walked over. Someone is distributing rice and oil, and he's a young man.
Let's go and ask him what's going on. The internet celebrity was puzzled because Chu Yang was not even wearing the bank's work clothes and was obviously not a bank employee. And this is the head office of Dongyang Bank. No one came out to take care of it? Are people from the bank still helping to issue it? Handsome guy, can I interview you? What are you doing? Why are you distributing so much oil and rice?
The internet celebrity came to Chu Yang and pointed the small B microphone at him. Chu Yang was busy and saw that it was a street outdoor anchor. After a closer look, I found that this person was broadcasting live, and there were actually 100,000 people in the live broadcast room.
Then he smiled faintly and said, It's nothing. I just saved 100 million yuan.
The bank gave me so much rice and oil, so I gave it to the sanitation workers.
100 million?
When the internet celebrity heard this, his expression immediately became shocked.
100 million.
And this person said it so nonchalantly.
It seems like you are just showing off. At the same time,
the internet celebrity's live broadcast room also immediately exploded.
When did Donyang City have such a young rich man? Are you pretending? I've seen him before. I think he was the one driving the Koenigsegg last time. Damn it. He tricked me again.
Under the live broadcast of the internet celebrity, Chu Yang continued to distribute oil and rice to the sanitation workers. In the live broadcast room, many people sighed that Chu Yan was really rich and kind-hearted.
After distributing the oil and rice, the internet celebrity asked, "Boss, you were so young, how do you make so much money?" "I was just luckier." Chu Yang pretended to be serious. He couldn't possibly say that it was sent by the system, right? "That's right, everyone has their own way." "So, boss, how do you feel after completing this task?" The internet celebrity's mouth twitched. Anyone who understands knows that Chu Yang either has a strong background or is very powerful. No matter how lucky you are, you will never make 100 million. This boss is not simple. It's fun to help others. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will do it without hesitation. When Chu Yang said this in front of more than 200,000 people in the live broadcast room, his tone was very firm. Idle. Idle. Helping others, handsome and rich, isn't this my husband? This is the role model for our Dongyang city. Many people in the live broadcast room agreed with what Chu Yang said, and were infected by his behavior, and gave him thumbs up. As expected of the boss, the words he says are different. The anchor fawned on the side and said in a slightly flattering tone, "I hope the boss will have a long way to go. I won't bother you today." To those of you who are in the live studio, please say goodbye to the boss. Chu Yang waved at the camera and said with a smile, "Goodbye." After some trouble, it was finally done. Lu Sisi brought a glass of water over and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, you've worked hard. Have a drink of water." "Okay, thank you." Chu Yang took it and drank it in one gulp. At this time, Lu Donglai finished his work in the bank and came to Chu Yang, saying expectantly, "Mr. Chu, it's past 12 o'clock now, do you have time? I would like to invite you to dinner." "That would be disrespectful." Chu Yang smiled and said he had been busy for so long and was a little hungry. Before, Zhou Yukai invited him to dinner, but he refused to give him the honor. But now, Lu Donglai, as the president of Dongyang Bank, must have a much deeper background and connections than Zhou Yukai. Being able to have a meal with him and talk about some things will make some things much easier to handle in the future. This face must be given. Then the three of them went to the rooftop restaurant of the IFC building together. "Mr. Chu, take a look, what do you like to eat?" Lu Donglai handed the menu to Chu Yang. "President Lu is the host today, you can choose." Chu Yang didn't have any requirements for the food, so he didn't look at the menu. Seeing that Chu Yang didn't order, Lu Donglai put the menu aside and said directly, "Waiter, please serve your signature dishes. Also, bring up the red wine that I have collected here before." "Mr. Lu, your wine." The waiter brought the red wine and said. Lu Donglai nodded, took the red wine from the waiter, poured it for Chu Yang, then raised his glass and said with a smile, "Come on, Mr. Chu, I toast you and wish us a happy cooperation in the future." The two clinked their glasses. Chu Yang took a sip of the red wine and said, "Happy cooperation." "Mr. Chu, I toast to you too." Lu Sisi smiled and said, her two dimples looked very charming. Chu Yang raised his glass and said jokingly, "When a beauty toasts, I have to drink one." After they finished drinking, Lu Dong looked at Lu Sisi and said, "Sisi, you must work harder in the future. If you do a good job as Mr. Chu's assistant, I will give you a promotion." Lu Sisi nodded slightly and said seriously, "Of course, Mr. Chu is so outstanding and promising at a young age. Serving him is also a kind of learning." Chu Yang smiled lightly. He looked at the two of them carefully and found that they looked a bit similar. In addition, they both had the last name Lu, so he speculated, "By the way, I think Ms. Lu Sisi and you, the president, are related." Mr. Chu, you have a very good eye. You can see all this." Lu Donglai said frankly. The meal passed quickly as the three of them chatted and laughed. After finishing the meal, Lu Donglai asked, "Where are you going next, Mr. Chu? Do you want me to take you there?" "Don't bother." Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Well, Mr. Chu, we'll leave first." Lu Donglai said, "Mr. Chu, remember to contact Sisi if you have any problems in the future." Lu Sisi smiled lightly and said. Chu Yang laughed, "Then don't go to bed too early at night. I often suffer from insomnia." Chapter 63 Consumption Rebate, 4.2 million. The meal passed quickly as the three of them chatted and laughed. After finishing the meal, Lu Donglai asked, "Where are you going next, Mr. Chu? Do you want me to take you there?" "Don't bother." Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Well, Mr. Chu, we'll leave first." Lu Donglai said, "Mr. Chu, remember to contact Sisi if you have any problems in the future." Lu Sisi smiled lightly and said. Chu Yang laughed, "Then don't go to bed too early at night. I often suffer from insomnia.
The three of them exchanged a few words of greeting, and then Lu Donglai and his companions left. Chu Yang walked around and found that the decoration here was of a very high standard. Bright lights, spacious space, and floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides allow you to overlook the scenery below at any time. Seeing that people were all walking in pairs, Chu Yang thought of someone. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call.
Beeper beeper beep. Hey, brother Chu, what do you want to talk to me about?
A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone.
Want to go shopping together? I'm at the IFC building.
As Chu Yang spoke, he walked into Starbucks, ordered a cup of coffee, and found a place to sit down.
It's already 1 o'clock now. How can you date a girl like this?
Lu Yuqing's tone was slightly blaming, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Humph.
Give me half an hour. Wait for you.
Chu Yang hung up the phone and sent the location to Lu Yuqing. When he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. When he made an appointment with Zhao Hui before, he had to plan what to do a day or two in advance.
But things are different nowadays. Now that we have money, even if we ask girls out in the early morning, they still have time.
After waiting for a long time, Chu Yang's coffee was finally ready.
He drank coffee while watching videos on his phone. Hey, handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?
Two women came over from the seats next to me, looking very coquettish, and their tone was even frivolous. Whether it's their looks, temperament, or figure, they are both quite confident, so they are very direct. Chu Yang adjusted his glasses, glanced at the two women, and said calmly, "No, I have a girlfriend who is much prettier than you two." The two girls didn't say anything, but rolled their eyes at Chu Yang, cursing him 100 times in their hearts. They returned to their previous positions, muttering something and pointing at Chu Yang from time to time. Soon, Lu Yuqing came to Starbucks, looking around for Chu Yang. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that exposed her belly button, and her long, white thighs were exposed under her denim shorts, with the special effect of the transparent stockings.
Everyone's eyes looked over unconsciously.
Those legs make women jealous and men crazy.
Look at that man's expression.
His eyes are about to pop out.
You're still pretending to be noble and not giving me WeChat. How disgusting.
The two girls scoffed. Lu Yuqing passed by them and happened to hear these words.
She then glanced at them indifferently and walked towards Chu Yang.
Just like that, under the incredulous gazes of the two girls, Lu Yuqing walked over and sat next to Chu Yang.
Brother Chu, shall we go?
As she spoke, Lu Yuqing quietly took Chu Yang's hand.
Good. Chu Yang stood up and left Starbucks. The two women kept watching Chu Yang and the other man leave. Unexpectedly, the clowns turned out to be themselves.
After going out, Lu Yuqing's long legs were particularly dazzling under the sunlight.
Just now I seemed to hear those two women mocking you? Are they angry because they didn't add you on WeChat? Lu Yuqing asked. It's just love turning into hate. You know, I'm still quite charming.
Chu Yang touched his cheek and said narcissistically.
That's true.
Lu Yuqing said with a sweet smile.
Where shall we go first? Let's start from the first floor of the IFC building. Having said that, Chu Yang walked towards the building. When they arrived at the IFC building, Lu Yuqing asked with a hint of blame, Brother Chu, where were you just now? Why did you ask me out just now?
What she meant was, why don't you ask me out for lunch? I had lunch with the president of Dongyang Bank at noon. Chu Yang said calmly, I also deposited 100 million yuan.
By the way, I saved 100 million? What? Lu Yuqing's little mouth became a zero shape. Is it easy to save 100 million now? It's just a small matter.
Chu Yang didn't feel anything about the 100 million. The main thing is the subsequent investment, which is the key to whether he can save 10 billion.
Brother Chu, what do you want to buy? I can help you choose.
Lu Yuqing said this while looking around and paying attention to each store. Although she had been here shopping before, the things here were too expensive, so she just looked around. I was wondering if there was anywhere I could get a cure for my old cold legs. Chu Yang glanced at Lu Yuqing's eye-catching long legs and spoke slowly.
You are the one who has cold legs.
Lu Yuqing muttered softly, but she was smiling in her heart. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a store. Chu Yang pointed at the sign and said, Balenciaga, specializing in treating cold legs in adolescent girls aged 18-22, with a long history.
I don't believe it. You are lying to little girls.
Lu Yuqing raised her eyebrows and said with a smile.
I never lie. Come on, I'll take you in and try it out. As soon as the two stepped into the door of Balenciaga, a waiter came over. Good afternoon, sir and madam, welcome to Balenciaga. What products of ours are you interested in? Show her.
Xu Yang said that he had no interest in these luxury goods and took out his cell phone to see if there was any information from the bank.
Okay, sir, you can go over there and take a rest. Madam, let's go to the second floor.
There are all new styles there.
The waiter bent down and gestured for you to come in.
Xu Yang found a place to sit down and looked at his phone. Soon, Lu Yuqing came down carrying several large bags of things. It seems that Brother Chu is very experienced.
The effect of these stockings is really good.
Lu Yuqing's words had hidden meaning. Xu Yang's move had brought trouble to countless girls. Xu Yang disagreed and said, "Do you think I would take her out to buy things just because she's a girl?"
Huh, I don't believe it. Lu Yuqing said mischievously. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Have you made your choice? Are these enough? Xu Yang asked. That's enough.
Lu Yuqing felt tired just from carrying these large bags.
Waiter, pay the bill. Xu Yang stood up and said. Hello sir, the total is 84,000 yuan. The waiter put the clothes in a bag and brought it over. 84,000? Xu Yang muttered, isn't this too cheap?
His rebate card only has 3 chances a day, and he can only get a few cents out of the 80,000. When the waiter heard this, his face immediately turned black.
He thought, he must have been busy for so long, maybe this guy is a poor guy and can't afford it. Swipe the card. Xu Yang handed over the bank card. Supreme Gold card? The waitress was secretly shocked when she saw it.
Fortunately, she had just kept her composure, otherwise she would have offended a big customer. This Supreme Gold card is the highest level card of Dongyang Bank. At such an age, he can get a Supreme Gold card right away.
It is so enviable. After the waiter swiped the POS machine, he handed it over. Sir, here's your card. Also, you can leave your address, and we will send someone to deliver it to your residence. Go ahead. Xu Yang responded and motioned for Lu Yuqing to fill in the address.
Go look at other places, no need to save money for me. After saying that, Xu Yang walked out of the store and headed somewhere else. The amount of consumption this time is really too small, and I guess the rebate won't be much.
Xu Yang's words made Lu Yuqing pause for a moment.
A few sets of underwear cost nearly 100,000 yuan.
This was really the upper limit of her spending. How could someone make such an unreasonable request? Suddenly, the system prompt sounded.
Congratulations to the host for successfully using the consumer rebate card and obtaining a 50-fold rebate.
The system rewards you with 4.2 million yuan in cash. Chapter 64, Girlfriend is girlfriend, wife is wife. The number of rebate cards remaining today, 2.
As expected, only 4.2 million was too little.
Go buy something here. Xu Yan looked at the LV store and said. Okay. Lu Yuqing smiled and said. The two of them walked in immediately. A waiter came forward and asked, what do you two need? Which is the most expensive bag you have here? Xu Yang asked.
When the waiter heard this, he looked at Xu Yang and his eyes lit up. Without saying a word, he directly asked for the most expensive bag.
He must be a big customer. Hello, sir.
The most expensive item in the store right now is a Hermes Himalayan crocodile leather platinum diamond buckle, which is priced at 1.8 million Chinese yuan.
The shopping guide introduced. Wrap that one up first, and then look at the others. Xu Yang said calmly.
Okay sir, please follow me, this is the bag area. The two followed the shopping guide and saw a whole wall of bags. Please look, this column contains all our new LV styles.
The shopping guide introduced. Brother Chu, which one do you think is more suitable for me?
Lu Yuqing asked. She found every bag here quite nice.
If you can't pick the ones you like, then I'll take them all. Xu Yang said calmly. Hard to choose? Then don't choose. There is no such thing as difficulty in making a choice. Money cures all diseases.
Yes, sir. The shopping guide's expression immediately became surprised.
She wanted all the bags and could make a lot of commission. After a while, all the bags were packed.
The shopping guide came over and looked at Xu Yang more respectfully and said, Sir, your things are packed.
The total consumption is 2.4 million.
Swipe the card.
Without further ado, Chu Yang handed over the bank card.
When the shopping guide saw that it was a Supreme Gold card, the smile on his face became even wider.
A big customer is a big customer.
She has been working as a shopping guide for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen the Supreme Gold card. After swiping the card, the shopping guide handed the card over and said with a smile, "Sir, your total consumption is 2.4 million. Our store can provide you with door-to-door delivery service. You only need to leave your address."
Go write the address.
Chu Yang nodded, then turned his gaze to Lu Yuqing.
Lu Yuqing hurried over and left the address of her school.
Chu Yang put away the bank card and immediately received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the consumer rebate card and obtaining a 20-fold rebate.
The system rewards you with 48 million yuan in cash. 48 million in hand, not bad. Anything else you want to buy? Chu Yang asked calmly. No more.
Lu Yuqing quickly refused. Just going shopping, I spent more than 3 million. She would never have dared to think about it before.
Do you have a driver's license? Chu Yang asked.
Yes, Brother Chu, I have taken the exam for several years.
Lu Yuqing replied with a smile.
She took the driving test right after entering college.
That's fine, let's go buy you a car. Chu Yang said, this will make it more convenient for you to travel. Brother Chu, this.
Before Lu Yuqing finished speaking, she looked at Chu Yang's irresistible gaze and immediately changed her tone. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Chu. At the same time, she was secretly looking forward to it. I spend so much money on bags, how much will I spend on a car?
Soon, the two arrived at the auto city near Guojin. Hello, both of you. What kind of car would you like to buy?
A female shopping guide came forward and asked. Just take a look and see if there are any cars suitable for girls to drive. Chu Yang had no idea about cars, so he didn't know which car to choose for Lu Yuqing.
Any price requirements? Chu Yang looked at Lu Yuqing and asked, do you have any favorite cars? Lu Yuqing replied, everything is up to you.
Chu Yang made the decision directly, within 10 million, the more expensive the better.
The amount of money doesn't matter.
Anyway, he gets rebates on his purchases. As for why it wasn't said to be over 10 million, I guess the 4S stores don't even have such a car.
Okay. Please follow me.
When the shopping guide heard this, he immediately perked up, made a gesture of invitation, and took Chu Yang and the others directly to the supercar area. Then she pointed at the red sports car in front of her and said, you two, let me introduce it to you. This is a Porsche 911, a model with a classic design, rich models, large selection space, and equipped with.
Just quote the price.
Chu Yang said calmly, of course the more expensive the car is, the better. As long as the price goes up, the interior and exterior will naturally go up as well.
Yes, sir.
The shopping guide looked at Chu Yang with some surprise. She had been in this business for more than 10 years, but this was the first time she had seen such an extravagant way of buying a car. But then, he still looked at Chu Yang respectfully and said, this Porsche 911 is priced at 1.27 million.
It's too cheap.
Chu Yang replied that with just this 1 million, he probably wouldn't be able to make much money using the rebate card.
What about this car, sir? It's an Audi R8.
The price is 2.25 million, and the top model is 2.78 million.
But you have to wait a while before you can pick up the top model.
The shopping guide continued to introduce other cars.
Do you have a car in stock? Money is not a problem.
Chu Yang still felt that it would be more comfortable to pick up the car on the spot. Sir, the most expensive car we have in stock right now is the Ferrari 488 Spider, which is priced at 5.6 million. The shopping guide said, and then took them to the area where the car was.
She even felt that this car might not satisfy Chu Yang.
That's it, sir.
Following the direction of the shopping guide's finger, a pure white, angular supercar appeared before my eyes.
Chu Yang looked at her for a few seconds, then turned to Lu Yuqing and asked, how is it?
Do you like it?
As long as it's chosen by Brother Chu, I like it. In fact, Lu Yuqing was planning to just buy a BBA worth a few $100,000 or $1 million and drive it.
Now there's a supercar worth more than 4 million, how could she not like it?
Then this one, swiped the card. Chu Yang took out the Supreme Gold card and handed it to the female shopping guide without any ambiguity. The female shopping guide took the gold card with some surprise. Before, other people would ask a lot of questions when buying a car. Especially for this kind of supercar, the questions are even more detailed. This sponsor was quite generous and solved the problem by just swiping his card. More than 4 million, without even blinking an eye.
Yes, sir, please wait a moment. The shopping guide responded respectfully, saying that buying a luxury car is not like buying clothes, and the handover procedures are indeed a bit troublesome. Afterwards, the shopping guide took Lu Yuqing to go through the formalities.
Congratulations to the host for successfully using the consumer rebate card and obtaining a 10-fold rebate. The system rewards you with 56 million yuan in cash.
Really nice. Today's 2 rebates reached 100 million yuan. The system finally favored him. Soon, Lu Yuqing drove out.
6 p.m., Apollo International Hotel. Lu Yuqing leaned against Chu Yang, her face flushed. Chu Yang stroked Lu Yuqing's hair and said, "You will be my woman from now on." When Lu Yuqing heard Chu Yang say this, her pretty face turned even redder. In fact, she is not that kind of casual woman, otherwise she would have gone out with other rich fans in the live broadcast room before meeting Chu Yang. But she didn't expect that after meeting Chu Yang, she didn't know why, but she felt that the man in front of her had a special magical power.
Let her be fascinated. Oh, what are you talking about? It's so embarrassing.
Lu Yuqing's voice was very low, and after she finished speaking, she hid in Chu Yang's arms.
Why, you don't want to?
Chu Yang burst into laughter immediately.
No, no.
Lu Yuqing shook her head repeatedly, but buried her face even deeper. Chu Yang smiled playfully, glanced at Lu Yuqing, and immediately her information page popped up.
Lu Yuqing's heart rate actually reached 90. Really?
Chu Yang grinned, turned over, and quickly lifted the quilt on the bed.
Until night falls. After comforting Lu Yuqing in the hotel, Chu Yang took a taxi to Jiangshui Huading.
As soon as I stepped into the villa, I saw Zhao Lei practicing yoga in the spacious hall.
Chapter 65 Give girls all over the world a home.
Chu Yang's eyes widened as he stared at her. She was simply a beauty on earth.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back.
Zhao Lei laughed, stood up and ran towards Chu Yang, the 2 lumps on her chest also floating up and down. I've been doing some serious work these past 2 days. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he lay down on the sofa. Zhao Lei leaned behind him and massaged his shoulders.
Are you talking about the serious business? Are you talking about the little sister outside? You look listless now.
There was a strong hint of jealousy in Zhao Lei's tone, and then she used force with her hands to pinch Chu Yang's flesh heavily.
Hiss.
Chu Yang felt the pain, grabbed Zhao Lei's hand, pulled her to the sofa, and said, "I'm full of energy."
Humph, I don't think you have a lot of energy.
Zhao Lei teased, but a blush appeared on her face.
Then let's try it.
Chu Yang burst into laughter, picked up Zhao Lei by the waist, and walked towards the bedroom.
Good time management comes second. The most important thing is to be in good health. Half an hour later.
In the bedroom, on the super luxurious king-size bed.
It seems that I have wronged you, but this time it's too powerful.
Zhao Lei lay on Chu Yang's chest and spoke in a soft voice.
This is just the beginning. You will suffer in the future.
Chu Yang stroked her hair and smiled.
Humph, I don't believe it.
Zhao Lei patted his chest and said. By the way, I like the location of the cafe.
It's right in the city center. It might be a little expensive. Just be happy, don't save money for me.
Chu Yang and Zhao Lei looked at each other and said lovingly. After all, you have a stake in this business, so the more you can save on site selection, the better.
Zhao Lei thought about it and said. It's okay. Are you worried that I don't have money?
Chu Yang smiled and shook his head, and there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Lei. Then, Chu Yang glanced at Zhao Lei. All of Zhao Lei's information was also displayed.
Zhao Lei. Age, 23. Stamina, 76. Heart rate, 99. Physical condition, good. Hobbies, fitness, coffee.
Chu Yang didn't expect that Zhao Lei's love for him actually reached 99.
I wonder what will happen if it reaches 100. After Zhao Lei has had a good rest. Chu Yang personally cooked dinner for Zhao Lei. The next day.
When Chu Yang got up, he found that Zhao Lei was gone. He washed up and was about to go out for breakfast when he saw soy milk and bread on the table, along with a small note.
The note read, Honey, I'm out for some errands. Breakfast is ready, remember to eat it. She is truly a good wife and a loving mother. Chu Yang smiled and picked up the bread and took a bite.
At this time, the system prompt sounded.
A new day has begun. Would the host like to sign in? Sign in. Xu Yang took a bite of bread and preached. Then, a system prompt sounded.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining one piece of land in Dongyang City. The word details appeared on the pop-up information page, and Xu Yang clicked on it.
Detailed information about the land is displayed.
There are currently 5 unfinished buildings on the land, covering an area of 200,000 square meters, with huge room for appreciation, and the system valuation is 500 million.
Not bad, not bad. Xu Yang's eyes lit up. 500 million. That's a lot of money. Bite. Then, a message came on Xu Yang's phone.
Dear Mr. Chu, the documents for the land in Dongyang City that you purchased have been processed.
The relevant departments have issued the relevant documents.
Please check them carefully. Later, not long after finishing breakfast, Xu Yang, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly heard his cell phone ring.
It was Zhang Lei calling. After the call was connected, Zhang Lei's voice came from inside.
Third brother, did you forget that the first draft of the paper is due today?
It's only half an hour away. Have you finished it?
Don't worry, I have a way to solve it.
Xu Yang answered slowly.
After hanging up the phone, he walked into the huge dressing room and the master bedroom. Inside were all the clothes Zhao Lei bought for him when she was shopping. After changing his clothes, he was about to go out.
The doorbell rang. Xu Yang opened the door and saw a man in a blue courier uniform.
Hello, are you Mr. Xu Yang?
Right. Xu Yang nodded.
The courier handed the package over and said, I'm from Fengshan Express, this is your package. Xu Yang signed and took the package. He took out the supercar key, left the villa, and sat in the driver's seat of Koenigsegg. Inside the car, Xu Yang opened the package and took a look. As expected, it was the property certificate of the land.
This is really efficient.
After putting the ownership certificate aside with a smile, Xu Yang started the Koenigsegg and drove directly to the school.
Just arrived at the school gate.
Xu Yang's luxurious Koenigsegg attracted the students' attention. Many students looked at the scene with envy and took out their cell phones to take pictures again and again. Although Xu Yang's Koenigsegg had previously exploded on the campus network, not many people had actually seen it with their own eyes. This kind of luxury car worth tens of millions is really rare. After parking the car in the parking lot, Xu Yang took the property ownership certificate and went to the school's teacher's office building. There were 2 or 3 girls following behind him. Taking advantage of the time when Xu Yang entered the office building, he rushed to him. One of the girls looked at Xu Yang with a smile and said, Senior, I have liked you for a long time.
Can you add a contact number?
Sorry, Senior has someone he likes. Xu Yang smiled helplessly. If it were the case before, he might have agreed. But he is now.
The thing that is most lacking is women.
This junior high school girl who hasn't graduated yet is not his type.
All right.
The schoolgirl lowered her head in disappointment and walked towards her sisters. Arriving at the office door, Xu Yang knocked.
Come in. A voice came from inside. This air conditioner is really bad at cooling, and the college didn't even bother to replace it.
Xu Yang pushed the door open and heard the counselor complain. There were many junior students helping the teacher. When they saw Xu Yang, a strange look flashed across their eyes.
The most popular person in the school right now is Xu Yang in front of us. Xu Yang, you came just in time. Your thesis advisor said that you haven't submitted your thesis yet.
When the counselor saw Xu Yang coming over, he quickly said, You don't even pay attention to your own affairs. Xu Yang smiled calmly and said, I was delayed because of something I had to do.
Is it important to have a paper no matter what you do?
The instructor gave Xu Yang a reproachful look, but her tone was very light. She had also heard a little about what had happened to her student at school recently. Xu Yang curled his lips casually and said with a smile, Nothing, just went to get a piece of land.
Chapter 66 Just took a piece of land. Express delivery?
You are so careless. You are still picking up a package at this hour.
The counselor said. Instructor, let's not talk about this for now. Actually, I didn't come here today for the thesis. Xu Yang explained.
What's up?
The counselor looked up at Xu Yang.
I plan to donate 100 million to the school. Xu Yang looked at the counselor seriously and continued, If the school needs it, I can also help replace the air conditioner.
Are you kidding me?
The counselor widened his eyes in surprise. Judging from what happened in the past few days, Chu Yang's family should be very rich.
However, 100 million is not a small amount. Coach, I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Chu Yang smiled. 100 million is really not a lot for him now. The instructor's expression was somewhat complicated.
After thinking for a few seconds, he stood up from his chair and said to Chu Yang in a relaxed tone,
"This matter is of great importance. I'll take you to the dean's office first. You'd better not joke with me like this." Then, she looked at the document in Chu Yang's hand and asked casually, "Is that the express delivery you received? What did you buy?" "Nothing."
Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's just taking a piece of land." Then he handed the property ownership certificate in his hand to the counselor.
The counselor's heart skipped a beat.
When she saw the land area was 200,000 square meters, her eyes widened.
Then he said with some surprise, "You mean this piece of land? What else?" Chu Yang asked back. "You?" For a moment, the counselor didn't know what to say. But now she believes it. Chu Yang's statement of donating 100 million yuan should not be a joke. Arrived at the dean's office. "Hello, Dean Huang, there is something I want to tell you."
The counselor stood beside the dean and said, with some excitement in his tone,
"What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the thesis?"
Dean Huang glanced at the counselor and asked, "No, Dean, this student said he wants to donate 100 million to our school."
The counselor turned sideways, glanced at Chu Yang and said, Donate 100 million?
Dean Huang's hand that was waving the mouse suddenly stopped.
Donate 100 million?
Over the years, there have been outstanding alumni who donated 100 million yuan to the school. But a student who is about to graduate?
Not likely.
Dean Huang, I believe Chu Yang still has this ability.
The counselor looked at Dean Huang's somewhat surprised expression and added, "Chu Yang?"
After hearing the name Chu Yang, Dean Huang remembered what happened some time ago. Smashing luxury cars and driving supercars caused quite a stir among teachers. So, this student can be considered a rich second generation.
Then his expression became a little serious. "Student Chu Yang, are you kidding?" "No."
Chu Yang shook his head and continued, "Dean Huang, if you don't believe me, you can go to Dongyang Bank to check. I have the money in Dongyang Bank now. I think with your ability, it shouldn't be a big problem for you to check on a student like me."
"Okay, you guys sit down first."
Dean Huang nodded, then made a phone call and walked out.
After a while, Dean Huang walked in with a smile on his face. "Student Chu Yang, you are really promising at a young age." Dean Huang laughed heartily. "President Huang, thank you for your compliment." Chu Yang also laughed. "Okay, I understand. However, we still need to hold a meeting to discuss your donation. But don't worry, the school will never mistreat outstanding alumni who have made contributions to the school."
Dean Huang's face was full of smiles, and he slowly said, "It's getting late, why don't we have a meal together?"
Listen to Dean Huang. Chu Yang agreed.
Being able to be the head of a hospital, he must have some means and strength, and he might be able to help in the future.
"Okay, let's go,"
Dean Huang said with a smile.
Soon, the three of them arrived at Dongyang Hotel. This hotel is the best in the area.
Many high-ranking officials and wealthy children come here to consume.
"Chu Yang, sit here."
Arriving in the private room, Dean Huang moved out a chair and said with a smile,
"Good." Chu Yang nodded and sat down.
"Waiter, take your order."
Dean Huang shouted after he sat down. Soon, the waiter brought the menu and asked, "Sir, what would you like to eat?" "Chu Yang, is there anything you like to eat?" Dean Huang looked at Chu Yang and asked. "Just keep an eye on it, Dean. I'm fine with whatever I want." Chu Yang replied. "Okay, let's have an abalone."
After ordering the dishes, Dean Huang handed the menu to the waiter. At this time, the counselor poured tea for the two of them.
"Come, Chu Yang, let me offer you a drink. I have some work to do this afternoon and can't drink alcohol, so I'll have tea instead." As he spoke, Dean Huang raised the teacup.
The counselor also stood up and raised his teacup. "Chu Yang, I'll toast you too."
Chu Yang smiled and stood up to clink glasses. After a while, all the dishes were served.
"By the way, Chu Yang, with the 100 million you donated, do you want to simply help the school, or do you want to set up a campus fund?" Dean Huang handed Chu Yang a pair of chopsticks and asked. I decided to set up a Chuyang campus fund to reward some outstanding students. Chu Yang said that if it was just a donation of 100 million, it wouldn't be of much help to the school. However, establishing a fund can not only help students who are truly in need, but also, by making it bigger and stronger in the future, it can enhance the school's reputation in a certain way. The most important thing, of course, is that he can continuously obtain fame points from this foundation.
Your idea is not bad. I will bring this up at the school's senior management discussion meeting. Dean Huang thought for a moment and nodded. However, Dean, can I make a small request? Chu Yang took a bite of food and said jokingly, can I stop writing my thesis? You're not going to write the paper anymore? How much have you written? Dean Huang asked a few questions in succession while he was halfway through his meal. If writing a name counts, then he should have written it. At this time, the counselor joked that Chu Yang had no intention of submitting his paper today, so how could he have written it? Chu Yang listened and did not refute. He just looked at Dean Huang and smiled awkwardly. Good boy. Dean Huang laughed, looked at Chu Yang with a playful smile and said, you didn't donate to the school just to avoid writing a paper, did you? No. Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly. How can I tell others my true thoughts like this? He just wanted to contribute to the school. Chapter 67 Fitness Personal Training. After finishing his meal, Chu Yang returned to his dormitory alone. After opening the door of the dormitory, he looked at the three people who were eating and shouted, Sons, Daddy is back. Go to hell, where did you go to do bad things again? As Zhang Lei spoke, some rice grains came out of his mouth. Do I look like that kind of person? Chu Yang looked at him with disdain. Couldn't he do something good? At this time, the second in the dormitory looked at the news on his phone, turned around and looked at the other people in the dormitory and said, Oh my god. Check out the Dongyang financial news. A wealthy man bought a piece of land with an unfinished building. It must cost hundreds of millions. What a bunch of hundreds of millions. I know about that unfinished building. I estimate it's only worth tens of millions. Who would buy that piece of land for a few $100 million? Zhang Lei said this, and then continued, but it's really stupid. Even if this unfinished building wants to be redeveloped, it will have to invest hundreds of millions of dollars to deal with the disputes over the land. Who would be stupid enough to buy that piece of land and fantasize that it will continue to be developed? Indeed, I am an old leak. The youngest echoed. I bought this land. Listening to their discussion, Chu Yang spoke slowly. What? You kid? The leak emperor. The three people in the dormitory said this in surprise. They all thought Chu Yang was mentally ill. This is all free money. This is not ghost money. Chu Yang actually bought an unfinished building? Is this how rich people build things? Chu Yang, you'd better find a way to sell this land as soon as possible. Zhang Lei said with some concern that Chu Yang had just arrived and was new to the country, so he didn't know much about this aspect. But he has been influenced by these things since he was a child, so he is relatively familiar with them. It's okay, Lei Zi, when have I ever been wrong? Chu Yang patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder and said, okay, to celebrate my acquisition of this piece of land, everyone please go and have some fun. Hey, Mr. Chu, where are we going? The second brother hadn't even eaten yet, he hurried over and said with a flattering look on his face. If you want a massage, go wherever there is a regular one. Chu Yang deliberately stretched out the word regular and said slowly. Oh. Speaking of formality, I understand it best. The second brother said something meaningful, with a vulgar look in his eyes. Since the second brother is good at it, let's go, brothers? Chu Yang glanced at them and asked. Zhang Lei was still a little conflicted, but after seeing Chu Yang's confident expression, he didn't say much. After the three of them finished lunch, the group left the school. Donyang Trade Plaza. A Bentley slowly drove into the parking lot. After parking the car, the four of them walked into the commercial plaza. There are towering buildings everywhere, people coming and going, especially the young lady wearing black stockings, who is too eye-catching. There are so many beautiful girls here. Zhang Lei looked at the long legs coming and going, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. Young Master Zhang, are you still short of beautiful women? Chu Yang laughed cheerfully. Come on, no matter how rich I am, I can't be as rich as you. Zhang Lei waved his hand, and then saw a girl handing out flyers on the street, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, Chu Yang, look, the girl handing out flyers is pretty good. It seems to be good. Chu Yang followed Zhang Lei's gaze and looked over. She looks clean and a bit pure.
The other two looked at it and nodded.
While a few people were still discussing, the girl actually walked over here. Hello, handsome guys, do you know anything about swimming and fitness? No. Zhang Lei and others shook their heads.
At this time, Chu Yang looked at the girl and smiled, okay. Ever since he swallowed the super energy capsule, he has not yet fully adapted to the body strengthening effects it brought.
I really need to go to the gym and exercise. Oh yo? Zhang Lei and the others looked at Chu Yang with a strange look in their eyes. They said quickly, we'll leave first. Just remember to come and pay the bill later. If you can't come, you can transfer the money.
In the 4 years they have shared the same dormitory, they have never seen Chu Yang interested in fitness. But I have to say, this young lady handing out flyers is really good.
Come on, take me up there to have a look. Chu Yang said to the girl. Yes, sir, please follow me. The girl said this with a smile and led the way.
Soon, the elevator reached the 8th floor and the two came to the new power gym.
Sir, please come in.
The girl stretched out her right hand and said respectfully.
Chu Yang walked to the front desk.
There were many instruments placed in the spacious hall.
People come and go, the men are all muscular and the women have curvy figures.
Suddenly, Chu Yang's attention was attracted by a woman walking towards him. The woman came closer and closer, her fragrant body scent filled the air, and her pink tights outlined her perfect curves. She has no makeup on, but her facial features are delicate and her figure sways when she walks. When the woman saw Chu Yang, she smiled at him officially and then walked away.
Watching the woman leave, Chu Yang asked the girl handing out flyers, is she your personal trainer? The girl handing out flyers nodded repeatedly, yes, Coach Wu is a senior personal trainer in our gym.
Well, I'll give her 100 private lessons.
Chu Yang said.
I'm sorry, sir, Coach Wu doesn't accept private training for men.
The flyer girl replied quickly.
In the past, many men wanted to subscribe to Coach Wu's classes, but after she tried a few classes, she cancelled all her requests. She then announced in the store that she would no longer accept classes from male members.
The reason behind this is unknown.
The store manager once advised her to take classes with male members, but it didn't work. After that, I never heard of her taking classes from other male members.
200 sections. Chu Yang said calmly.
He didn't care how much these private lessons cost, because to him, it was just small money.
But this personal trainer is very smooth. It suits his taste very well. You have to find a coach anyway. Aren't female personal trainers happier than male personal trainers?
Sir, this is not a question of the number of sessions. The girl explained that 200 classes was already a lot, but Coach Wu had refused before.
So she couldn't agree to it privately. 500 sections. Chu Yang added hundreds of classes without hesitation.
In this world, except for life and death, almost 99% of things can be solved with money.
If it can't be solved, it's because there's not enough money. 500?
The girl at the front desk was very surprised. You know, Coach Wu charges 399 Chinese yuan for one lesson, and 500 lessons would cost nearly 200,000 yuan.
This is not a small amount of money. Half of the commission is nearly 100,000.
If she were Coach Wu, she would definitely accept it. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll go ask the store manager for instructions. The girl paused, said something, and then hurried to the backstage. It is reasonable to report such matters to the store manager. Soon, a man and a woman came out of the store manager's office.
Hello, sir. I am the manager of this gym. What should I call you?
The store manager quickly walked up to Chu Yang, speaking in a very respectful tone.
500 private lessons, this is definitely a huge achievement.
It's rare to have such a big customer in recent years.
Chu Yang. Chu Yang replied. Hello, Mr. Chu. Are you sure you want to subscribe to Coach Wu's 500 private lessons? The store manager asked next. What else? Chu Yang asked back.
His tone was very calm, but he had an attitude of being determined to win.
200,000 to buy some time with the most beautiful woman. Worth it. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll buy you a lesson now.
The store manager readily agreed, then walked to the front desk and said with a smile, Mr. Chu, since you purchased a large number of courses, our store will give you a top diamond card, which can enjoy our store.
Okay, swipe the card.
Chu Yang took out his bank card without saying a word. When the store manager saw that it was a Supreme Gold card, his pupils shrank suddenly. After quickly completing the business for Chu Yang, he respectfully handed the Supreme Gold card back to Chu Yang. Then he quickly asked, "Are you taking the class now, or when will it start?" Chu Yang took the card and replied, "Try it for a while. I have other things to do later." Chapter 68, The Poor Child, An Unexpected Gain at the Gym. "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go and notify Coach Wu." After saying that, the store manager walked towards the private trainer rest area. Soon, Coach Wu came out. She looked a little depressed, but when she walked in front of Chu Yang, a bright smile appeared on her face again. "Hello, Mr. Chu. My name is Wu Shiyun, and I will be your personal trainer at New Power in the future. Then please give me more guidance in the future, Coach Wu." Chu Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Looking at her from such a close distance, Coach Wu was even more beautiful and charming. "Mr. Chu, since this is your first visit to our new powerhouse, and you will be busy later, we will first test your body data today so that I can make a training schedule for you." Wu Shiyun handed the form in his hand to Chu Yang. Chu Yang took the form, took a look at it, nodded and said, "No problem." Afterwards, the two came to a small office in the gym. Among them, there are equipment specifically for testing body fat and various body data. It didn't take long for the data about Chu Yang's body to be detected. Wu Shiyun looked at the data in the table in his hand, took a deep breath, and a wave of excitement instantly rose in his heart. Chu Yang's physical data are all top-notch. And it's also very balanced. With such physical data, you can maintain it perfectly even if you don't exercise in the gym, you can just do some exercises at home. Chu Yang looked at Wu Shiyun's expression. He probably knew what was going on. After taking the super energy capsule, his physical condition has improved greatly. It is normal for the value to be several times higher than that of ordinary people. However, he still smiled and asked, "What? Is there a problem?" When Wu Shiyun heard this, he instantly cried out in his heart. "There is a problem. Big problem. This doesn't make sense." However, she quickly calmed down her excitement and replied, "Mr. Chu, your physical fitness is better than all the coaches in our gym. You don't need to exercise at all. A good body requires professional training to maintain, doesn't it?" Chu Yan looked at her and joked. "Mr. Chu is right." Wu Shiyun smiled and nodded. "Do you want to exercise today? If you want, you can temporarily familiarize yourself with the equipment in our gym." Chu Yang replied, "I have something else to do today, so forget it. I'll come to see you next time." "Okay, Mr. Chu." Wu Shiyun smiled and nodded, and continued, "Then send me a message in advance next time you come, and I will arrange a class time for you. I will also prepare the recipe and send it to you on WeChat. You can just eat according to the diet on it when the time comes." "Okay, let's add WeChat first." Chu Yang smiled, took out his cell phone, and easily added Wu Shiyun's WeChat. Her WeChat profile picture is a photo of her working out in the gym. Wearing tight yoga clothes, with a delicate face and a hot body. Especially that pair of well-proportioned and straight long legs, which are simply the best legs ever. After the WeChat message was approved, Chu Yang said goodbye to Wu Shiyun. When he reached the gym entrance, Chu Yang's face was still full of smiles. "Originally, I just wanted to find a gym to make some transition. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain." Then he walked to the front desk, looked at the receptionist and asked, "Beauty, didn't your coach Wu stop accepting men's classes before? Why is he accepting them now?" Although the charm of money is indeed great. But he was also very curious. Why did Wu Shiyun, who had never accepted classes from boys before, change her attitude today? The receptionist quickly explained, "Mr. Chu, you don't know that Coach Wu's family situation is not very good. He seems to be in urgent need of money recently. He took your class because you may have given too much." Most of the staff at their gym are well aware of Wu Shiyun's situation. Chu Yang nodded after some thought. Then he took out his phone, looked at the girl at the front desk and said, "Let's add each other on WeChat. If you have any questions, we can chat directly on WeChat. There's nothing wrong with caring about your personal trainer, right?" "Okay, Mr. Chu." The girl quickly took out her cell phone. She knew it would be a good thing to work for such a rich man. As for what to talk about when adding WeChat, she probably has an idea in her mind. Many rich second generations have come to their gym to target Wu Shiyun. But most of them ended up in vain.
After adding WeChat,
Xu Yang left the gym and came to the massage club on the 16th floor.
Zhang Lei and the others didn't wait for him and just enjoyed themselves.
Xu Yang also took on a project. While enjoying the massage service of the good-looking technician next to me, I picked up my phone and sent a message to the front desk of the gym. Can you tell me more about Coach Wu? First tell me about her family situation?
Soon, the phone returned a message.
Okay, Mr. Chu, let me first tell you about Coach Wu's family situation. Her father died early, and she only has a mother and a brother. However, her brother is uneducated and owes a lot of money from gambling. Every time he calls, he asks Coach Wu for money. In addition to working in the gym, she also has several part-time jobs.
It's quite hard.
Xu Yang stared at the screen and raised his eyebrows. It seems that she is also a miserable girl.
Real-life version of Voldemort?
Then he typed out a string of words.
I see.
Then he exited the chat interface and looked through some pictures of bags on the internet. Finally, I picked out a photo of a suitably priced LV bag and sent it to him, with a message, I think this bag is quite suitable for you, so I'll give it to you.
Then I directly transferred 50,000 yuan via WeChat.
50,000 yuan now is just a drop in the bucket compared to his current net worth.
The other side.
Seeing the 50,000 yuan that Xu Yang handed over, the girl at the front desk's eyes widened immediately, and she quickly replied, Thank you, Mr. Chu. If Coach Wu has any problems in the future, I will tell you the first time. The rich people's way of expressing gratitude is really rude and efficient.
Unfortunately,
Xu Yang didn't tea like her.
In the evening, Xu Yang returned to Jiangshui Huading.
As soon as he reached the door, Zhao Lei opened it.
My dear, you are back.
Zhao Lei looked at Xu Yang with a smile on her face.
Miss me?
Xu Yang walked into the room, smiling as he took off his coat.
Humph, I don't miss you.
Zhao Lei took the coat and said proudly.
By the way, why didn't you practice yoga today?
Xu Yang chuckled and glanced at Zhao Lei. The image of Zhao Lei practicing yoga appeared in his mind.
I couldn't help but swallow.
Zhao Lei saw Xu Yang's expression, as if he wanted to eat her, and asked shyly, Have you finished practicing?
Have you eaten yet? Don't be in a hurry to eat.
Let me check how well you've practiced. As he said that, Xu Yang picked up Zhao Lei.
Chapter 69 President Liu is shocked. Big news in Dongyang City.
Hate. Zhao Lei waved her little fist and punched Xu Yang in the chest.
The next day,
after eating the loving breakfast made by Zhao Lei at home, the two went to the IFC building together.
Zhao Lei's cafe is located in this location. There is a lot of traffic, so it can be regarded as a prime location. The store is still under renovation. Come on, I'll see if I can help.
Xu Yang took Zhao Lei's hand and prepared to walk into the coffee shop which was under renovation. Zhao Lei pursed her lips and said, No need, husband, just walk around here.
There's a lot of dust over there because they're renovating. I'll just keep an eye on it. I'll come and have lunch with you at noon. Xu Yang heard it. I thought that I didn't really know much about this stuff.
I may have been more of a hindrance than a help in the past, so I shook my head and smiled.
Okay, you go ahead and do your work, I'll just take a stroll.
Zhao Lei said kissed Xu Yang on the face, and walked towards the cafe. Xu Yang smiled as he watched Zhao Lei leave.
After thinking for a few seconds, he turned around and left.
After strolling around the street for a few times, he found a bookstore.
Wandered around in the bookstore.
When he came out, there was already an extra book in Xu Yang's hand.
Value Investing. A foreign investment book. It records many cases of successful or failed investments by foreign investment tycoons. Learning is something that never ends.
As the levels of exposure became more and more diverse, his personal knowledge level could no longer keep up with the new things he was receiving.
It's always a good idea to read more books. In particular, he will also be involved in investment matters later.
It is particularly important to read books and learn from experience in this area.
We can learn from history and correct our behavior.
By learning from others, we can understand our gains and losses.
After leaving the bookstore,
Xu Yang sat down in the Starbucks opposite his own coffee shop and ordered a latte. With the lingering aroma of coffee, he quietly flipped through the book he bought from the bookstore at the wooden table by the window. This period of time is still too impetuous.
Need to recharge. There are many people coming and going in the coffee shop, including many beautiful women.
Xu Yang's position was not conspicuous, But everyone who came in couldn't help but look at Chu Yang a few more times. He is wearing a pair of glasses. He was looking at a book, looking very gentle and refined. Especially the watches worth millions of dollars are particularly conspicuous in the eyes of some discerning young girls. However, not many people dare to come up and chat with me. Because even if Chu Yang was just sitting there quietly, the aura emanating from his body was enough to scare away many people. This is why most beautiful girls may not have boyfriends. Because they perform so well. So excellent that no one dares to pursue it. Chu Yang became absorbed in watching, and soon it was noon. Finally, a well-dressed woman holding a cup of coffee came towards him step by step, sat in front of him in a familiar manner and said with a smile, "Handsome man, are you alone?" Chu Yang didn't even close the book and glanced at the girl. About 80 points. If it were in the past, if a girl like this came over to chat with him, he might have been a little tempted. But now. In front there is Zhao Lei, and behind there are beauties like Lu Yuqing and Wu Shiyun. He has long been immune to pretty girls. Chu Yang didn't waste any words. He pointed to the coffee shop outside the window that was being renovated and asked with a smile, "Do you see the coffee shop across the street? What's up, handsome guy, do you want to invite me to have a drink over there? It's a pity that the coffee shop seems to be under renovation." The girl blinked and said excitedly, "My girlfriend drives that, and I'm waiting for her to get off work." Chu Yang said calmly, then lowered his head to read the book again. Ah! The girl was stunned. This cafe has a great location, and the store fees and rent will start at least 1 million. She looked up at Chu Yang, who was reading a book. After pursing her lips in some hesitation, she finally picked up the coffee cup in frustration and left Chu Yang. The girl left not long ago. A crisp voice rang in Chu Yang's ears. "Have you been waiting for me for a long time?" Zhao Lei sat down and hugged Chu Yang's arm affectionately. "Waiting for you, no matter how long it takes, is not too long." Chu Yang smiled and stroked Zhao Lei's hair, then closed the book in front of him and said with a smile, "How is it, are you done?" "It's done." Zhao Lei was in a good mood, then looked at Chu Yang and said, "You are such a nice person, I don't know how many girls you have deceived. Let's go, I'm in a good mood today, I'll treat you to a good meal." "It's my honor." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. After putting away the book, he took Zhao Lei's hand and left Starbucks. A week later. The decoration of Zhao Lei's coffee shop is almost done. Chu Yang stayed in school for a few days. By the way, he asked Lu Yuqing to come out for a walk. This little girl is quite to Chu Yang's liking. Know your limits and know when to advance and retreat. At least when he was with Zhao Lei, he never received any messages from her. So every time two people meet, Chu Yang would always love her well. It's Sunday. Zhao Lei is resting in the villa. Chu Yang was also resting in the villa, still holding the book value investment in his hand. Same book. When I watched it for the first and second time, I had different feelings each time. At the same time, a big news spread among the high-level officials in Dongyang City. The new leadership team came to Dongyang City to take over. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 things to do, and the first thing this new leader did was to build the Dongyang High-Tech Development Zone. The high-level decision was quickly implemented. The location of the development zone also includes the 200,000 square meters of land owned by Chu Yang. Moreover, Chu Yang's land is located right in the center of the development zone. Many people were excited when they saw this news. After all, this was an opportunity. But some sharp-eyed people thought of the previous incident of a mysterious rich man buying wasteland. They sent some people to find out the information about the mysterious rich man. At the same time, President Liu also saw the news and he could no longer remain calm. He had investigated this land before when it was in the news. The owner is Chu Yang. The land of 200,000 square meters had been abandoned for 7 or 8 years and no one wanted the unfinished building project there. However, it was acquired by Chu Yang in a low-key manner some time before the news came out. Chu Yang has no news. He wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. In this way, he became more and more certain of the idea in his mind. There is definitely something far more complicated behind Chu Yang. Chapter 70 worth 500 million. That afternoon, Chu Yang was sitting on the sofa with Zhao Lei, watching TV and eating fruit. White dragon horse, hooves facing west. The phone rang and Chu Yang picked up the phone. Hello. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Wang Dingbang, director of the Dongyang City Land Bureau. Xu Yang sat up when he heard this and said, "Director Wang, what can I do for you?"
He didn't remember that he knew anyone from the Land Planning Bureau.
However, when he thought about the news about Dongyang City's new land planning that he had seen this morning, he almost figured out the purpose of Director Wang's call.
On the phone, Wang Dingbang smiled and said, "It's like this, Mr. Chu, I want to talk to you about something. Is it convenient for you?" "What's the matter?" Xu Yang continued to ask. "It's about land acquisition."
"Mr. Chu, you have a piece of land in the center of a government development zone, so I want to discuss the use of this land with you,"
Wang Dingbang explained.
If the land in Xu Yang's hands was still in the hands of the housing authority, it could have been expropriated free of charge. But now this piece of land is in Xu Yang's hands.
And there are real estate projects on it.
If the higher-ups want to redevelop this land now, they will have to deal with Xu Yang.
"I see." Xu Yang nodded and replied.
Wang Dingbang continued, "How about this, Mr. Chu? Some things can't be explained clearly over the phone.
If you have time, I'll pick you up and we can find a place to talk. What do you think?"
No, just tell me the address and I'll be there soon."
Xu Yang laughed and complimented. To be honest, he actually didn't want to deal with the people above him.
With someone above you, the road ahead in business is indeed easier.
But the risks are also high.
Xu Yang has also read a lot of books these days, and he probably understands a little bit about it.
Anything linked to the above.
Everything goes smoothly when you leave, but once the size reaches a certain level, it becomes difficult to get out of it safely.
For example, Mr. Ma and his ilk.
However, if it is a purely business exchange, it is not impossible. After all, the land he has is of little use now.
It's better to sell it first and make some money later. Okay, Mr. Chu. After saying that, Wang Dingbang hung up the phone. What's the matter, husband? Who called so early?
Zhao Lei stuffed a grape into Xu Yang's hand and asked.
I'm from the Land Bureau. I have something to discuss with you. Xu Yang chewed the grapes and said. I'm going out for a while. Zhao Lei asked, okay, but what does the Land Bureau want to see you about? Since when did Xu Yang have a connection with the people from the Land Bureau? I bought a piece of land some time ago. Now they are planning a new development zone.
I think the land I bought has increased in value.
Let's go over and discuss the issue of expropriation. Oh, okay. If you want to have dinner tonight, drink less. If you drink too much, I will drive over to pick you up. Zhao Lei didn't ask any more questions.
But in her heart, she still admired Xu Yang's investment vision.
Any piece of land you buy can become a government plan land.
This is such a sharp vision.
Afterwards, Xu Yang received the address sent by Wang Dingbang on his mobile phone.
After changing into a new set of clothes, he drove away in his Bentley. Zhao Lei was standing in the living room, looking at Xu Yang's back as he left through the balcony window.
Her expression gradually became complicated. When I first saw Xu Yang, he still looked like a young child. But now It was becoming increasingly difficult for her to understand.
Before he knew it, he had already started dealing with people at the director level. Soon, Xu Yang arrived at an elegant tea house. Judging from the appearance alone, it does not look high-end, but the interior decoration is still very elegant.
Wang Dingbang was less than 40 years old, with a slightly plump figure. When he saw Xu Yang, he extended his hand and said with a smile, "Please forgive me, Mr. Chu, this is the highest standard of hospitality for people of my level." I understand. Xu Yang nodded repeatedly, shook hands with Wang Dingbang, and the two sat down in the private room of the tea house.
The tea has been prepared long ago. Wang Dingbang poured a cup of tea for Xu Yang and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, I won't beat around the bush." This time the leaders above decided to build a development zone. I believe you also know about this, so the government plans to expropriate the land from you. Xu Yang smiled and nodded, "No problem, I am happy to cooperate with the government."
There is money to be made, why wouldn't he make it? In other words, his current size is not big enough. Otherwise, if this piece of land was in his hands, he might be able to do something with it. Get out now. It's never wrong to make good connections. As for what happens next, we'll talk about it later. Dongyang City is big. However, it is only Dongyang City.
Then I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the government. The government is willing to pay 500 million Chinese yuan for this piece of land.
What do you think?
Of course, there is still room for negotiation.
If it doesn't work, we can discuss it later.
Director Wang pushed up his glasses and showed a businesslike expression, but his tone was still full of smiles.
A wealthy businessman of Chu Yang's level. Even at their level, they should never be underestimated. Especially, he is so young. 500 million? Sure. Xu Yang said softly, if it is sold like this, it will be about the same as the market price. Anyway, this land was given by the system, so he will make as much money as he sells it. When Director Wang heard this, he was a little stunned. Is it that simple? He thought Xu Yang would raise the price and the two of them would negotiate for a long time. Then, he came back to his senses and said with a smile, Mr. Chu is straightforward. Come, to celebrate our pleasant cooperation, I will use tea instead of wine to toast you. It's a pleasure to work with you. After discussing the land acquisition issues, Wang Dingbang left first. After all, investing 500 million yuan to acquire land is no small matter, and there are many procedures to go through. There are some things that he, as the director, cannot be absent from. However, Wang Dingbang didn't leave for long. Soon, another call came to Chu Yang's cell phone. He looked and saw that it was a call from Lu Dong. Then he answered the phone and said with a smile, President Lu, what's the matter? Mr. Chu, this is the case. I brought a business friend with me and I want to talk to you. Is it convenient for you now? Convenient, I'm just having tea outside, the address is. We're nearby, coming right up. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang crossed his legs and drank tea while looking at the scenery outside the window. As expected, people are all profit-seeking. This is seeing the value in yourself. Then he smiled and looked outside the private room door and shouted, Waiter, clear the table and bring 2 new teacups. Chapter 71, Cooperation Reached, Trouble in the Gym. Soon, Lu Donglai walked into the private room. Hello, Mr. Chu, we meet again. President Lu smiled, with a big belly. Hello, President Lu. Who is this? Xu Yang looked at the woman next to Lu Donglai and asked. It's hard to tell her age from her face, but she is in very good shape. She is wearing a professional outfit and has neat short hair, and looks very capable. Mr. Chu, let me introduce you. This is the CEO of Xingchen Media, Yiling. Lu Donglai smiled and said, This is Mr. Chu Yang. Hello, Mr. Chu. Yiling slightly opened her red lips and nodded towards Chu Yang, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Although Lu Donglai told him that Chu Yang was very young. However, after seeing Chu Yang, the real person was still secretly shocked. When she was as old as Chu Yang, she didn't know where to find an internship. Sure enough, reincarnation is a technical job. Hello, Mr. E. Xu Yang said something polite, then smiled and looked at the two of them and said, Sit down first and have some tea. Lu Donglai nodded repeatedly. He took Yiling and sat in the seat opposite Chu Yang. Then, the three of them drank tea quietly. The atmosphere in the tea room suddenly became quiet. Xu Yang looked at the two of them with a smile, and without saying a word, he slowly sipped his tea. Finally, a cup of tea. After placing the teacup on the table, Xu Yang looked at Lu Donglai with a smile and said, President Lu, if you have anything to say, please tell me. Lu Donglai heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Chu Yang's words. He poured tea into Chu Yang's cup and said with an apologetic smile. Mr. Chu, didn't you say before that you wanted to invest in a few projects? Ms. E is a good friend of mine in business. Her company is currently in the expansion stage and needs capital injection. I thought you might need investment, so I brought her here. Today I will just pour tea for you two can chat. I have to say. After not seeing each other for a few days, Xu Yang's aura has become stronger and stronger. Just sitting there, one can feel the awe-inspiring presence of him. Then, Lu Donglai quickly gave Yiling a wink. Then, Yiling quickly spoke. Mr. Chu, I work for a media company. Our main business is the incubation of internet celebrities, which includes live streaming, online celebrity promotion, video editing, account management, etc. Currently, the company's revenue is around 5 million per quarter. As she introduced, a hint of pride appeared in Yiling's eyes. She single-handedly built up this media company, and she suffered a lot along the way, but of course, she also achieved a lot. However, the upper limit is already there. If she wants to continue expanding her business empire and create a top-notch internet celebrity, she must find a partner. How much investment does Mr. E plan to make? Xu Yang took a sip of tea and asked directly. Internet celebrity incubation is indeed a good project. Haven't you seen that the annual income of those big anchors on the internet is over 10 million? Although he doesn't value this money now. But it's not bad.
Ling said quickly, the current total valuation of our company is about 50 million. If Mr. Chu invests 10 million, I can give you 20% of the shares.
I can give you 30 million. Xu Yang laughed and said slowly. However, I need 51% of your company's shares.
Of course, the decision-making power is still in your hands.
We can write this into the equity transfer contract. Mr. E, what do you think of this? He has no interest in managing an influencer company. It's just a casual investment anyway.
Ling was stunned for a moment. She is indeed good at attracting investment.
However, Xu Yang's appetite is too big. Is this an attempt to directly swallow up my own company? However, the price Xu Yang offered was indeed very enviable.
It is true that her company has a revenue of 5 million per quarter.
But the operating costs are not low. The annual net profit is only 5 or 6 million.
30 million is not a small amount.
Finally, after struggling for a few seconds, Ling looked at Xu Yang and said, Boss Chu, are you sure you won't interfere with the future operations of the company? To put it bluntly,
she built this company step by step from scratch.
She will never give up the decision-making power to anyone else. Certainly. Xu Yan laughed, it's only 30 million, not that much. As long as the contract is signed, I can transfer the money immediately. Said it lightly.
However, whether it was Lu Donglai or Ling, their hearts couldn't help but beat when they heard the 30 million.
This is 30 million. This is definitely a good deal in business investment.
After struggling for a few seconds, Ling finally picked up the teacup in front of her, looked at Xu Yang and said with a smile, Boss Chu, I wish us a happy cooperation.
It's been a pleasure working with you.
Xu Yang smiled and picked up the teacup in front of him, clinking glasses gently with Ling. Boss Chu, as for those contracts, I'll give them to you to sign after the company's expansion procedures are completed.
How about that? Ling asked. Good. Xu Yang answered casually.
After finishing the discussion, Xu Yang drove the Koenigsegg to the commercial plaza behind the school.
Anyway, it's still early, so I'll go out for some exercise first and then come back for dinner.
After parking the car, I went to the Under Armour store and bought 2 sets of men's sportswear.
Then he went straight to the new power gym.
As he looked at the gym getting closer and closer, Xu Yang felt a little excited for some reason. As soon as Xu Yang stepped into the gym door, a loud noise came from inside. A group of people gathered together, and he had no idea what was going on inside.
Hello, Mr. Chu.
As soon as he entered the door, the girl at the front desk spotted Xu Yang and quickly greeted him.
Well, what's going on in there?
Xu Yang pointed at the group of people and asked. Boss Chu, I was just about to report to you that there is a rich second-generation man making trouble here and wants Coach Wu to teach him, but Coach Wu disagrees.
That's it, you go and take a look.
The girl at the front desk quickly explained, with a hint of anxiety in her tone.
Okay, I understand. Xu Yang said calmly, walking towards the crowd. I'm going to make this clear today. You have to take this class. Don't give me any excuses. The rich second generation looked arrogant and scolded without even looking at Wu Shiyun.
Why can others buy 500 lessons, but Wu Shiyun can give him lessons, but he can't?
You're just a bitch, why are you pretending to be pure? It's just money, isn't it? He has plenty of it. Shiyun, he really wants to learn, why are you so stubborn that you won't agree?
At the same time, the store manager quickly winked and said anxiously.
This is real 200,000. It would be a waste if you don't take it. The people watching the fun also chimed in with a few words.
Especially those poor men who have no money. They had fantasized about Wu Shiyun countless times before, but when they saw her like this today, they screamed even more happily.
Coach, is it time to start class today? A calm voice suddenly came from the bustling crowd. Afterwards, the onlookers made way for Xu Yang to walk through.
His expression was calm, but full of dignity.
However, when he saw Wu Shiyun, a faint smile appeared on his face again. Let's go to class. Seeing this, the rich second generation standing next to him roared, Boy, are you blind? Chapter 72 Are you the Dongyang Pepper King? Boy, are you blind? The rich second generation yelled. He was furious when he saw Xu Yang.
Looking at Xu Yang's thin body, he reached out and grabbed him. Without even turning his head, Xu Yang stretched out his right hand and firmly grasped the wrist of the rich second generation. Then he slowly turned around and said in a cold voice,
"Who do you think you are?" "It hurts, it hurts." The second rich man's expression instantly twisted, and he said stubbornly, "Are you looking for death? Don't you know who I am?"
When the people around saw this scene, they immediately looked surprised and weird. Anyone who has spent some time in this gym knows that this rich second generation has been pursuing Wu Shiyun for a long time, but has never succeeded. Of course, Chu Yang doesn't seem to be a simple person either. The news that Wu Shiyun had received a client with a Supreme Gold card had made many female personal trainers in the gym secretly envious for a long time. "If I could get close to Chu Yang, I wouldn't have to worry about anything in my life." Chu Yang didn't say anything, but a smile appeared on his face. He put more strength in his hands and said calmly, "I'm not interested in who you are, but this is not the place for you to cause trouble.
Don't disturb my mood for fitness."
After saying that, Chu Yang casually threw the rich second generation to the ground.
The rich second generation was stunned by the fall.
"I just felt as if my internal organs were displaced and my whole body was uncomfortable." After he struggled to prop himself up from the ground with his hands, he looked at Chu Yang with gloomy eyes and roared, "You're dead, bastard." As he said that, he ran towards Chu Yang, swinging his fist. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to treat him like this. However, when he rushed in front of Chu Yang, Chu Yang only took a step forward, his expression calm, but with a fierce look in his eyes.
He glared at the rich second generation fiercely. The rich second generation steps paused for a moment. The look in Chu Yang's eyes just now was truly terrifying.
His intuition told him that this person was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, due to the huge difference in the strength between the two, he just said something harsh.
"Very good. Boy, if you have the guts, just wait for me." After saying that, he left the gym in embarrassment. "See here," Chu Yang just said slowly, "remember, my name is Chu Yang. If you want to cause trouble, I am always here to accompany you."
Then, Chu Yang took a deep look at the gym owner standing next to him, and then looked at the crowd watching around him and said,
"Okay, let's all go."
Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to scatter like birds and beasts. Wu Shiyun walked up to Chu Yang with gratitude and apology, and said, "Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry to trouble you."
"It's okay.
If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened today."
Chu Yang smiled like a gentleman. Wu Shiyun never accepted male guests in her classes before. "Now make an exception for yourself. If I hadn't taken my class, I guess what happened today wouldn't have happened."
"No, it's my fault that I didn't handle my personal issues well."
"I'm really sorry."
Wu Shiyun's face was still full of apologies.
"Fine."
Chu Yang waved his hand indifferently, "Don't worry about that guy causing trouble for me."
"If you really want to thank me, then you can give me some guidance while I'm working out."
"Of course."
Hearing this, Wu Shiyun immediately chuckled, "This is my job." Spent nearly 2 hours in the gym.
Wu Shiyun gave him a 45-minute class, and occasionally came over to teach him how to use some fitness equipment during the remaining time.
Until about 6 in the evening. After taking a shower in the gym's bathroom, the sweaty Chu Yang changed his clothes and prepared to leave the gym. At this time, Wu Shiyun, who was wearing tight yoga clothes, walked in front of Chu Yang and asked nervously, "Mr. Chu, do you have time tonight?" "Why, what's the matter?"
Chu Yang stopped and looked at Wu Shiyun with a smile on his face.
"I'd like to treat you to a meal."
Wu Shiyun hesitated for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Just consider it as a thank you for helping me out today."
"By the way, thank you again as a big customer." "I don't dare to be a big customer."
Chu Yang laughed, and then continued, "However, if a beautiful woman invites me, I will definitely not refuse." Wu Shiyun nodded in surprise. "Please wait for me, I will change my clothes."
10 minutes later.
Wu Shiyun came out wearing casual clothes and a high ponytail, looking very refreshing. Although the clothes are a bit loose, they still can't hide her proud figure.
"Let's go, Mr. Chu."
Wu Shiyun came in front of Chu Yang and said with a smile.
Chu Yang nodded and followed Wu Shiyun.
The two of them attracted a lot of people's attention on the road. After all, Chu Yang and Wu Shiyun were both very good looking. As they walked along, the two watched the sun slowly sinking, and their shadows were stretched out very long.
"Mr. Chu, this is it." Wu Shiyun pointed to a street restaurant and smiled. "You wouldn't be unhappy to bring a big boss like you to a street restaurant for dinner, would you?"
"The food in this restaurant tastes great and is affordable, so she comes here for dinner every time."
"No way."
After eating a lot of meat and fish for a long time, eating at this kind of street restaurant will taste different. What's more, eating with a beautiful woman is a feast for the eyes.
Chu Yan laughed and said, Mr. Chu, you are making fun of me again.
Wu Shiyun blushed and continued, let's go in and see what to eat. With that, the two of them walked in together.
The restaurant is not big and you can see the end at a glance. The dining area and the kitchen are together with a wall separating them. The aroma of food wafted throughout the restaurant. Many people were eating inside. Hey, Shiyun is here, this is your boyfriend, right? He's so handsome.
When the proprietress saw that there was a sunny young man following Wu Shiyun, she said with a smile on her face. Wu Shiyun felt a little embarrassed when she heard this, and said with a slightly red face, No.
That's the suitor. Boy, you better work hard, there are a lot of people chasing after Shiyun. But, I think you still have a good chance. This is the first time I see Shiyun bring a boy to dinner.
The proprietress smiled and continued jokingly.
Auntie, stop it, this is my client. Wu Shiyun said quickly, and then quickly changed the subject. Mr. Chu, what do you want to eat?
Chu Yan looked at the menu on the wall, which was full of home-cooked dishes. Let's have some stir-fried pork with chili peppers, it goes well with rice.
Chu Yan looked at Wu Shiyun and said.
Although he is rich now, he used to eat at places like this often.
There is no idea of living a life of luxury at all.
Mr. Chu, you ordered such a greasy and spicy dish. Next time you come for training, your workload will be doubled.
Wu Shiyun looked at Chu Yang and smiled, then said in a melodious voice, but even if I make an exception today, do you want to eat anything else? Just order whatever you want. And stir-fried red and green peppers.
Chu Yang said with a slight smile.
Wu Shiyun had a face full of question marks. Are you the chili king of Donyang City? Chapter 73 Cyborg Bodyguard. Just kidding, order another bowl of incense from the farmer's house. Chu Yan looked at Wu Shiyun's puzzled expression and laughed.
I really thought Mr. Chu had a unique taste. Wu Shiyun complained a little, then shouted to the kitchen, Auntie, I want another tomato and egg soup.
Then, the two found a seat and sat down.
Chu Yang scanned with his glasses and obtained all the information about Wu Shiyun. He found that Wu Shiyun's favorability towards him had risen to 60. Through using the Shinhao glasses for some time, he also had a general understanding of favorability and the like. Before reaching a value of 60, everyone is a stranger. When the value reaches 60, it becomes a friendship. A value of 80 can evolve into a romantic relationship. If you are 90, you can marry a woman and do bad things without any problem. As for 100, he hasn't reached it yet, so he doesn't quite understand it. Yes, a good start is half the battle to pick up a girl. After the dishes were served, the two began to chat while eating.
Time passed quickly. Coach Wu, it's getting late. Let me take you home. Chu Yan looked at Wu Shiyun and said with concern. No need to trouble you, Mr. Chu. There should be buses at this time. I can just take the bus back. Wu Shiyun politely declined Chu Yang's kindness.
She has to go to another place to work part-time later, and won't be back until at least 11 o'clock in the evening.
Okay then, I'll go back first. Be careful on your way. Chu Yang didn't force it.
After looking at Wu Shiyun, he said goodbye to her.
Mr. Chu, please drive slower. Wu Shiyun smiled and reminded.
Then she walked towards the bus stop. Chu Yang nodded, turned around and went back to the commercial plaza, and drove the Koenigsegg back home. Soon, Chu Yang returned to Jiangshui Huateng. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Zhao Lei sitting on the sofa watching TV.
Why did you come back so late today?
There was a hint of blame in Zhao Lei's tone, but she still stepped forward and helped Chu Yang take off his clothes.
We discussed land acquisition and cooperated with the company. Someone from the company invited me to dinner, so it was a little late.
Chu Yang explained, looking very tired, and sat down on the sofa.
My dear, you have worked so hard. I will get you a basin of hot water so you can soak your feet.
When Zhao Lei heard Chu Yang say this, her heart softened instantly. Soon, Zhao Lei prepared the water and let Chu Yang soak his feet.
She gave Chu Yang a massage from behind. The night gradually deepened. Only some sudden gasps would break the tranquility.
The next day, Chu Yang woke up and found that Zhao Lei had gone out.
A new day has arrived. Host, do you want to sign in?
As soon as he woke up, the system's prompt sound rang in his mind.
Sign in. Xu Yang replied.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cyborg bodyguard X1. Similarly, the word details appeared prominently on the side.
Cyborg? Bodyguard? Black technology.
The system must not want to lose me, a handsome guy. Host, please respect yourself. At this moment, the system's cold electronic sound rang out.
Ah, this.
Xu Yang's face was filled with black lines.
Peeping. Invading my privacy.
But he thought about it and decided not to bother with the system. Xu Yang immediately clicked the details button, and all the information about the cyborg bodyguard was immediately displayed.
Cyborg bodyguards are the product of cutting-edge technology.
They look no different from normal people, are extremely aggressive, obey orders at any time, and are absolutely loyal. The cyborg bodyguard is already waiting at the entrance of the villa.
The system has automatically imported his identity into the population system.
The host does not need to worry. Listening to the system's prompts, Xu Yang gained a general understanding of cyborgs. After getting out of bed, washing and changing his clothes, he turned on his cell phone and found a missed call from Yiling. He called back immediately.
After the call was connected, Yiling's respectful voice soon came from the inside. Hello, Mr. Chu. I hope I didn't disturb you? Don't bother me, what's wrong, is there anything? Xu Yang asked. The contract and other formalities have been completed. Where are you? I will send it to you now, or you can come to the company for an on-site inspection. Yiling quickly explained.
Xu Yang thought for a few seconds and replied, No, I'll come over this afternoon.
It's just right for me to take a look at the company's situation. Please send me the company's personnel information. He really needs to go to Star Media to take a look. Even if 50 million is thrown into the water, there will be a sound. By the way, take Lu Yuqing over to have a look. If she has ideas, we can still arrange for her to go there. It is always better to work alone on Shark Live than to work as a team in a company. After the phone call was hung up,
soon, Yiling sent the detailed information of Xingchen Media. Xu Yang looked at the information above, got a general idea, and then made a phone call. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Yuqing's sweet voice came from it. Brother Chu, what's wrong?
Do you miss me? Are you interested in working for a media company? Media company?
Lu Yuqing thought about it for a while, then said, Sure, Brother Chu.
It just so happens that she also has this intention. And what Xu Yang recommends will definitely not be bad. Okay, then I'll pick you up at your dormitory building in half an hour. Okay, Brother Chu, I'll get ready right away. After Xu Yang hung up the phone, Lu Yuqing started to pack up. On Xu Yang's side, after eating the breakfast made by Zhao Lei, he opened the door and saw a man nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black suit and sunglasses, standing upright in front of the door. After seeing Xu Yang, the man quickly walked up to him and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Chu, I am your personal bodyguard 007. Xu Yang looked at the man in surprise.
It is worthy of being a system product.
This physique and this aura are so oppressive. Can you drive? Xu Yang asked. The man nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Chu. Drive to the dormitory of East China Normal University.
Xu Yang said this and then got in the car.
After sitting in the back seat of the car, Xu Yang looked at the man and asked, Do you have a name?
No, you can just call me 007.
The man said calmly. 007 is not a good name. From now on, you should be called Xu Xiong. This is a good name. Xu Yang spoke immediately. The name 007 sounds really weird. Okay. Xu Xiong's answer was very brief.
As he said that, Xu Xiong started the Bentley.
Soon, Xu Yang's car slowly arrived at the dormitory of East China Normal University. Lu Yuqing just came down from the dormitory building and saw Xu Yang's car coming, so she walked over immediately.
After getting in the car, Lu Yuqing looked at Xu Xiong, who was sitting in the driver's seat, with some surprise and curiosity in her eyes. Xu Yang and Lu Yuqing looked at each other and said slowly, This is my bodyguard, Xu Xiong.
Lu Yuqing nodded. Let's go and do some serious work. Let's go to the IFC building first. Xu Yang didn't say anything else and directly arranged for Xu Xiong to drive. Soon, we arrived at the IFC building. Go buy something.
In the parking lot, Xu Yang took Lu Yuqing out of the car.
Brother Chu, didn't you buy a lot before?
Lu Yuqing was a little surprised. Although she really liked the feeling of Xu Yang buying things for her, she was still a little flattered.
Xu Yang smiled and explained, I didn't buy it for you.
I invested in a media company and prepared a little gift for my new employees.
Lu Yuqing nodded thoughtfully.
She originally thought that Xu Yang introduced her to a friend's company, but she didn't expect it to be a company he invested in himself. Soon the three of them arrived at the LV store. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person.
Please come in.
At this moment, the waiter recognized Xu Yang at a glance and ran up to him in 2 steps. Give me 50 bags, any style, and hurry up. Xu Yang didn't say much and took out the card directly.
50. The waiter muttered quietly.
She still vividly remembered the last time Xu Yang bought several million bags.
This time he asked for 50 more. Rich. Really rich and inhumane.
The waiter quickly went into the store with the card, and she quickly called other waiters for help. Half an hour later, all 50 bags were packed. Mr. Chu, these 50 bags cost a total of 2.54 million. We have a special car that can deliver them in real time.
Where do you want them delivered to?
The waiter returned the bank card to Xu Yang, his voice becoming more respectful.
Xu Yang nodded and said, Xingchen Media Headquarters.
Chapter 74 officially invested in Xingchen Media.
Okay, let's go.
After Xu Yang took back the bank card, he said something.
Have a nice trip, Mr. Chu. Welcome to visit us next time.
At this time, several waiters in the LV store looked at Xu Yang's back as he left and said respectfully in unison.
Soon, several people arrived at the parking lot.
After Xu Yang got in the car, he said to Chu Xiong, go to Xingchen Media Headquarters.
Okay, Mr. Chu.
Chu Xiong nodded, started the car immediately, and drove towards the Xingchen Media Headquarters.
An hour later, the three arrived at the Xingchen Media Headquarters.
As the Bentley slowly stopped, a nanny car behind it also stopped. When Xu Yang and his companions got out of the car, they found Yiling waiting at the company gate.
Here, Yiling saw the bodyguard standing behind Xu Yang at first sight.
He was dressed in a suit and tie, looked extremely burly, and had a hint of bloody aura about him. Seeing this, a strange color flashed in her eyes for a moment. Not everyone can hire a bodyguard like this.
Then she quickly walked in front of Xu Yang and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Chu, welcome to the company. Xu Yang smiled and nodded. Then, Yiling looked at Lu Yuqing, who was standing next to Xu Yang, and asked, Who is this?
Lu Yuqing, my woman.
Xu Yang said calmly.
When Lu Yuqing heard this, her expression immediately became delighted.
Yiling looked at Lu Yuqing and smiled, then looked at Xu Yang and continued, Then you two please follow me. Xu Yang nodded and waved back.
Several men in black suits carrying gift bags got out from the nanny car behind. After seeing these people, Yiling was shocked again.
She looked at Xu Yang curiously and asked, Boss Chu, who are these people? These are LV specialists. They prepared some welcome gifts for my new employees when they first met me. Xu Yang explained. Mr. Chu, you've spent a lot of money to bring so many gifts.
Yiling smiled, then made a gesture of invitation and said, Boss Chu, please follow me.
Soon, several people arrived inside the Xingchen Media Company. This is a huge workshop that has been converted into an office.
There are many live broadcast rooms divided by partitions, and there are also many staff members who are busy editing, dubbing, and writing scripts in other empty office areas.
Yiling said to the secretary beside her, Go ahead and make arrangements. Tell everyone to put aside what they are doing and gather here.
Soon, nearly 30 anchors and other employees in the company stood in the most open area in the middle of the office.
Those female anchors all have very hot bodies. Is our company finally going to have a male anchor?
He is so handsome, and the girl next to him is so pretty.
He's just a male anchor. There's no need to call all of us over.
These girls all stared at Xu Yang with different expressions. Boss Chu, the company is currently focusing on developing female live broadcasts and video accounts, so most of them are girls.
Yiling looked at the dozens of girls and explained.
Xu Yang nodded, a smile on his face. He looked at them and found that all the girls had long legs, oval faces, and delicate looks.
She has a really good appearance and figure.
Although many people have slight artificial marks on their faces, it can be seen that they have a good foundation.
But being a female anchor is still good.
Yiling looked at everyone and smiled. Let me introduce to you all. The person next to me is the future largest shareholder of our company, Mr. Chu Yang.
Welcome everyone. Wow.
As soon as Yiling said this, everyone fell silent.
Mr. Chu? the largest shareholder? This is too young. Some female anchors even had a strange look in their eyes. Everyone said in unison, "Hello, Mr. Chu." "Hello, everyone."
Xu Yang looked around at everyone and said slowly, "It's our first meeting, so I brought some gifts for you all.
One for each of the girls.
Xu Yang smiled, turned sideways, and said to the LV specialist behind him, "Bring the bag to the front."
Okay, Mr. Chu.
The commissioner standing next to Chu Yang answered respectfully. There was also a flash of surprise in his eyes. The gift cost more than 2 million.
This guy is too rich.
All the girls in the office were delighted. Although their salaries are not low, they would still feel painful if they were asked to buy an LV bag for themselves. Afterwards, Xu Yang looked at the other male employees present and said with a smile, "For the other male colleagues in the company, I will personally pay for a 30,000 yuan red envelope for each of them.
You can go to the finance department after get off work to collect it."
Starting today, all employees in the company will have their salaries increased by 30%.
In an instant, the atmosphere in the office became lively. Many female anchors became even more excited after seeing this.
This wave of gifts would cost at least 3 or 4 million.
It seems that their new boss is really rich.
If I hold his thigh. Lu Yuqing, who was standing next to Chu Yang, also noticed the strange looks from some of the female anchors, and immediately moved closer to Chu Yang as if to assert her sovereignty.
Chu Yang also noticed Lu Yuqing's little action.
After looking at her, he didn't say much. Soon, all the LV bags were distributed.
Okay, let's go back to work and work harder. Don't let Mr. Chu down.
Seeing that Chu Yang had finished everything, Yiling quickly looked at everyone and said something. When the crowd gradually dispersed, Yiling turned around and said to Chu Yang with a smile, "Boss Chu, let's go to the office to sign the contract."
Good. Chu Yang nodded. The group followed Yiling into the president's office. "Bossy, I just arrived and I decided to give the employees a raise without authorization. You won't be unhappy, right?" Chu Yang smiled and asked.
When Yiling heard this, she said with a smile, "Boss Chu, you are joking.
You are the largest shareholder of the company. How can I not be happy with the decision you made?"
Then Yiling looked at the secretary next to her and said, "Bring the contract here and let President Chu take a look."
After Chu Yang sat down. Soon, the secretary placed the contract on the table.
"Mr. Chu, all the contracts are here.
They will take effect as long as you sign them." Yiling handed the contract to Chu Yang and said with a smile.
Chu Yang opened the contract, glanced at it casually, picked up the pen and signed.
After seeing the contract signed by Chu Yang, Yiling looked at Chu Yang eagerly and said with a smile, "Then Mr. Chu, I wish us a happy cooperation in the future. It's been a pleasure working with you." Chu Yang also nodded and said, "The investment funds will be transferred to the company account later."
Then he glanced at Lu Yuqing standing next to him and continued, "Yuqing is also a host, but she hasn't signed a union yet.
She should stay in the company in the future. President Yi doesn't have to worry about my face. It's fine as it should be." Yiling was stunned for a moment, then said, "No problem, Mr. Chu."
She was still very happy about Lu Yuqing joining the company. After all, Lu Yuqing's figure and face were there.
With a little bit of work, it definitely has the potential to become a big hit. The most important thing is that she is Chu Yang's woman. Chapter 75 TikTok Influencer Marketing Manual.
After this matter was resolved, Chu Yang chatted with Yiling for a while in the company and then left Xingchen Media directly.
Lu Yuqing stayed in Xingchen Media to familiarize herself with the environment. After getting in the car, Chu Yang said to Chu Xiong, who was sitting in the driver's seat, "Let's go to the IFC building and I'll take you to buy some clothes." Although Chu Xiong is a cyborg. However, as his bodyguard, you still have to behave properly.
"Yes, sir."
Chu Xiong nodded respectfully, then started the car and arrived at the entrance of the international building. After parking the car, the two came to the Dior luxury store. "Gentlemen, what do you need?" The store guide came over and asked. "Buy him some suits," Xu Yang said. "Okay, gentlemen, follow me." The waiter made a pleased gesture and said respectfully. Not long after, Xu Yang helped Chu Xiong choose several sets of suits and leather shoes for daily use. Then the shopping guide in the store packed it for Chu Yang, and quickly looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Sir, the total consumption here is 1.42 million. Swipe the card." Chu Yang directly handed over the bank card. After swiping the card, Chu Yang left an address. The two turned around and went to the Warwick mobile phone store.
Xu Yang bought the latest Warwick mobile phone for Chu Xiong and saved his phone number in it.
After leaving the mobile phone store, the two prepared to leave the IFC building. Bite.
At this time, a message came from his mobile phone. The 500 million Chinese yuan collection fee has been received.
The account balance is 570 million Chinese yuan.
Looking at the balance of 500 million, Xu Yang smiled. The efficiency of the higher-ups was quite fast. He casually transferred 30 million to the account of Xingchen Media Company. At this moment, a notification from the class group popped up on the taskbar of the mobile phone.
Classmates, graduation is approaching.
Our class is scheduled to take graduation photos tomorrow, and the school will arrange a graduation ceremony in the next few days. Before I knew it, I was about to graduate.
Xu Yang sighed and sent a message to Zhao Lei.
The school is busy with graduation matters these days, so I won't be back.
Call me if you have anything.
Immediately, Zhao Lei sent a message back.
Okay dear, take care of yourself at school, and be careful when driving.
Xu Yang glanced at the message sent by Zhao Lei and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. It's a good feeling to be cared for by others. Afterwards, Xu Yang returned to school in the car driven by Chu Xiong. Because the dormitory can only sleep 4 people, Xu Yang booked a presidential suite in a hotel near the school for Chu Xiong to stay in for a week.
After finishing these things, Xu Yang asked Chu Xiong to drive the Bentley to take him back to school. Sons! Daddy's back! Xu Yang shouted as he entered the dormitory door.
When they saw that it was Chu Yang who came back, they immediately remembered that this guy didn't even show up for the defense. The most important thing. The dean is their main debate teacher. When they saw that the dean directly ignored Chu Yang's name, they felt relieved.
This guy doesn't need to participate in the defense. The inside story. Pure shady dealings. Chu Yang!
You bastard, where have you been these days?
I didn't even see you at the defense. You don't even want to write your thesis. Do you know how much this damn thing has hurt me? I don't know what it's like to go out and have fun anymore.
Several people in the dormitory stared at Chu Yang with hatred, complaining and grumbling.
If you donate 100 million to the school, you don't have to write a paper. Chu Yang laughed playfully.
What he is using is his ability of money.
Gone, you donated 100 million to the school?
Everyone in the dormitory was instantly surprised.
Does he think 100 million is cabbage?
People like them may have to struggle for hundreds of years to survive.
Yes.
Xu Yang smiled and nodded, and said, by the way, also, there is another good news. The land I took before was expropriated by the government, and I made a small profit of 500 million.
Fuck, is this true? Please treat me to a meal, you must treat me to a meal. Several people in the dormitory were shocked again.
They don't pay much attention to the reform and development of the upper regions.
But, 500 million. Just for selling an unfinished property, they were fined 500 million yuan? Sure enough, rich people really do get richer. Okay, let's have a seafood dinner tonight.
Xu Yang naturally would not be stingy in treating his roommate to a meal, and he simply waved his hand and decided on the dinner arrangements for tonight.
The next day, several roommates got up early to bind their papers. Xu Yang slept until dawn.
Then, a system prompt sounded in his mind.
A new day has begun. Would the host like to sign in? Sign in.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Douyin Influencer Marketing Manual worth billions.
The manual has been delivered by express delivery, please check it.
Xu Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. This really came just in time. He had just invested in Xingchen Media Company and immediately received this manual.
It's like giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy. Although his investment in Star Media was just a casual move. But if you can make money, who would complain about having little money? That afternoon, the class arranged to take graduation photos. Everyone in Xu Yang's dormitory walked towards the school's cultural square. Xu Yang! I'm glad to see you at last.
At this time, a classmate came over to say hello and gave Chu Yang and the others a cigarette, showing great enthusiasm. Xu Yang smiled and nodded, neither too close nor too distant.
Sure enough, once you enter society, many things will change.
Before this, he didn't have much of a relationship with the classmate who was smoking.
As for now, I can only say yes.
A rich man living in the mountains has distant relatives. Things in this world are unpredictable.
We didn't walk far before we arrived near the girls' dormitory. A group of girls in the class also came out of the dormitory.
After seeing Chu Yang, they all smiled at him and greeted him enthusiastically. 7 or 8 girls gathered around and chatted with Chu Yang.
Chu Yang also smiled and nodded. He became the focus of the crowd without doing anything.
Soon, a group of people arrived at the cultural square and received the clothes for taking photos next to the photographer's car. Chu Yang stood at the back and was not in a hurry to get his clothes. At this time, a girl from the same class brought some clothes to him and said with a smile, "Chu Yang, your clothes should fit you." Chu Yang took the clothes and said with a smile, "Thank you very much."
After everyone got dressed, we started taking group graduation photos. Everyone was in position, ready for the photo.
The photographer looked at their standing positions and said, "A few students should stand at the front, so that the photos will look better."
This is clearly the seat position.
When taking photos in the past, most girls would want to be in this position. But today is the day to take graduation photos, and it would obviously be inappropriate for them to go to this location. The instructor pulled the monitor and the deputy monitor looked at Chu Yang standing in the back row and said with a smile,
"Chu Yang, come over here." Chapter 76. Don't ask, just an ordinary family. "Mr. Chu, go ahead." Zhang Lei and the others looked at Chu Yang with strange expressions and laughed. All the classmates in the class also looked in his direction.
Chu Yang smiled helplessly and walked forward. When taking the photo, the monitor and the deputy monitor deliberately asked Chu Yang to stand in the middle.
Snap.
The photographer pressed the shutter several times, and after taking the photos, he said, "Okay, the group photos are done, we can start taking group photos and dormitory photos."
Let's see which dormitory will go first. Everyone looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang quickly looked at Zhang Lei and the others and said, "Lazy, let's go to the dormitory first."
Zhang Lei and his companions hurriedly walked to Chu Yang's side with a smile, and said with a sly smile, "Mr. Chu, we are really benefiting from your help." Under normal circumstances, their dormitory definitely doesn't get so much exposure. As for now, both the counselors and other male and female students are very enthusiastic about them.
The ability to cash is awesome. Chu Yang didn't say much.
Soon, the afternoon passed and I had taken almost all the photos I wanted to take. After all the students had returned their clothes, Chu Yang shouted to the crowd, "Classmates, we have been together for 4 years in college and it is fate that we met.
Tonight at 10 o'clock, I will treat everyone to a drink and a barbecue at the back street of the school. Please come and show your support." When everyone heard this, they cheered, "Thank you, Boss Chu."
After returning to the dormitory, Chu Yang picked up his phone and sent a message to Wu Shiyun.
"Coach Wu, are you still in the gym now?" Wu Shiyun immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Chu, if you come over, I will arrange a time right away." "I'll be right there."
Chu Yang glanced at the message and drove his Bentley to the gym.
As soon as I arrived at the gym entrance, I saw Wu Shiyun. "Mr. Chu, you are here."
Wu Shiyun was still grateful for the last rescue, so she went to the door to greet Chu Yang.
"Why are you so enthusiastic today? Are you going to start the devilish training?" Chu Yang looked at Wu Shiyun and joked.
"I would like to, but with your physical condition, you don't need to undergo devilish training anymore."
Wu Shiyun smiled, then took Chu Yang into the gym and said, "Mr. Chu, let's train our hand muscles today."
Chu Yang nodded and began training according to Wu Shiyun's request.
Time flies.
Chu Yang had just finished his workout and was about to take a shower when a rough voice came from outside the gym.
"Get out of here, you little bastard."
At this time, 2 figures appeared at the front desk of the gym and walked towards Chu Yang and the others. When other people who were exercising saw this scene, they stopped their training and gathered around to watch. Chu Yang looked over and found that it was the rich second generation who caused trouble that day. He subconsciously protected Wu Shiyun behind him.
Wu Shiyun felt warm inside when she saw Chu Yang's action. "Hello, Mr. Chu.
I have brought this rebellious son here to apologize to you." A middle-aged man with glasses and a big belly quickly walked up to Chu Yang and said with a panicked look on his face. When his son came back that day, he went crazy smashing things at home. As soon as he asked, he found out the whole story. "I have been working in the business world for decades." Fearing that his son might offend someone, he subconsciously investigated Chu Yang's background.
The result was that the person was traced back to Lu Donglai. His company happened to have borrowed money from Lu Donglai's bank, so he was quite familiar with Lu Donglai. So he contacted Lu Donglai to find out about Chu Yang's background.
It doesn't matter if you don't investigate, but once you do, you'll be scared to death.
Chu Yang's financial resources alone are enough to crush their family.
Not to mention the background behind Chu Yang, which is even more unfathomable. A person of this level is not someone a family like theirs can afford to offend. As soon as he received the news that Chu Yang was in the gym, he immediately brought his son over.
Him? What's wrong? Chu Yang glanced at the rich second generation and chuckled. He still remembers the harsh words that the rich second generation said. Mr. Chu, I took the wrong medicine that day.
I should never have offended you.
Please forgive me.
The rich second generation slapped himself in the face and knelt down to beg.
This is really hitting a brick wall. He is a rich second generation, but he is not a fool.
When his father revealed Chu Yang's situation that day, he was so scared that he wet his pants.
Mr. Chu, please calm down. You can scold him if you want to, and beat him if you want to. I won't say a word more.
The middle-aged man said respectfully to Chu Yang. If Chu Yang could be forgiven, that would naturally be the best outcome.
If not, he couldn't imagine what the consequences would be.
It was too easy for Chu Yang to deal with them. Chu Yang snorted, then turned around and smiled at Wu Shiyun.
I don't have the final say on this matter. Ask Coach Wu.
As soon as these words were spoken, the father and son hurried to Wu Shiyun.
Coach Wu, I promise not to bother you again. Please forgive me. The rich second generation begged bitterly. The middle-aged man looked at Wu Shiyun with a look of disappointment and pleaded. Coach Wu, blame me if you want to. I am the one who failed to educate my son. If you want to blame someone, blame me.
I will do my best to satisfy any request you make. He didn't dare to apologize or anything like that. The woman who follows Chu Yang has no shortage of other external things. Wu Shiyun looked at the two of them coldly and said slowly, "Go away, and don't bother me again in the future."
Okay. I promise you. I will never appear in front of you and get in your way again. The rich second generation quickly agreed.
The middle-aged man immediately agreed. Thank you, Coach Wu, I will make sure he doesn't dare to do such a thing in the future.
In an instant,
the two of them felt as if they had been pardoned and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Coach Wu speaks up, the matter will be over. I believe Chu Yang will not make it too difficult for them.
Anything else? Chu Yang glanced at the two of them.
The two of them shook their heads.
Chu Yang snorted, "Why don't you get out of here?" Okay, let's go now. Mr. Chu, we will leave immediately and not disturb you anymore.
With that said, the two of them left the gym in embarrassment, one after the other.
Then Chu Yang smiled and looked at Wu Shiyun beside him and said, "You are still too soft-hearted. Forgive others when you can." Wu Shiyun smiled brightly and quickly looked at Chu Yang and said, "I'm actually very curious about your identity."
She also knew something about the rich second generation who was causing trouble.
The family's assets are tens of millions, but I didn't expect that I would have to apologize in person to Chu Yang. Don't ask, it's just an ordinary family.
Chu Yang looked at Wu Shiyun and smiled playfully, then continued. Besides, when a woman is curious about a man, that's when her heart starts to flutter. Coach Wu, please don't fall in love with me.
Chapter 77 Happy Graduation and a Bright Future. You are too narcissistic. I'm just asking casually.
Wu Shiyun blushed and grumbled, then urged, "Okay, if you're okay, go take a shower, and I'll send you the recipe later."
Chu Yang smiled and nodded. After taking a shower, I drove back to school. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Lei and his friends were busy getting themselves ready.
I combed my hair again and again and changed my clothes again and again.
Third brother, why don't you change your clothes? Dress up a little? The second brother asked Chu Yan while blowing his hair.
The youngest one also agreed, yes, there are still beautiful girls in our class.
Maybe tonight. Does our Master Chu, who is so approachable, still need to dress up? Zhang Lei asked back. Some people dress up just to pick up girls. But, it depends on the person.
Some people are approached by others through their skills, while others are approached by others through their wealth.
Get lost. Hurry up and pack up. It's already 9:30.
Chu Yang sat on the chair and urged. After the three of them had packed up, they walked out of the dormitory and headed towards the back street. Once he arrived at the back street, Chu Yang found a night market stall that was slightly larger.
Boss. 4 of us? What would you like to eat?
At this time, a sharp-eyed waiter immediately walked up to Chu Yang and said with a smile,
"More than 30 people." Chu Yang thought about it and said, "Okay, boss. We'll arrange 4 tables right away. Would you like to order something first?" The waiter handed over the menu respectfully and asked, "No need to look. You have something here. 2 servings per table. Also bring me 4 cartons of good cigarettes and 10 cases of beer." Chu Yang said this calmly, then found a seat and sat down. I opened my phone, posted a location in the class group, and said, "Classmates, eat at the night market here." As soon as Chu Yang sent a message in the class group, many classmates replied, "Received. Master Chu. We'll be there soon." After a while, more than 30 students arrived and each found a seat and sat down. "Here comes the food, handsome guys and beautiful girls, please make way, be careful, it's hot." Several waiters took turns serving food and wine to the 3 tables. Chu Yang also took 3 packs of cigarettes from the waiter, and then threw a pack of cigarettes to each table. "Brothers, smoke." "Thank you, Boss Chu."
When the male students saw the Cordyceps brand cigarettes, they all liked them very much. It was rare for them to smoke such good cigarettes on a normal day. After handing out cigarettes, Chu Yang looked at their table and saw that apart from the 4 guys in their dormitory, the rest were all girls. The girls all had delicate makeup on and were dressed extremely sexy, as if they had put in all their effort in dressing up.
Envy instantly appeared in the eyes of every boy.
There is no comparison, there is really no comparison. Chu Yang poured himself a glass of wine, stood up, and said to his classmates, "Everyone, drink as much as you want tonight. Come on, let's drink a glass for our 4 years of friendship. Cheers.
Happy graduation."
One by one, the students raised their glasses and cheered. Then they all drank the wine in their glasses. After drinking, Chu Yang sat down.
"Brother Chu, I'll toast you a glass. Don't forget me in the future." A girl stood up and walked to Chu Yang, leaned against him intentionally, and said something in a soft voice. "I wish you all the best in your future." Chu Yang smiled but did not directly answer the question. He didn't seem to be familiar with the girl who was toasting him. Of course, none of this matters. The most important thing is to have a good time tonight. Brother Chu, I'd like to toast you as well. I wish your career will flourish. A girl came over, lowered her head and smiled at Chu Yang. The ravine under her deep V neck was bottomless. Intermittently, almost all the girls in the class came over to toast Chu Yang. Fortunately, Chu Yang has cultivated to a certain level during this period, otherwise, facing this Ponzi cave-like scene, he might not be able to withstand it. Zhang Lei and others standing by looked helpless. Sure enough, wherever Chu Yang is, the focus will always be on him. Drinking until 1 in the morning. Although Chu Yang was forced to drink a lot of wine by his classmates, he was not drunk at all because of his good physique. He looked around and found that most of his classmates were still sober. Then he said, "Brothers, let's change the scene. Are there any students who want to sing?" "Good." A group of people cheered. Chu Yang paid the bill here and went to a nearby KTV. Go to the KTV. Chu Yang booked the largest private room and asked his classmates to buy several carts of food at the shopping store inside the KTV. Soon, a group of people arrived at the luxurious private room, and Zhang Lei and his team brought in several boxes of beer. Chu Yang found a place to sit and listen to others singing. Some pretty girls sat next to Chu Yang very naturally. Under the dim light and with a slight intoxication, pairs of long legs and stockings caressed Chu Yang intentionally or unintentionally. Chu Yang glanced around and was sure he couldn't avoid it, so he decided to enjoy it. He even received private messages from many female classmates, and the content was quite explicit. However, Chu Yang had no interest in this regard. In a way, he still hoped that he could retain a piece of peaceful Pure Land while in college. At the very least, don't mess around now. As for the future, who can predict what will happen? The wild party lasted until dawn. Chu Yang slept in the dormitory all day and didn't wake up until around 4 in the afternoon. At this moment, a prompt sound came from my mind. A new day has arrived. Host, do you want to sign in? Sign in. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins. Byte. Chu Yang's phone immediately received a message. Huaxia Agricultural Bank, your account number ending in 050 is the transaction amount, 10 million yuan, and the current balance is 540,628,425 yuan. Then he turned on his phone and found that the counselor had sent him a text message. are you awake?
Chu Yang quickly sent a message back, and then the counselor called him.
Chu Yang answered the phone. Coach, what's the matter? Have you rested well? The counselor on the other end of the phone asked with a smile. Fine.
Chu Yang replied slowly, and then said, you didn't come last night, which made the classmates lose a lot of fun.
You guys can't let go when I come here. Next time there's a chance, I'll treat you to a meal alone.
The counselor smiled and continued, I have prepared a speech for you to give at the graduation ceremony, as well as some procedures for the graduation ceremony.
You can take a look at it if you have time. Chu Yang nodded and hung up the phone. Soon, the counselor sent 2 electronic documents.
After opening the document and casually taking a look at it, the corners of Chu Yang's mouth slightly raised.
You don't have to do it yourself, it's almost done. The charm of money is still strong.
Then he changed his mind and wondered if he should find a secretary or something. After all, he is also a major shareholder of an internet celebrity incubation company.
There shouldn't be any problem finding a secretary. Secretary work when there is work to do, nothing to do.
Of course, the most important thing is that he really needs someone who can do things for him.
It's definitely not because of some weird ideas. Chapter 78. What if you also have 100 million?
Soon, the day of the graduation ceremony arrived.
At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle.
Nearly 10,000 students were sitting in a large crowd in the school playground, while the leaders were sitting on the rostrum. 4 years ago, a group of ignorant faces entered Dongyan University of Finance and Economics.
4 years later,
the host was speaking the opening words on the stage.
The students below watched. These are all old topics that have been talked about over the years.
After the host finished his opening remarks, school leaders took turns to give speeches. At the end, the principal solemnly announced, now, I have an important announcement. Chu Yang from the finance class 1 donated 100 million Chinese yuan to our school. Our school has decided to award Chu Yang the title of outstanding graduate and honorary alumnus of our school. We will also report his glorious deeds to the provincial and ministerial departments and record them in the school history. Now, let us welcome the outstanding graduate and honorary alumnus, Chu Yang, to the stage to give a speech with the warmest applause. At this moment, the electronic banner on top of the podium began to scroll in red letters.
Donation ceremony for Dongfang University of Finance and Economics. Thank you Chu Yang for donating 100 million Chinese yuan to the school.
Wow! Upon hearing the news, the students sitting in the audience were all stunned.
100 million.
They work hard all their lives and don't even know if they can earn a fraction of the money.
This is too extravagant. Chu Yang stood up from his seat in the finance class 1 and walked towards the podium. Many students became restless when they saw Chu Yang getting closer and closer to them. For a moment, the student area was noisy.
Love it, Chu Yang is so rich.
He's so rich, but he managed to stay so low-key for 4 years. It's extraordinary.
I've said the word envy so many times. Students on both sides cast admiring glances at him. Many students took out their cell phones and took pictures of Chu Yang again and again. Some even started shooting videos and live streaming. Under the attention of all the teachers and students in the school, Chu Yang calmly walked onto the podium. He looked at the huge crowd of students in the audience, then looked at the speech in his hand. After a quick glance, he put the speech aside, looked around at the people in the audience and said with a smile, everyone's time is precious, so I won't go into any lengthy speeches.
Good. The atmosphere in the audience suddenly became heated.
When the school leaders saw the scene, they were a little surprised, but they didn't say anything. After all, Chu Yang donated 100 million.
Some leaders even chuckled. You are indeed a young man with character.
Chu Yang stood on the stage and thought for a few seconds, then looked at the crowd and said, first of all, I am honored to be invited by the school to attend today's speech. Then, after a brief pause, Chu Yang suddenly smiled and said,
of course, if you can donate 100 million to the school, you can do the same. Chu Yang said this. Everyone in the audience burst into laughter. Good fellow, he really dares to say that. As expected of my idol, the way he spoke was so handsome. I'm being honest. Even though it sounds like I'm just showing off, it makes so much sense. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the audience became lively.
Afterwards, Chu Yang simply said a few words on the stage to thank his alma mater, and then made a donation to give back to the society, and then he walked off the stage.
Next is the final donation ceremony.
Xu Yang and the school signed the donation agreement in front of many students and news media, and then took photos as a souvenir.
Finally, the donation ceremony ended. This graduation ceremony ended perfectly.
Xu Yang was just about to go back to the dormitory with his roommate when the counselor walked up to him and said quickly, "Xu Yang, there are several news media outlets here who want to interview you.
Do you have time?" "No problem." Xu Yang nodded immediately. Isn't this the effect he wants when he donates money?
Afterwards, Xu Yang followed the counselor to a meeting room in the school.
"Hello, classmate Xu Yang, I am a reporter from Dongyang TV station."
A female reporter saw Xu Yang and the counselor walk in, and stepped forward to greet them.
"Hello." Xu Yang smiled. "It's like this, classmate Xu Yang, we will have an interview rehearsal later. Here is the interview form. You can take a look at it first and answer whatever you like."
As the female reporter spoke, she handed over the interview form.
"Can." Xu Yang nodded. In fact, everyone knew about interviews.
If I really do what I think in my heart and tell it all like spilling beans, I'm afraid I'll be criticized to death after the show is aired. After all, he is now a public figure, and careless words and actions are the most taboo.
Not many people really understand you, most of the time they look at your personality.
After Xu Yang finished reading the interview form, he said to the female reporter, "I'm ready." The female reporter then said hello to the cameraman and walked over with the microphone.
"Student Xu Yang, let's get started."
The reporter came over and said to Xu Yang with a smile, "Student Xu Yang, in what industry did you earn your first pot of gold?
What are your views and analysis of this industry?" The reporter asked according to the interview schedule.
For my first pot of gold, I made a profit by buying electronic currency when I had some spare money 2 years ago. As you all know, the electronic currency has skyrocketed in the past 2 years, and I was lucky enough to get a piece of the pie. Xu Yang thought for a moment and continued, "For the electronic currency industry, this type of currency has no value and is not protected by the state. Whether it benefits or not depends on how the top lever is used.
Once the giants sell the currency, the electronic currency market will collapse in an instant.
In my opinion, it is better to be cautious in entering this type of industry."
When the reporters heard this, they nodded repeatedly, thinking that what Xu Yang said made sense. Then she continued to ask, "What impact will it have on your life after you enter this industry and make a profit? And how do you think you should manage your money?
You can give some advice to young people in this regard."
"The biggest impact is that I don't know how to spend my money every day. After all, I wake up with hundreds of thousands more."
Facing a series of questions from the reporter, Xu Yang thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I think it's not very meaningful for you to ask me how to manage my funds. Although it's a bit inappropriate for me to say this, most people won't have hundreds of millions in their lifetime, so how can we talk about management and reference? Then again, the most important thing about fund management is risk protection.
Risk protection means preparing an emergency fund. If conditions permit, you can prepare more cash. After all, cash is king." The reporter couldn't help but feel surprised when listening to Xu Yang's analysis.
An on-the-spot reaction to the answer given by a college student.
It can be described in 2 words, perfect. Then the reporter asked Xu Yang several questions in succession.
He answered questions fluently, and his answers were textbook level, which stunned the staff present. They felt that this rehearsal was completely unnecessary. Judging from Xu Yang's performance just now, there is no need to record it again.
Chapter 79, Mr. Chu's Boring Life. Student Xu Yang, let's end the rehearsal here. If everything is okay, let's officially start the interview. The female reporter said to Xu Yang with a smile. "No problem." Xu Yang smiled and nodded.
The interview took place in the school's conference room. After a rehearsal, no accidents occurred during the subsequent formal interview.
Everyone got what they wanted.
After the interview, Xu Yang took the initiative to invite the reporter and the interview staff to have a simple meal at the largest hotel in Dongyang City.
Xu Yang was not arrogant at the dinner table. Instead, he was kind and enthusiastic to others. And after it's over,
each staff member received a thick red envelope, which made every staff member present have a better impression of Xu Yang. That evening, a news interview article that highly praised Xu Yang was released, causing quite a stir on the internet.
Of course, this is all in the past. After leaving the hotel, Xu Yang had just returned to school when a text message came to his phone.
Fengshan Express, hello, your express has arrived at Dongkai University Station, please use the pickup code. After looking at the message, Xu Yang put away his phone and walked towards the post station. After picking up the express, Xu Yang discovered that it was a Douyin influencer marketing manual.
Said it was a manual.
But it is just a document made up of a thick stack of A4 paper. After arriving at the dormitory, Xu Yang read the manual from beginning to end.
After carefully comprehending the content, Xu Yang sent a message to Chu Xiong. Not long after, the two reunited.
Xu Xiong drove and took Chu Yang to Xingchen Media.
"Hello, Mr. Chu."
The security guard at the door looked at Chu Yang approaching and said respectfully.
Chu Yang nodded and walked straight to the president's office.
Along the way, every employee who saw Chu Yang greeted him enthusiastically.
Boom boom. Chu Yang knocked on the office door. "Come in."
Yi Ling's voice came from inside.
Chu Yang pushed the door open and walked in.
Yi Ling looked up and saw that it was Chu Yang.
She quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Boss Chu, you came all the way here without telling me in advance. I'll ask someone from the company to pick you up." "It's okay.
I came here today because I suddenly thought of a few ideas. I want to discuss them with you to see if they are feasible." Xu Yang sat casually on the sofa and said,
"Oh." Upon hearing this, Yi Ling came over, sat opposite Chu Yang, and asked, "What do you think, Mr. Chu?"
Yi Ling's secretary poured tea for the two of them at a very appropriate time. Xu Yang looked at and smelled the lingering tea fragrance, then looked at Yi Ling and said, "I also understand the general situation of the company, but I think we can start from multiple fields when it comes to the training of our anchors."
"What's Mr. Chu's opinion?" Yi Ling continued to ask. To be honest, she wasn't really curious about Chu Yang's opinions,
because she has been rooted in this field for many years.
And Chu Yang is just a novice. What good suggestions can you give?
But, after all, he is the boss. Of course, she was also looking forward to it. If Chu Yang could really come up with excellent ideas, it would be a good thing for the company.
To create a phenomenal internet celebrity who is dozens of blocks ahead of those small internet celebrities.
Xu Yang thought for a moment and continued, "As for how to create a phenomenal internet celebrity, in my understanding, it should be down to earth, that is, derived from life, but also higher than life.
For example, we can make an account like this.
We can select a girl with good looks and let her settle down in a mountain village. We can then film her daily life, such as cooking and digging bamboo shoots. We can even promote and add some of our country's traditional culture to create a female internet celebrity who is down to earth in the traditional sense and has a touch of fairy spirit. We don't need to accept endorsements or promote products, but can turn her into an IP, a trademark.
For example, we can start from the workplace and create a boss who is rich and inhumane.
He can be down to earth, but he must be generous, showing a side that is the opposite of the boss in people's daily lives."
Xu Yang sat on the side.
Yi Ling was listening on the side, and as she listened, her expression gradually became serious. As an insider, she could fully imagine how big a trend it would create if an internet celebrity like the one described by Chu Yang appeared on the internet.
Almost an hour passed.
Yi Ling wrote more than 10 pages and her hands became numb. And above, there are records of more than a dozen creative ideas that Chu Yang said. These include creating internet celebrity IPs, live streaming to sell goods, and all aspects of matrix traffic diversion. The level of detail and development strategy of this plan definitely exceeds the strategic framework of various current internet celebrity incubation companies.
As soon as it is released, it will inevitably cause a huge response in the industry. "Boss Chu, how did you come up with these plans?" Yi Ling couldn't help but asked curiously.
Chu Yang is only in his early 20s, but he has such a brain. In the future, he has unlimited potential.
Secret.
Xu Yang said this mysteriously and smiled playfully.
"Boss Chu, I have another question.
There is a video account called Hands of Wall Street among the ones you just mentioned.
I think it has great potential. Moreover, we have a ready-made person here who can be used."
Yi Ling looked through her notes and carefully read the character requirements for the video account named The Boss's Boring Life.
The character positioning is the most wealthy person in his 30s. Just for this reason, Xu Yang is absolutely suitable.
And Xu Yang is handsome.
If this account can be created, it will definitely become popular on the entire internet.
Who?
Xu Yang asked. Yi Ling laughed. "Boss Chu, this video account is tailor-made for you." Xu Yang was stunned. It seems to be true.
Rich, down to earth, and bossy.
Isn't this talking about myself? Moreover, this will definitely be beneficial to increasing one's own popularity. Then he smiled and said, "Let me try." "That's great." After hearing this, Yiling laughed and said, "Boss Chu, why don't you try to shoot one first? I will ask the company's screenwriter to shoot the script right away. The name is Boss Chu's Boring Life." "That's fine." Chu Yang replied. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Chu. I will go and make the arrangements." Yiling smiled and nodded, then quickly left the office. Chapter 80 Anti-Aging Firming Mask. Half an hour later.
Yiling walked in and smiled at Chu Yang. "Boss Chu, everything about the filming has been settled.
You can go over and start filming the video." "Okay, let's go." Chu Yang stood up and said. Soon, the two arrived at a small room. The screenwriter explained the plot and dialogue to Chu Yang, and then handed the script to Chu Yang. Chu Yang took the script, looked at it carefully for a few times, and nodded slightly. It felt pretty much the same as he imagined. The shooting was completed in about half an hour. All the props are Chu Yang's. After all, the company can only rent watches and luxury cars worth millions of dollars from other places. After the filming, Chu Xiong drove to the vegetable market near Jiangshui Huading. I picked some fresh vegetables and meat and went back. After arriving at the villa, Chu Xiong brought the vegetables over. Ahem, put the food in the kitchen and go outside to book a room. Chu Yang walked into the house and said to Chu Xiong. Then he looked at the clock on the wall and found that it was getting late and Zhao Lei should be back. "Let us prepare the meal first." "Why?" "I really envy Zhao Lei for having such a caring boyfriend." After Chu Xiong put the dishes away, he went out. Time passed slowly, and bowls of dishes were served on the table, with the aroma of the dishes filling the air. Crunch! The door was pushed open. She saw Chu Xiong walking down from the second floor and was stunned. Zhao Lei nodded. At this time, she smelled the aroma of food in the room. She didn't put down her bag and ran straight to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Chu Yang beat an egg, put it into the pan, and prepared to make an omelette to finish. "It smells so good. Honey, your cooking skills have improved again." Zhao Lei hugged Chu Yang from behind like a little bird and said in a warm voice. "I made some extra eggs this time. Eat more to help you grow." Chu Yang put 2 more eggs in, and the pan was filled with egg liquid, forming a large omelette prototype. Zhao Lei glanced into the pot and said, "It's too big. I can't even finish 2 eggs." "It's okay. There's food to eat tonight." Chu Yang teased while holding the seasoning bottle. "You are so bad." When Zhao Lei heard Chu Yang say this, her pretty face instantly turned red. "What the hell? There is nothing serious on your mind. Women don't love bad men." Chu Yang said with a smile, "Okay, go put the food away first, I'll call you when the food is ready." Zhao Lei hummed, loosened her hand, and looked at Chu Yang a few more times before leaving the kitchen, with a hint of warmth flowing in her beautiful eyes. After Chu Yang prepared the meal, he called Zhao Lei out to eat. "Come, eat eggs." Chu Yang picked up a piece of omelette and put it into Zhao Lei's bowl. Zhao Lei took a look, took a fierce bite, and said fiercely, "Bite it to pieces." Chu Yang watched Zhao Lei's actions, his hand stopped picking up the food, and he felt his lower body tighten. Women are too dangerous. I must teach him a lesson tonight. After dinner, Zhao Lei went to remove her makeup and take a shower. Chu Yang opened his phone and an article was pushed out. The title is, "After students from Dongyang University of Finance and Economics donated 100 million yuan, they actually did this?" He took a look, cursed the editor in his mind for having a mental problem, and then clicked on it. In the article, there are several photos of Chu Yang being interviewed. And wrote down the interview content. There wasn't much editing involved in Chu Yang's answer. The specific meaning he wanted to express did not change much, so it can be said that he had met his original expectations. In the comments section below the video, many people expressed their feelings. Donating 100 million? My brother, you are awesome. The one upstairs, what do you mean by your brother? He's my long-lost father, so be respectful with your tone. Looking at the news reports of Dongyang City, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. This report's evaluation of him is quite fair. Moreover, the top comments in the message section are all praises for him. This has achieved the effect he expected. At this time, Chu Yang received a message from Yiling on WeChat. "Boss Chu, please check TikTok. The video you shot today went viral. It topped the trending search list for several hours. The popularity is still rising. Good.
Chu Yang sent a message back, then opened TikTok and clicked on the trending search list. Sure enough, the #1 trending search was his own video, with a popularity of 20 million.
When I clicked on it, I saw that this video had over 1 million likes.
The number of comments has reached more than 300,000.
The content of the video is roughly:
when Chu Yang was bumped into by a second-rate guy and insulted by him, Chu Yang thought about it and quickly apologized. Not only that, Chu Yang also added him as a WeChat friend and transferred 10,000 yuan to him.
It only took 3 seconds for the second-rate guy's expression to change from anger to confusion, and then to the desire to kneel down and make friends with him.
Chu Yang took a closer look and saw that the second-rate guy had no more than 100 yuan on him, so he rejected him. But in order to express his apology, Chu Yang offered early Uzi a job with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan.
Then, whenever Chu Yang was sitting in the car and saw the second-rate guy working hard to clean his car, he felt very gratified.
At this time, a beautiful woman in the back of the car brought him a cup of tea.
Chu Yang finally sighed, the life of rich people is so boring.
Chu Yang was smiling at this time, and suddenly a prompt sounded. Host, congratulations on reaching 300,000 reputation and reaching the 3rd stage. The system gives you a chance to redeem a prize in the mall.
Do you want to use it?
Use.
The next second, blue wave frames appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes.
Inside the frame, there are a wide variety of goods. Top-level Chinese acupuncture. After mastering it, the host's acupuncture techniques can be extremely precise, and he can be familiar with the 720 acupuncture points on the human body, and can perform acupuncture twisting techniques with ease.
Price, 500 million Chinese yuan.
Skin firming and anti-aging mask technology, a mask technology from 2,300 years ago, containing huge amounts of nutrients, which can be fully absorbed by the skin, more efficiently promoting blood circulation and inhibiting sebum secretion.
Price, 400 million Chinese yuan.
Special Forces Bodyguard Group, a total of 10 of China's top special forces, who can protect the host's safety at any time and obey the host's orders at any time.
The price is 3 billion Chinese currency.
2300 Intelligent AI System, a comprehensive, all-round intelligence system that covers every aspect of life. It can instantly defeat the security network protection network of any country in the world and can monitor the network trends of various countries in real time.
The price is 7 billion Chinese yuan.
Chu Yang looked at the dazzling array of goods in the exchange mall and didn't know what to choose for a moment. But most of the goods were worth more than 500 million Chinese yuan, so he could only look at them and satisfy his eyes.
After much consideration, Chu Yang finally chose the skin tightening and anti-aging mask technology.
After all, facial masks are a favorite among women. If you add the top anti-aging and skin firming effects, I'm sure it will cause a frenzy of buying as soon as it appears.
Not to mention other things, just the anti-aging factor alone, I'm afraid some bigwigs won't be able to hold back.
After all, wealthy bosses have everything, but the only thing they lack is their looks that fade with time. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the skin tightening and anti-aging mask technology, spending 500 million Chinese yuan. Accompanied by the system prompt sound. A USB flash drive appeared in Chu Yang's hand. Holding the USB drive in his hand, Chu Yang picked up his phone and called Lu Donglai.
Hello, Mr. Chu. How can I help you?
On this side, Lu Donglai started laughing as soon as he took Chu Yang's call.
President Lu, do you know anyone in the facial mask business? I want to acquire a facial mask industry chain. Chu Yang asked.
Lu Donglai thought for a while, then replied, not yet, I'll help you look for it, and I'll contact you when I find it.
Okay, thank you for your help.
No trouble, no trouble.
I'll do it right away. Chapter 81 Acquisition of a Facial Mask Factory. How's it going? Are you done?
After taking a shower, Zhao Lei came out wearing a satin pajamas. As she walks, the silk floats, outlining her beautiful figure.
I'm going to take a shower after I'm done.
Chu Yang glanced at Zhao Lei's exposed long legs and said slowly, I'll be busy later. Zhao Lei quickly put her long legs back into her pajamas and snorted, I don't want it.
Chu Yang ignored her and went straight to the bathroom. After taking a shower.
After a busy day, Master Chu started to get busy again. The next day, Chu Yang woke up early in the morning. Following the system's prompt, he signed in and received 50 million yuan, which was immediately transferred to his bank card. He glanced at Zhao Lei, who was still sleeping, and kissed her fair face.
Get up, brush your teeth and wash up. Chu Yang started to make breakfast.
At this time, Lu Donglai also called.
Chu Yang put down the spatula, wiped his hands twice, picked up the phone and said, "How is it going? Is there any progress?"
"I have lived up to Mr. Chu's trust. I have found someone who is interested in selling the facial mask production line.
I have already contacted him. I will send you his WeChat."
"Okay, thank you," Chu Yang said with a smile.
"I am honored to work for Mr. Chu. If there is nothing else, I will not bother you for now,"
Lu Donglai said respectfully.
"Good." Chu Yang hung up the phone.
Immediately, Lu Donglai pushed someone over.
Chu Yang added. The man agreed immediately and sent a message. "Is this Mr. Chu from Chuyang? I'm Wu Yu, the facial mask manufacturer from Dongyang." Chu Yang took a look and sent a message back. "Yes, hello Mr. Wu, when are you free so we can talk?" "Boss Chu, I have time now. I'm at the factory. I'll send you the address. You can come over to check it out."
Afterwards, Wu Yu sent the location on WeChat. Chu Yang put away his phone, went to the bedroom to see that Zhao Lei was still asleep, and ate breakfast by himself. After calling Chu Xiong, they went to the location of the Wu Yu factory together.
Soon, a Bentley arrived at Dongyang Industrial Zone.
Chu Yang asked Chu Xiong to circle around a factory before stopping at the factory gate. After getting off the car, Chu Yang glanced at the factory gate and estimated that the scale of this factory was quite large. It will be nearly 300,000 square meters.
"Boss Chu, is that you? I'm Wu Yu."
At this time, a man in a suit hurried forward and greeted him with a smile. Chu Yang nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, Mr. Wu, the scale of your factory is quite large. Logically speaking, a factory that can grow to such a large scale should be doing well."
"Hey, Mr. Chu, please forgive me for making fun of you. I am just an empty shell at the moment."
Wu Yu sighed, a hint of loneliness flashing in his eyes.
"Why do you say that?" Chu Yang asked. "Boss Chu, please come in and take a look. We'll talk slowly inside,"
Wu Yu said as he pointed the way to Chu Yang. Then, the three of them walked into the factory together.
As soon as they entered, they saw a middle-aged security guard greeting them.
But the more he walked in, the more Chu Yang felt something was wrong. Although this factory was very large and equipped with a complete range of machinery, but there are no workers. Some machines were covered with a layer of dust. "Boss Chu, I haven't had any orders for 2 or 3 months, and all the workers have been laid off."
Wu Yu said this with a hint of sadness in his tone.
Chu Yang looked around and found that these machines were all new models, arranged in an orderly manner, and each area had a clear division of labor.
"This Wu Yu seems to have some abilities." Chu Yang asked, "Why is this?"
"My factory previously cooperated with other companies," Wu Yu said, joking up, "but later on, most of the companies that we cooperate with now have begun to prefer OEM work for small workshops.
Without orders, the factories will close down."
Then he continued, "Boss Chu, to be honest with you, if I hadn't been unable to pay the workers' wages, I would never have sold this factory."
Chu Yang understood instantly. It's a very simple business trick, using bad money to drive out good money.
Although it sounds incredible, it is the fact. Facial masks produced by small workshops are low cost and can be labeled with any brand. Finally, find a bunch of internet celebrities to promote your products online, and sales will increase easily. The money has been earned anyway, so whether the quality is good or not is none of their business. Afterwards, Chu Yang looked at Wu Yu calmly and said with a smile, "Boss Wu, we actually have another way to cooperate."
Wu Yu looked up with some confusion.
Chu Yang continued, "I now have a facial mask formula technology in my hand.
However, even if I buy this facial mask production line, I will have to find someone to manage it. Why don't you stay in the factory and make money together?" When Wu Yu heard this, a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. "Boss Chu, are you serious? Technology is not something that you can just have."
Having been in this industry for so many years, he naturally knows how difficult it is to master the core technology of a facial mask. The most important thing is that once the factory starts operating, real money will be invested every day. It would also be a big trouble if the facial mask Chu Yang gave didn't sell well.
"I'm not kidding you."
Chu Yang glanced at Wu Yu and said slowly, "Later, I can inject another 50 million into the factory and invest in the company in the form of technology, but I want 95% of the factory's shares.
Let's make money together." Wu Yu was the one Lu Dong came to see.
He should be reliable in character and the factory belongs to him. It is much better for him to continue to do it than to form a new team by himself. Although giving Wu Yu 5% of the shares does not sound like much, he believes that Wu Yu will definitely not be disappointed once the facial mask is actually launched. Wu Yu thought about what General Chu Yang said. Before, his factory was just a processing site at most. Now if Chu Yang could introduce facial mask technology and equip a factory with a complete assembly line. This is much better than the previous situation. He also learned a little bit about Chu Yang's identity from Lu Dong's visit here. Although he didn't know the details, it seemed that he was from a very important background. A person of this level shouldn't betray me. If it weren't for the broken capital chain, he really didn't want to leave the place where he had struggled for half his life. After a long sigh of relief, Wu Yu looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, "Then Mr. Chu, happy cooperation." Chu Yang, happy cooperation. Chapter 82 Wu Shiyun's Secret. Afterwards, Chu Yang signed a contract with Wu Yu, and the money was transferred to Wu Yu's company account. Inside the room, Chu Yang took out a USB drive and said to Wu Yu, "The facial mask technology in this is enough to beat all the facial masks on the market. The anti-aging effect is extremely significant, and it also has a skin tightening effect. It's no exaggeration to say that even if you are in your 40s or 50s, as long as you insist on using this facial mask, your facial skin is guaranteed to be as tight as if you were in your 20s. After hearing this, Wu Yu's face was full of shock. 40 or 50 years old looks like 20 years old? This skin tightening and anti-aging effect is a bit exaggerated. This not only beats other facial masks, it is even in a different dimension. Okay, the rest is up to you." Chu Yang said calmly, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." "Okay, Mr. Chu, take care." Wu Yu smiled, and then personally sent Chu Yang out. Chu Xiong was driving the car in the driver's seat. Chu Yang was sitting in the car watching TikTok. He found that the video titled Mr. Chu's Boring Life remained very popular and had been on the top of the list for more than a day. The number of likes and comments has doubled. Ding dong. At this time, Chu Yang's cell phone rang. Yi Ling sent a text message. "Boss Chu, our company is recruiting new anchors for the video account. Would you like to come and take a look?" "Good." Chu Yang replied with a message and said to Chu Xiong, "Don't go back, go directly to Xingchen Media. He is probably the only one in the entire company who knows best about the selection of these anchors." Chu Xiong nodded, changed direction and drove towards Xingchen Media. Soon, a Bentley stopped in front of Xingchen Media Company. Inside a large casting office, Chu Yang knocked on the door and after walking in, he saw Yi Ling who was conducting the interview. "Boss Chu." When Yi Ling saw Chu Yang coming in, she hurriedly walked up to him respectfully and said slowly, "The person being interviewed now is the candidate for the new account." Chu Yang nodded slightly. "You continue, I won't disturb you." Yi Ling smiled and the interview continued. At this time, a girl is dressed beautifully and performing a dance. She is graceful and dances beautifully. Okay, next one. The 5-minute talent show time was up, and the video director on the side asked people to leave. After the girl went down, a person wearing blue overalls and a small braid on his head came out. "Hello, interviewers. I'm Xiao Shenyang. I'm good at handicrafts and I used to work part-time as a crosstalk actor." Seeing this man, coupled with his unique accent, Chu Yang's eyes instantly lit up. "I can do handicrafts and sing a renzuan." This guy was born to create a video account for the handmade memes in the marketing manual. Chu Li then asked, "What kind of handicraft are you good at?" "Well, I am most proud of the land swimming machine and the self-service treadmill." "Boss, I have a video here, would you like to take a look?" Xiao Shenyang thought about it carefully and said with a little pride, "Can." Chu Yang nodded. He was quite interested in this man's video. Afterwards, Xiao Shenyang took out his mobile phone and showed him the clips of himself making handicrafts, which also had some magical and funny dubbing after he was finished. After reading it, Chu Yang immediately showed a satisfied smile and said, "Okay, it's you. Go and complete the entry procedures later." Next, most of the applicants who showed up were anchors with talent or good looks. In total, nearly 50 people participated in the interview. I have to say that Xingchen Media has a good appeal. In a short period of time, we were able to attract more than 50 people, and the quality of their work was quite good. Xingchen Media went through layers of screening and hired a total of 15 people. Among them are 2 couples, and in the future they will specialize in couple accounts. Then there are the daily country-style accounts, and the candidates for other popular accounts such as Li Ziki, who represents the parallel world in the Internet Celebrity Handbook, have also been finalized.
After finishing the interview, it was already evening.
Xu Xiong drove the car and took Chu Yang back to the villa signed by Jiang Shuihuoding.
My dear, you've been tired all day.
I'll cook for you first. When Zhao Lei saw Chu Yang coming back, she quickly stood up and helped Chu Yang take off his coat, then walked into the kitchen.
I want to eat beef brisket stewed with potatoes today. I haven't eaten it for a long time.
Chu Yang sat down on the sofa and shouted towards the kitchen.
Okay. I promise to show you my skills. The next day,
Chu Yang got up sleepily and found that Zhao Lei had gone out early again.
Breakfast was already laid out on the table as usual. A new day has arrived. Host, do you want to sign in? Sign in. Congratulations to the host for winning 50 million Chinese currency.
Chu Yang took a look at the extra 50 million in his bank card, and just as he put his phone down, a system notification sounded in his mind.
Host, congratulations on reaching 500,000 reputation.
You will be rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery.
When your reputation reaches 1 million, the system mall will be opened. Will the host draw a prize? Lottery.
Chu Yang said this, and a large turntable appeared in front of him.
Top ancient Chinese martial arts skills. Nanoscale mechanical exoskeleton. Keep fit card. The tonic version of Shiwei Dihuang pills. The two heroes conceal their self-defense weapons. Two properties in Dongyang City. Top stock trading techniques. Nuclear reactor. Modern weapons warehouse. Real person touch AI smart silicone doll. When Chu Yang's eyes swept to the last one, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This system is too unorthodox. Lottery.
As Chu Yang spoke, the turntable began to turn.
The pointer was spinning madly on the turntable. Finally, the pointer landed steadily on two properties in Dongyang City. Byte. Congratulations to the host for acquiring two properties in Dongyang City's East City Yapin. The property certificates will be delivered by express.
Chu Yang was a little stunned when he heard it.
Two properties in Dongcheng Yapin? This Dongcheng Yapin is a nationally famous real estate, although Dongyang City is not a first-tier city. But the value of those two houses is at least 200 million. It's better than nothing. When I get old, I can be a landlord or something.
At this time, a message came on his WeChat. I clicked on it and saw that it was sent by Wu Shiyun. I haven't been to the gym these few days.
Could it be that this girl is missing me?
Although I am indeed good-looking, rich, and have a good temperament. Mr. Chu, I won't be going to the gym these days, so your fitness class will have to be postponed.
I'm very sorry for the inconvenience.
Looking at the message sent by Wu Shiyun, Chu Yang suddenly felt something was wrong, but he still replied with an okay.
Ding dong. Chu Yang received another WeChat message from the girl at the gym reception desk.
Boss Chu, Coach Wu has asked for a few days off and will be away from the gym for a while.
What's the reason?
Chu Yang sent a message back, wanting to inquire about some information and reasons regarding Wu Shiyun's leave.
Soon, the girl at the front desk sent another message.
It seems like something happened in her family. I don't know the details, but judging from her expression, it seems like she encountered a very difficult problem. According to gossip, her mother brought her brother to Dongyang. In front of the screen, Chu Yang seemed to be thinking about something.
He hissed and sent a message. Okay, I got it. You know the address of her rental house? Send it to me. Building 5, Sunshine Community, Lingyang Avenue, Lingyang District, Dongyang City.
Over there, the girl at the front desk quickly sent Wu Shiyun's address.
Chu Yang glanced at the address and sent a message, thanks.
Along with it, there was also a transfer of 10,000 yuan. The girl at the front desk took a look and immediately received the 10,000 yuan.
She was very surprised and sent a message to Chu Yang, thank you, Mr. Chu. I will report to you in time if there is such news in the future. Chu Yang did not reply to the message from the girl at the front desk.
He simply copied the address and pasted it onto the map. At the same time, he immediately called Chu Xiong and asked him to come over.
Soon, Chu Xiong drove a Bentley and took Chu Yang to the address sent by Wu Shiyun. Sunshine Community. This is a series of old urban areas with aging walls covered with ivy.
As soon as the two walked in, they saw foul-smelling liquid coming out of the sewer pipe, which was disgusting. Xu Yang really didn't expect that Wu Shiyun actually lived in such a place.
Ding dong. Chapter 83, Powerful Chu Xiong.
The door was opened and Wu Shiyun slowly stuck her head out. When she saw Chu Yang for the first time, her eyes were full of surprise and her heart jumped nervously, but she said weakly, "Boss Chu, why are you here?"
"I have something else to do at home today, you should leave first." Hearing this, Chu Yang immediately became suspicious.
This girl was acting so strange today, she must be hiding something from him. Xu Yang smiled slightly, then put his hand against the door and pushed it hard. Wu Shiyun couldn't bear it at all and staggered back a few steps. The door opened, and 7 or 8 men in black uniforms, each with tattoos on their necks and arms, appeared in Chu Yang's sight.
A smile appeared on Chu Yang's lips. Someone really came looking for trouble. "Hey, beautiful girl, this is your boyfriend, right?" The leader glanced at Chu Yang and said sarcastically, "Boy, be smart and take out the money." "Shiyun, why don't you invite me in and sit down?" Chu Yang simply ignored the man in black and walked into the room.
Xu Xiong followed him in and closed the door.
"Boss Chu, please leave now."
Faced with this situation, Wu Shiyun didn't know what to say for a moment, and she didn't even notice that Chu Yang directly changed her address from Coach Wu to Shiyun.
This was her family matter, and she didn't want to drag Chu Yang into it. "It's okay. I'm here. They can't make any waves."
Chu Yang found a chair, sat down, and looked around. The house is not big, and with 7 or 8 people standing in the living room, it seems a bit crowded. Wu Shiyun felt helpless. Chu Yang's sudden arrival made her a little overwhelmed. But at this time, a man and a middle-aged woman standing next to him showed a look of surprise on their faces. This is Wu Shiyun's brother Wu Chang and her mother Zhang Ling.
"Kid, who the hell are you? Are you here to cause trouble?" The leading man in black was a little annoyed by Chu Yang's series of actions. What on earth does this kid want to do?
"Brother Ma, stop talking nonsense to him.
I don't think they can come up with the money. Let's do as we said before and send this girl to KTV to pay off our debt." The henchman behind Ma Go glanced at Wu Shiyun with a lewd look. "Shiyun, this person must be Mr. Chu who taught you before, right? You should ask him to help us, otherwise you."
Wu Chang pulled the corner of Wu Shiyun's clothes, and his expression changed drastically. He was no longer panicky, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes.
"If it is really that Mr. Chu, then this problem would be easy to solve, right?"
"Brother, stop talking." Wu Shiyun glared at Wu Chang with an embarrassed look on her face. "I don't care who you are or what you are here for today. You all must pay me 500,000 yuan today, or no one can leave."
Ma Go glanced at everyone and said in an arrogant tone, "You want money? That's easy. Cut off the tongue of the person who just said that, and I'll give you the money."
Xu Yang sat on the chair with a calm expression, but there was a hint of coldness in his tone.
"You fucking bastard, are you shameless when you're given the chance?" The henchman's expression changed immediately. They are professional debt collectors and are usually arrogant and domineering. Who would dare to talk to them like that? Then he quickly rushed towards Chu Yang.
Seeing this, Chu Xiong took a step forward, opened his big hand, grabbed the man's wrist, and kicked him out.
Boom!
The man fell against the wall and fainted without saying a word. Seeing this, the group of men in black couldn't help but take a step back secretly.
"This is not a human, it's a bear." With a wave of his hand, a man weighing 180 kilograms flew out.
When Ma Go saw Chu Xiong's ruthless attack, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he cupped his hands and said to Chu Yang with a fake smile,
"My friend, we don't want to cause any trouble.
It is only natural to pay back debts.
Just pay off the 500,000 yuan and we will leave immediately and never bother you again."
Judging from the action and strength of Chu Xiong's attack just now, it is estimated that this group of people are no match for him. The development of the current situation seems to be gradually out of his control.
"Nonsense, you're just raising the price. It was originally 200,000.
Brother Chu, don't give it to him." Wu Shiyun yelled at the man, "My brother owes you only 80,000 yuan in total. I have already given you 150,000 yuan.
Now there is 200,000 yuan in this card. You can take it if you want." She really couldn't hold it in anymore. Wasn't this too much?
Tens of thousands of dollars increased several times in less than half a year.
Something that no one can accept.
"Little girl, you'd better shut up.
You have no right to speak here now." Ma Ji's tone was slightly calmer as he spoke lightly.
Chu Yang glanced at Wu Shiryun and said with a smile, "Shiryun, I will take care of this matter, you don't have to worry." When Wu Shiryun heard this, she looked at Chu Yang with a look of nervousness, but also a hint of warmth. She dropped out of school when she was 18 and started working outside.
I've also met all kinds of men.
But none of those people can be trusted. Looking at Chu Yang, who was 2 years younger than her, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. It is only natural to pay back debts, that's true, but since the principal has been paid off, we no longer owe each other anything. Then, Chu Yang stood up, walked up to Ma Ge, and said in a cold voice, "If you know what's best for you, you'd better leave here quickly and get out.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude."
"Boy, I'm only calling you a friend because I'm giving you face, don't be ungrateful."
Ma Ge's mouth twitched. I'm afraid that young people today are unaware of the dangers of society. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to act so arrogantly in front of him?
In his opinion, Chu Yang should have some money. However, they have done things like asking rich people for debts before.
You little brat, who do you think you are? From the back, another henchman yelled. Noisy. Chu Yang said lightly, then winked at Chu Xiong.
Chu Xiong moved slightly, put his hands behind his back, and then took out a pitch-black thing.
Gun. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. Even Chu Yang looked a little confused. I let you do it. I didn't ask you to take out the gun. Also, why is this guy carrying a gun? How come he doesn't know? Now, Ma Ge and his group were even more afraid to move. Brother, let's talk it over. We are still reasonable. Ma Ge's voice trembled slightly. Damn.
In the flower-growing country, there are actually people who dare to carry guns with them.
This kind of person is either a fool, or he has an incredibly powerful background. Chu Yang nodded, glanced at his watch, and said calmly, "Can we talk now?"
Yes, yes, yes.
Ma Ge nodded quickly. Chu Yang chuckled, "Okay, then let's have a good chat.
I won't bother with you about the loan sharking.
Let's tear up the IOU first."
Then he looked at Wu Shiryun again, and continued to look at Ma Ge and said, "As for the follow-up, you came to someone's house so brazenly, threatened them, and cursed them.
It should be no problem for you to pay some mental damages. It doesn't have to be too much, 100,000 will be enough." Wow.
Hearing Chu Yang's words, everyone present was stunned for a moment.
Especially Ma Ge and his people. Are they here to collect debts, or is it Chu Yang who is here to collect debts?
100,000 at the first opening. They are not rich bosses like Chu Yang, and 100,000 yuan is not a small amount of money.
However, he saw Chu Xiong standing next to Chu Yang.
And the black thing in his hand, after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he hurriedly said,
"Okay, no problem. It's just 100,000 yuan.
Wait, I'll prepare it for you right away."
What do you think? We've accepted the loss this time. Chapter 84 Wu Shiryun's outburst. 10 minutes.
Chu Yang looked at his watch and said something to Ma Ge indifferently.
Okay, I'll get the money for you right away. Ma Ge hurried out.
After a while, he came in carrying a black plastic bag. Then Brother Ma handed the plastic bag in his hand to Chu Yang and said, "Brother Chu, here is 100,000. Chu Yang took the plastic bag and handed it to Wu Shiryun, then said to Ma Ge and his group, "Go away.
If anyone is dissatisfied, you are welcome to come to me at any time. My name is Chu Yang." Brother Chu, you are joking. We will leave immediately. Having said that, Ma Ge left first. The group of people behind him also hurried out, not daring to breathe. Wu Shiryun also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the loan sharks leave. However, the image of Chu Xiong pulling out a gun lingered in her mind for a long time. I said, when did you get a gun?
Chu Yang glanced at Chu Xiong and asked.
Toy gun.
Chu Xiong said seriously.
Cut.
Chu Yang waved his hand and stopped talking to Chu Xiong. At this time, Wu Shiryun quickly took a glass of water to Chu Yang and apologized. "Mr. Chu, I'm so sorry to bother you again this time."
"Shiryun, pour a cup for me and Mom too." Wu Chang found a chair and sat next to Chu Yang, and said excitedly, "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Wu Shiryun's brother, my name is Wu Chang." "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am their mother, Zhang Ling."
Zhang Ling looked at Chu Yang and smiled.
"Hello, Auntie."
Chu Yang smiled at Zhang Ling. Then he just said faintly to Wu Chang. To be honest, he really didn't have a good impression of Wu Chang. The family is in such a difficult financial situation, yet they still have to borrow money at high interest rates. This is obviously not something a carbon-based organism can do. Seeing that Chu Yang ignored him, Wu Chang licked his face again and said with a smile, "Boss Chu, when are you going to marry my sister? I don't want a lot of betrothal gifts, 500,000 will be enough, just enough to buy me a house in my hometown. If my sister could get together with Mr. Chu in front of me, she would have endless good days to enjoy."
"Brother, what are you talking about?
Mr. Chu is my client, don't think too much."
Wu Shiryun scolded and handed the water to them. "Client? Mr. Chu took such a big risk for you, but you're still a client?"
Wu Chang glanced at Wu Shiryun and said in a serious tone, "Sister, I just want to get some money from you, but I don't mean to harm you." In his opinion, the relationship between his sister and Chu Yang was either a couple or an affair. In short, something must have happened between the two of them.
"I don't want to explain to you,"
Wu Shiryun said unhappily. "Also, if you borrow money from loan sharks again in the future, I really won't care about you.
My brother is really a cause of worry for me. I'm nearly 30 years old and still haven't achieved anything." "That's not what I meant, Shiryun.
He is your brother after all, so you should help him wherever you can." Seeing this, Zhang Ling quickly added, "Besides, we both think that Mr. Chu is a good person. You won't suffer any loss if you follow him."
Wu Shiryun didn't say anything, just snorted.
Since she was a child, her mother has always favored her brother and was obviously much colder towards her. The way her mother spoke today was really disheartening.
"With President Chu here, why would we need to borrow from loan sharks? President Chu, don't you think so?"
Wu Chang took a sip of water, looked at Chu Yang, and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu has helped his sister so much today, so it is absolutely impossible for him to say that he has no interest in her."
"Do you think you know me well?"
Chu Yang said suddenly.
"Ahem, Mr. Chu, this is too formal. We are all family, so let's not talk about different things."
Wu Chang gave a dry cough and continued to try to please the cold shoulder. When Wu Shiryun heard this, he immediately scolded, "Brother,
if you say that again, please go back. Yuna, how do you talk to your brother? We are all family, can't we just talk to each other in a friendly manner?"
Zhang Ling interrupted, with a hint of blame in her tone.
"Mom, you only know how to favor my brother. Look at what he has become."
Wu Shiryun could no longer bear her mother's words. With tears in her eyes, she said something aggrieved.
For so many years, if her mother hadn't spoiled her brother blindly, he wouldn't be like this now. "Shiryun, how can you talk to mom like that?
A daughter who was married off is like water spilled out. You have to get married eventually so that I can continue the Wu family's lineage."
Wu Chang looked at Wu Shiryun with confidence. "You."
Wu Shiryun was so angry that she couldn't speak, and 2 lines of tears rolled down her pretty face.
"Is that how you two act as elders?" Chu Yang really couldn't bear to watch it anymore.
It was the first time he met such weird parents and brother.
"Boss Chu, what you said is a bit too much."
The corners of Wu Chang's mouth twitched, and his tone sounded a little impatient.
"Excessive?" Chu Yang asked back, then chuckled and said, "Do you know how she has been doing these past few years?" "Boss Chu, as an elder I have to say a few words." Zhang Ling looked a little unhappy, and then said, "We haven't had a good life in the past few years, but Yuna is capable, so isn't it her duty to help us? Otherwise, why did we work so hard to raise her?" At this time, Wu Shiryun on the side chuckled, and many words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. "So many years have passed, and I'm exhausted from working hard outside. I worked several jobs a day and remitted almost all my money to them. But what about them? Not only does he not ask about my well-being, he doesn't even show any concern during the holidays. All he asks about is money." This time, she was really heartbroken. "It seems that you are also an old fool." Chu Yan laughed contemptuously. "2 giant babies in one family.
Wu Shiryun has had a really hard time these years."
"You."
Zhang Ling's face turned extremely ugly, as if she had been hit on a sore spot.
"Shiryun, what have you learned in society? What kind of boyfriend is this?"
Wu Chang glanced at Chu Yang coldly, then questioned Wu Shiryun. "What kind of boyfriend I find is none of your business." Wu Shiryun was angry.
Completely angry.
Or maybe it was disappointment that reached its peak. Finally, her expression gradually calmed down, and she looked at Wu Chang and Zhang Ling indifferently and said,
"Okay, your issues have been resolved. Do you have anything else to say now? If not, please leave." Chapter 85 Wu Chang's Ugly Face. Leave? Since we are here, we can't go back empty-handed. Wu Chang was angry. He didn't expect his sister to say such a thing. Before, she had never dared to refuse any conditions proposed by her family. Are you going to rebel now? Money, money, money. Is money the only thing on your mind? Wu Shiyun's eyes were red, and she shouted excitedly, am I just a money-making machine in your eyes? Yuna, our life in the countryside is really difficult. Seeing this, Zhang Ling continued. He. Wu Shiyun laughed disappointedly and said, so? Don't you two have any hands or feet? Don't you know how to make money? Mom is old and I have to stay at home to take care of her. How can we go out to make money? Wu Chang asked back. He said it with great confidence. Nonsense. You two, get out. Wu Shiyun was so angry that he felt dizzy. A 30-year-old middle-aged man actually said that he had no ability to make money. He also came up with the excuse that he was taking care of his mother at home. It's almost like living off your parents at home. I think you've grown wings. Wu Chang was so angry that he raised his hand and was about to hit Wu Shiyun. On weekdays, Wu Shiyun always obeys them. How dare you talk to them like this today? No lesson given. She just doesn't know why the flowers are so red. Bang! Chu Yang grabbed Wu Chang's hand, then slapped Wu Chang in the face with his other hand, leaving a bright red 5-finger mark on his face. Wu Chang was almost knocked unconscious by the slap. Try moving again. Chu Yang shook off Wu Chang's hand and said coldly. You. Wu Chang glanced at Chu Yang with resentment, clenched his hands tightly, but did not dare to move. This scene shocked everyone present. Especially Wu Shiyun. She never expected that Chu Yang was actually helping her vent her anger. After all, this is her family matter. How come you are so uneducated? Is there no one to discipline you at home? Zhang Ling quickly walked to Wu Chang and rubbed his face. She looked distressed and asked repeatedly, Changer, how are you? Are you okay? Wu Shiyun chuckled upon seeing this. I have suffered so much for so many years, but my mother has never cared about me. Now, Wu Chang just got slapped in the face, but her mother was so heartbroken. It's really ironic. Go away. Chu Yang glanced at the two of them and said with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Wu Chang and Zhang Ling looked at each other, and then Zhang Ling stared at Wu Shiyun and said viciously, Changer, let's go. She thought that after living in the big city for a few years and hooking up with a rich man, she could forget her roots. From now on, just pretend that she never gave birth to this ungrateful beast. The two of them can't afford to offend Chu Yang. In this situation, the only thing I can do is leave. If I stayed any longer, I don't know what would have happened. When Wu Shiyun saw them leave, she sat down, feeling weak all over and tears flowed uncontrollably. To be honest, it's hard to describe her mother and brother. The feelings for them had faded a long time ago. Her family has always favored her brother since she was a child. Even when she was in school, her family didn't have money to let her drop out of school, so they let her brother continue to study. She has rarely felt the warmth of family since she was old enough to understand. Now that things have developed to this point, she can breathe a sigh of relief in the future. Wipe it off. It won't look so pretty when you cry. Chu Yang sat next to Wu Shiyun and took a few pieces of paper from the table and handed them over. Wu Shiyun took the paper and sobbed. After about half an hour, the paper towels had piled up into a small mountain. Wu Shiyun recovered a little, then forced a smile at Chu Yang and said, Boss Chu, I'm sorry to bother you again this time. These are all small things, but... Chu Yang pointed to his rumbling stomach and said with a smile, this is a big deal. Then I'll go buy some food first. Mr. Chu, please wait for me. Wu Shiyun adjusted her state, washed her face, and prepared to go out. I'll go with you. Chu Yang smiled warmly at Wu Shiyun. Wu Shiyun also smiled and nodded. Chu Xiong followed them and went out together. In the vegetable market, the smell of fish and vegetables is mixed. Many couples who are off work come here to buy groceries, and there is a constant stream of people. Chu Yang and Wu Shiyun walked side by side, like a young couple. Soon, the two came to a stall where Wu Shiyun often bought vegetables. Hey, Shiyun, let us talk about your boyfriend. The female stall owner glanced at Chu Yang and smiled. No, this is my friend. Wu Shiyun was picking vegetables while smiling. Chu Yang was not idle either, helping Wu Shiyun to choose.
He had lived alone before, without his parents to take care of him, so he knew a lot about cooking. Wu Shiryun handed over the vegetables that the two had picked. The female stall owner weighed the bag, handed it over, and said, $11.20.
Auntie, is $10 okay? We are old customers and will come again next time.
Chu Yang glanced at the female stall owner and smiled.
Okay, $10.
The female stall owner smiled, then looked at Wu Shiryun and said, Shiryun, I think this guy is good, handsome, and knows how to live.
You have to seize the opportunity. It's not easy for a girl like you to be out there. Auntie, if you say that again, I won't come next time.
Wu Shiryun's face turned red when she heard this.
You. The female stall owner didn't say anything else.
She just glanced at Chu Yang and smiled with satisfaction. After Wu Shiryun paid the bill, he took Chu Yang to another place to buy some meat. Afterwards, they returned to where Wu Shiryun lived.
Boss Chu, please take a rest.
I'll go cook. As he spoke, Wu Shiryun was about to pick up the bag in Chu Yang's hand.
Let you try my cooking skills. Chu Yang didn't give it to her and walked straight into the kitchen.
As soon as he arrived in the kitchen, Chu Yang knew why Wu Shiryun asked him to rest.
This place is just too small.
It is so small that the aisle can only accommodate about 3 people.
Let me pass for a moment.
Seeing that Chu Yang was determined to come, Wu Shiryun did not try to stop him.
Chu Yang turned sideways to let Wu Shiryun pass. Wu Shiryun walked over cautiously, with waves of body fragrance filling the air.
I'll wash the vegetables and the dishes first, you can cook the rice.
Chu Yang rinsed the vegetables in his hand under the water pipe.
Wu Shiryun was also washing rice. After Chu Yang washed the vegetables, Wu Shiryun started cutting them. Chu Yang really felt that this place was too small. When he washed dishes, the water stains would float to the ground. After working for a long time, the dishes were finally ready. You take it over first, I'll clean up the kitchen. Chu Yang said something to Wu Shiryun and started to work again. Wu Shiryun nodded, picked up a pot of food, and prepared to go over. Suddenly, she stepped on a stain from washing dishes and accidentally stumbled. When Chu Yang saw this, he hurried to help Wu Shiryun, but Wu Shiryun fell towards him. He quickly pulled his hand away and hugged Wu Shiryun again. In addition to the scent of her body, Chu Yang also felt as if something was pressing against his chest.
Soft and quite big. Let me get up.
Wu Shiryun blushed and shouted. Chu Yang then came to his senses and straightened Wu Shiryun.
Chapter 86 Preparing to Conquer Wu Shiryun. Wu Shiryun brought the dish over with a red face.
Chu Yang also went over with the bowl and chopsticks. Perhaps because of the intimate contact between the two parties, Wu Shiryun's face was red throughout the meal. Don't mention it, your skills are really good, half as good as mine, but my skills down there are even better.
Chu Yang took a bite of the dish and enjoyed it. I don't believe it.
Wu Shiryun curled her lips and continued to eat in small bites.
Chu Yang smiled dotingly and said, would you like to try my skills next time?
Okay. Wu Shiryun smiled sweetly and said. But then she heard the hidden meaning and her face turned red again. In my heart, I secretly cursed Chu Yang as a bad guy. When Chu Yang saw that her face was as red as an apple, he laughed even louder. This little girl really can't stand teasing. About half an hour later, the food was finished.
There weren't any leftovers.
At this time, Chu Yang was just about to invite Wu Shiryun to go outside for a walk. The cell phone started ringing.
Brother Chu, are you ready to talk?
Over there, Lu Yuqing's cautious voice came.
Chu Yang said, it's convenient, what's the matter? Here's the thing, I'm having a high school reunion tomorrow night, can you come with me? Lu Yuqing asked. Can.
Chu Yang thought about it, agreed, and said.
Okay, then Brother Chu, see you tomorrow. Hearing Chu Yang agree to her, Lu Yuqing's tone instantly became much clearer. Okay, see you tomorrow.
Chu Yang said this and hung up the phone.
Boss Chu, did your girlfriend call? Wu Shiryun asked suddenly, with a strange tone in her voice. When Wu Shiryun said this, she couldn't believe it herself.
How could I say such a thing for some unknown reason? What does it have to do with her that Chu Yang's girlfriend called?
Can. She felt a little touched. A friend. Chu Yang smiled softly and said to Wu Shiryun, Shiryun, would you please do me a favor and go for a walk together? As he spoke, Chu Yang also noticed Wu Shiryun's changes, and then used the godly glasses to check Wu Shiryun's values. Sure enough, the value reached 79. With only 1 point difference, the relationship between the two can basically be finalized. Come on, Xu Yang. Conquering Wu Shiyun is within reach. Wu Shiyun agreed.
Even if Chu Yang called her Shiyun, she didn't seem to have any resistance. At this time, she was constantly reminding herself, Wu Shiyun, your idea is dangerous. After cleaning up the dishes, the two walked out together.
Xu Xiong followed behind.
The two went downstairs and walked slowly.
What are you going to do next? Xu Yang thought about what happened today and asked. Let's take it one step at a time. I really don't want to go back to that home now.
Wu Shiyun said this somewhat helplessly, his eyes looking around at the scenery casually.
Then you don't have to be so tired in the future. You'll be free. Xu Yang continued. Wu Shiyun secretly rolled her eyes at Xu Yang. I shouted in my heart, Xu Yang, hey, is this how you talk to girls? Are you a straight man? Why are you talking about things that are not relevant?
However, she still said with a hint of helplessness, it's okay, I'm used to this kind of life.
It's better to be busy, so I won't think about other messy things.
Brother, buy your girlfriend some flowers. At this time, a little girl suddenly came over and looked at Xu Yang, blinking her big eyes. Xu Yang glanced at Wu Shiyun, then smiled at the little girl and said, give it all to me.
How much is it?
Only $50.
The little girl handed all the roses in her hand to Xu Yang.
Xu Yang took the rose and gave 50 yuan to the little girl. Brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Before leaving, the little girl smiled sweetly at Wu Shiyun. This time, Wu Shiyun did not explain. She seemed to agree. Because Xu Yang's repeated help really touched her heart. After all, she is just a girl and she also longs for a broad shoulder to rest on.
Take a break.
Xu Yang pointed to the lawn in the park and said.
Wu Shiyun followed Xu Yang and sat down.
Just as the sun was setting, the sunlight shone on the two people, feeling very warm. After sitting down, Xu Yang handed the flowers to Wu Shiyun and said with a smile, these flowers are very suitable for you, they are all very beautiful.
Thank you. Wu Shiyun took the flowers and said with a trembling voice.
After all, this was the first time she had accepted flowers from a boy in all these years. For a girl like her who has been single since birth, although she appears calm on the surface, she is extremely excited in her heart.
We are friends, right? Why thank each other? Just cook a few more meals for me.
Xu Yang said with a grin.
She smiled and said, sure. Then there was a sudden silence between the two. But secretly, there was an ambiguous atmosphere. Silence is better than sound at this time.
The two of them just sat there, on a patch of grass, enveloped by the setting sun. The wind is also very quiet. The next day, Xu Yang got up in Jianshui Huating. After taking a walk with Wu Shiyun yesterday, Xu Yang sent Wu Shiyun back. Although nothing happened.
But that feeling is great. A new day has arrived. Host, do you want to sign in? Sign in.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the AI Smart Team.
Under the AI Smart Group, there is a Details button. Xu Yang clicked the button, and relevant information immediately appeared.
The AI Smart Team can provide the host with big data query, AI Smart Stock Trading, Smart Analysis and other functions.
Not bad.
Xu Yang currently has approximately 200 million in liquid funds, which he will use later when the facial mask factory and media company develop.
This AI Smart Team can still provide relatively large benefits.
After all, big data analysis enables companies to target customer groups more accurately. After washing up and having breakfast, Xu Yang went to the facial mask factory to check on the latest situation.
It was not until the evening that Xu Yang left the facial mask factory. Yuqing, it's almost time to get off work. I'm here to pick you up.
Xu Yang got in the Bentley and sent a message to Lu Yuqing.
Yes, I'll wait for you. Lu Yuqing sent a message back. Go to Xingchen Media.
Xu Yang put away his phone and said to Xu Xiong. Xu Xiong nodded and started the Bentley.
Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Xingchen Media Company. Lu Yuqing was dressed in a tasseled skirt and stood on the street.
She looked very youthful and bright, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The Bentley slowly stopped in front of Lu Yuqing, and Xu Xiong got out of the car to help her open the door.
Chapter 87: The Feeling of Heartache.
As soon as Lu Yuqing got in the car, she leaned on Xu Yang's shoulder. Then she arched her nose and smelled a whiff of fragrance. A subtle expression flashed across her pretty face and she said, "It seems that I have disturbed Brother Chu's good thing."
Aren't you my good thing?
As he spoke, Chu Yang scratched her pink nose and teased her. The scent on his body was left over from when he was inspecting the raw materials of the facial mask factory. After all, the raw materials are real roses, eggs. Hate. Lu Yuqing patted Chu Yang on the chest and then said, "Brother Chu, let's go to the Huatian fresh store."
I'm a little tired. Can you lend me your shoulder?
Go to sleep. Chu Yang hugged her and said lovingly. As it's getting close to the end of the working day, there's a constant stream of vehicles. It took about an hour to arrive at the Huatian fresh main store.
Arrive. Chu Yang patted Lu Yuqing and said gently.
Lu Yuqing rubbed her sleepy eyes, then took out some cosmetics from her bag and put on some touch-up makeup.
Let's go, Brother Chu. Lu Yuqing got out of the car.
Chu Yang also got out of the car, and Lu Yuqing naturally put her arm around him.
Hey, isn't this Yuqing?
As soon as I got off the car, a sharp female voice rang out. Lu Yuqing looked back and found that it was Zhang Yuwei from their class. When they were in high school, she and Zhang Yuwei were both called school beauties. But in the eyes of many students, Lu Yuqing clearly surpasses Zhang Yuwei in terms of both appearance and temperament.
Moreover, in the class, Lu Yuqing studies better and is more popular among teachers and classmates. Therefore, Zhang Yuwei often competed with Lu Yuqing in secret. Today, it looks like another big drama is going to happen. Yuwei, what a coincidence. Lu Yuqing smiled sweetly, stroked her hair and said.
The man next to Zhang Yuwei was stunned when he saw Lu Yuqing's beauty and temperament.
Not bad, Yuqing, you're riding in a Bentley, unlike me who can only ride in a Ferrari.
Zhang Yuwei said sarcastically. She just got off a Lamborghini Aventador worth more than 8 million. Of course, there is no comparison with a broken Bentley.
Then you are really amazing.
There was also a sharp flash in Lu Yuqing's eyes as she said sarcastically.
Let's go in.
Chu Yang said helplessly.
It's really a drama between two women.
If the two of them continue to fight like this, there's no telling when it will end. Afterwards, the four of them entered the private room reserved for the class reunion one after another.
Wow, Yuqing, you look so beautiful today. This is your boyfriend, so handsome. You two are such a perfect match. When someone saw Lu Yuqing come in, they started to flatter her. From the way Chu Yang was dressed, they could tell that he was a rich man. But as to how rich they are, they don't know. Because Lu Yuqing has never shown off Chu Yang in her circle of friends or anywhere else. Next second.
When everyone saw Zhang Yuwei and her boyfriend appear, they began to praise them even more highly. Because, they are now able to book this most luxurious private room thanks to the ability of Zhang Yuwei's boyfriend.
Moreover, his boyfriend paid for all the expenses. How can people not like this? Let me introduce to you all, this is my boyfriend, Zhang Yun. As she spoke, Zhang Yuwei gave Lu Yuqing a disdainful look. She really enjoyed the feeling of being flattered. This matter especially attracted more attention from former classmates than Lu Yuqing. She was even more proud, after all, this was a way for her to win over Lu Yuqing. Okay, everyone, please take a seat. Feel free to order whatever you want. It's my treat today.
Zhang Yun said this in a very generous tone, and naturally sat down in the main seat. In his opinion, these people are just some working people or poor students.
Even Chu Yang. It might be a bit of money in his opinion. However, his family has assets worth hundreds of millions. The waiter brings each person a portion of foie gras and M9 Australian beef.
Zhang Yun ordered 2 dishes, then handed the menu to Zhang Yuwei and said, "Yuwei, see what else you want to eat."
Zhang Yuwei nodded. After she ordered the dishes, she handed out the menu, then looked at everyone and asked, "What else do you want to eat?" At this time, Chu Yang put down the menu in his hand and asked the waiter, "Do you have any other dishes here?" "Yes, what do you need, sir?" The waiter leaned forward and asked with a smile. 2 A5 Wagyu beefs, remember, I only want the front shoulder, and 1 serving of almas caviar each, beluga quality, and finally a bottle of 1992 Cabernet Sauvignon. Chu Yang closed the menu and said calmly.
Zhang Yun glanced at Chu Yang at this time, feeling a little surprised.
Beluga grade caviar? He seems to have never eaten it. How does this guy know?
Sir, some of the dishes you ordered may not be available.
I will ask the general manager. Please wait a moment.
With that, the waiter walked towards the door.
Soon, the waiter came over with a man in a suit.
Hello, sir. We have all the dishes you ordered, but the Laz caviar, beluga grade, is so rare that we have a rule that no more than 5 ounces per room is allowed. The general manager said apologetically. They generally don't sell this caviar to the public. Price is one aspect, and the other is that this caviar is too expensive and rare.
The head office also uses this caviar to entertain some VIP guests. Okay, no problem. Chu Yang nodded calmly.
He also learned about this caviar from Zhao Lei. Even the hotel where she worked before didn't have much stock.
Are you sure, sir?
5 ounces of caviar costs $30,000 in our main store, and 1992 Cabernet Sauvignon costs $200,000.
The general manager reminded, Are you sure? I think Mr. Jiang won't mind.
Chu Yang glanced at Jiang Yun, then said with a smile.
Jiang Yun said with a painful tone, Well, don't mind, go ahead.
This meal cost nearly 600,000 yuan. Although his family is rich, his monthly pocket money is fixed.
He currently has about $1 million on him. This time, Chu Yang really screwed me over.
But there was no other way, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Soon, the dishes were served and many people started drooling just by looking at them. I don't know if they can afford just one dish with their monthly salary.
Come on, I propose that we all toast to President Jiang.
At this time, Chu Yang took the lead and smiled at Jiang Yun.
Mr. Jiang is so generous. Mr. Jiang, you are so generous. This is probably the most expensive dinner I've ever had in my life. Everyone was smiling and licking Jiang Yun. Chu Yang also raised his goblet and toasted Jiang Yun.
When Jiang Yun saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched violently.
That's the feeling of heartache. Chapter 88 Lu Donglai's Visit. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors.
Jiang Yun felt like he had to pee, so he got up and went out the door. As soon as he arrived at the toilet door, Jiang Yun saw a middle-aged man with a big belly. He felt that he looked very familiar, so he walked forward.
President Lu. Hello. You are here too. What a coincidence.
Jiang Yun instantly perked up and smiled at Lu Donglai.
Although his Jiang family has assets worth hundreds of millions, they still owe a lot of money in the bank.
If Lu Donglai had not been willing to provide a low-interest loan, their family would definitely not be where they are today.
Besides, the position of Dongyang City Bank president is good enough for him to lick. Mr. Jiang, are you here to show off again?
Lu Donglai looked at Jiang Yun and said with a fake smile, It seems that you are living a good life. Lu Donglai's words had a hidden meaning. He still remembered that the Jiang family had an installment loan that had been overdue for a long time.
However, he was not afraid that the Jiang family would not return it.
It was just that Lu Dong was a little displeased with a playboy like Jiang Yun. The father is a tiger, as for this son, it's better not to mention him.
Nothing serious, just a small party.
Jiang Yun felt a little embarrassed, and then asked respectfully, I wonder which private room President Lu is in. I'll come over and toast you a glass later.
No, I have other things to do, so don't come.
After saying that, Lu Donglai washed his hands and left.
Okay, President Lu, take care.
Jiang Yun looked at Lu Donglai's back and felt a little lonely.
Maybe his father and Lu Donglai's toast are similar.
But he is not qualified yet.
Although I feel unhappy, there is nothing I can do. The thing called class can really hold people back.
Unless one day he completely takes over his own business, he will be able to have a say in front of Lu Donglai.
Here, on Chu Yang's phone, Lu Donglai sent a message. Mr. Chu, where are you now?
I have a business partner who I want to introduce to you.
When are you free?
Chu Yang pressed on the screen and typed out a string of words.
I'm at the Huatian Fresh store right now. I have time this afternoon so we can meet. What a coincidence. I happen to be at the Huatian Fresh store. May I ask which private room Mr. Chu is in? If I have time, I'll come over to have a drink with you later. Lu Donglai sent another text message to ask.
Sure, I'm in the Northern Country Haruyuki room. Chu Yang replied, then put down his phone and started eating. Jiang Yun came back, but there was a layer of gloom on his face. He sat in his seat without saying a word, his face gloomy.
Zhang Yuwei asked at this time, Brother Yun, what's wrong with you?
She has been with Jiang Yun for more than half a year, and has never seen him with this expression.
Could something big have happened? Fine. Jiang Yun replied dejectedly and took a sip of wine.
Zhang Yuwei shut up and didn't dare to say another word. When the people in the room saw this situation, they also started talking. Zhang Yun's expression just now was still very interesting. Now it has suddenly become a frostbitten eggplant.
What happened?
At this time, the door of the private room was pushed open.
President Liu. President Liu. Why did you come here in person?
Zhang Yun saw Lu Donglai walking towards him with someone.
He was overjoyed and immediately stood up to greet them.
Although he didn't know the other person, he knew that the person who could follow Lu Donglai must be no simple person. To be honest, he was really surprised that Lu Donglai would come to his private room. But Lu Donglai ignored him and walked straight into the private room.
President Liu, thank you for coming here in person. I can handle this matter.
Zhang Yun walked quickly to Lu Donglai, and then introduced him to the people present with some pride. Everyone, this is the president of Dongyang Bank, Mr. Lu Donglai.
It is a great honor for us to have him here today.
After listening to Zhang Yun's praise, others naturally knew that Lu Donglai was an extraordinary person. Then they poured wine into their own glasses, stood up, and wanted to have a drink with the two men. After all, if people of their level could get to know Lu Donglai, the benefits would be self-evident.
Only Chu Yang was sitting there as if nothing had happened, eating his food. Yuqing, this Australian abalone is quite fresh, you should try it.
As he said that, he put some food into Lu Yuqing's bowl.
Thank you, Brother Chu. Lu Yuqing picked up the chopsticks and started eating. I have no idea. Zhang Yuwei suddenly mocked Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang is very knowledgeable about something as high-end as caviar.
But with these two big shots in front of me, I don't know how to compliment them.
This is how my life will be.
After all, it was his lack of money that limited his vision, and he was only concerned with the abalone in front of him. Others also looked at Chu Yang strangely. They used to think that Chu Yang at least had some money and knowledge. But now it seems that it is just a pretense.
It was an expensive outfit, probably rented. Who in their right mind would be so blind?
However, just when everyone was thinking about how to make friends with Lu Donglai simply ignored Zhang Yun and walked towards Chu Yang's direction.
Hello, Mr. Chu. This is the business partner I just told you to introduce to me, Mr. Tan Zhenghua.
Lu Donglai walked up to Chu Yang and smiled at him respectfully.
Hello, Mr. Chu, nice to meet you, my name is Tan Zhenghua.
Tan Zhenghua also had a smiling face.
Wow.
The whole audience was silent.
What is going on? One is the president of Dongyang City Bank. The other one was obviously a big shot from the way he was dressed. The two of them greeted Chu Yang so respectfully?
What was even more surprising was that Chu Yang still looked calm, looking at Lu Donglai and said with a smile, President Liu is here.
I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person.
Zhang Yuwei stared at Chu Yang blankly, her eyes wide open.
She never thought that even Zhang Yun would compliment him.
Surprisingly, when facing Chu Yang, he seemed to have a flattering expression on his face.
Who is Chu Yang? Mr. Chu, I offer you a toast. Lu Donglai was very humble towards Chu Yang and his tone was very polite. Mr. Chu, I'll toast you too. Tan Zhenghua echoed from the side.
Chu Yang raised his glass, and the two of them placed their glasses low under Chu Yang's glass. After the three of them finished their drinks, Zhang Yun came forward again, holding the wine in his hand, and said with a smile, Mr. Chu, I didn't expect that you were so familiar with President Liu.
I'll toast you a glass as well. Anyone who can make Lu Donglai respect him must be extraordinary.
He had just made a mistake and felt extremely regretful. If that bitch Zhang Yuwei hadn't said she wanted to deal with Lu Yuqing and Chu Yang, how could he have done such a thing?
Aren't you just walking into the muzzle of a gun? Mr. Chu, are you familiar with him? Lu Donglai put down his wineglass and asked. Chu Yang glanced at Zhang Yun and said calmly, not familiar. Lu Donglai nodded, looked at Zhang Yun meaningfully, and then asked Chu Yang, Mr. Chu, do you have time later? Can we find a place to have a good chat? It's available now. Chu Yang said. Lu Donglai's expression immediately became clear.
If Chu Yang and Zhang Yun were familiar with each other, he could get closer to Zhang Yun.
But now it seems that Zhang Yun missed a huge opportunity.
Then he looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, okay, then please move to our private room, Mr. Chu, and we can eat and chat at the same time.
Chu Yang glanced at Lu Yuqing next to him.
Lu Yuqing quickly looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, wherever you go, I will go. Afterwards, Chu Yang took her, Lu Donglai and others out of the box.
Especially when leaving, Lu Donglai gave Zhang Yun a meaningful look.
After Chu Yang left, the expressions of the people in the box became strange.
Who on earth is Chu Yang?
The big boss didn't even dare to say a word and had to be respectful to him.
They actually looked down on Chu Yang just now. At this point, many people's legs began to go weak.
Some people even quickly picked up their phones and sent messages to Lu Yuqing to apologize.
Zhang Yun gave Zhang Yue a cold look.
If Zhang Yue had not investigated the identity of Lu Yuqing's boyfriend thoroughly, how could she have ended up like this today?
This is someone Lu Donlai has to treat with respect. Chapter 89. Women are a magical species.
The three of them came to the number 1 private room. There were still a lot of shark fin and abalone left on the table.
Mr. Chu and this lady, would you like to eat something? Tan Zhenghua pulled out chairs for the two of them and said with a smile. I don't need it. Yuqing, do you want to eat something? Chu Yang turned and looked at Lu Yuqing.
I don't need it either, Brother Chu.
Lu Yuqing shook her head and sat down. Mr. Chu, let me toast you a glass.
Tan Zhenghua handed a glass of red wine to Chu Yang and said with a smile, I am the owner of Dongyang Supercar Club, and I want to make friends with Mr. Chu.
Oh?
Chu Yang took a sip of wine and looked at Tan Zhenghua with a little doubt.
The owner of a supercar club?
He certainly has a lot of connections and resources. This friend is worth making. In the future, if Mr. Chu needs me for anything, just let me know. Tan Zhenghua is a straightforward person who has been working in society for a long time.
He has also gained a certain reputation in the underground world of Dongyang City. I have also heard about Chu Yang's deeds.
Chu Yang nodded and laughed. I dare not tell you what you are doing, but more friends mean more opportunities. By the way, Mr. Chu, there will probably be a charity gala in Dongyang City to be held soon.
Are you interested in it? Lu Donlai asked at this time. Although on the surface this is a charity gala.
But everyone knows that this is a gathering of upper-class people in society and a great opportunity to expand one's own network.
Okay, then I'll trouble President Lu to arrange it. Chu Yang said to Lu Don with a smile. He naturally understood the meaning behind this party. It's just a small matter.
Lu Donlai smiled and waved his hand. By the time we had finished discussing the matter, it was already completely dark.
Chu Yang sent Lu Yuqing back first.
Then he asked Chu Xiong to drive back to Jiangshui Huoding. Zhao Lei also returned home at this time. When she saw Chu Yang coming back, she jumped on him. Chu Yang held her hips with both hands and said with a smile, Little fairy, did you miss me?
Think.
Zhao Lei said this in a soft voice, with a hint of shyness in her tone. Chu Yang immediately carried Zhao Lei back into the room, and just when they were about to make love,
his phone rang. Chu Yang sighed and frowned.
It turned out that it was Wu Yu who called.
Hey, what's up? Chu Yang was a little unhappy, but he didn't show it. Hello, Mr. Chu.
Our facial masks have passed the national quality inspection, and we have also found 100 people to try out the first batch of masks.
We will know the results in about 3 days.
Over there, Wu Yu was reporting in a serious manner on the recent development status of the facial mask factory. Okay, give me the user reports in 3 days, and I'll talk to other companies about cooperation.
Chu Yang nodded and said.
Okay, Mr. Chu, this is the general situation at the facial mask factory.
Do you have anything else to tell me? Wu Yu asked. No more.
After saying that, Chu Yang hung up the phone.
Who is it, dear, calling you so late at night? Work stuff. By the way, how's your cafe going?
Chu Yang was distracted by Wu Yu's phone call and lost interest. Zhao Lei smiled and said, I forgot to tell you that tomorrow is the opening day of the coffee shop.
Boss Chu, would you mind going over to take a look? I will definitely give Boss Zhao face.
Chu Yang glanced at Zhao Lei and continued to smile.
The next day, Zhao Lei got up early and put on makeup. Lazy, wake up.
Zhao Lei came into the room and called softly.
Good. Chu Yang stood up and got out of bed.
After packing up some things, Chu Yang called Chu Xiong to drive the two of them to the IFC building. After arriving at the location, Chu Yang and the other person got out of the car.
The name of the cafe is First Encounter, which is very warm and has a unique flavor. Chu Yang walked into the cafe and sighed. I didn't expect that the decoration style is quite delicate and elegant.
Zhao Lei said with a little disdain, nothing like you, big and strong.
Chu Yang chuckled and said, where is it big? Where is it thick? Screw you.
Zhao Lei tapped her lightly. The decoration style of the cafe is simple, but it also has a hint of luxury. In addition to a huge customer lounge area, there is also a piano in the middle. At the back, there is a garden-like area.
Very quiet and elegant.
It is different from most of the stores on the market. After all, Zhao Lei spent nearly 5 million on this cafe.
This smells like money.
After touring all parts of the cafe, Xu Yan and Zhao Lei attended a simple opening ceremony.
The two then sat in the store chatting and laughing.
During this period, some customers came and all of them were amazed at the low-key luxury of the store's decoration.
Time passed quickly and it was afternoon.
The setting sun shines through the glass and reflects on the two of them.
The cafe was bathed in warm golden sunlight. How is it, do you feel good? Xu Yang asked Zhao Lei while drinking iced coffee.
Zhao Lei pondered thoughtfully, then said, Xu Yang, thank you. Being able to open a coffee shop has been her dream since childhood, but reality is always cruel.
Since I grew up, I have had these thoughts less and less.
After working in the hotel for a long time, her dreams were almost extinguished. It was all because of Xu Yang that she could run a cafe without worries and enjoy a relatively leisurely life.
Xu Yang touched Zhao Lei's forehead and said to himself, You don't have a fever? Why are you suddenly abnormal? I'm not sick.
Seriously, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to open a cafe in such a luxurious location. Zhao Lei said seriously. Xu Yang was really good to her, and he supported all her ideas unconditionally. When Zhao Lei first got together with Xu Yang, she was a little worried about him. Now she completely trusts and falls in love with Xu Yang.
When are we going to meet the parents?
At this moment, Zhao Lei suddenly blurted out something.
Ah? Xu Yang was very surprised. Do women always talk in a mixed tone? You don't want to meet my parents, right?
Zhao Lei's expression suddenly changed, but she still said jokingly, Don't you like me anymore?
Xu Yang hasn't finished his iced coffee yet. But I've already felt chilled to the bone. Woman. What a magical species. Okay, I'm just kidding. To be honest, I'm 24 years old now, and it's good for me to meet my parents.
Zhao Lei was halfway through her words when she looked at Xu Yang. Xu Yang naturally understood the hidden meaning of Zhao Lei's words.
Then let's prepare tonight. Xu Yang thought for a moment and said.
He has been with Zhao Lei for a long time. Besides, Zhao Lei is 24 years old this year, and her family must find a good home for her. So, there is no harm in meeting the parents.
Zhao Lei asked, What are you preparing for? I have to buy something when I meet my parents. I can't go empty-handed. Xu Yang smiled.
Zhao Lei said oh, and a smile gradually appeared on her face.
Chapter 90 Meeting Zhao Lei's Parents. Let's go to the IFC building and see what we can buy. Xu Yang put the coffee on the front desk and said.
Zhao Lei agreed with him, followed Xu Yang and closed the shop door. On the way, Xu Yang sent a message to Chu Xiong, asking him to come over and pick up the things he wanted to buy. As soon as he entered the first floor of the building, Xu Yang discovered the Lao Feng Xian jade store and then walked towards it.
Hello, gentlemen and ladies. What kind of jade do you need?
The shopping guide came over and asked respectfully. Xu Yang looked at the various types of jadeite on the counter and didn't know what to choose for a moment.
He then asked, Do you have glass jadeite?
After hearing this, the shopping guides were a little hesitant. Glass jade is the best quality jade and it costs at least tens of thousands.
Excuse me, sir, do you need a glass jadeite necklace? The waiter continued to ask.
Of course it's a jade bracelet, preferably in A-grade jade with good and long waterhead and 30% water.
Xu Yang stated his request.
Yes, sir. When the shopping guide heard Xu Yang's request, he immediately became excited, because jadeite of this kind would start at least 1 million. Then, she took out a red box with exquisite packaging from under the counter and said with a smile, Please take a look, sir. The shopping guide carefully opened the red packaging box for Xu Yang. This jade is crystal clear, beautiful and flawless, like a piece of glass lying there, exuding a faint coolness.
How much? Xu Yang asked.
Sir, this costs 2.3 million. The shopping guide was halfway through her words. Xu Yang took out his bank card and said decisively, Swipe the card.
The salesperson was stunned. 2,300,000? He just bought it as he said? But after seeing Xu Yang's gold card, she chose to remain silent.
The customer in front of her definitely had such ability.
Honey, this is too expensive. Let's change it.
Zhao Lei felt very distressed when she saw this.
Xu Yang's money didn't come from the wind.
It was just a bracelet. There was no need to buy such an expensive one. It's not for outsiders, so of course I have to buy the best.
Xu Yang glanced at Zhao Lei and smiled.
Okay, but you should be more frugal when buying other things. Zhao Lei said this, but in her heart, she still felt very benefited by what Xu Yang said. After buying the jadeite, Xu Yang bought a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116595 RBOW watch, spending 2 million. Other miscellaneous items including cigarettes, alcohol, cordyceps and other health products also cost about 1 million yuan. It cost more than 5 million to buy all these gifts.
That's about it. Let's take a rest today and leave tomorrow.
Back in the car, Xu Yang said.
Okay, I'll contact my parents first. Zhao Lei responded with a smile. The next day. 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Both of them were almost ready and the gifts were placed in place.
Xu Yang called Xu Xiong and prepared to set off. Zhao Lei's home is in a rural area of a small county-level city next to Donyang City. Even if you take the highway, it will take 2 or 3 hours.
The two were resting in the car, and Xu Xiong was driving in front. It was not until the scorching sun turned into sunset that the speed of the vehicle slowed down.
Village and town ahead, watch your speed. Inside the Bentley, the navigation system reminded. Xu Xiong, turn left ahead.
Zhao Lei said to Xu Xiong who was driving.
Xu Xiong nodded.
As soon as the Bentley entered the village, it attracted many people's attention. Because it was dinner time, many people were eating outside, and when they saw such a luxury car, they couldn't help but stare at it.
It's right in front, by the red sign.
Zhao Lei pointed the way, and then she found a man in an old blue t-shirt sitting and smoking in front of her house.
He is Zhao Lei's father, Zhao Qifan.
As soon as the two got out of the car, Zhao Qifan's man stood up and walked over.
Lei, you're finally back.
Zhao Qifan quickly took the luggage from Zhao Lei, and then smiled at Xu Yang and said, "You are Xu Yang, right?
Come in." "Okay uncle, please wait a moment."
Xu Yang also replied with a polite smile, and then asked Xu Xiong to take the gifts down from the trunk.
Xu Yang entered the room and sat next to Zhao Lei. "Xu Yang, just come if you want to. Why are you sending so many gifts?"
The middle-aged man looked at Xu Xiong as he brought in the gifts one by one and said with a smile on his face,
"Come on, drink some water."
A kind voice sounded from the direction of the kitchen.
A middle-aged woman came out with a saucer of tea.
She is Zhao Lei's mother, Helan. Xu Yang stood up and quickly took the teacup, then smiled and said, "Thank you, auntie." Then he gave Xu Xiong another look.
After the tea was served, Xu Xiong took the gift. Xu Yang took the gifts and spoke one by one. "Auntie, this is jade for you. Uncle, this is a Rolex for you. These are supplements for the elders, some cordyceps and deer antlers." Boxes were moved in front of the two elders one by one. They were extremely happy and their first impression of Xu Yang improved immediately. Not to mention anything else, just these gifts alone made the two elders feel that Xu Yang was quite thoughtful. The more Xu Yang looked, the more satisfied he became. "Xu Yang, what do you do?" Zhao Qifan touched his watch and asked happily.
"Although my son-in-law looks young, his ability is absolutely unquestionable.
Could he be a rich second generation?"
If that were the case, the two families would not be a good match, and Zhao Lei would inevitably be bullied if she married into the family.
"Uncle, I invested in 2 companies in Donyang City to make a living." Xu Yang gave a brief introduction. After listening to Xu Yang's answer, Zhang Qifan continued to ask, "What about your family? What do you do?" When asked this, Xu Yang suddenly fell silent.
He was reborn and lived without a father or a mother for more than 20 years.
Suddenly I felt a little sad.
Zhao Lei also knew that Xu Yang was an orphan who grew up alone in an orphanage.
His father's question inevitably reminded Xu Yang of sad things. Then, she quickly took Xu Yang's arm and said to him, "Hey, Dad, why are you asking so many questions? Is the meal ready? We are all hungry."
"Yeah, old man, you ask so many questions and you don't even let others eat a bite of food."
Helan saw a flash of embarrassment on Xu Yang's face and spoke quickly. Zhao Qifan was embarrassed. Who had the final say in this family now? Besides, he didn't seem to ask a lot of questions, did he? Xu Yang, he started from scratch, it was not easy.
Afterwards, Zhao Lei added another sentence. Zhao Qifan nodded then, and the concerns and worries in his heart were reduced a little. However, judging from his daughter's behavior just now, he probably knew Chu Yang's family situation, which was not very good. It seems that this child is quite competitive.
But I am also a little worried. It is said that men become bad when they have money. Will my daughter be able to keep up with him? Old man, come with me and serve the dishes. Helan stood up and reminded.
Zhao Qifan then sighed with a complicated expression and followed Helan out.
Chapter 91 Parents' Concerns.
The food is served. Although they are all home-cooked dishes, they are colorful, fragrant and delicious, and you can also see Helan's dedication. Zhao Lei and Chu Yang sat on one side, while Zhao Qifan and Helan sat in the main seat. Here, eat shredded potatoes. Chu Yang picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into Zhao Lei's bowl. Shredded potatoes were Zhao Lei's favorite. Afterwards, Chu Yang placed another glass of water in front of Zhao Lei and said, "Eat slowly, don't choke." After all this, there was a hint of warmth in Helan's eyes, but then she gave Zhao Qifan a few glances intentionally or unintentionally. This old man was like this when he was pursuing me before, but now he is nothing. Zhao Qifan felt a slight chill on his body. After taking a look at Helan, he quickly asked, "Chu Yang, what are your plans for the future?" "Uncle, the company I invested in these 2 years is in a period of growth, and my focus is still on my career for the time being." Chu Yang naturally understood the hidden meaning of Zhao Qifan's words, and then spoke slowly.
2 years? Helan repeated with a hint of doubt.
In 2 years, her daughter will be 26 years old.
What if Chu Yang turns against us? Then who should her daughter go to?
Although the relationship between the two seems to be good now, no one can be sure about what will happen in the future. But she still didn't say it out loud. "We can't help you with your career, but Lei, you have to take good care of Chu Yang."
Zhao Qifan took a bite of the food and said earnestly.
After all, it is impossible for a man to take care of both when he is busy with his career.
Life is a life spent by 2 people.
When I have time, I will naturally take care of Lei or more.
Chu Yang added. The 2 elders nodded repeatedly as they listened to what Chu Yang said.
Although Chu Yang was not very old, his thoughts and words were still very satisfying. On the other hand, this is also the charm of money. If Chu Yang doesn't succeed now, no matter how many sweet words he says,
it's all bullshit. Come, have a drink.
As he spoke, Zhao Qifan filled Chu Yang's glass with Mao Tai. Chu Yang raised his glass, toasted Zhao Qifan, and drank it down in one gulp. "Since you two are so in love, we, as elders, naturally wish you a bright future." Zhao Qifan said seriously, "When you two are out there, you should understand and help each other more."
"Oh, Dad, don't worry."
Seeing that her father was talking endlessly, Zhao Lei picked up a piece of meat for him and said, "Eat your food quickly." She knew her father was doing this for her own good. But she is not a child anymore, and she knows how to deal with and solve some things.
Chu Yang, Uncle will toast you again.
I admire you for being able to come this far from scratch. As he spoke, Zhao Qifan raised his glass again and said with a smile. As a man, I naturally know how much hardship it takes to start a business.
Uncle, come here. Lei has helped me a lot on my entrepreneurial journey.
I should thank you too for raising such an outstanding daughter. Chu Yang's words came from the heart. From the first moment he saw Zhao Lei, he felt that this woman was not simple. It's not that she is scheming, but that she considers things very carefully and comprehensively and does things cautiously. At this time, Helan looked at Zhao Lei and said with some distress, "If we have the ability, we can make Lei suffer less."
That's not the case. You can only be treated according to the kind of family you are.
Zhao Qifan then added, "If her family was well off, Lei would certainly be able to do less work, but it would definitely not be so good for her future development.
It's all right now.
With Chu Yang taking care of us, we can both rest assured." Helan changed the subject, looked at Chu Yang and smiled meaningfully, and said, "Lei, you have to live a good life with Chu Yang.
He is so busy, so don't be so petty. Yeah, don't be like your mother.
She almost tortured me to death." Zhao Qifan seemed to have a deep understanding of this and said it in a serious tone.
You old man, you can't shut up even if you have food to eat. It's not me who's busy at home.
Helan started to speak at length, and as he spoke, he felt more and more wronged.
Why did you follow Zhao Qifan?
Back then, my beauty was known throughout the area.
I don't know how many bosses want to marry me.
Zhao Qifan took a sip of wine, smiled, and after taking a bite of the food, he said with an intoxicated look on his face, "My wife's cooking is still the best.
Even the restaurant doesn't have such a good smell. You guys should eat more." Phew. When Zhao Lei saw this scene, she couldn't help laughing. This is how her parents teased each other every day. I don't seek to be rich or powerful, but I can live a comfortable and happy life. Her eyes unconsciously turned towards Chu Yang again. Come on, eat more. Chu Yang also turned his head to look at Zhao Lei and picked up another piece of food with his chopsticks. Half an hour later, Zhao Lei and Helan finished their meal. However, Zhao Qifan and Chu Yang were still drinking and eating. The more Zhao Qifan looked at Chu Yang, the more he liked him. He felt that this young man's style and personality were quite calm and sophisticated. My daughter will definitely not be bad with him. After 3 rounds of drinks, the meal was finished. Helan brought tea to Chu Yang. Chu Yang took the tea and went outside to look around. Inside the room, Zhao Lei was pulled into the inner room by her parents. The 3 of them sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Lei, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you'll be 26 years old in 2 years. What will you do if he doesn't marry you? Helan said with some concern. After all, a woman's golden age is only a few years, time waits for no one, and no one can guarantee whether Chu Yang will change his mind in the future. Zhao Qifan continued, yes, Lei, your parents are doing this for your own good. You are not a child anymore, there are some things you should understand. Zhao Lei naturally understood her parents' good intentions. Ever since she had been with Chu Yang, she had felt like looking at the moon in the water or flowers in the fog when it came to that kind of thing. But then again, Chu Yang's kindness to her was indeed beyond words. Mom and Dad, even if Chu Yang and I don't have a future, what he gave me is enough for me to live a good life. Then, Zhao Lei took a deep breath and said, he bought me a cafe worth nearly 5 million near the Guojin building in Dongyang City, and also a villa in Jiangshui Huating, which he can transfer to me at any time. In addition, for travel, he also has a Bentley worth more than 4 million. After listening to Zhao Lei say so much in one breath, the 2 elders were also shocked. You know, the total value of these scattered things is more than 10 million. Just ask, how many people can earn tens of millions in their lifetime? For a girl, it is indeed enough. Hey, Chu Yang is really attentive to you, you should take good care of him and don't let him down. Helan sighed and continued, this is all for you young people to do. Just take care of it. However, if you get wronged outside, you must go home and tell your parents. We will always be your strongest support. Now that I think about it, I would rather Chu Yang wasn't that outstanding. Chapter 92 The Amazing Effects of Facial Masks. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'm not a child anymore. I know what to do about many things. Zhao Lei said repeatedly. You kid. Zhao Qifan looked at Zhao Lei and smiled helplessly. Let's go out and relax, don't let Chu Yang wait outside for too long. Helan stood up and walked out of the house. Several people walked together, the evening breeze was blowing and the air was fresh. They were talking and laughing on the country road. But Zhao Qifan would still unconsciously put his hands on his waist while walking, and pound his back from time to time. All of this was captured by Chu Yang's eyes. Soon, Chu Yang rested here for 2 days, and it was time to say goodbye. Lei, Chu Yang, be careful on the road. Helan stood outside the car door and reminded with tears in her eyes. Zhao Qifan didn't cry, but he said with a choked voice, be careful, be well over there. We know, please take care of yourself. Zhao Lei responded with a smile, but her nose still felt sore. Chu Yang also smiled at the 2 elders and said, Uncle and Aunt, please rest assured. I will take good care of Lei. You should also pay more attention to your health. After saying that, Chu Xiong started the Bentley. The journey back was long and would take another 3 hours. Chu Yang simply fell asleep. Zhao Lei's cell phone rang and she immediately picked up the call. Lei, why did Chu Yang buy us a massage chair? Also, a masseur said he would come to give us massages regularly. Chu Yang is so thoughtful. Helan said on the other end of the phone, feeling somewhat moved. Zhao Qifan also interrupted and said, Chu Yang is a thoughtful kid, he knows how to take care of people. Listening, Zhao Lei responded with a few words and then hung up the phone. She looked at Chu Yang sleeping, kissed him, and said weakly, thank you, Chu Yang. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang closed his eyes, hugged her tightly, and said in a warm voice, we are all family, what are you thanking me for? Bad guy. So you didn't sleep. Zhao Lei did not resist and lay quietly in Chu Yang's arms. Very safe. When we arrived in Dongyang City, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After sending Zhao Lei to the cafe, Chu Yang sent a message to Wu Yu and Yi Ling. After making sure that both of them had time,
he asked Chu Xiong to take him to the facial mask factory. Xu Yang arrived at the gate of the facial mask factory, where Wu Yu was waiting. Xu Yang got out of the car and found that the appearance of this facial mask factory was much better than before.
Hello, Mr. Chu, let me take you to see the user experience report.
Wu Yu hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile on his face.
Xu Yang waved his hand and said, "No hurry, let's take a look at the situation inside the factory first."
When we arrived inside the factory, we found that Wu Yu had already carried out a major overhaul. The machines are brand new, and the workers are working diligently, and the entire factory is in perfect order.
Soon, the two arrived at the president's office. Wu Yu made a pot of tea for Chu Yang, handed him a document, and said, "Mr. Chu, this is the user experience report. The response is very good. The favorability of our mask is still very high. Well, do you have the product samples and other contracts ready?" Chu Yang asked. "Since the user response is good and the quality is up to standard, we can indeed discuss cooperation."
"Everything is ready, Mr. Chu."
Wu Yu answered and then sent a message on his mobile phone.
Soon, the office door was pushed open.
A girl in black stockings and an OL uniform walked in.
"Secretary Zhang, hand over all the prepared items to President Chu."
Wu Yu gave an order to the girl.
When the secretary in black stockings saw how young Chu Yang was, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she then calmly handed all the documents to Chu Yang. Chu Yang glanced at the female secretary, who was charming and seductive, and looked to be in her early 20s.
It seems that Boss Wu really knows how to enjoy himself.
I should find a secretary someday so that I don't have to deal with trivial matters myself. Afterwards, Chu Yang took the document and looked through it, nodded, and said, "There is no problem with these, then I will leave first."
"Okay, I'll take you there."
Having said that, Wu Yu stood up and spoke very respectfully.
His female secretary also opened the office door for Chu Yang in front.
After leaving the facial mask factory, Chu Yang asked Chu Xiong to go directly to Xingchen Media Company. Arriving at Xingchen Media Company, Chu Yang walked directly towards the president's office. Along the way, many people greeted Chu Yang respectfully. As soon as he arrived at the office door, Yiling's secretary ran up from behind, opened the door for Chu Yang and said with a smile, "Hello, President Chu, President Yi has been waiting for a long time."
Chu Yang smiled and walked in.
The secretary followed him in and closed the door.
"Boss Chu, please take a seat."
Yiling made a pleased gesture and said with a smile,
"Boss Yi, I'll get straight to the point."
After Chu Yang sat down, he put the documents on the desk and said with a smile, "This cooperation will be carried out in the form of live broadcasts selling goods.
The product sold is an anti-aging and whitening mask. Here is the industrial and commercial registration and some company information."
Xu Yang handed over a large document and contract in his hand. Yiling took the document and began to read it. Although she and Xu Yang were in a cooperative relationship, Xu Yang held most of the company's shares. But when it comes to decision-making, Yiling still has to make the final decision.
Yiling kept flipping through the documents.
It took about half an hour for Yiling to finish reading all the documents. She found that the scale and qualifications of the facial mask factory were quite good.
Preliminary estimates show that the total assets are worth about 100 million. The total assets of her company are only tens of millions.
This was a chance Chu Yang gave herself, a chance to make her Xingchen Media Company bigger and stronger. If she didn't know Chu Yang and had a cooperative relationship with him, it would probably never be her company's turn to take over the sales of this facial mask. After all, there are countless media companies that are larger than Xingchen.
Then, Yiling said with a smile on her face, "Thank you, Mr. Chu, for this cooperation.
Our company only needs to take 10% of the profit from the sales of facial masks.
What do you think?"
According to the user experience report, the effect of this facial mask developed by Chu Yang is indeed better than all the facial masks on the market. It can reduce the appearance of crow's feet and various wrinkles, and has an incredible whitening effect. It's enough to drive most girls crazy. What's more, the applicable age and skin types of this mask are enough to cover most consumers. As long as it comes out, it can definitely be called the king bomb in the facial mask market.
Sure, if sales increase in the future, we can discuss profits. Xu Yang listened and smiled.
Yiling's reaction was within his expectations. According to the amazing effects of this mask, as long as the sales and fame are opened up in the future, even if it only makes 10% of the profit, it will still be a huge number.
The two chatted for nearly 2 hours before they completely resolved the contract issue. "Boss Chu, does this mask really have this effect?"
Yiling asked, still a little bit unbelieving. After reading the user experience report, she was still shocked. As a woman, she had used quite a few expensive skincare products, but none that could achieve the same effect as Chu Yang's mask. If this facial mask really has such powerful effects, it will definitely be a hit as soon as it comes out. Chu Yang smiled and said, "There happens to be a sample of the cycle here, you can take it and try it." Chapter 93, Mr. Chu is hiring a secretary. By the way, Mr. Chu, you can shoot the second video on your video account. The staff has prepared a series of things. Yiling smiled at Chu Yang. Then let's go. Chu Yang stood up and prepared to shoot the video. Half an hour later, the video shooting was completed. Chu Yang opened his TikTok account and found that his previous videos had accumulated 4 million likes and his fans exceeded 5 million. As an emerging video account, such data is definitely the best on the entire platform. After all, who can gain 5 million followers with just one video? After finishing the company's affairs, Chu Yang returned to Jiangshui Huading. Soon, Zhao Lei also returned home. "My dear, you are back. I will cook for you. Is there anything you like to eat?" Zhao Lei put down her bag and asked. Chu Yang looked at Zhao Lei and smiled, saying, "As long as it's made by you, I love it. By the way, are you busy today?" "Business is pretty good today. If it keeps up, I'll probably have to hire more staff." After tying her hair up, Zhao Lei walked towards the kitchen. Chu Yang nodded and went to take a shower. After finishing a series of things, it was already late. Chu Yang and Zhao Lei were lying on the sofa, watching TV. Ding dong. At this time, a message from Yiling came to Chu Yang's phone. "Boss Chu, everything has been arranged. We will start live streaming and selling products in the following live streaming rooms right away. Below the information are several lines of links." Chu Yang clicked in. "Dear family members, today the host will bring you an anti-aging and whitening mask." Similarly, the next few live broadcast rooms were all introducing Chu Yang's facial mask. The number of viewers in the 3 live broadcast rooms has stabilized at around 30,000. Although not a lot, it is enough for a brand that has just been launched. I'll start posting links below. This live broadcast room is limited to 10,000 copies, first come first served. With one word from many anchors, the link to purchase the facial mask was put on the shelves. Within 1 minute of going on sale, sales reached 5,000 units. This effect did not meet the expectations of the anchors. After all, the items put on sale in their live broadcast room are basically sold out in seconds. By the time all 10,000 sets were sold out, 10 minutes had passed. Half an hour later, all 30,000 sets of facial masks were sold out. This data is not ideal. But in Chu Yang's opinion, it was enough. A set of facial masks is currently priced at 99 Chinese yuan. This half hour is 2,900,000. Excluding costs and taxes, Chu Yang could earn at least 1 million. Moreover, these 30,000 sets are almost all the inventory of Wuyu Facial Mask Factory. Although it took half an hour, in the future, as long as the effect of this mask is evident, the situation will definitely improve, and it may even be in short supply. Which woman would refuse such a magical object that can beautify her face? Boss Chu, 30,000 sets of facial masks have been sold out. At this time, Yiling sent a message. Chu Yang smiled and replied, "Not bad. I don't deserve it." The 3 anchors were trained according to the plan given by President Chu. They have been in the industry for nearly 10 years. I have to admire President Chu's vision and strategy. Then, Yiling sent another message. "By the way, Mr. Chu, we have opened 2 major communication channels, Douyin and Weibo, to facilitate communication between customers and pre-order groups. You can go and have a look." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Chu Yang sent a message and opened the facial mask topic on Douyin. This topic was just created not long ago, but the number of comments has already risen to 10,000 plus. But it seems that things are not moving in a good direction. TSK. What a rubbish facial mask. I've never heard of it before. Ladies, don't be fooled, the sales volume of this mask on Taobao is 0. It is probably the product of another unscrupulous workshop. We must boycott it. Afterwards, Chu Yang shook his head and opened the Weibo comment section again. Sure enough, all of them were buying this black anti-aging mask. It seems that such amazing sales have caused dissatisfaction among some capitalists. The overwhelming number of internet trolls has already filled up the comment section. Even the video accounts of those 3 anchors were criticized by a group of internet trolls.
Wherever this group of black guys passed, no grass grew. Yi Ling sent another message, Boss Chu, have you seen the comment section? I see. It doesn't matter. They are just a bunch of haters. As long as the users who bought the mask use it and see the desired effect, all this will disappear. Xu Yan replied very calmly. I'm just afraid that things aren't that simple. I hope those people will stop. Here, Yi Ling sent a message to Chu Yang with some concern. She also knew that it must be her colleagues who were behind this. But facial masks were in their infancy, and there was little way to fight back. I just hope that this situation won't get worse in the future. If that's the case, a fierce battle is inevitable. By the way, please arrange a job fair for me within the next 2 days. I want to hire a secretary. Xu Yang ignored these haters and sent a recruitment message. After all, he will have more and more things to do in the future. If he doesn't find it now, he may not have time. Okay, Mr. Chu. Yi Ling sent a message back. Afterwards, Xu Yang sent a message to Wu Yu, asking him to speed up the production of facial masks. At this sales volume, this mask will surely be a big hit once 7 days have passed and the first batch of users see the results. Honey, how did you start a facial mask business? How come I didn't even know about it? Zhao Lei lay in Xu Yang's arms and asked repeatedly, is the quality of your mask good? Does it have many nutritional ingredients? Xu Yang smiled evilly, touched Zhao Lei's delicate face, and said with a smile, protein has the highest nutritional value, do you want it? Hate it, I don't want it. Zhao Lei arched her nose and said shyly. Then, as if she realized that she had said something wrong, her pretty face turned even redder. When a woman says no, she means yes. Xu Yang turned over and hugged Zhao Lei. The night is dark. One after another. The next day. Zhao Lei got up early and went to the cafe. It was almost 10 o'clock when Xu Yang opened his sleepy eyes. A new day has arrived. Host, do you want to sign in? Sign in. Congratulations to the host for winning 50 million Chinese currency. Ding dong. Dongyang Bank, dear user, 50 million Huaxia currency has been transferred to your account, the current balance is. Congratulations to the host for reaching 400,000 reputation points and reaching the 4th stage. The system gives you a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to use it? 400,000? I guess it's the effect of the new video on Douyin. Xu Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, use it. As soon as he finished speaking, a large turntable emerged. Helia 44 cruise ship. Security company. Shape card. A complete collection of top martial arts. Top quality raw material for nuclear energy. 10% shares of Rolex. Nighttime essential formula. Gulfstream G550 private jet. Top technology RD team. 5% stake in Penguin. TSK. Xu Yang almost drooled when he saw the rewards on the roulette wheel. Any one of these can make him a fortune. Except for that shaping card. Chapter 94 Secretary Shani. The pointer of the big turntable gradually slowed down. Under Xu Yang's gaze, it stopped steadily on the body shaping card. Gone Lin's mother. What the hell is this system? Xu Yang's defense was almost broken. Is his luck so bad? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shaping card. After use, it will improve the host's physical condition and increase basic charm by 10 points. Do you want to use it? Use. Xu Yang said with some resentment. For his enchanting body and looks, a shaping card doesn't bring much improvement. It's just useless. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the shaping card. The basic charm value has increased by 10 points. At this time, subtle changes were taking place in his body. The droopy shoulders became right-angled shoulders, and the slightly sunken chest muscles became straight. Oh my god. Xu Yang stood in front of the mirror, completely stunned. I didn't expect that under such perfect conditions, I could actually improve a little bit. He touched his 8-pack abs and pectoral muscles, and became a little absent-minded. All the muscles are just right, not too bodybuilding, nor too skinny. The whole person looks like an appa who walked out of a TV drama. After admiring himself, Xu Yang opened his phone and found several unread text messages. It was sent by Yi Ling. He first opened Yi Ling's chat interface and looked at the message inside. Mr. Chu, the job fair has been arranged. The interview can start at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Xu Yang sent a message back, okay, thank you for your hard work.
After exiting the WeChat chat, Xu Yang opened the comment section about facial masks on Douyin. He found that all the black fans' accounts were private accounts.
And there is no username and no background wall. There must be someone behind this who is malicious.
If an enemy comes, we will stop him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth.
Xu Yang slid the screen and uttered a word. He wanted to see who was against him. However, it wouldn't hurt to let them jump around for a while now. I ate at home and took a rest, and time quickly came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Xu Yang also started to tidy himself up.
After packing up, he called Xu Xiong and drove the Koenigsegg directly to Xingchen Media.
It was almost 2 o'clock when I arrived at the company.
Yiling was waiting at the door. As soon as Xu Yang got out of the car, she came up and said with a smile, "Boss Xu, there are about 20 people participating in the interview this time.
I will take you there." Under Yiling's guidance, Xu Yang and the other person quickly arrived outside the interview room. Outside, there were a dozen girls and a few boys waiting. Everyone was mumbling something, preparing for the upcoming interview. Xu Yang took a quick look and saw that they were all in their early 20s and looked pretty good. These people naturally also noticed Yiling and Xu Yang. They knew that Yiling was the boss of the company, and she treated Xu Yang, who was about the same age as them, with such respect. This made them wonder, could this be the boss they were going to interview today? Afterwards, Xu Yang entered the office. "Boss Xu, since you are the one choosing the secretary, I won't bother you for now. If you need anything, you can call me later." After bringing Xu Yang to the interview location, Yiling said with a smile, "Thanks a lot." Xu Yang sat in his seat, smiled at Yiling and said, "It's not hard, Mr. Xu, I'll go and call someone in for the interview." Yiling smiled lightly and walked towards the door. Crunch! The door was pushed open. The person who came in was a girl, wearing an OL uniform, stockings and long legs, with her chest exposed, but she looked very experienced. When she saw Xu Yang for the first time, her eyes were full of disbelief. He really is the boss. So young? But he calmed down and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Xu, I am the first person to be interviewed today, my name is." Xu Yang nodded, and before the man finished introducing himself, he interrupted and said, "Please introduce yourself in 3 words, and then tell me about your family situation." Strong working ability. The woman began to tell the story. Half an hour later, Xu Yang nodded and told her to go out first. Next, a boy came, looking very refreshing. 3 hours later, the last person for the interview came in. As soon as she entered the door, she smiled, making her look very comfortable. And this person was wearing an OL uniform with stockings today. Slender legs and slightly raised chest, everything is just right. The aura is very strong, giving people a feeling of being high-spirited. Xu Yang glanced at the girl in front of him and said calmly, "Please introduce yourself in 3 words. Confident, serious, and meticulous." After hearing this, Xu Yang nodded repeatedly and said, "Your name is Xinyi, right? You graduated from Harvard University and had 4 internships during your studies. How come you are here?" In reply to Mr. Xu, "I have investigated some of your information, such as the donation of 100 million yuan. I think that as a college student who has just entered the society and has such courage as my boss, I can also learn a lot." Xinyi said calmly, "Besides, the monthly salary here is 70,000, including food and accommodation, 7 insurances, and 1 housing fund. I am very satisfied with these benefits, so I chose to come here." "Okay, you're hired." Xu Yang smiled and said. Xinyi is quite outspoken, which is not bad. Besides, she is also a young person, and many of her ideas are similar to Xu Yang's. The most important thing is her work ability and attitude, which can be seen in her resume. This girl is quite hardworking as she has 4 internship experiences in college. Received, President Xu. Xinyi said with a firm look. "Okay, come here first, I have something for you to do." Xu Yang waved his hand and said. Xinyi walked quickly to Xu Yang. "I am currently cooperating with Mr. Yi's company. You have to follow up and negotiate at any time. I also have a video account on Douyin, which I will also let you manage." Xu Yang gave instructions on many things. Xinyi smoothed her hair and replied, "Okay, then Mr. Xu, I'll go negotiate with Yiling first." "Wait, tell the people outside that they can leave." "Okay, Mr. Xu." Xinyi walked out holding the folder. "Boss Xu, you haven't come to training for a while. If you don't come again, you won't be able to keep up with the progress." At this moment, Wu Shiryun sent a message on Chu Yang's mobile phone.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Chu Yan looked at the time and it was already 8:30.
He immediately called Chu Xiong and walked downstairs. Chu Xiong drove the Koenigsegg and drove quickly towards the new power gym. As soon as he arrived at the new power gym, Chu Yan changed his clothes.
Chapter 95, Young People Don't Know the Sweetness of Soft Rice.
After leaving the locker room, Chu Yang did not see Wu Shiryun.
I wondered in my mind where this girl was. I went to the treadmill and warmed up.
In the distance, a woman dressed elegantly and gracefully walked towards Chu Yang.
After the woman came to Chu Yang, she looked at him briefly and then said teasingly, "Young man, you must be so lonely working out alone."
Chu Yang was stopped by this charming voice and turned his head to look. I found a woman standing in front of me, who was about 30 years old. She was well maintained, had few wrinkles, and looked like she was in her 20s. It is not difficult to tell from the luxury items she is wearing that this is a rich woman out looking for food.
Obviously, Chu Yang was her target. "Sister, I have a girlfriend,"
Chu Yang said with some embarrassment.
"Although I am quite good looking, I have attracted the wrong person."
This 30-year-old rich woman really doesn't have the luxury of enjoying herself.
Why call me big sister? It's so formal. Besides, I don't recommend you to have a girlfriend. And you don't recommend me to be old. I have plenty of money. The only thing a rich woman talks about is money.
In her eyes, there is nothing that money can't solve.
This guy is still too young. My girlfriend is here.
At this time, Chu Yang looked at Wu Shiryun, who was walking not far away, as if he had seen a life-saving straw.
As Wu Shiryun came over, she glanced at the rich woman, then smiled and said, "Chu Yang, what's wrong? Are you her girlfriend?"
The rich woman glanced at Wu Shiryun and asked with some doubt. She has been training under Wu Shiryun's guidance for more than a year.
How come she didn't know that she had a boyfriend?
Wu Shiryun was a little surprised, but seeing that Chu Yang kept winking at her, she began to understand what was going on. But she was stunned for a moment, and it took her a long time to say yes. The rich woman saw Wu Shiryun's expression and smiled. "Young man, it's okay if you have a girlfriend.
I can also help you support your girlfriend." The rich woman's words completely confused Chu Yang and the other two. Is there such an operation?
I can afford to support her, no need.
Chu Yang once again refused righteously.
Seeing Chu Yang's expression of unwillingness to obey, the rich woman snorted coldly and said, "Humph, boy, you are young and don't know the sweetness of soft rice.
You are wasting your youth planting rice seedlings."
After saying that, the rich woman walked towards the store door angrily.
"Coach Wu, thank you very much."
Chu Yang still feels a little nervous after watching the earth-shaking scene when the rich woman left.
If this happens, who can handle it? Don't you have to drink a bottle of Luwei Dihuan pills every night? Fine.
Wu Shiryun's pretty face was a little red. Obviously, she still hadn't recovered from telling this lie for Chu Yang.
Chu Yang looked at Wu Shiryun's expression and said with some amusement, "Coach Wu, what are we going to practice today? What are you laughing at?"
Wu Shiryun complained a little, and then continued jokingly, "I didn't expect that Mr. Chu was quite charming."
"You little girl."
Chu Yang stretched out 2 fingers and knocked Wu Shiryun on the head with a chestnut.
"Oh."
Wu Shiryun felt a little pain, but still found it a little funny, and then said, "Let's go, today we will practice waist and abdominal strength." She found that she was still relaxed and happy when chatting with Chu Yang. Maybe it was because Chu Yang had helped her too much, and she had already let down her guard against him.
2 hours later, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening after the exercise.
Almost everyone in the store had left, only Chu Yang and Wu Shiryun were still there.
"Coach Wu, let me take you back,"
Chu Yang asked as he looked at Wu Shiryun, who had just finished taking a shower.
"Okay, thank you, Mr. Chu."
Wu Shiryun agreed and said that it was safer to go back in Chu Yang's car at this late hour. Then Chu Yang took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chu Xiong, "I have something to do today, you take a taxi back." As the message went through, there was still $1,000 for the taxi fare. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Chu Yang got in the car. After Wu Shiryun fastened her seatbelt, the Koenigsegg started. With the roar of the engine, Koenigsegg rushed out quickly. As the night fell, a phantom and a roar echoed through the streets. Chu Yang opened the roof of the car, and the two of them enjoyed the night view while enjoying the wind.
Beep beep beep. Wu Shiryun's cell phone rang.
The word landlord was displayed on the screen. Chu Yang saw it, but didn't say anything for the time being.
Okay, landlord, I was too busy today and forgot to send you the rent. I'll send it right away. Wu Shiyun hung up the phone and prepared to send the money. At this time, Xu Yang said, Coach Wu, have you ever considered moving to a different house? When Xu Yang went there before, he thought that the community was really awful. Not only is the environment terrible, anyone can enter and there is no safety at all. Wu Shiyun said helplessly, I also want to change, but the rent of a good house is too expensive and hard to find. The house she rents now only costs 800 yuan a month, and it is probably difficult to find such a cheap house in Dongyang City. Although the location is relatively remote and safety cannot be guaranteed, it is still acceptable. Xu Yang drove the Koenigsegg with one hand, saying, How do you know if you don't look for it? You can check it out online, or I can go with you to see the Real house tomorrow. Well, this is also possible. Wu Shiyun thought for a moment and then agreed. Changing the house will at least make you live more comfortably. What kind of room do you like? Xu Yang pretended to ask casually. Wu Shiyun thought for a moment and said, I like houses with books and large French windows. It would be best if I could practice yoga. Hey, why am I talking about this? I wonder how much it would cost to rent a house like this. You still have to have ideas. Xu Yang continued to pretend to be indifferent. Not long after, Xu Yang sent Wu Shiyun to the gate of the community. Boss Chu, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Wu Shiyun got out of the car and asked. Forget it, it's so late. You trust me, but I don't. See you tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Chu, see you tomorrow. Wu Shiyun gave Chu Yang a sweet smile. Chu Yang smiled back, turned the car around and went back to Jiangshui Huating. It's not that he doesn't want to stay at Wu Shiyun's house, but the two buildings given by the system may be unfinished houses. It will take a long time to arrange them into what Wu Shiyun just said. Back home, Xu Yang began to look for his ID. Honey, what are you doing so late at night? Zhao Lei came over in her pajamas, helped Xu Yang search, and asked. Have you received a package these days? I bought 2 buildings in Dongyang City and forgot to get the package of my ID. Xu Yang asked as he searched. You daredevil, I took it, thinking it was a book, and I left it in the room. Zhao Lei said this with a tone of disdain. It's okay, it's okay. Xu Yang patted his chest and said, You go to sleep first. I still have some things to do. Okay, go to bed early too, don't overwork yourself. Zhao Lei gave a reminder and walked towards the bedroom. System, is the apartment in East City Epine fully furnished or rough finished? Xu Yang asked in his mind. The system replied calmly, both. Xu Yang thought for a while, took out his phone and sent a message to Xinyi. Please come to Xingchen Media tomorrow morning. I need you to help me with something. Okay, Mr. Chu. Xinyi replied to the message in 1 second. Chapter 96 2 Women, 1 Drama. The next day. A new day has arrived. Would the host like to sign in? Sign in. Congratulations to the host for winning 100,000 Chinese coins. Following the sound of a bank deposit notification, Xu Yang also began to wash up. After breakfast, he took the property certificate, called Xu Xiong, drove the Bentley to Xingchen Media. Come to the president's office. Xu Yang sat in his office chair and sent a message to Xinyi. Not long after, Xinyi came over wearing a professional OL outfit. Go to Dongqing Yiping today and pick a nice apartment to renovate. I sent it to your WeChat. By the way, remember that you are the landlord. As he spoke, Xu Yang handed over the property certificate. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll do it right away. Xinyi bowed and took the property certificate, revealing a trace of wrinkles on his face, and then smiled. By the way, Mr. Chu, this is the delivery agreement given by the facial mask factory. It is expected that the second batch of facial masks will be produced within 3 to 5 days, about 100,000 copies. Xinyi handed over an agreement. Xu Yan looked at it and nodded. Also, Mr. Chu, excluding the costs, taxes, and other fees from the previous live broadcast, your total income is 1.03 million, and the money has already been deposited into your bank card. Xinyi reported everything carefully and orderly. Okay, not bad. Xu Yan looked at Xinyi and smiled, her ability to do things was quite good. This is what I should do, Mr. Chu. If there is nothing else to arrange, I will go and do the matter of Dongqing Yiping first. Xinyi showed a professional smile on her face and said with her red lips slightly parted. Go ahead. Xu Yang waved his hand.
After Shinyi left, Xu Yang began to inspect Xingchen media.
Time passed quickly and it was noon in a blink of an eye. Beep beep beep. Xu Yang's phone also rang.
After he answered the call, Shinyi's clear voice like a copper bell came from the other end. Boss Chu, everything has been arranged at Dongcheng Ipin. The house has been put up for rent online.
The monthly rent is 2,000. Okay, well done, I'll come over later. Xu Yang replied and then hung up the phone.
Before the call was hung up for long, Wu Shiyun sent a message. Boss Chu, I found a house, a first-class house in East City. The monthly rent is 2,000.
Congratulations. Then I'll help you move your stuff. Xu Yan smiled and sent a message back. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Wu Shiyun sent a message back to Xu Yang.
She was quite happy that she could find a house so smoothly. However, she also knew how expensive the housing prices in Dongcheng Ipin were. Although renting a 3-bedroom apartment cost 2,000 yuan, it was generally lower than the market rental price.
Xu Yang went downstairs, called Xu Xiong and left Xingchen Media Company.
Soon, the Bentley stopped downstairs of the house where Wu Shiyun rented.
Xu Yang and the other person went upstairs and walked to the outside of Wu Shiyun's rental house. Boom boom.
Xu Yang knocked on the door, and Wu Shiyun immediately opened it, looked at Xu Yang and the other man, and said with a smile, "Come in, both of you." As soon as he entered the door, Xu Yang saw 2 suitcases and some packed cosmetics. The room is also very clean, without any dirt.
Is everything packed? Xu Xiong, you can move down.
Xu Yang looked at Xu Xiong and said. Xu Xiong nodded silently and easily picked up 2 large boxes with his hands. Xu Yang also took some other odds and ends. There weren't many left, so Wu Shiyun took them all.
Before leaving, Wu Shiyun checked everything again to make sure nothing was left behind before leaving.
The 3 of them put their things in the trunk.
Let's go to Dongcheng Ipin.
Xu Yang got into the car and sat in the back seat, then smiled at Wu Shiyun and said, "Shiyun, contact the landlord to see if she has time now." Wu Shiyun smiled and said, "I have already asked Mr. Chu, the landlord is available today, we can just go there directly."
First class in Dongcheng. 10 buildings. A Bentley was parked downstairs.
Hello, landlord. I'm Wu Shiyun, a tenant who pre-rented on the rental website. Wu Shiyun smiled at Shinyi in front of him. Shinyi also smiled politely and said, "Let's go up and take a look at the house." Then, everyone moved their luggage to the 13th floor. I lived here for a while before, so there are no problems with the decoration.
As for the rooms, only one is used for living.
After entering the house, Shinyi introduced it seriously, "I have renovated the other 2 rooms.
If you are not satisfied, you can consider not renting them."
Wu Shiyun nodded, and under the guidance of Shinyi, walked into other rooms to watch.
Study.
Wu Shiyun said this with some surprise, with unconcealable joy in her eyes. Inside the room, there is a bookcase and a desk, and behind the desk is a huge floor-to-ceiling window.
The decoration is simple and the room is well lit. Wu Shiyun really likes this room. Let's look at another one. Shinyi said again. Good.
Wu Shiyun and Shinyi came to another room. A series of yoga props were neatly arranged in front of me. Coupled with the relatively spacious area, it can be said to be very suitable for practicing yoga.
Seeing this, Wu Shiyun couldn't believe it. Study room, yoga, 2,000 monthly rent? Is this true? Wu Shiyun asked with some doubt in his tone, "Landlord, are you sure the monthly rent is only 2,000? Of course, I don't live here often, so it's empty anyway. Besides, I'd feel more at ease if I could rent it to a girl." Shinyi had already thought of a set of excuses in his mind, and then he said with a faint smile, "I don't make money from rent, and it seems that you also like reading and yoga. We are quite predestined." "That's great, we can practice yoga together then,"
Wu Shiyun said with a smile on her face. She was also very happy to meet a landlord who had the same hobbies as her and was a nice person.
Ahem.
At this moment, Xu Yang suddenly coughed twice.
2 extremely beautiful women practicing yoga together is a scene that is a little too erotic. Shinyi's expression changed slightly and became a little serious. Could it be that she had just said something wrong and made her boss angry? Wu Shiyun also looked at Xu Yang and asked with concern, "Mr. Chu, are you okay? Go to the sofa and have a rest." It's okay, you guys continue chatting, don't worry about me." Xu Yang continued to pretend to cough twice, then walked to the sofa and sat down.
"You can use all the books and equipment in the house."
"You're welcome."
Seeing that Chu Yang was fine, Shani's face immediately returned to normal and she continued chatting with Wu Shiyun. I didn't expect that the boss is really good at picking up girls.
But isn't Lu Yuqing from Xingchen Media also her girlfriend? This scumbag. Damn scumbag. Chapter 97, 200 million in profits. Okay, thank you, landlord.
Wu Shiyun smiled politely and said, in that case, I'll treat everyone to a meal to celebrate my finding a new house.
How about it?
Wu Shiyun blinked and looked at everyone, and Chu Yang said that he could do it.
Shani also agreed. Not long after, everyone finished their meal and Wu Shiyun went back to her rented house. Boss, where are we going next? Shani followed behind Chu Yang and asked. To sell the house.
Chu Yang glanced at Shani and then said. Shani thought for a moment and then said, Boss, recently the government is planning a campus circle near Dongqing Yipin and is going to build schools from elementary school to high school. The housing prices have risen by at least 2,000 per square meter.
Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the largest agency in Dongyang City. Chu Xiong followed them and walked in carrying two large black plastic bags. After entering the company, Chu Yang went straight to the front desk. Sir, are you looking to buy a house? Or do you need to rent one? A female salesperson stood outside the door and smiled at Chu Yang. I want to sell my house.
Chu Yang mentioned this, then looked around. There were quite a lot of people there, all looking for a house. The receptionist continued to smile and asked, Excuse me, sir, which property do you want to sell?
The properties in buildings 10 and 11 of Dongqing Yipin. Chu Yang said lightly.
But at this time, other people also heard Chu Yang's words, and they all looked towards him.
Buildings 10 and 11? The receptionist said with some surprise that buildings 10 and 11 of Dongqing Yipin are the famous king of buildings in Dongyang City.
It's not just because the government is planning a school area nearby recently, but also because these two buildings are large flats and are located in the CBD business district. A surefire tool for investment appreciation. However, this property was sold out when it went on sale 2 days ago. How did this person get the property? Chu Yang looked at the somewhat puzzled expression of the receptionist and asked, What's wrong? Is there any problem? No. No, sir, how many sets do you need to sell? The receptionist asked more respectfully. Chu Yang didn't say anything, and then gave Chu Xiong a look.
Chu Xiong directly picked up the black plastic bag and placed it on the counter.
The receptionist was confused by their actions and stared at the black plastic bag with her big eyes. She glanced at Chu Yang, then reached out and pushed aside the black plastic bag. When she saw the piles of property certificates inside, she immediately took a deep breath.
There must be at least 200 property certificates here.
This is the first time she has seen such a situation in all her years of work. She calmed herself down and then said slowly, Are you going to sell the properties in the two buildings?
Wow!
As soon as these words came out, dozens of people in the agency fell silent instantly, and all of them stared at Chu Yang intently.
What did they hear? Selling the top-of-the-line property? Or two buildings? Right. Chu Yang replied calmly.
Sir, please wait a moment.
I will contact the boss.
With that, the receptionist left. Not long after, the receptionist came out with a middle-aged man behind her.
Xingdao looked at Chu Yang with a happy face, walked up to him and said with a smile, Hello, sir, may I know your name? Chu Yang replied, No need to mention your surname Chu. Mr. Chu, it's a great honor. Please come into the office to discuss in detail.
Xingdao complimented, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Shani. She was wearing a long skirt and light white stockings, which was really eye-catching.
But Xingdao didn't say much and took Chu Yang and the others into the office. Xingdao poured tea for Chu Yang and his group, looked at Chu Yang and asked, Mr. Chu, please take a seat. How would you like to sell your property? What do you think? Chu Yang did not raise any opinions first.
After all, these people have been in the real estate industry for many years and know a lot of tricks.
If you report less, you will suffer a huge loss.
Mr. Chu, the current price of buildings 10 and 11 in Dongqing Yipin is around 21,000 yuan per square meter, and the price of fully decorated apartments is around 23,000 yuan per square meter. Xingdao didn't even think about it and said, but because the government plans to build a school nearby, the current housing price has soared to around 25,000 yuan per square meter.
Chu Yang nodded. These data were similar to what Xinyi reported.
The boss still had no intention of cheating him, so he could cooperate with him without worry.
Let's put it this way.
Each apartment is 31,000 yuan per square meter, and if rented out, it's 5,000 yuan a month. Xu Yang thought for a while and said, a house like this would probably cost 3 to 4 million, but what this world has the most is rich people. He doesn't have to worry about not being able to sell it.
What about the commission points? How much are you willing to give, Mr. Chu? Xingdao listened to Chu Yang's decision and nodded affirmatively.
Previously, the service fees and commission points generally charged were set by the company.
But Chu Yang is different.
He is a top customer, so the points are naturally decided by Chu Yang.
3 o'clock.
Xu Yang thought for a moment, then looked at Xingdao and said,
3 points?
Xingdao was surprised. You know, nowadays a house sells for at least 4 million, so the profit is 120,000.
This is a lucrative business.
On the side, Shinyi's eyes changed as he looked at Xu Yang. There was a hint of surprise in his calm eyes. Although she didn't know much about real estate, the maximum profit from a house was only 1 million. He actually gave out 3 parts, which was a bit too generous.
Of course, there are some things you still have to help me with, understand?
Xu Yang glanced at the boss and said with a half smile. He naturally also knew how high the profit of the points he offered was. But correspondingly, the efficiency and credibility of doing things after being paid will naturally improve.
Xingdao was still immersed in joy and readily agreed, of course. Next, after finishing some related matters, Xu Yang and others left.
A few days passed in a flash.
Those 2 houses are indeed the best properties in Donyang City.
As soon as the agency released the sales information, people came to buy them one after another. During this period, Xingdao also kept in touch with Xu Yang and reported the latest developments to Xu Yang at any time. In just a few days, 58 houses were sold at Dongqing Ipin. Excluding some expenses, the net profit of each house is about 3.5 million.
Pure profiteering. There was also more than 200 million yuan in Xu Yang's account.
On this side, all the goods in Wu Yu's facial mask factory have been packed.
Just waiting for Xu Yang's order, the next round of facial mask sales can begin immediately. Chapter 98, A Small Storm in the Mask Industry. Inside the mask factory office.
Mr. Chu, the last time we sold 90,000 sets of facial masks, after our marketing department's research, the user satisfaction rate was over 90%. Douyin Weibo expects the number of purchasers to exceed 500,000. Shinyi held the documents in front of her chest and reported, the mask factory has produced nearly 200,000 sets of masks, and we can start the next round of sales.
Xu Yang nodded.
The first sale was able to achieve this effect, which also met his expectations.
Okay, go down and talk to Mr. Yi about the relevant matters. Xu Yang said lightly.
Okay, Mr. Chu.
Shinyi responded.
Also, if all 200,000 are sold, the commission will be increased to 3 points.
Xu Yang continued, that's all. Go and prepare first. Shinyi nodded, turned around and left the office. Afternoon. Shinyi finished discussing things with Yiling and returned to the facial mask factory.
Boss Chu, Bossy said that the live broadcast of selling facial masks will start around 8 p.m. Shinyi stood in front of Chu Yang and reported the progress of the matter to Chu Yang.
Okay, well done. Go and call Mr. Wu to have dinner together. After dinner, the sales will almost start.
Xu Yang nodded and continued to look through the documents in his hand. When I was halfway through the document, Wu Yu came over. The 3 of them went out to have a meal together, and after the meal, the live streaming of goods on Xingchen Media began. In the live broadcast room of 3 anchors.
Family members, today we are going to recommend the facial mask product from Dingyan that we recommended last time.
I believe that those of you who have used it know how powerful this facial mask is. A female anchor said with a smile, holding a facial mask in her hand.
Wow!
This fixing face mask is really magical.
Sister, I'm going to buy it first.
It's true. Last time, an African friend of mine used it and his skin became whiter than mine after being dead for 3 days. The one upstairs, please tell me something from the living world. Many people in the live broadcast room started posting comments. Many people are amazed at the effect of this mask.
Okay, everyone.
Today, our live broadcast room has increased to 65,000 sets.
Those who like it can buy it now. The products will be on the shelves soon. 3, 2, 1.
As the voices of the 3 anchors fell,
200,000 sets of facial masks are on sale.
In 1 minute, 20,000 sets of facial masks were sold out.
In 5 minutes, 200,000 sets of facial masks were sold out.
A total of 200,000 sets of facial masks were sold out in just 5 minutes after the link was posted.
Where's the host's mask?
I just came to the live broadcast room, how come it's gone?
This phone network is so bad. I didn't even get one. Ah, so excited, I grabbed 10 sets. The one upstairs, I'll add 100 and give me a set. I'll add 200, and you must give me 1 set.
In the 3 live broadcast rooms, countless people began to post comments.
Many people were complaining because they couldn't buy facial masks.
At the same time, in the facial mask circle of TikTok and Weibo,
many netizens have posted online asking for facial masks.
Xu Yang naturally also saw the rumors discussed on various forums in TikTok. Many people want to buy this mask, and some Weibo celebrities and Douyin influencers have begun to make videos reviewing the Dingyan mask. Although the facial mask is still in its infancy, the response is already very good. However, as the influence of word of mouth of facial masks gradually expands, it is bound to attract exclusion from other peers. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind, and some unnecessary troubles are bound to arise. It seems that it is time to expand the production line.
Xu Yang pondered in his heart.
Only when the size of the mask factory increases can many problems be better solved. Thinking of this, he asked Shinyi to call Wu Yu over.
Soon, Wu Yu came into the office. Wu Yu came in and looked at Xu Yang and said with a smile, "Boss Xu, what do you want me to do?"
"Mr. Wu, please sit down first.
I'll go make some tea."
Xu Yang looked at Wu Yu and said, "Next, we should prepare to expand the scale of the facial mask factory."
Wu Yu sat opposite Xu Yang.
After hearing Xu Yang's words, he nodded, but then his face darkened again and he said, "Boss Xu, our company's current production scale is still relatively large.
If we want to continue to expand it."
Xu Yang looked at Wu Yu's expression and said with a smile, "I know what you are thinking.
As for the issue of funds, it's not a big deal.
I will take out another 100 million to expand the scale, so don't worry about it."
Shinyi listened to their conversation silently and poured them tea.
"Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Chu, but have you heard any rumors recently?"
Wu Yu frowned and spoke in a heavy tone.
Xu Yang looked at Wu Yu with some confusion. "It's like this, Mr. Chu, I've been in this circle for a long time, and I have some gossip." Wu Yu told him everything he had heard recently. "I heard that other facial mask companies seem to be preparing to take action against our fixing facial mask. Their fixing color facial mask is in the development stage and has only attracted the attention of some small companies in Donyang City. However, if the situation continues to develop in this way, it is hard to say what will happen in the future."
"Take action?"
Xu Yang only got some information from the internet, but it was not accurate. Now he listened to Wu Yu's words. It seems that this is not groundless. Other facial mask manufacturers have not taken action against them yet, which must be because their major interests have not been affected yet.
I guess we'll have to prepare for a tough battle in the future. As long as they dare to come, I will make sure they never return.
Xu Yang is not afraid of these commercial competitions. After all, if these facial mask companies attack them, they are also increasing the popularity of their Dingyan masks in disguise. Moreover, with these stepping stones, you will be able to go further and further in the future.
By the way, it's time for us to prepare some public relations, publicity and other departments for Dingyan.
Xu Yang thought about it and decided that if he wanted to expand the Dingyan brand, he must have the coordination and cooperation of these parts.
Now it is just a factory.
Although it is large in scale, it is not enough compared with those big companies. I don't really understand these things, but I can help the technical and business departments. Although Wu Yu's facial mask factory is large, it was just a processing place before.
He knows absolutely nothing about publicity. It's okay. You will be in charge of the management when the time comes. The most important thing at the moment is to expand the scale."
Xu Yang smiled. Although Wu Yu did not have such rich experience, Yiling did. When the time comes, I can just go to Yiling to learn from her. Chapter 99, Shura Field almost happened.
Okay, next I will ask Shinyi to take care of these things one by one. You don't have to worry too much. Just manage the factory well."
Xu Yang looked at Wu Yu and smiled. In fact, as long as Wu Yu manages the factory well, he doesn't need to worry too much about what happens next.
Wu Yu nodded and said, "Well, okay."
In fact, he had considered expanding the factory before, but a person's ability is really limited, so he gave up. But the Chu Yang in front of him gave people the feeling of being an experienced social leader. But who would have thought that he had just graduated from college? Having such a mindset and ideas indeed surpasses most of his peers.
Okay, there's nothing else to do, so I'll leave first. Chu Yang looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. It was time to go back and have some rest. Okay, Mr. Chu, please. Wu Yu stood up and bowed to Chu Yang. Arriving outside the gate, Chu Yang exchanged a few words with Wu Yu and then went inside to deal with the delivery of facial masks. The total number of orders in the past few days was quite large, so he had a lot to do. Where do you live? Let me take you back. Chu Yang glanced at Shen at this time and said with a smile. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Chu. I live over at Dongyang Square. Shen thought about it and realized that this was an industrial area and it would be difficult to get a taxi so late at night, so he agreed. Okay, Chu Xiong, let's go. Chu Yang said as he got into the car. In the car, Shen was dazed. She was very tired after a day's work and just wanted to go home and have a sleep. Ding dong. At this time, Chu Yang's cell phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Lu Yuqing. Brother Chu, are you free tonight? Shall we go to Dongyang Old Street to eat something? That's fine. Chu Yang sent a message back. Anyway, Dongyang Square was right on the old street, so it was convenient for him. After a while, the Bentley arrived at Dongyang Square. Although it is night, there are still a lot of people here, and many young people are drinking in the bars here. Boss Chu, we're here. Chu Xiong, who was in the driver's seat, stopped the car and said. Chu Yang looked at Shen who had fallen asleep and patted her on the shoulder. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. Perhaps she realized that she was a little embarrassed for falling asleep in her boss's car. A blush appeared on Shen's pretty face when she spoke. It's okay. Just have a good rest tomorrow and you won't have to go to work. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Shen quickly waved her hands and refused. No. No, Mr. Chu. Listen to me. Chu Yang said calmly, but there was a hint of seriousness in his tone. Well, thank you, Mr. Chu. Shen lifted her hair, feeling quite happy. It seems that Boss Chu is a pretty good person except that he is a bit of a scumbag. As soon as Shen got out of the car, he walked towards home. After Chu Xiong parked the car, Chu Yang went to Dongyang Old Street. Not far from the old street, Chu Yang saw Lu Yuqing. She was wearing a black knee-length miniskirt, which fully showed off her eye-catching long legs. It attracted the attention of many men passing by. Brother Chu, you're here. When Lu Yuqing saw Chu Yang, she walked over with a smile, and naturally put her hand on Chu Yang's arm. Then she smiled and asked, Brother Chu, what do you want to eat? I got my salary today, I'll treat you. Chu Yang laughed dryly, then leaned close to Lu Yuqing's ear and said slowly, I want to eat you. When Lu Yuqing heard this, her face turned red, and she pinched Chu Yang's waist with her jade hand, hateful. The two of them walked along the way, attracting a lot of people's attention. Brother Chu, I want to eat this stinky tofu. Brother Chu, this milk tea is also delicious. Come on, this crab looks good. Are you a pig? Chu Yang followed Lu Yuqing and she ate all the way. Why didn't Ti notice before that Lu Yuqing is such a big eater, or is it that girls tend to eat less when they first start dating? I want to eat. Lu Yuqing said coquettishly. After eating something at the snack street, the two went to a more upscale specialty restaurant. Waiter, I want 3 pounds of crabs and 3 pounds of lobsters. Lu Yuqing said to the boss. Give us a private room. Chu Yang added, just light it like this first, and add more when you want to eat. Okay, both of you please follow me. As he spoke, the waiter led the way. Soon, the two arrived at private room 888. As it is the hottest time of the year, the air conditioner is not on in this private room and it is still a bit stuffy. Seeing this, the waiter sensibly turned on the air conditioner and then left the private room. No, it's too hot here. I'm going downstairs to smoke a cigarette. Chu Yang couldn't stand the stuffy environment in the private room, so he went out. Lu Yuqing didn't say anything, just watched Douyin by herself and waited. As soon as he came down, Chu Yang was smoking at the door of the restaurant, admiring the beauties passing by. Since there are many bars here, there are also quite a few young beauties, all of them dressed beautifully. Chu Yang was almost done smoking a cigarette when suddenly a familiar figure ran over from a distance. She was wearing a sports suit and was obviously going for a night run.
Wu Shiyun. Xu Yang muttered something, and then he remembered that the East City Ipin Hotel where Wu Shiyun lived was not far away. My goodness, this is going to be a dangerous area from now on. Over there, Wu Shiyun was running when suddenly a figure appeared in front of her. She quickly stopped, took off her headphones, took a look, and then panted and said, Mr. Chu, hello.
Shaping? Xu Yang looked at Wu Shiyun and smiled.
Wu Shiyun put her hands on her waist, wiped the sweat from her head, and said a little embarrassedly, lose weight.
Are you going to become a bolt of lightning? Xu Yang asked helplessly, do women have strict requirements on their body shape? Wu Shiyun took a look at Xu Yang's outfit today, and then said jokingly, Boss Chu, what are you doing here? Are you shopping with your girlfriend, or having a meal? It's a company dinner. How about going up to eat? They are still happy to see beautiful women.
Xu Yang said this with a teasing tone. Wu Shiyun waved her hands repeatedly and refused. No, eating at night will make you fat.
Well, I won't disturb you from running. Be careful on the road. Xu Yang reminded.
It has been almost 20 minutes since we chatted like this and smoked a cigarette. If I don't go upstairs, I'm afraid Lu Yuqing will come down to find me.
Okay.
Wu Shiyun agreed, put on the headphones again, and said with a smile, Boss Chu, I'll leave first. Drink less and take care of your health. After saying this, Wu Shiyun felt something was wrong. He was stunned, his cheeks turned slightly red, and his steps became bigger, speeding up to leave here. Xu Yang looked at Wu Shiyun's leaving back, smiled slightly, and then walked into the restaurant.
Chapter 100 Chinese Misunderstanding. Brother Chu, does it take so long to smoke a cigarette? Lu Yuqing asked doubtfully. Half an hour had passed since Xu Yang went downstairs. It's just to cheer you up.
Xu Yang peeled a lobster and stuffed it into Lu Yuqing's mouth. He smiled and said, only when you are full and energetic can you do the right things.
Screw you.
Lu Yuqing said she disagreed, but a slight blush appeared on her face. After the two of them ate several pounds of lobsters, Xu Yang paid the bill and left with Lu Yuqing. The two of them also came to the most luxurious hotel nearby and booked a presidential suite.
This crayfish is so spicy that my mouth is a little swollen. Lu Yuqing picked up a bottle of water in the room and started drinking it. Then do you know what will swell up both ends if you eat one end? Xu Yang looked at Lu Yuqing with a hint of evil. After Lu Yuqing finished drinking the water, she stared at Xu Yang blankly and snorted, you old pervert. 2 hours later, the fierce fighting ended.
Xu Yang also planned to return to Jianshui Huoding, and Lu Yuqing did not stop him. After all, she was satisfied as long as Xu Yang had time to accompany her. On the way back, Xu Yang bought 2 bottles of beer and sprinkled them on himself, filling his whole body with the smell of alcohol, covering up the scent of Lu Yuqing's perfume.
Sure enough, although it was already 2 o'clock in the morning when they got home, Zhao Lei smelled the alcohol on Xu Yang, and not only did she not blame him at all, she also quickly made him some sobering soup. The next day.
Since Zhao Lei still had some things to do in the cafe, she got up very early. It was almost noon when Xu Yang opened his sleepy eyes.
A new day has arrived. Host, are you signing in? An electronic sound rang in Xu Yang's mind. Yes.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received a reward of 1,000 Chinese coins.
Xu Yang's face was immediately filled with black lines. 1,000 Chinese yuan? To send away beggars. Forget it. Xu Yang didn't care so much.
After all, the 2 apartments in Dongcheng Yipin were worth more than just this amount of money. Besides, counting the days, almost a month has passed.
The Dongyang City Charity Gala that Lu Donglai had told him about is almost here.
When the time comes, all the celebrities will gather together, which will be a good opportunity to become famous.
You have to take the time to dress it up.
Thinking of this, Xu Yang picked up the phone and dialed Shin Yi's number. After 2 beeps, a somewhat lazy voice came from the other end of the phone.
Hello, Mr. Chu, what can I do for you? Why, you're still sleepy. I've been exercising for an hour or 2.
Xu Yang said righteously. He didn't lie, he did exercise at 1 or 2 in the morning.
Shin Yi rubbed his eyes and said slowly, well, Mr. Chu, it's not easy to get a day off, you have to have a good rest. Come with me to buy some things for the next few days.
Xu Yang said in a commanding tone.
Okay, where are you? I'll come find you.
When Shin Yi said this, there was a hint of irritability in her voice. She was still somewhat reluctant in her heart, as it was rare to have a moment of leisure in this busy life. Jianshui Hua Ting, Villa Area, Building 3. Chu Yang also heard Shenyi's tone, and then smiled helplessly.
Okay, I'll come find you in half an hour. Shenyi still replied.
Chu Yang said and hung up the phone.
Half an hour later, Shenyi came and rang the doorbell.
Chu Yang had already washed and dressed by this time.
He opened the door and took Shenyi to the IFC building. Soon, Chu Xiong drove the Bentley to the parking lot of IFC building.
The two got off the car and went directly to the first floor. The first to 8th floors of the building were where people went shopping.
Let's go buy some clothes today, and buy some for you too. Chu Yang turned around and saw Shenyi. She looked a little strange, so he asked, why? Don't you want me to buy you clothes? No.
Shenyi slowly smiled and explained, no, it's just that Mr. Chu, I'm just your secretary.
There's no need to buy any extravagant clothes.
Shenyi said this on the surface, but she didn't think so in her heart. After all, she knew Boss Chu inside and out and didn't want to become his next prey. As my secretary, you are not just a person, but also your dress, words and actions, which can represent me in real time. Chu Yang didn't think much and said directly, besides, when you meet with the customer service later and have various talks, if you don't dress appropriately, who will be embarrassed?
He also knew what Shenyi was thinking.
At least until now, he still had no thoughts about Shenyi. When Shenyi heard Chu Yang say this, she lowered her head like a child who was criticized and uttered oh softly.
Soon, the two arrived at Buglioni's store. Hello, sir and madam, what type of suit do you need?
A shopping guide saw a customer coming and came forward and asked enthusiastically.
Chu Yang glanced at Shenyi and then said, let's customize a women's suit for her first. Yes, sir.
The shopping guide smiled at Shenyi, his eyes stayed on Shenyi for a few seconds, and then said, madam, please.
Boss, this is so expensive. It would be a waste for me to wear it every day. Shenyi also knew the brand of custom-made suits, Buglioni.
One set costs nearly 100,000 Chinese yuan. If she went to other stores, she would probably buy hundreds of sets.
Who said it's for your daily wear? There's a party after today, you have to go with me.
Chu Yang didn't specify what kind of party it was, but the attendees were all celebrities, so the ranking couldn't be low. Moreover, according to Shenyi's figure and appearance, wearing a suit should improve her temperament. When I bring him to the party, it will also give him some extra appearance. After Shenyi finished measuring the size, Chu Yang also went to measure a set. Basically, by the time the suit is finished, it's almost time for the party.
Thank you, boss. After leaving the store, Shenyi said weakly beside Chu Yang.
Chu Yang turned his head to look at her, shook his head and said with a smile, why thank me?
I didn't buy it for you. TSK. Shenyi showed a little disdain.
Even though my boss is a jerk, he seems to be a pretty good person.
A week later. The dog days of summer in Dongyang City are like a steamer that can roast people to death.
Lu Donglai has already handed the invitation letters to Chu Yang, 2 copies in total.
Because Chu Yang planned to take Shenyi with him as well.
After all, as his personal assistant, Shenyi could still learn something by attending such gatherings.
Chu Yang sat in the Dingyan facial mask factory and looked at the current sales of facial masks.
I found that it is quite good, and now their products are available on all major online platforms.
There is no price increase like before.
After all, their products are not limited in quantity or have any hunger marketing.
As long as the quality of the product is improved, sales volume will not be a problem. Moreover, through some data provided by the AI team, Chu Yang also learned about the various data of their products. If we only consider sales volume, their product ranks among the top 10.
As a new product, it is quite good to achieve such results.
Get ready, we can go. Chu Yang closed the information and said to Shenyi, who was not far away. Shenyi nodded.
She had changed into a women's suit and tied her hair into a ponytail. With her bright eyes, she looks very refreshing and capable.